In the realm of Naruto, within the village of Konoha, a young boy named Shinyan Shang finds himself attending the opening ceremony of the Ninja Academy. He is a traveler from another world who, after an all-night binge of Naruto fanfiction, unexpectedly fell into a deep slumber, awakening to discover he had transformed into a child. In the Naruto universe, dear readers before the screen, heed this warning. Do not sacrifice your sleep for novels, for you may find yourself in a similar predicament. Initially, Shinyan Shang was overwhelmed with joy. After all, he had entered the world of Naruto, a realm brimming with extraordinary powers. However, upon absorbing the memories of his predecessor, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, leaving him utterly drenched. Why was he not a member of the Uchiha clan? Why was he not from the Senju clan? Even being part of the Hyuga clan would have sufficed. It is well known that Naruto, also referred to as the Legend of Eyes or the ethical drama of the Tsutsuki family, is a world where bloodline determines worth. Ordinary civilian ninjas, despite their relentless efforts throughout their lives, can scarcely reach the threshold of encountering true genius. While other travelers often find themselves reborn as members of prestigious clans, he has awakened as an orphan devoid of any lineage. After several days of contemplation, Shinyan Shang attained a clear understanding of his situation. His predecessor had grown up in an orphanage, and only after passing a ninja aptitude test on his 6th birthday was he able to leave the orphanage and live independently. It was on that very day that Shinyan Shang crossed into the Naruto world and took possession of this body.as. For his adoptive parents, they perished tragically in battle shortly after his birth, victims of a perilous mission. Their remains were lost to time, leaving behind only their names etched coldly on a memorial stone. Naturally, following his status as a hero, the village's upper echelons afforded him numerous benefits and privileges, including a full exemption from tuition fees at the Ninja Academy and a monthly stipend until he became a fully fledged ninja. You might think the village possesses some semblance of humanity. However, to Shinyan Shang, who has experienced 9 years of compulsory education, such notions of warmth are utterly illusory. Ultimately, the village's leadership seeks merely to cultivate a new generation of expendable soldiers. All official ninjas, regardless of age, are destined to follow the directives of the village leaders and engage in combat on the battlefield. Especially during times of ninja world wars, Konoha routinely sends countless children under the age of 10 into the fray. If only the first Hokage were present, Shinyan Shang would question him. Is this truly the village you poured your heart and soul into creating, merely to send children into battle? How can one dare to call this place the god of the ninja world, wasting the legacy of bloodlines and power? With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, Shinyan Shang sighed inwardly. There is such a lack of security here, not because of the extraordinary powers that abound, but because that power often rests in the hands of the deranged, the fanatical, and the perverse. How could I possibly feel safe? Perhaps sensing his unease, something inexplicable began to unfold. Shinyan Shang widened his eyes, closed them, and then opened them again. The strange symbols, numbers, and patterns that had suddenly appeared remained, shifting with his gaze as if they were shadows, impossible to ignore. Moreover, it seemed that only he could perceive them. He glanced at his classmates surrounding him, who appeared oblivious to the phenomenon. It was a glowing, rectangular frame. A myriad of fantastical elements from novels, anime, and games flashed through his mind. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and focused intently. As he concentrated, the elusive, enigmatic, glowing panel emerged before him, manifesting within his mind. It was not an illusion. It was not a genjutsu. Shinyan Shang's heart surged with elation. Could it be that his long-awaited golden finger was finally activating on the day of his enrollment? Giggling with glee, he thought, what the Tsutsuki bloodline? Just wait until I unleash my power. Ding! The power of manifestation auxiliary system is initiating. Matching rate 0. Activation failed. System collapse. Shinyan Shang was at a loss for words. After finally encountering his golden finger, why was there this unexpected twist? What was going on? In the next moment, a new stream of information appeared before his eyes and mind. Ding! The Supreme Extraordinary Power Auxiliary System is initiating. Matching rate 0. System collapse. Just as hope had begun to rise, Xinyan Sheng felt as though he had been struck down, nearly collapsing at the opening ceremony in a fit of rage. He inwardly shouted, "Manifestation and supreme extraordinary both sound incredibly powerful. Why have all attempts failed? No, no, no." In frustration, he could not help but tap his own head. Before his crossing, he had a laptop that had served him well for 7 or 8 years, and each time it crashed, he would give a good knock. If a computer could be fixed, why not his own brain? Perhaps the gentle tapping had some effect, as the glowing frame reappeared. Power of manifestation. Supreme, extraordinary power. It'll take any one of them. This time, the information stream underwent a significant transformation. Ding! The power of the commoner auxiliary system is initiating. Activation failed. Attempting fusion. Fusion successful. Ding! The power of the commoner can transcend all for one. Everything is possible. Power of the commoner. Xinyan Sheng's mouth twitched. Compared to the previous two systems, the tidal power of the commoner seemed pathetically weak. Had he not seen the other two systems earlier, perhaps the disparity in his mood would not be so great. After a brief silence, Xinyan Sheng sighed, resigning himself to the reality that having a system, even a modest one, was better than having none at all. One must not be overly greedy. Ding! The power of the commoner auxiliary system is activated. The power of the commoner can also be extraordinary. Current status of the host. Physical condition, 25 ordinary human physique. Willpower, 33 ordinary human will. Life level, 0. Talent, none. Commoner value, 1. Commoner value? What is this? Is it mocking me for lacking any qualifications or talent? Xinyan Sheng's expression turned helpless. The system provided no manual. What did it all mean? How does one even acquire the power of a commoner? He raised his gaze to the middle-aged man currently delivering a speech on stage. The man, clad in ceremonial robes, was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this moment, in the prime of his life, the third Hokage wore a warm, infectious smile, as for the content of his speech. It could not be described as nonsensical, but rather, it was rather dull. The will of fire? To Xinyan Sheng, it seemed more fitting to call it the will of deception. The so-called opening ceremony was exceedingly simple in its arrangement. To put it plainly, it involved marking off a section of the playground at the Ninja Academy, where hundreds of new students were lined up according to their heights, dutifully listening to the speeches. Despite his internal disdain for the so-called will of fire, Genya did not allow even a hint of scorn to surface on his face, as was befitting of a traveler. Where leaves danced, the fire of life continued to burn. The flames would persist in illuminating the village and nurturing the budding leaves of the new students. Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech was the same as ever. In essence, the will of fire is magnificent, and we must all adhere to it. The future of Konohagakure is bright. The villagers are akin to one family, supporting one another. He then expounded on the great achievements of the previous Hokages from a historical perspective. It was through the selfless sacrifices of our predecessors that we exist today, that the Ninja Academy exists, and this spirit of altruistic dedication embodies the will of fire of our village. His impassioned rhetoric resonated with everyone present. The students below began to envision the valiant struggles of their ancestors, who fought fiercely to carve out a realm for them. Particularly, some fervent fools shouted, "I too shall become a ninja of the will of fire. I want to be Hokage." To avoid drawing attention, Genya, like the others, feigned excitement at the appropriate moments. What left Genya somewhat exasperated was that Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke for a full 2 hours during the ceremony. Good heavens! This was indoctrination starting from childhood. Standing still, Genya felt his legs growing weary, when suddenly a notification flickered before his eyes. First experience of a mundane opening ceremony. Ordinary experience, commoner value 1. Commoner value 1. Genya gazed at the virtual prompt, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He keenly noted several keywords. First experience, ordinary experience. Reflecting back, compared to other travelers who were questioned by the Hokage for various reasons upon arrival, his opening ceremony was indeed unremarkable. After acquiring the power of the commoner system, Genya had earned commoner value for the first time. What did this commoner value signify, and what utility did it possess? As the name suggests, the power of the commoner likely refers to someone like him, an ordinary civilian without any lineage. Specific actions or events pertaining to commoners might increase this value. Perhaps there were other conditions for acquiring it? Genya Sho's mind began to race. The methods of obtaining commoner value remained to be explored, and the cursed system provided no explanations. As for how to utilize this commoner value, his current status was as follows: physical condition, 25, ordinary human, will, 33, ordinary human will, life level, 0 talent, none commoner value, 2 after deep contemplation. Genya Sho focused his thoughts, and the number in the commoner value section flickered, changing from 2 to 1. Simultaneously, the percentage in the physical condition section fluctuated slightly, rising from 25 to 26. The entire process was remarkably smooth, akin to the rhythm of breathing. Has my physical condition become stronger? It seems so. Xuanyeshing gazed at his palm, fingers spread wide and then clenched tightly, sensing the subtle shift in his strength, though it appeared not particularly pronounced. A thought crossed his mind, and he allocated a point of commoner value to his physique, causing the percentage to fluctuate once more, ascending from 26 to 27. Indeed, he felt stronger this time. His perception was exceptionally vivid and genuine. He sensed a comprehensive enhancement in his physical attributes, not solely in strength, but also in bodily resilience and vitality. Hey, watch where you're going. Someone collided with Xuanyeshing and immediately cast blame. This snapped Xuanyeshing back to reality. He glanced at the individual, but remained silent, quietly falling in line behind the group. After the speech concluded, students exited in an orderly fashion, returning to their respective classes. While the teachers were to convene for another collective meeting, Xuanyeshing was assigned to Class 1A. The classroom resembled those depicted in manga, arranged in a tiered layout with 3 students sharing each desk. He found his name in the middle seat of the 3rd row from the window. However, upon locating his designated spot, he discovered that the adjacent seat, also by the window, was already occupied. It was a girl, approximately 5 or 6 years old, akin in age to Xuanyeshing, with shoulder-length black hair as dark as ink. She rested her chin on one hand, gazing quietly out at the playground. Her expression devoid of the typical cheerfulness expected of children her age, instead emanating an air of aloofness, reminiscent of an icy mountain. Hello, my name is Xuanyeshing. Wishing meaning to triumph over nature. I look forward to your guidance. After sitting beside the girl, Xuanyeshing took the initiative to introduce himself, his face adorned with an innocuous smile. To avoid revealing his identity as a traveler, he resolved not to engage in overly conspicuous behavior in the near future. Yet he did not wish to come across as overly reclusive. Speaking of which, surely his smile deserved a 9 out of 10? Upon hearing his voice, the girl slightly turned her head, lowering her delicate hand that had supported her chin. Her exquisitely cute face, akin to that of a doll, bore an unexpected coldness and pride, her obsidian pupils darker than her hair, radiating a crystalline purity. She spoke in a tone that was both indifferent and condescending. Uchiha Hitomi. What an icy little girl. Merely stating her name seemed to extinguish the conversation. Xuanyeshing could almost feel the temperature of the surrounding air drop a few degrees after the girl introduced herself. Is this the arrogance of the Uchiha clan, one of the 2 great ninja clans of Konoha? Xuanyeshing chose not to respond, sitting quietly in his seat, perusing the prepared textbooks on his desk. Yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Why is it that the attributes of physique and willpower are represented as percentages on the panel? If 100% of the physique value denotes the limit of a certain range, what level does that limit correspond to? Genin, Chunin, or Jonin? No, that cannot be the correct calculation. Strictly speaking, the physique value does not equate to combat power. Currently, my physical attributes may represent a mere 27% of the standard limits of an ordinary civilian's physique. Having been immersed in the bombardment of information during the internet age and having absorbed countless novels and films, Katsuya Genya's imagination is undeniably rich. Thus, shortly after acquiring the system, he began to analyze his situation with a calm demeanor. Once he confirmed that this was not a mere illusion, he felt an overwhelming urge to test his current physical condition. However, as he gazed at the softly glowing virtual interface displaying a willpower value of 33% and a life level perpetually at 0, he found himself puzzled by their meanings. The willpower far exceeded the physical attributes. Could this be attributed to his status as a transmigrator? Is willpower equivalent to spirit? While Genya was lost in thought, a gentle voice interrupted him. Hey, are you alright? Would you like some candy? Huh. Turning to his right, Genya was surprised to find a lovely girl with waist-length hair seated beside him. unlike the exquisite yet cold demeanor of Uchiha Hitomi. This girl had a cherubic face that made one want to pinch her cheeks. Her pure pupils held a soft hue and a hint of innocence. She seemed quite approachable. However, her eyes were rather peculiar. Was that a cataract? No, it was more akin to the Byakugan. The girl from the Hyuga clan observed Genya with a warm, caring expression. I noticed you frowning. Is something bothering you? My mom says that if you're unhappy, candy will make it all better. As she spoke, she extended her hand towards him, revealing a piece of candy the size of a marble resting in her tender palm. Feeling somewhat embarrassed at being coddled like a child by this little girl, Genya quickly replied, No, I was just daydreaming. Really? She tilted her head slightly. Her curious gaze fixated on him, her palm still outstretched, determined not to retract it until he accepted. Reluctantly, Genya accepted the candy and, as he placed it in his mouth, he mumbled, I'm sorry for worrying you. My name is Katsuya Genya. And you? Hinata Ayane, pleased to meet you. A generous and kind smile blossomed on Hinata's face upon seeing Genya accept the candy. Her pure smile was particularly infectious, causing Genya to relax and nod appreciatively. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hitomi cast a contemplative glance at Genya, an instinct telling her that he was not merely daydreaming. His posture was rigid, his nerves taut. As if some malevolent beast were pursuing him from behind, he exuded an air of profound insecurity. After all, this was a ninja school. What danger could there possibly be? Her desk mate struck her as a rather peculiar individual. If Genya were to discover that on his very first day of school he had been branded as strange by his desk mate, he would likely break into a cold sweat. In a world of extraordinary powers, devoid of family, parents, or lineage, he was left to fend for himself, knowing that in a few years he might be thrust into battle as mere cannon fodder. It is inconceivable that Katsuya Genya harbors no sense of urgency within his heart. Fortunately, the emergence of the system has instilled in him a measure of confidence. This is also one of the reasons he is eager to comprehend how to acquire civilian points, regardless of the true significance of willpower at the very least. The enhancement of his physical attributes has tangibly reinforced his body. Before long, a young man of unremarkable appearance, marked by a small cross-shaped scar on his left cheek, entered the classroom. Upon entering, he scanned the room filled with over 40 students, revealing a satisfied smile. Then, under the watchful gazes of all the students, he strode confidently to the front of the class and introduced himself. First and foremost, congratulations to all of you for passing the test and becoming students of the Ninja Academy. This signifies that you all possess the fundamental talents of a ninja. I am Takuya Nato, and I will serve as your homeroom teacher until your graduation. I am 21 years old, a chunin, with a passion for gourmet food and sports. And my dream is to educate future ninjas who can stand on their own. As Genya anticipated, the self-introduction segment followed. One by one, students rose to introduce themselves, sharing their whimsical interests and dreams, which were quite delightful. Genya diligently noted down the names, perhaps due to his relatively high willpower value. His memory proved to be quite remarkable. Which of these names might one day be etched upon the cold, unfeeling memorial stones? Who could have imagined that the so-called will of fire in Konoha would ultimately manifest through the sacrifices of the youth, illuminating the path for the older generations? If the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha, is thus, one can only imagine the plight of the other ninja villages. Truly, it is an abysmal era for ninjas. Nevertheless, before lamenting, one must first consider self-preservation. Contemplating the will of fire is best left unspoken, should such thoughts be voiced. One might very well vanish the next day. My name is Hinata Saren. As for things I dislike, I currently have none. I adore sweets and all manner of delicious food. My future dream is to become a medical ninja capable of saving lives. Before he realized it, it was now Genya's turn to introduce himself. A charming and endearing girl stood up beside him, radiating confidence as she smiled and introduced herself to the class. Her cherubic face lit up with 2 delightful dimples, making her irresistibly cute. To his surprise, Hinata Saren's aspiration was to become a medical ninja. The Ninja Academy indeed offers specialized training courses for medical ninjas, yet the enrollment numbers are rather low. Having 1 in 10 would be considered fortunate. After all, for most children, the allure of exciting and formidable ninjutsu is far more enticing, while the process of learning medical techniques is considerably tedious. Moreover, aside from interest, the greatest challenge lies in the complexity of mastering medical ninjutsu. which demands not only a high level of knowledge but also exceptional control over chakra. Only geniuses can truly succeed in this field. The audience responded with enthusiastic applause. And as the applause subsided, it was finally Genya's turn. He rose to his feet and calmly said, "Hello everyone. I am Genya, with Katsu meaning victory over the heavens. My hobbies include reading and running, and my future aspiration is to become a proficient ninja." Compared to some of the more eccentric introductions, Genya's self-presentation was exceedingly ordinary, rendering him rather inconspicuous within the class. The applause that followed was far less enthusiastic than that which had greeted Hinata Sayaka earlier. However, as Genya took his seat, a notification chimed. Ding! First experience of self-introduction in front of the entire class. Truly a refreshing and pedestrian presentation, gaining 1 point for civilian value. Surprised and delighted. A subtle ripple of emotion crossed Genya's previously calm visage. The keyword first experience reappeared, yet, during my introductions to Uchiha Hitomi and Hinata Sayaka, I had not received an increase in civilian value. This implied that not only must the event align with the notion of a first experience, but it must also possess a certain uniqueness and representativeness. Regrettably, the term first experience inherently suggested that such events could not be repeated for civilian value. If only there were occurrences that could be revisited for points. Following Genya, it was Uchiha Hitomi's turn. Unlike her classmates, who exhibited a hint of nervousness, Hitomi seemed impervious to such feelings. As she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and stood, an air of aloofness surrounded her, complemented by her piercing gaze and inadvertently haughty tone, creating an aura of solitary superiority. "I am Uchiha Hitomi. I harbor no interest in the feeble, ordinary people, nor do I wish to understand your interests and dreams, and certainly, I do not intend to share mine. Regardless of circumstances, do not disturb me. Should you believe your abilities are sufficient, I welcome you to challenge me." One must admit, it was quintessentially Uchiha, as her succinct introduction effortlessly secured her position as the class pariah. That insufferable individual. Does she think her Uchiha lineage makes her special? If she weren't so adorably cute, I might just flatten her. I have no desire to associate with such a pretentious, socially inept person. What a deluded soul. Uchiha, how utterly detestable. Amidst Genya's slightly astonished gaze, Hitomi let out a soft huff and nonchalantly took her seat, seemingly unfazed by her newfound status as the class enemy, maintaining her usual demeanor of self-absorption. Deep down, Genya had a foreboding sense that his ninja school journey would not unfold as peacefully as he had hoped. Before the end of school, seizing the moment while the teacher had just left and the students had yet to disperse, Genya jogged to the podium and boldly reintroduced himself. "I am Genya, with Katsu meaning victory over the heavens." The crowd looked at him with bewilderment, a collective question mark forming in their minds. Hadn't he already introduced himself? Hitomi glanced at Genya before striding out of the classroom, tossing over her shoulder, "What a fool." Meanwhile, Sayaka, munching on a chip, murmured, "I didn't expect Genya to have this side to him." Genya observed the unresponsive system, pursed his lips, and internally declared this attempt a failure. Indeed, once an event ceases to be a first experience, it can no longer trigger an increase in civilian value. Due to the absence of guidance and intelligence within the system, many matters required the diligent exploration of Xuanyasheng. Whether driven by curiosity or the pressing urgency of future battles, he felt compelled to accumulate more civilian points. He pondered whether, if there were no limit to his physical attributes, he could continually grow stronger, perhaps even transcending into a superhuman. As time swiftly passed, 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. The warm glow of the setting sun poured into the ninja school, enveloping it in a serene and elegant atmosphere. Xuanyasheng gradually acclimated to the life at the Ninja Academy, adhering to a daily routine that revolved around his studies. Each morning, after a hearty breakfast, he would set off for the school. Following a day filled with learning, he dedicated additional time to independent study in the library before finally retreating to the hillside for focused physical training. Day by day, Xuanyasheng absorbed knowledge like a sponge, steadily enhancing his abilities, despite the frustrations caused by subjects and literature such as the Will of Fire. The curriculum at the ninja school offered him a wealth of practical knowledge. He had already gained a foundational understanding of the basic extraction and application of chakra, as well as the art of shuriken throwing. As for ninjutsu, he attempted the shadow clone technique. With a puff of white smoke, 2 awkward and grotesque clones tumbled to the ground. Another failure, A faint smile of resignation graced Xuanyasheng's face. The reason for his failure was not a deficiency in chakra. Rather, his chakra was abundant, a boon of his formidable physique, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Yet, perhaps it was precisely this overwhelming quantity of chakra that hampered his control, rendering him incapable of executing even the simplest of techniques, such as the shadow clone. Current status of the host: physical attribute, 88, ordinary human, will, 33, ordinary will, life level, 0, talent, none, civilian points, 0. Only now did Xuanyasheng come to realize the significance of willpower. In psychology, willpower refers to the intrinsic ability of an individual to establish goals and marshal their actions to overcome obstacles, ultimately achieving even the smallest of objectives. In the world of Naruto, willpower is even more reflective of one's mastery over their own strength. Through introspective analysis, Xuanyasheng concluded that when his physical attribute exceeded his willpower by a factor of 2, he struggled to control his chakra, reminiscent of Naruto in the early chapters of the manga. Consequently, he resolved to temporarily redirect his focus towards enhancing his willpower. After 2 months of diligent effort, Xuanyasheng finally discovered an event that allowed for the repeated accumulation of civilian points. Ding! Experience a civilian-style exercise plan, gaining 1 civilian point. This notification was the result of an impromptu decision one day when Xuanyasheng undertook a rigorous regimen of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. This was the first system notification he received without the qualifier of first time. Excited, Xuanyasheng, disregarding his physical exhaustion, endeavored once more, only to discover that this event could be engaged in merely once each day. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, for it signified that he would consistently accrue a modest amount of commoner points each day. As for the realms of life level and talent, Xuanyasheng remained utterly at a loss. Casting aside his swirling thoughts, he rose to his feet and made his way towards the grove behind the school. As he walked, he occasionally caught the curious gazes of fellow students from the ninja academy. Whispers circulated among them, suggesting that this individual lacked any aptitude for ninjutsu and had yet to master even a single technique. In their eyes, it seemed unlikely that he would even pass the graduation assessments. It was hardly surprising, for Xuanyasheng was an orphan, unable to compete with the prodigious talents emerging from prestigious clans. The murmurs grew louder, accompanied by looks of either disdain or sympathy. Xuanyasheng chose to ignore them. His current life was remarkably fulfilling. Though exhausting, the sensation of growing stronger each day filled him with exhilaration. In the small grove on the back mountain of the ninja school, the sound of slicing air echoed. In a clearing, shurikens and kunai rained down upon Xuanyasheng from all directions, surrounding him like a storm of deadly projectiles. Yet, in the face of this perilous situation, Xuanyasheng remained calm, wielding a kunai with one hand, his body twisting like a supple water snake, as the kunai swiftly sliced through the air. The clattering of kunai and shurikens resonated, accompanied by sparks flying from the metal clashes. What appeared to be a dangerous scenario was, in reality, entirely under Xuanyasheng's control. The oncoming kunai and shurikens were either deflected by his kunai or evaded through his agile movements, leaving him unharmed. He exhaled softly, surveying the ground littered with kunai and shurikens, his expression serene, as if he had merely accomplished a mundane task. However, was it truly that simple? To evade or deflect a barrage of kunai and shurikens without a scratch, even a newly graduated genin from the ninja academy would find it exceedingly challenging. Xuanyasheng's ability to perform such feats effortlessly was undeniably attributed to his formidable physique. Through 2 months of exploration, he discovered that the enhancement of his physical attributes resulted in a comprehensive improvement of his body. This enhancement even encompassed his motor skills and dynamic vision. For a ninja, these 2 aspects are of paramount importance. His heightened dynamic vision allowed Xuanyasheng to more clearly perceive the movements of his adversaries, as well as the cues and trajectories of their attacks. Exceptional motor skills enabled him to maneuver with ease in combat, responding swiftly and seizing the initiative, thereby gaining the upper hand in battle. In the original narrative, the 4th Hokage was dubbed the Yellow Flash, owing to his extraordinary reflexes and mastery of the flying Raijin technique, which he employed to reap countless foes on the battlefield of the ninja world. Upon the conclusion of his specialized training, Katsuhiko meticulously gathered the kunai and shuriken strewn across the ground. Although some of these ninja tools bore the scars of wear, Katsuya had not yet ascended to the status of a full-fledged ninja, unable to earn rewards through mission completion. Instead, he was left to rely on meager allowances and the modest inheritance left by his parents. Thus, it was prudent to conserve resources whenever possible. His primary expenditure stemmed from sustenance, as he was in a phase of rapid growth, and with the enhancement of his physical attributes, his appetite burgeoned insatiably, resembling the depths of an abyss, hinting at a potential for gluttony. After collecting his tools, Katsuya did not depart. Rather, his true physical conditioning had only just commenced. He approached a wooden post and began to wrap white bandages around his fists and legs. The top of the post bore a conspicuous indentation, a testament to his countless side kicks and relentless punches, gradually carved into the wood through sheer perseverance. Observing the bandages on his hands and legs, Katsuya inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening with determination, and in an instant, he unleashed a powerful kick, striking the dent with force. 1, 2, 24, 25. As he persisted in his practice, beads of sweat cascaded down his face. A profound fatigue washed over him, especially in his hands and legs, where the muscles throbbed with soreness. Yet, Katsuya pressed on, continuing his relentless drills. 48, 49, 88, 89. Each time he pushed himself to the brink, a new surge of strength seemed to well up from within. This was no mere illusion. His body indeed harbored immense potential yet to be tapped. As previously mentioned, an increase in physical attributes would yield a comprehensive enhancement of his bodily capabilities, with strength being merely a secondary benefit. The true advancement lay in fortifying the foundation and limits of Katsuya's corporeal form. To illustrate, if Rock Lee and Katsuya underwent identical training intensities, Katsuya's gains would far surpass those of Lee, and his body would not be marred by irreversible injuries. This was the disparity in physical constitution. With a physical attribute value of 88, Katsuya's body resembled a fishbowl expanded into a small pond, capable of containing more water, however, to fill the pond. Katsuya's own efforts were indispensable. Ding! Experience a commoner's workout regimen, earning 1 commoner point each time Katsuya reached a certain threshold in his training. This notification would appear, providing him with greater motivation. This undoubtedly formed a virtuous cycle. Enhancing his physical attributes led to increased training intensity, which in turn accelerated his physical fortification and augmented his commoner points. Huff, huff. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Sweat had thoroughly soaked Katsuya's garments, each drop falling rhythmically to the ground. Finally, after a staggering misstep, feeling the tingling in his legs and barely able to maintain his balance, Katsuya paused. After a brief respite, he reminded himself of the 500 jabs and 500 side kicks still awaiting his completion. As dusk descended, the serene woods behind the Ninja Academy lay enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the sound of Katsuya's heavy breathing and the rhythmic thuds of his body colliding with the wooden post. A diligent genius may evoke despair, but what of a relentless underachiever? One day, Katsuya Jin will stand proudly atop the ninja world, proclaiming to the universe that so-called bloodline limit geniuses are merely a threshold to behold. After a long day of rigorous training, Katsuya Jin returned home, filled a wooden tub with water, stripped off his garments, and immersed himself in the soothing warmth of the bath. He crouched down, indulging in a blissful soak. Current status of the host: Constitution, 88, Ordinary Physique, Willpower, 33, Ordinary Will, Life Level, 0 Talent, None Commoner Value, 1 this time. Katsuya Jin allocated his commoner value to willpower. As the commoner value flickered momentarily, his willpower increased from 33 to 34. This marked Katsuya Jin's inaugural enhancement of his willpower. In an instant, a throbbing pain surged through him. Within the tub, he gritted his teeth, gripping the edge of the tub as if he might shatter it in the next moment. Fortunately, this excruciating sensation was fleeting, receding like a tide, and he gently massaged his temples, seeking any shifts within himself. An increase in intelligence? A clarity of thought? A surge in comprehension? It seemed as though nothing had changed. Yet perhaps something was indeed different. Deep within, Katsuya Jin sensed the profound depths of his willpower. It might encompass more than mere semantics. It could relate to logical reasoning, emotional intelligence, or even innate talent. In time, he could potentially unlock psychic abilities or even the aptitude for cultivation, as depicted in films and novels. Considering his existence within the Naruto universe, Perhaps willpower is the key to unlocking various talents and capabilities. Of course, these were merely speculations. Currently, he merely felt a slight coolness on his forehead, a subtle enhancement in his control over chakra. Even for the sake of mastering his own strength, Katsuya Jin resolved to elevate his willpower swiftly. After all, possessing immense power is meaningless if one cannot wield it at will. Subsequently, Katsuya Jin began to wash, cleansing himself of the sweat accumulated from training. He recalled a time when he had returned home exhausted, collapsing into bed without bathing, only to awaken the next day with an odor of sweat, enduring the piercing gaze of Uchiha Hitomi throughout an entire class, a scrutiny he could scarcely tolerate. On the following morning, Katsuya Jin awoke feeling refreshed. The muscle soreness from yesterday's arduous training had dissipated, and his formidable physique endowed him with unparalleled recovery capabilities, allowing him to engage in intensive physical training without restraint. For the average person, mindless practice, regardless of effort, yields little benefit and may even jeopardize their health. In the original narrative, Guy demonstrated that hard work is indeed a form of talent. Take the 8 gates, for instance. It epitomizes extreme self-discipline. The manga also illustrated that when Lee opened the 5th gate, Kakashi remarked on his genuine genius. Such rigorous self-regulation is beyond the capability of most individuals. The intense training that Kai and Shaoli engage in has yet to harm their bodies, and it could be deemed a talent, indeed. As Xian Yixing stepped into the classroom with precise timing, his 2 classmates had already taken their seats. Good morning, Kai Ling. After 2 months of interaction, the bond between Xian Yixing and Uchiha Tong had not deepened, whereas he had grown quite familiar with Hinata Kai Ling, leading to a more casual way of addressing her. Good morning, Shunkuin. Would you like a bun? As she spoke, Hinata Kai Ling unexpectedly produced a fragrant meat bun from somewhere and offered it to Xian Yixing. Enjoying and sharing culinary delights is one of Hinata Kai Ling's great passions. However, she does not share with just anyone. Those who receive her food are her acknowledged friends. Xian Yixing naturally accepted the bun, devouring it in a single bite. His rigorous training consumed a great deal of energy, and Kai Ling's daily culinary offerings alleviated his immediate hunger. He felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, "Oh, wealthy lady, I am famished." After swiftly finishing the bun, Xian Yixing greeted his other classmates sitting beside him. Good morning to you as well, Tong. In response, Uchiha Tong merely cast a cold glance at Xian Yixing without uttering a word. Her gaze alone seemed to provide the most eloquent reply. She rested her chin on her hand, as per usual, gazing out at the playground through the window. By the way, have you heard, Shinkuin? Hinata Kai Ling's voice broke through his thoughts, prompting him to turn his head in curiosity. What is it? It seems we have a practical combat class today. A practical combat class? Yes, the teacher will pair us up for sparring. I see. Thank you for the heads up. It seems I must rely on my own resources today. But for you, Kai Ling, this practical class should pose no challenge, right? Coming from the esteemed Hinata clan, Hinata Kai Ling consistently ranks among the top 5 in the class. As for Uchiha Tong, with her aloof demeanor and solitary nature, she firmly holds the first position in class, embodying an air of superiority befitting her lineage. It is impossible not to marvel at the privileges afforded to those from the prominent clans of Konoha. They undeniably have a significant advantage even at the starting line over their commoner counterparts. In contrast, Xian Yixing appears rather inconspicuous. His theoretical achievements may be commendable, yet his ninjutsu practice is lackluster, and his physical prowess and throwing techniques remain unremarkable under his deliberate concealment. It is not that Xian Yixing intends to play the part of a fool, but rather that his current abilities are insufficient to confront formidable opponents. Moreover, to better acquire resources as a commoner ninja, it seems more prudent to present oneself in a manner befitting that role. If his talent were to reach an extraordinary level, he would undoubtedly be eager to showcase his abilities in pursuit of greater resources from the village's upper echelon. After all, one must wonder, if one pretends to be a pig for too long, does one not fear truly becoming a pig? Upon hearing Xian Yixing's remark, Hinata Kai Ling gently encouraged him. Let us strive together, Shunkuin. If you find yourself unable to win, do not push yourself too hard. It is perfectly acceptable to concede. This innocent and naive girl with her Byakugan, does she not realize that such encouragement often stirs a man's fighting spirit even more? To Xian Yixing's surprise, Uchiha Tong, rarely one to speak, interjected with a sharp tongue. She's worried you might get beaten to death. Are you interpreting this or merely mocking me? What does it mean? Can't you have a bit of faith in me? Moreover, how could a practical combat class possibly lead to casualties? Initially intending to keep his talents concealed, the aspiring shinobi, Xin Yisheng, found himself inspired by Uchiha Hitomi's provocations, sparking a change of heart. After 2 months of arduous training and improvements in his physical attributes, he realized that his innate abilities were not inferior to those of the elite ninja clan students. Perhaps this practical class would serve as a splendid opportunity for him to shine? Soon, the first practical combat class commenced. As Hinata Sayaka had mentioned, the homeroom teacher, Nato Takuya, organized the inaugural combat assessment for Class A of the first year, aiming to gain a clearer understanding of the students' progress. The groupings were randomized, and by sheer coincidence, Xin Yisheng was assigned to face none other than his deskmate, Uchiha Hitomi, the prodigious girl from the prestigious Uchiha clan, who consistently ranked first in their class. On the training ground, a group of students was already engaged in battle. Teacher Nato, with a small notebook in hand, stood outside the circle, observing the skirmish and jotting down notes. During the practical assessments, the students utilized blunted kunai and shuriken, which, while preventing fatal injuries, could not entirely eliminate the risk of wounds and bleeding. After all, this was a school for cultivating ninjas, and the world of ninjas was undeniably harsh. How tedious. What is the point of sparring with such toys? Uchiha Hitomi remarked disdainfully, her haughty gaze sweeping over the 2 classmates engaged in combat, a clear expression of disdain upon her face. In response to the aloof Uchiha girl, Xin Yisheng wore a look of resignation and muttered softly, "Well, Hitomi, we are only in the 1st grade. Let us not set our expectations too high. After all, we are just a bunch of kids. If we were to use real kunai and shuriken right from the start, it could lead to unintended casualties. TCH, you should worry about yourself, you fool. When it's our turn to take the stage, I won't hold back," she retorted. Xin Yisheng scratched his nose, awkwardly chuckling, choosing to remain silent, though a glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes. Just right. I too wish to test the measure of my current abilities. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was finally Xin Yisheng and Uchiha Hitomi's turn to enter the fray. Despite Uchiha Hitomi's aloof and solitary nature, she was undeniably a remarkable prodigy. Not only did she dominate Class A of the first year, but she also stood unparalleled throughout the entire grade, with the exception of the legendary Namikaze Minato, known for his golden locks. Her exquisite beauty combined with formidable talent and strength rendered her immensely popular, even with her difficult disposition. Thus, Uchiha Hitomi drew considerable attention the moment she stepped into the arena, captivating not only her classmates but also the teacher and students from the adjacent class. However, their curiosity was not about the outcome of the battle. Rather, they were eager to see what prowess Uchiha Hitomi would unveil. As for Xin Yisheng, well, let us take a moment of silence for him. After all, what misfortune befell him to be paired with Uchiha Hitomi? Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Katsuya Genya and Uchiha Hitomi approached the center of the arena, adhering to the established rules. Within their ninja tool pouches, they had meticulously prepared blunted shuriken and kunai. Though these weapons were devoid of sharp edges, they retained the potential to inflict considerable pain and even breach delicate skin when wielded with sufficient force. Standing opposite each other, Genya and Hitomi formed a standoff seal. Observing the situation, their instructor, Takuya Nato, proclaimed loudly, "Begin." No sooner had the words left his lips than Uchiha Hitomi, swift as a shadow, drew several shuriken from her pouch before Genya could make a move. With a fluid motion, she hurled them toward Genya. Whoosh! In an instant, 6 shuriken transformed into black phantoms, 3 targeting Genya's vital areas, while the other 3 blocked his escape routes. Genya's expression shifted. Surprised, was this the shuriken throwing technique of the Uchiha clan? Indeed, it was exquisite. Such an assault was difficult to evade entirely, yet for Genya, endowed with extraordinary motor reflexes and dynamic vision, it was feasible. He rolled to the side, blocked with a kunai. Clang, clang. Several shuriken collided with the kunai, altering their trajectories. Genya successfully neutralized Hitomi's initial assault. However, before he could regain his footing, Hitomi had already vanished from his line of sight, appearing at his side. A gust of wind surged, and Genya caught a glimpse of a leg striking towards him. In a split second, he countered with a punch against her kick. Boom! The collision of fist and foot unleashed a tremendous force, causing both to stagger back a step, locking eyes in a fierce standoff. What remarkable strength! Hitomi was internally astonished, her finely crafted features momentarily betraying her surprise. While it was understandable for Genya to evade her first wave of attacks, the fact that he could counter her subsequent strike indicated his impressive prowess in physical combat. Her black shoulder-length hair danced in the wind, and Hitomi's dark pupils glimmered with intensity as her sharp gaze scrutinized Genya, a slight smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to conceal your true strength. Come, give it your all and fight me. Her words hinted at an underlying thrill. Genya calmly clapped his hands, his expression unfazed as he replied, I have never concealed my strength. I simply lack the opportunity for practical combat. Yet, it seems that you, Hitomi, claim not to hold back, while still exhibiting restraint with that last kick. Before Genya could finish his statement, Hitomi, her pride pricked by his observation, launched another assault. Brandishing her kunai with remarkable speed, unhesitatingly aiming for Genya's neck. In that moment, her attack was swifter than before, revealing her true capabilities. Clang. First experience battling a Bloodline Limit ninja. Civilian points increased by 1. The sudden notification momentarily distracted Genya, nearly causing him to miss evading Hitomi's strike. Fortunately, he adjusted in time, leaning back to evade the attack. Observing this, Uchihapto's eyes flared with even greater anger. Just moments ago, she had distinctly noticed Xuan Yesheng's momentary distraction, daring to lose focus while engaged in battle against her. Did he underestimate her? What left Uchihapto incredulous was that even while distracted, Xuan Yesheng had still managed to dodge her strike. This indicated that his speed surpassed her own. Gritting her teeth, Uchihapto resolved to unleash her full strength, holding nothing back. Xuan Yesheng, wary of her intensity, raised his kunai to defend. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed. Two pairs of silent, jet-black pupils locked in a gaze, each revealing a sense of earnestness. From their brief exchange, Xuan Yesheng had already discerned that his speed and strength were indeed superior to that of this Uchiha prodigy. However, hailing from a prestigious lineage, Uchihapto evidently possessed far richer combat experience. Compared to Xuan Yesheng, who had trained in isolation, her taijutsu was far more skillful. Leaving him struggling to cope, the two fought with relentless determination, neither able to subdue the other in a short span. Unbeknownst to them, their contest had sparked astonishment throughout the arena. All the students stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What was happening? That underachiever Xuan Yesheng was actually battling the Uchiha clan's genius with such fervor? Surely, Uchihapto wasn't he holding back? Foolishness. Just look at their taijutsu. Could you withstand even 2 exchanges? Hinata Karen was equally astonished, unable to suppress her small mouth, never having anticipated that Xuan Yesheng possessed such prowess. She had always thought him to be merely slightly more gluttonous than herself. Ding. Your brilliant duel with the Uchiha clan member has earned the recognition of the commoner Kato Tori, increasing your commoner value by 1. Ding. Your brilliant duel with the Uchiha clan member has garnered the acknowledgement of the commoner Mutu Ran, increasing your commoner value by 1. Ding. Your brilliant duel with the Uchiha clan member has received the approval of the commoner Chiba Longjing, increasing your commoner value by 1. A cascade of system notifications filled Xuan Yesheng with both surprise and delight. These were all commoner points. Yet, he had no time to ponder further. A singular thought consumed him, defeating Uchihapto. The moment had come to determine the victor. In the next instant, Xuan Yesheng intensified his assault, fully harnessing the advantage of his formidable physique. Every punch and kick resonated with immense power. His physical attribute value of 88 was nearing its limit, a staggering improvement from his original score of 25, more than tripling his strength. Even though Uchihapto was a genius of the Uchiha clan, endowed with exceptional bloodline strength and talent, confronted with Xuan Yesheng's savage combat style, she found herself at a loss. In the face of overwhelming power, all technique seemed trivial. Sweat trickled down Uchihapto's forehead, her palms trembling violently as she felt the force of Xuan Yesheng's every blow intensifying. In stark contrast, she found herself increasingly unable to endure as her physical strength waned. Clattering to the ground, the weapon in Uchiha Hitomi's hand fell, while her figure swiftly retreated, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of horror. What could account for Jinnu Masaru's immense strength? Why was his stamina seemingly boundless? No one could provide answers to her queries. The students present, including their homeroom teacher, Nato Takuya, stood in stunned silence. The atmosphere was thick with stillness. Yet, Jinnu Masaru pressed on, lunging forward with agility. His right hand brandishing the weapon against Uchiha Hitomi's delicate neck. The outcome was clear. Ding. First experience defeating a wielder of a bloodline limit. Civilian points increased by 1. Ding. As a civilian, you have triumphed in combat against a member of the Uchiha clan, recognized by the civilian Hiruno Yao. Civilian points increased by 1. Ding. As a civilian, you have triumphed in combat against a member of the Uchiha clan, recognized by the civilian Kuji Maru. Civilian points increased by 1. Unexpectedly, this bout of sparring had yielded Jinnu Masaru a staggering 13 civilian points. How could he not revel in such triumph? However, to Uchiha Hitomi, the expression on Jinnu Masaru's face was nothing short of a blatant mockery directed at her, biting her lip until it threatened to bleed. She was engulfed in bitterness and reluctance, her gaze fixed on Jinnu Masaru, as if to engrave his visage into her memory. Jinnu Masaru, I will remember you. In our next encounter, I shall not be defeated again. Jinnu Masaru had no intention of offering condolences for one as proud as Uchiha. Any form of consolation would likely be misconstrued as derision. Thus, he opted for silence. Quietly, he exited the arena, having already drawn enough attention. His mind, far removed from the practicalities of combat class, was preoccupied with thoughts of how to utilize this newfound wealth of civilian points. He had not anticipated that gaining civilian recognition would also yield corresponding civilian points, significantly expanding his avenues for accumulation. Although many civilian students in the class had already contributed their share of points, what if he could repeat this process? Moreover, there were civilian students from other classes. Considering the vast number of civilians in the entire Hidden Leaf Village, should he manage to capitalize on this, he might very well become extraordinary. While the precise criteria for recognition remained unclear, Jinnu Masaru had at least discovered another avenue for accruing civilian points, a veritable windfall. The silence was palpable. Ultimately, it was Nato Takuya who broke the stillness, proclaiming with fervor, "Students, did you witness that? With sufficient effort, one can indeed overcome a genius. Surely, Jinnu Masaru has dedicated immense effort behind the scenes. Let us all aspire to learn from him." Seizing this opportunity, he imparted a lesson to all present. Filled with astonishment at the outcome, he had never anticipated such a turn of events. In his mind, he had envisioned Uchiha Hitomi dispatching Jinnu Masaru with effortless ease. In his perspective, Katsuya Genya must have secretly engaged in extensive training to triumph over the prodigy of the Uchiha clan in actual combat. Which teacher would not admire such a diligent and humble student? The words of Takuya Nato shattered the silence, inciting an uproar. Suddenly realizing the implications, everyone felt as though they were caught in a dream. The students could not help but display expressions of shock and disbelief. Katsuya Genya had actually defeated Uchiha Hitomi. This meant that Katsuya Genya was no longer the so-called inept ninja, but had transformed into a genius who overcame the Uchiha prodigy. Amidst the clamor, Takuya Nato remained composed, intending to console Uchiha Hitomi. However, Uchiha Hitomi showed no appreciation, scoffing dismissively and turning away. Her gaze was solely fixed on Katsuya Genya. As a proud member of the Uchiha clan, her resolve to grow stronger surged intensely. Katsuya Genya, as the first of her peers to shatter her pride, would undoubtedly remain etched in her memory forever. Ahem, in any case, Uchiha Hitomi, do not be disheartened. You are one of the most talented students I have encountered, and you shall surely become an extraordinary ninja in the future. To mask his awkwardness, Takuya Nato retracted the hand he had intended to place on Uchiha Hitomi's shoulder and spoke warmly. In the crowd, Ayaka Hyuga stared vacantly at Katsuya Genya and Uchiha Hitomi as they retreated from the arena, belatedly exclaiming, "Eh?" Observing Ayaka Hyuga's naturally bewildered expression, Katsuya Genya could not resist winking at her, smiling as he said, "Ayaka, thanks to your good wishes, I came out of this practical lesson relatively unscathed." Before Ayaka Hyuga could respond, Uchiha Hitomi heard him and snorted, resolutely determining to double her efforts in training while also keeping a close eye on Katsuya Genya, convinced he possessed some secret to his newfound strength that she was unaware of. "Katsuya, you are so impressive." Despite her usual demeanor as a blissfully naive foodie, Ayaka Hyuga, being from the Hyuga clan, had discerning eyes. She recognized that Katsuya Genya's victory was not merely a stroke of luck, but a triumph achieved through genuine prowess over Uchiha Hitomi. Countless gazes were fixed upon Katsuya Genya, all imbued with lingering astonishment. Even Minato Namikaze from the neighboring class was captivated by this battle, scrutinizing Katsuya Genya with newfound respect. Following this practical assessment, Katsuya Genya instantly became the focal point of discussion throughout the entire Ninja Academy. Many were astonished by Katsuya Genya's strength, particularly his extraordinary physical capabilities, which evidently could not have been attained solely through routine training, leaving them curious. Katsuya Genya attributed this to his bloodline limit of the ninjutsu transformation. He understood that as his physical attributes continued to improve, the advantages would become increasingly apparent, akin to a bloodline limit. This explanation was flawless, for within the ninja world, bloodline limits are remarkably diverse, encompassing ocular techniques such as the Sharingan and Byakugan, physical abilities such as the Shikatsumiyaku and the Hozuki clan's hydration technique, as well as chakra-based techniques like wood release and ice release. The body enhancement type of bloodline limit possessed by Xuan Yesheng is indeed not remarkable. After the initial shock subsided, everyone gradually regained their composure. In a clearing behind the ninja school, Xuan Yesheng did not allow himself to become complacent after a single victory in practical training. His daily rigorous training regimen remained steadfast. He stood silently before a wooden post, not moving, but rather contemplating a pressing question. How should he allocate the newly acquired 13 civilian points? If he were to invest all 13 points into his willpower, it would elevate his score from 34 to 47, significantly enhancing his chakra control and facilitating his ninjutsu training. Yet, was this truly the wisest choice? Since realizing that civilian recognition could also yield civilian points, Xuan Yesheng understood that he could no longer maintain a low profile. He must continually showcase his talents, achieving greater accomplishments in his civilian guise to amass further points. Moreover, following the astonishing results of his practical class, he was acutely aware that troubles would soon follow, thus necessitating a more formidable strength. With this thought in mind, Xuan Yesheng's gaze hardened, and he decided to allocate all his civilian points to his physique. He was eager to discover whether reaching a physique value of 100, or even surpassing it, would precipitate any transformative changes. Physique value: 89 physique value, 90 physique value, 91 previously. Xuan Yesheng had incrementally increased his points, but this was the first instance of such a substantial allocation. Initially, strength was merely a byproduct of enhancing his physique, yet after this significant investment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. His complexion flushed deeply, akin to the effects of intoxication. This was a manifestation of the invigorated vitality within his body. On a microscopic level, every cell in Xuan Yesheng was being fortified, dividing and rejuvenating. Each newly formed cell seemed to be imbued with formidable life force. His muscle fibers continuously tore and reconstituted into a more powerful and robust form. This was no longer merely a physical enhancement. It resembled a transcendence to a higher state of existence. Physique value: 92 physique value, 93 physique value, 94. Xuan Yesheng sensed his entire body swelling, resembling an inflated balloon, as the intensity of his physical form hinted at an overwhelming surge of vitality threatening to burst forth. With a primal scream, he shed his upper garment and began to unleash his pent-up energy upon the wooden post, attempting to expel the burgeoning vitality within him. The well-defined muscles upon his frame rippled like liquid mercury. Nearly every strike left a small indentation on the wooden post. In the past, such a depth would have required dozens, if not hundreds, of blows to achieve. Physique value: 97 physique value, 98 physique value, 99. Suddenly, there was a sound akin to a bowstring being drawn taut. As Xuan Yesheng struck the wooden post, his form quivered, and subsequently, every muscle in his body began to contract, becoming increasingly tight and dense. Through the surface of the skin, one can discern the muscle fibers coiled beneath like steel wires. At last, the physical attribute value reached 100, and it seemed that further enhancement was no longer possible, as if some unseen constraint had been imposed. A series of crisp, crackling sounds echoed, accompanied by an unexpected outpouring of sweat from Xuan Yesheng, cascading profusely as if it were raining, forming large puddles upon the floor. When the transformation concluded, Xuan Yesheng appeared rejuvenated, his once inflated physique reverting to a normal state, elongated yet brimming with explosive potential. As he moved slightly, the muscles throughout his body emitted a painful yet satisfying sound of tension, akin to countless steel springs being gradually stretched. He clenched his fist and executed a casual strike into the air. A sharp crack resonated, effortlessly piercing the atmosphere. Such power was overwhelming. Xuanyushin gazed at his hands, unable to suppress his admiration. This strength was not merely a matter of force, it was the embodiment of physical prowess. Ding! The host's physical attribute value has reached its limit, awakening the extraordinary talent of body liberation. Current status of the host: physical attribute 100, first breakthrough, willpower 34, mortal will, life level 0.5 talent. Body liberation, commoner value 1 breakthrough. Xuanyushin's thoughts crystallized, and he realized that upon attaining a physical attribute value of 100, he had surpassed the limits of mortal constitution. No wonder his body reacted so dramatically, as if reborn. To break through limits is to prove oneself extraordinary. It appeared he had unlocked a remarkable talent. As Xuanyushin murmured his thoughts, a torrent of information surged into his mind, instantaneously imparting a profound understanding of the body liberation talent and its application. The essence of body liberation lies in freeing Xuanyushin's muscles from their constraints, allowing him to unleash his full potential. One of the abilities conferred by this talent enables him to master his muscles with greater ease. Strictly speaking, without this talent, his meager willpower of 34 might have led to his untimely demise. This was also the reason he could no longer allocate points to his physical attribute. He must first elevate his willpower to a sufficient level. The breakthrough in physical attributes finally elevated his life level to 0.5. Could it be that only with the enhancement of willpower would his life level truly reach 1? What transformations awaited him then? Xuanyushin felt a surge of anticipation. Beneath the afterglow of the setting sun, a cool breeze brushed against Xuanyushin's face. He glanced at the battered wooden post, contemplating the need to revise his training regimen. It was time to consider incorporating heavy weights into his routine. This post had fulfilled its purpose. Thus, facing the wooden post, Xuanyushin threw another punch. This strike was slow, barely half the speed of his previous punches. Yet, at the moment of impact, beads of sweat visibly erupted from his forehead and cheeks. He appeared to be struggling immensely. Meanwhile, his punching arm had, unbeknownst to him, grown robust all around. The muscles in his arms surged like waves, with veins that were usually concealed beneath the flesh now bulging forth, resembling swollen earthworms. The liberation of his physical form was evident. At this moment, his newly unlocked talent made its grand debut. Xuanyushin gazed at his right arm, acutely aware of the unprecedented tension in the muscle fibers within. Each fiber seemed to intertwine like thick ropes, tightly coiling together, taut and firm, contracting and expanding with explosive force. Boom! Although the speed was not remarkable, his right hand unleashed a sudden, crisp sound. The solid wooden post, riddled with grooves, shattered as if it were fragile cardboard, splintering and sending wooden fibers flying in every direction. The might of a single punch was indeed terrifying. Huffing and puffing, Xuanyushin's chest heaved violently, gasping for air as if he were on the brink of asphyxiation. After delivering that punch, he felt like a deflated balloon, instantly succumbing to exhaustion. His right arm returned to its normal state from its previously swollen and fierce condition, accompanied by a faint, tearing pain. He understood that the punch had already caused some muscle fibers and tendons in his arm to rupture and strain. At this stage, let alone the liberation of his entire being, he could hardly endure even a partial release of his physical form. Yet, there was no trace of disappointment on Xuanyushin's face. After all, his physique had just broken its limits, and he had not yet undergone sufficient training, leaving vast potential yet to be tapped. Generally speaking, a ninja's strength experiences rapid growth between the ages of 12 and 18, and training during these years can lead to remarkable advancements in their abilities. Benefiting from his newfound physical limits, Xuanyushin, at the tender age of 6, had already entered this period of accelerated growth. Once he reached the phase of physical development, this growth rate would likely increase even further. According to his estimations, when utilizing a partial release of his physical form, the instantaneous explosive power of his arm had at least doubled. Once his physical strength improved, this explosive power could potentially increase even more. In the world of Naruto, human physiques generally surpass those of ordinary humans by a factor of 2, while Xuanyushin's physique exceeded that of the natives by more than tenfold. Note: a powerful physique does not imply that the protagonist's current strength and speed are multiple times that of others. For instance, Naruto possesses the Uzumaki physique, which left him undernourished, preventing his potential from being fully realized, leading him to lag behind upon entering the Ninja Academy. In other words, his current physique was already on par with that of Naruto Uzumaki at the same age. With such a formidable physique, it would indeed be a pity not to train in physical techniques. Xian Yisheng's expression turned contemplative. A powerful physique would greatly enhance the training of physical techniques and certain secret arts aimed at strengthening the body. For instance, Tsunade's monstrous strength, the Third Raikage's lightning release techniques from the Hidden Cloud Village, and the Eight Gates technique. Each thought brought a glimmer of aspiration to his eyes, yet in the end, he could only smile wryly. Unfortunately, these secret techniques were presently beyond his reach. He was merely a civilian orphan. How could he possibly come into contact with such lofty and profound secrets? Merely being able to satiate his hunger was already a considerable feat. As he felt the gnawing pangs of hunger in his stomach, Xuan Sheng's expression turned sour. With the limits of his physique being surpassed, his appetite had inexplicably grown to an alarming extent. At this rate, the inheritance left by his adoptive parents would scarcely suffice. He had already consumed a fair share of snacks shared by Hinata Ayane, and felt too embarrassed to trouble her further. Perhaps, he mused, he might seek out a wealthy benefactor to indulge in a life of ease. Just as he was lost in thought, fate intervened. From the depths of the forest, a diminutive figure emerged from the shadows, her shoulder-length hair dancing in the evening breeze. With her pitch-black eyes surveying the disheveled scene, a flicker of astonishment and realization crossed her face. The newcomer was none other than his deskmate, Uchiha Hitomi. Xuan Sheng. It appears you have concealed your true strength during practical lessons. Her cool voice resonated as she directed her gaze towards him, her eyes sweeping over his exposed torso. Through the contours of his powerful physique, she sensed the magnitude of his capabilities. The peripheral vision caught sight of the severed training post, causing her pupils to constrict. Such training posts were commonplace, and she had one at home. A well-made training post had but one requirement: resilience. To have so thoroughly dismantled such a robust and durable training post was truly remarkable. Upon recognizing her, Xuan Sheng's eyes gleamed with intensity, and he feigned a casual smile as he said, "Ah, it's you, Hitomi. What brings you here at such a late hour? Are you still vexed about your defeat in today's match and seeking to reclaim your honor?" "Humph." Uchiha Hitomi scoffed, slightly tilting her head in a condescending manner. "You need not provoke me. I am indeed not your match at present. However, this is merely temporary." Typically, she maintained an air of superiority, yet this time, her confidence appeared somewhat feeble, especially after her recent loss to Xuan Sheng. Before she could finish her sentence, he interjected, "Do not deceive yourself, Uchiha Hitomi. The gap between us now is akin to the disparity we faced when we first entered school. While you have progressed, I have only accelerated my growth." His analogy struck a nerve. Indeed, at the beginning of their studies, students from aristocratic families like Hitomi had already undergone extensive training, making it easy for her to overpower 3 Xuan Shengs. Yet, in just a span of 2 months, their strengths had undergone a dramatic reversal. A flicker of bitterness and reluctance flashed across Hitomi's face. She could not refute his words, for he spoke the undeniable truth. "Under my unique training regimen, you will never be able to keep pace with my progress," Xuan Sheng proclaimed with feigned pride. "Unique training regimen?" Hitomi's eyes sparkled with intrigue, seemingly uncovering a crucial point. She yearned to discover what rendered Xuan Sheng's regimen so distinctive, yet her pride hindered her from inquiring directly. To her surprise, it was Katsuya Genya who took the initiative to speak. "After all, we are classmates and share the same desk. If you desire, I can share this with you, Hinata." Uchiha Hinata felt a stir in her heart, suppressing her excitement as she replied, "You would be so kind? State your conditions." Genya tilted his head in confusion, looking at Uchiha Hinata as if to say, "We are all classmates. What conditions are necessary? If I must propose a condition, let us simply become friends." Under the last rays of the setting sun, Genya's smile was somewhat dazzling, complemented by his silvery hair, exuding an extraordinary charm. "Is it really that simple?" Uchiha Hinata was momentarily taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing her exquisite face. She had not anticipated that such a valuable training regimen would come without any demands. As if meeting Genya for the first time, Uchiha Hinata scrutinized him attentively and solemnly nodded, saying, "Very well, I accept. Henceforth, we are friends." Poor Uchiha Hinata, unaware that every gift from fate had already been marked with a price in the shadows. Particularly, The more freely given something is, the more costly it can be. Genya retrieved a small notebook from his ninja tool pouch and tossed it to Uchiha Hinata. She caught it and opened the notebook, studying it earnestly, her expression growing increasingly peculiar. Strangely, no matter how she looked at it, these appeared to be the most fundamental exercises. Many of the training methods were ones she herself employed. Aside from a few rather peculiar techniques, she had never encountered them before. Could such basic movements truly lead to rapid strength enhancement? Seemingly sensing Uchiha Hinata's doubts, Genya smiled and explained. What you see in your hands is my initial foundational training plan. Essentially, I update my training regimen periodically, and to date, I have revised it over 10 times. Genya was not lying. His training program was updated almost daily, as each passing day saw his physical attributes increasing, allowing him to undertake more rigorous training schedules. What I call a unique training regimen is, in fact, a scientifically efficient plan tailored to my own physical condition. Often, what is most suitable is indeed the best. Genya's explanation convinced Uchiha Hinata, and she nodded in understanding, saying naturally, "Then please help me devise a training plan suitable for me." That is certainly possible, but... Genya displayed a hint of hesitation, struggling to express his thoughts. What is the matter? You just declared we are friends. And now you are reluctant to assist with even this? Uchiha Hinata raised an eyebrow, her gaze towards Genya sharpening. No, since we are friends, I would not be stingy with a mere training plan. However, crafting one specifically for you requires an understanding of your actual condition, Genya stammered, his eyes drifting momentarily over Uchiha Hinata's petite form before hurriedly shifting his gaze away. He is indeed a genuine connoisseur of mature women, showing no interest whatsoever in younger girls. The perceptive Uchiha Hitomi quickly grasped the underlying implication of Jinsuke's words, and a faint blush unexpectedly crept upon her exquisitely crafted icy visage. Jinsuke's intent was to evoke a look of inner turmoil on Uchiha Hitomi's face, and soon, driven by her desire to grow stronger, she made a resolute decision. Taking a deep breath, she cast a frigid gaze upon Jinsuke, as if regarding a lifeless stone, and coldly declared, "Go ahead and touch, but if you dare to be reckless, you shall face dire consequences." Hearing Uchiha Hitomi's fierce tone, Jinsuke felt a sense of grievance. Did she think he relished this? Nevertheless, his hands did not falter. He did not intend to take advantage of Uchiha Hitomi. Rather, having awakened the talent of physical liberation, his mastery over his own muscles had significantly improved, deepening his understanding of the human body. Thus, under the influence of this talent, Jinsuke ultimately devised a tailored training regimen for Uchiha Hitomi. This training plan will suffice for 2 weeks, he instructed. Remember, it has been crafted according to your physical limits. So do not slack off or overexert yourself. This will yield the best results. Do you understand? Additionally, I have prepared a dietary plan for you. The more rigorous the training, the more crucial it is to sustain your body's energy. As if you would ever slack off. If this training regimen proves ineffective, you will have to reckon with me. After receiving the training plan, Uchiha Hitomi turned on her heel and departed. Whether out of shyness or eagerness to test its efficacy remained uncertain. After taking a few steps, she paused, facing away from Jinsuke, and remarked, "Even among friends, one must keep clear accounts. As compensation, I shall cover the expenses incurred by your training plan." Upon hearing this, Jinsuke's eyes brightened. Truly, the Uchiha clan is generous with their resources. He had been pondering how to engage Uchiha Hitomi, but to his surprise, she was so accommodating. Watching her retreating figure, Jinsuke chuckled softly before resuming his training regimen. 681, 682. Ding. Experience a commoner's training plan. Commoner points 1. With the notification ringing in his ears, Jinsuke rose, stretching his stiff arms and shaking off the sweat that clung to him. He sensed a decline in efficiency. As he felt the changes in his body, his brow furrowed. The training plan that had overwhelmed him just yesterday now merely made him break a sweat after surpassing his physical limits. It was time to prepare for weighted training, which would incur considerable expenses. Fortunately, he had our affluent Hitomi as a classmate. The world of Naruto possesses an array of advanced weighted ninja tools. Jinsuke still vividly recalls watching the anime, where he marveled at the astonished expressions of everyone when Lee discarded the inconspicuous iron plates strapped to his legs. Who would have thought such small plates could bear such tremendous weight? Even more astonishing was that it marked Rock Lee's singular moment of glory. Yet, Upon reflecting on how Uchiha Sasuke managed to match Lee's speed within a month through the stimulation of his cells with lightning, Jinsook found it somewhat amusing. Sometimes, genius defies all logic. Upon returning home, Katsu stood before the full-length mirror, bare-chested. He could distinctly perceive an exaggerated enhancement in both the density and strength of his muscles. His entire physique appeared as a cohesive entity, solid as iron. As he concentrated, the muscles beneath his skin undulated, transitioning from a slightly engorged state back to normalcy, restoring his figure to a balanced form. Normal state, combat state, liberated physical state, Katsu murmured, noting that with the limits of his physique shattered, he seemed to possess an even more aesthetically pleasing appearance, imbued with a touch of vitality and agility. Suddenly, he turned on the faucet, allowing the water to cascade down, his expression shifting to one of peculiarity. To his eyes, the flow of water resembled a video playing at 5 times its normal speed. With a flick of his wrist, a shuriken flew towards the wooden target on the wall, and in Katsu's perception, the projectile's velocity appeared to diminish. No, it was not the water or the shuriken that had slowed. Rather, his neural reflexes had surged to an extraordinary level. Katsu quickly deduced this revelation. Feeling a rush of excitement and curiosity, he flicked his wrist once more, sending another shuriken hurtling towards the target, this time exerting 8/10 of his strength, resulting in an even swifter trajectory. Simultaneously, Katsu's focus sharpened, his gaze fixated on the shuriken. To his astonishment, the projectile's speed seemed to decelerate, transforming into a slow-motion spectacle reminiscent of a cinematic bullet time. Remarkably, under such intense concentration, my neural response has further improved, he mused as he observed the gradually normalizing slow-motion scene, a thought suddenly taking root in his mind. Could he now evade bullets? After a careful analysis of this notion's feasibility, he concluded it was indeed plausible. His instantaneous explosive speed and heightened reflexes had reached a level sufficient to dodge bullets, meaning traditional shuriken techniques posed no threat to him any longer. Next, Katsu retrieved a shuriken, grasping it in his right hand, and made a swift slice across his left arm. With a mere 2 or 3/10 of his strength applied, the sharp blade merely grazed his taut muscle, deflecting harmlessly and leaving only a faint white mark. A satisfied expression spread across Katsu's face. Indeed, after surpassing his physical limits, the increase in his body's strength had significantly bolstered his defensive capabilities. Reflecting on his previous life while watching Naruto, Katsu realized many held a misconception regarding the ninja's attributes, believing them to possess high offense but low defense. Yet, were the bodies of ninjas truly so fragile? Consider Naruto, who, as a child, effortlessly leaped across rooftops. This indicated that a ninja's physical strength far exceeded that of an average person in the real world. In the original narrative, Kakashi withstood an impact of the magnitude of Shinra Tensei, capable of effortlessly demolishing houses, obliterating earth walls, and sending 3 giant toads flying, without so much as a change in expression. Nor did he suffer from significant bleeding, internal injuries, or concussions. Similarly, Asuma, after enduring the reflected damage from Haiden's jutsu, was left with only a minor abrasion. Additionally, Sasuke, in the face of Deidara's C2 explosions, akin to the force of a rocket launcher, remained steadfast in his positioning. Most importantly, none of the aforementioned individuals possessed Orochimaru's bodily modifications, the Sage Mode, or the Susanoo enhancement. They relied solely on their pure physical prowess. In stark contrast, Gaara, who prides himself on absolute defense, was shattered by a miniature C1 spider, resulting in severe injury and unconsciousness. Good morning, Hinata-san and Ayane-san. As usual, Katsuya Genya entered the classroom, greeting his 2 desk mates. Hinata Ayane responded warmly, puffing her cheeks, seemingly occupied with some snack. She rummaged through her pocket and produced a cookie, offering it to Genya, fulfilling the daily ritual of sharing. To Genya's surprise, Uchiha Hitomi, who typically ignored him, turned her head, made eye contact, and nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed that she was indeed honoring their pact of friendship. Perhaps it was also due to his victory over her in the practical combat class yesterday, earning her recognition of his strength. After all, Uchiha Hitomi's principle is to respect the strong, showing little interest in sharing with the weak. This certainly reflects the Uchiha clan's character. Contemplating the upcoming procurement of weighted ninja gear, Genya deliberated before addressing Uchiha Hitomi, Hitomi-san, regarding the expenses for the training plan. Before he could finish, Uchiha Hitomi tossed a pouch of money his way. Upon receiving it, Genya discovered it was filled to the brim with large bills, more than sufficient for the purchase of the weighted gear. This is my allowance. You can use it for now. Furthermore, aside from the training plan, you are to accompany me for practical training every day. Is that agreeable? Clearly, coming from a prestigious family, Uchiha Hitomi must hold a significant position within her clan. Otherwise, how could such a young girl possess such a substantial allowance? Absolutely. No problem at all. Genya responded eagerly, his heart soaring. The prospect of training with a wealthy companion was delightful. Moreover, practicing with Uchiha Hitomi would undoubtedly enrich his practical experience, a true win-win situation. Meanwhile, Hinata Ayane, who had been quietly observing the entire exchange, stood agape, her mouth wide enough to fit an egg, her face a canvas of shock. What had she just witnessed? Why would Uchiha Hitomi give money to Genya? Was there some financial transaction between them? Hinata Ayane's mind raced with various scenarios, her typically innocent expression now reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Considering Genya's orphaned background, her gaze shifted towards him, tinged with sympathy. She resolved to treat him with more kindness, to share more of her treats with him in the future. Oblivious to the dramatic narrative unfolding in his desk mate's mind, Genya only sensed that Hinata Ayane's gaze felt somewhat peculiar that day. He dismissed it without further thought. As the school bell rang, the first class at the Ninja Academy commenced. The initial lesson focused on the will of fire, a concept that the third Hokage had diligently propagated. Not only did he imbue the will of fire with his insights, but he also made numerous adjustments to the curriculum of the Ninja Academy based on this principle. Kagami Hoshino remarked that Naruto should not be titled Legend of the Eyes, but rather the terrifying recruitment of the 5 villages conflicts. As he pulled out a thick tome entitled The Will of Fire, he felt that such lessons were merely a waste of his precious time. Yet he maintained a facade of humility and eagerness to learn. Countless instances have demonstrated that when one's strength is insufficient to alter the course of events, holding the correct stance becomes paramount, even if it is but a pretense. Before long, Hoshino felt a gentle prod on his left arm. Turning his head, he beheld Uchiha Hitomi, who also feigned attentiveness, gazing resolutely ahead. However, upon lowering his gaze, he discovered a note being passed to him by Uchiha Hitomi, inscribed with the words, "You find this class tedious as well, don't you?" After a moment's contemplation, Hoshino retrieved a piece of paper and penned in response, "How could that be? Teacher Nato's lectures are so captivating. I aspire to become a great ninja who inherits the will of fire." Uchiha Hitomi shot Hoshino a disdainful glance and continued to write, "Stop pretending. Instead of wasting time here, we could be training independently. I know a jutsu called shadow clone technique. Once mastered, we could use clones to attend class." Hoshino's eyes widened in intrigue. The shadow clone technique, one of the most iconic jutsus in Naruto, was certainly familiar to him. As a supportive ninjutsu, its practicality was undeniable, allowing the user to utilize clones for intelligence gathering. Moreover, Naruto Uzumaki, endowed with the protagonist's halo and an extraordinary chakra reserve, employed the technique to share experiences and knowledge with his original self, significantly enhancing his training efficiency. Of course, this method was uniquely suited for Naruto. In his previous readings of fanfiction, Hoshino had noted that only the protagonists seemed aware of how to leverage the shadow clone technique to expedite their training, which was a rather amusing observation. The principles of the shadow clone technique were clearly articulated, and the reason others refrained from utilizing it for accelerated training was that the method was fraught with peril. In other words, had Naruto been devoid of his protagonist's advantages, he would have long since been overwhelmed by the sheer volume of memories, resulting in a state of mental incapacity. Thus, Hoshino cautiously inscribed on the note, "The shadow clone technique is classified as a B-rank ninjutsu. We are not even genin. The risks associated with such techniques are far too great for us. It would be wise not to attempt it carelessly." Generally, experienced ninjas preemptively dispel their shadow clones before a fatal blow can strike, preventing any debilitating sensations from transferring back to their original body. Consequently, it is typically forbidden for genin to learn the shadow clone technique, as their lack of practical experience and mental fortitude renders them incapable of dismissing the clones at the appropriate moment. The prospect of multiple shadow clones simultaneously succumbing to a lethal attack would likely result in a psychological trauma akin to experiencing a devastating loss, illustrating the inherent dangers involved. Uchiha Hitomi glanced at the note Hoshino had sent her, keeping his words in mind. Yet her proud demeanor compelled her to retort, I almost forgot. You are somewhat inept at ninjutsu. Indeed, B-rank techniques are still far too challenging for you. Though he was bested by Uchiha Sho in the realm of ninjutsu training, Uchiha Hitomi could undoubtedly outshine him by several leagues, which brought her a sense of solace, causing her lips to involuntarily curve upwards. Uchiha Sho, upon perusing the note, chose not to indulge in childish pettiness, knowing that once he enhanced his willpower, the intricacies of training in ninjutsu would be effortlessly resolved. Suddenly struck by a thought, he inscribed on the paper, do you have any lightning release ninjutsu? Or perhaps any related scrolls? Among the meager inheritance left by his parents, there existed only a couple of fire release scrolls, but none pertaining to lightning release, prompting him to turn his attention to Uchiha Hitomi. The sudden desire for a lightning release scroll arose from his wish to master the activation of lightning release cells, thereby further augmenting his speed. Lightning release ninjutsu? If you wish, I can bring you 2 scrolls from home, Uchiha Hitomi replied nonchalantly. Uchiha Sho had grown somewhat desensitized to the generosity of the affluent Uchiha Hitomi, pondering why so many were drawn to a life of dependency. At that moment, he felt a gentle poke on his right arm. Turning to see, it was Hinata Sayaka, who, much like Uchiha Hitomi, feigned attentiveness while secretly passing him a small note that read, What are you two discussing? In that instant, Uchiha Sho thought he heard a notification. Hinata Sayaka had tapped him and requested to join the chat. She seemed quite eager to be involved, her expression brimming with curiosity. Noticing her interest, he paused for a moment, contemplated, and then tore off another piece of paper to respond. We are discussing the culinary delights near the school. Mentioning food indeed captured Hinata Sayaka's attention, as her eyes sparkled with excitement while she wrote on the note, I know of a newly opened ramen shop. I believe it's called Ichiraku Ramen, and I've heard the flavors are delightful. They are currently hosting an eating contest after school. Let us invite Hitomi and go try it together. Truly, she was a devoted foodie, well-versed in matters of cuisine. Ichiraku Ramen? A spark ignited within Uchiha Sho. Since his arrival in the Naruto world, he had yet to truly savor the experience due to pressing concerns. Thus, he conveyed a note to Uchiha Hitomi. Hitomi, let us go to Ichiraku Ramen after school, and Sayaka will join us as well. I've heard the flavors are exceptional. Uchiha Hitomi's response was succinct and to the point. In this manner, the 3 of them discreetly arranged their dinner plans. Uchiha Sho intended to enjoy a meal at Ichiraku Ramen before procuring weighted ninja gear. Ichiraku Ramen, being a newly established eatery in Kanahagakure, had yet to gain significant popularity, resulting in only modest business. To enhance its reputation, the owner orchestrated an eating contest. Anyone who could consume a gigantic bowl of family-style ramen within 10 minutes would dine for free. Otherwise, they would be required to pay the full price. After school, Uchiha Sho, accompanied by Uchiha Hitomi and Hinata Sayaka, settled into Ichiraku Ramen. Uchiha Hitomi ordered a bowl of pork bone ramen, while Uchiha Sho and Hinata Sayaka, without a hint of hesitation, opted to challenge the eating contest. They exchanged knowing smiles, a silent camaraderie that was beyond words. Suddenly, Katsuya Genya remarked, Karen, given our appetites, this challenge presents no difficulty whatsoever. Shall we add a little more excitement? The wager shall be, whoever loses must pay for our future ramen at Ikaku. Ever since surpassing his physical limits, Genya felt confident that no one could rival his appetite. Thus, he boldly proposed the bet to Hinata Karen. After a moment of hesitation, Hinata replied, Well, Katsuya, perhaps we should refrain from wagering. Karen. Are you afraid? Genya jested, raising his eyebrows. Provoked by his taunt, Hinata ultimately agreed. Once the wager was established, Genya wore a triumphant smile and quickly beckoned the owner to expedite the delivery of the ramen. Once I triumph over Hinata Karen, I shall enjoy endless bowls of Ikaku ramen. The owner of Ikaku, a kindly man in his 30s, was assisted by a graceful young lad named Shudai. Soon enough, fragrant bowls of ramen were presented, each a feast for the senses, enticing and visually appealing. The oversized family ramen bowls were significantly larger than the standard ones, with a single bowl capable of equating to 3. 10 minutes proved more than sufficient for both Genya and Hinata. Within 3 minutes, they had polished off one bowl each and ordered another, commencing a new round of their time challenge. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hitomi leisurely savored her meal, and by the time she finished her bowl, the other 2 had already amassed 3 empty bowls beside them and were tackling their 4th. Her pupils narrowed slightly, and a flicker of astonishment appeared on her otherwise stoic face. Are these two truly human? The ramen shop's father and son shared her incredulity. If the owner spoke Chinese, he might recall the phrase, "The previous emperor's enterprise was cut short." Would these two youngsters truly consume his establishment into bankruptcy? 4 bowls, 5 bowls, 6 bowls, 7 bowls. Upon reaching the 8th bowl, Genya hit his limit. He turned to Hinata, observing her effortless demeanor, and opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. This is it. I have overestimated myself and underestimated Hinata's appetite. The count of bowls continued to rise. When Hinata polished off her 10th bowl, she noticed Genya and Uchiha Hitomi, as well as the ramen shop as father and son, staring at her with bewildered expressions. Blushing slightly, she set down her bowl and shyly murmured, "Am I perhaps full?" Genya's eyelids twitched. "So you haven't even had your fill?" If she truly indulged, one could only wonder how many bowls Hinata could consume. After all, she was merely 6 years old and already had such an appetite. It was uncertain who would be able to sustain her in the future. Hinata's impressive appetite reminded Genya of the original character, Hinata Hyuga, known for her insatiable hunger, enduring rigorous training while perpetually unsatisfied. Perhaps this was the reason why she, despite possessing the purest Byakugan, failed to exhibit the expected talent and prowess. After their meal, the trio went their separate ways. Walking through the bustling streets of Kanahagakure, Xuan Yesheng occasionally gazed around, enveloped by an uncanny sensation. Regardless of the reasons, he found himself undeniably immersed in the world of Hokage. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. After traversing for some time, he finally arrived at a ninja tool shop, only to spot a striking figure clad in the signature green spandex. Excluding the yet-to-be-born Rock Lee and the still young guy, the identity of the man before him was unmistakable. It must be the perennial genin, Might Guy. In an instant, Xuan Yesheng was certain of the identity of this man, who was also purchasing weighted ninja tools. He held a deep admiration for Might Guy and his son, Rock Lee, those diligent prodigies. As someone who also belonged to the realm of physical training, he felt a kinship with them, a sense of mutual respect. Nevertheless, the thought of donning the green spandex himself was utterly unthinkable. Inside the shop, 2 robust young employees huffed and puffed as they unceremoniously tossed the weighted tools purchased by Might Guy onto the ground. The clattering sound reverberated through the space, as if the earth itself trembled. The shopkeeper cast a glance at Might Guy, his patience wearing thin, and remarked, "All right, these are the weighted tools you wanted. Hurry up and take them away." Might Guy, with a sheepish smile, effortlessly lifted the heavy items that had required the combined effort of 2 employees just moments ago. Observing Might Guy's departing figure, the shopkeeper could not resist making a disparaging comment. What good is mastering taijutsu? He'll always be just a genin. Perhaps the shopkeeper's voice was too loud, or Might Guy had not walked far enough, for the latter caught the words, pausing momentarily before striding away as if unfazed. Xuan Yesheng, fully aware of Might Guy's terrifying prowess, calmly watched this scene unfold, feeling a deep sense of irony. Here was a man capable of vanquishing the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, yet he remained a mere genin in Konoha, subject to ridicule. It is undeniable that, compared to his strength, Might Guy's mental fortitude was even more commendable. Shaking his head, Xuan Yesheng stepped into the ninja tool shop and addressed the shopkeeper. "I would like to purchase 8 of those weighted tools." Although Xuan Yesheng had no immediate need for such a quantity, he wished to acquire them all at once. Bolstered by the financial support of a wealthy benefactor, "You wish to purchase weighted tools as well?" The shopkeeper regarded Xuan Yesheng with surprise, pondering how such a small child could possibly require them. However, with business at hand, he quickly acquiesced. Before long, the shopkeeper's employees brought forth 8 weighted tools. Xuan Yesheng hefted one, surprised by its weight. Though small, it felt remarkably heavy in his grasp. He could not help but lament the peculiarities of technology in the world of Hokage, pondering the materials used for these weighted tools. Had his physique not already transcended its limits, he doubted he could have carried them back alone. "Heavier than I had anticipated. I shall commence my training with 2 weighted plates. With this modest burden, my mobility will remain largely unaffected." Encased in a heavy load-bearing gear, Xuan Yesheng stepped out of the shop, his gaze sweeping the surroundings until it settled upon a fleeting green figure. He quickened his pace, trailing the individual until they reached a secluded grove. In a clearing before the forest, Might Guy donned the astonishingly heavy training apparatus. subsequently embarking on what could only be described as a fervent regime of physical training. In stark contrast to his scientific workout regimen, Mike Guy's approach was raw and unrefined, singularly focused on relentlessly pushing his physical limits until they were shattered. This method proved remarkably effective in rapidly extracting one's latent potential. Without hesitation, Xian Yisheng discreetly noted down Mike Guy's training techniques. In the past, he might have hesitated to experiment with such extreme and potentially injurious methods, yet with his enhanced physique and an abundance of vitality coursing through him, Mike Guy's training style was perfectly suited to his current state. Silently recording the location of Mike Guy's training, Xian Yisheng resolved to incorporate it into his own practice, recognizing it would expedite his progress far more than his previous aimless endeavors. As time passed, the days turned into weeks. Due to their shared fondness for ramen, the bond between Xian Yisheng, Uchiha Hitomi, and Hinata Sayuri deepened considerably. Xian Yisheng was relieved that, despite losing a bet, Hinata Sayuri had never insisted he treat her to Ichiraku ramen. Another month slipped by. Almost every afternoon after school, Uchiha Hitomi sought to engage Xian Yisheng in sparring matches, both to assess the efficacy of her training regimen and to fulfill her fierce desire to surpass him. Benefiting from a private tutor within her clan, she was taught various combat techniques, which Xian Yisheng gradually absorbed during their practice sessions. Simultaneously, he had tailored a physical training plan specifically for her. Consequently, Uchiha Hitomi's abilities had skyrocketed over the past month, rendering her nearly unmatched among her peers. Yet, despite her remarkable progress, Uchiha Hitomi showed no sign of complacency. The reason was clear. Xian Yisheng's growth was even more astounding. No matter how hard Uchiha Hitomi trained, she had yet to achieve a single victory over him, not once. She sensed that the gap between them was widening, a reality that was intolerable for a prodigy like herself. Why, despite adhering to your training plan, does your strength progress at a faster rate than mine? One day, unable to contain her curiosity, Uchiha Hitomi finally voiced her inner doubts. In her eyes, Xian Yisheng must be concealing something. After all, as an ordinary citizen without any esteemed mentors, how could his rate of growth surpass that of a Uchiha genius? It was simply inconceivable. Upon hearing her question, Xian Yisheng smiled subtly, pondering that Uchiha Hitomi had at last summoned the courage to inquire. He paused momentarily before articulating the words he had long prepared. I have concealed nothing in my cultivation. The reason lies in the fact that after awakening the meat release bloodline limit, my physical strength has been steadily increasing almost daily. Since no one else has awakened the meat shield bloodline limit, Xian Yisheng can fabricate whatever narrative he desires. The meat shield bloodline limit? Uchiha Hitomi furrowed her brows. Having heard her deskmate mention it before, she hadn't anticipated that the meat release bloodline limit could continually enhance the physical form. However, do not be too disheartened. You should have mastered those two lightning release techniques by now, right? Once you learn to utilize lightning release to stimulate your cells, activating their vitality, you should be able to match my speed, Xian Yisheng reassured her. Yet, to Uchiha Hitomi, such comforting words felt more like the condescension of a strong individual towards the weak, an affront she could hardly endure. I am leaving. With that, Uchiha Hitomi stormed off, leaving Xian Yisheng in a state of bewilderment. However, he was accustomed to her occasional sulking. Tomorrow, she would surely return to her usual self. Such fleeting moods arose quickly and dissipated just as swiftly. After watching Uchiha Hitomi's figure vanish from sight, Xian Yisheng's thoughts shifted. Current status of the host: physique 100, limit broken once, will 68, mortal will, life level 0.5, talent, physical liberation, commoner value 0, as his willpower reached and even surpassed half of his physique value. Xian Yisheng gradually discovered that his vast chakra was becoming controllable once more. At the very least, it was a significant improvement compared to the prior inability to successfully perform any jutsu. Nonetheless, he remained focused on physical training, as practicing ninjutsu now yielded diminishing returns. It was more pragmatic to devote this time to enhancing his physical prowess. It is worth noting that aside from certain bloodline ninjas, the true pinnacle of the ninja world is predominantly occupied by commoner ninjas who excel through exceptional physical techniques. Moreover, the enhancement of his willpower fortified Xian Yisheng's spirit. Rendering his convictions pure, he could endure even the most arduous training, repeatedly surpassing the limits of his body. This was also the source of Uchiha Hitomi's despair. Over the course of nearly a month, Xian Yisheng made tremendous strides in physical techniques, surpassing the standards of even lower and mid-level ninjas in both strength and speed. As for high-level ninjas, he remained uncertain due to a lack of comparison. His 2 weights had transformed into 4, and he anticipated that soon he could add 2 more. If Uchiha Hitomi were to learn that during their sparring sessions, Xian Yisheng trained with weights, she would likely be driven to tears. The following morning, with no classes scheduled, the lakeside lay deserted, the surface of the azure water tranquil. Suddenly, a figure surged forth from the shore, darting swiftly towards the center of the lake. The figure assumed a running posture, moving at remarkable speed, arms swinging vigorously, creating splashes upon the water's surface. Harnessing this momentum, the figure propelled itself several meters before gradually submerging into the water, only to return and repeat the same action. After several attempts, Katsuya Haruno finally concluded his speed test and settled down on the shore. He shook his head, pushing back his damp hair while basking in the sunlight that dried the remnants of water on his body, reflecting on the recent testing process. The world of Naruto features numerous iconic battles on the water's surface. By channeling chakra through their feet, ninjas can walk and run upon the water. With Katsuya's current mastery over chakra control, he could achieve this feat after training. However, he had just run across the water solely using his physical strength. Without employing any chakra, his recent actions bore a resemblance to the lightness of water-walking skills, unexpectedly fulfilling his childhood dream of martial arts upon traversing into the world of Naruto. Katsuya's eyes sparkled with delight. After a brief respite, Katsuya breathed steadily. With each inhalation and exhalation, a significant amount of oxygen was drawn into his nostrils, filtered through his lungs, and delivered to his blood and various parts of his body. His entire physique felt liberated. In an instant, prominent veins bulged, and the sinewy muscles of his chest tightened rhythmically. The sound of bones creaking echoed as the muscles in his arms instantly contracted like steel cables, rapidly swelling in girth. Next, his legs followed suit. If there had been onlookers, they would have witnessed Katsuya's figure abruptly heightening, as if a 6-year-old child had instantaneously matured into a youth of about 10. His stature, already above that of his peers, now resembled that of an adolescent. Suddenly, Katsuya sprang into action. His veined arm struck out with the force of a giant serpent. This was Katsuya's first punch delivered in a state of complete physical liberation, and it was his most formidable strike at that moment. A sharp, piercing whistle resonated through the air as layers of white energy rippled outward from his fist. The violent gust from his punch sent fragments of stone skittering across the ground, while the surrounding flora and bamboo bent violently in one direction. Before Katsuya, the lake's surface near the shore appeared as if cleaved by a great blade, creating a fissure deep enough for a finger. Though the gap gradually began to close, the once turbulent lake soon regained its tranquility. The only sound remaining was Katsuya's heavy breathing. As his inflated physique returned to normal, Katsuya felt a sense of relaxation wash over him, his previously taut muscles subtly easing. The state of complete physical liberation was one he could maintain for no more than a minute. Exceeding that time posed a risk of bodily collapse. Yet, in this state, both his strength and speed had experienced a qualitative leap, increasing by at least twofold, and even his chakra surged significantly. The unlocking of complete physical liberation had propelled Katsuya's power to an entirely new realm. Moreover, the sensation I experienced from complete body liberation resembled the opening of the 8 gates. The 8 gates technique involves unlocking the pathways of chakra within the human body to temporarily attain immense power. When all 8 gates are opened, it is referred to as the 8 gates formation, granting the user a strength that surpasses that of the 5 Kage by several magnitudes. Upon reflection, the effects of complete body liberation do bear some resemblance to the 8 gates. However, they are not entirely alike. The 8 gates comes with pronounced side effects, and the rampant chakra it unleashes renders the user incapable of employing other ninjutsu, presenting significant drawbacks. In contrast, complete body liberation imposes a greater physical burden but almost lacks any other adverse effects, allowing it to be combined with other ninjutsu in combat. This alone far surpasses the 8 gates. In my previous life, while reading the Naruto novels, I often encountered authors who exalted the 8 gates technique to an extraordinary degree, with many protagonists ultimately overcoming its side effects effortlessly. In reality, it is not the 8 gates that possesses the true strength. Rather, it is Might Guy and Might Daitai. The efficacy of a technique depends fundamentally on its user, a notion repeatedly validated by the original storyline. For instance, the B-rank ninjutsu Great Fire Destruction, when wielded by Uchiha Obito, exhibits power comparable to that of S-rank ninjutsu. If given the opportunity, it might be worthwhile to draw inspiration from the Eight Gates technique, as it could yield new insights. I silently pondered, recalling that I had previously observed Might Daitai's training on several occasions. Unfortunately, his regimen consisted solely of conventional training and did not encompass the Eight Gates. Logically, at this juncture, Might Daitai should have perfected the Eight Gates technique, should he not? With this thought in mind, I resolved to try my luck and see if Might Daitai had practiced the Eight Gates today. I was not particularly worried about being disappointed, given that Might Daitai was a fervent practitioner, unwavering in his high-intensity training regimen every day, barring mission obligations. However, before I could reach the main thoroughfare, I encountered a boy adorned with a forehead protector and clad in a ninja uniform approaching me. From the style of his attire, it was evident that he was a Chunin. Upon noticing me, the Chunin strode directly toward my direction, his face betraying a palpable arrogance. As we closed the distance to merely 3 or 4 steps apart, I inquired with a faint smile and a calm voice, "Is there something you need?" Despite an inkling of foreboding about the visitor's intentions, I maintained my composure and tranquility. After all, we were within the confines of Kanahagakure, merely 2 intersections away from the commercial district. Surely, he would not dare to act recklessly. The Chunin crossed his arms and looked down at me with a cold demeanor, stating, "You are the one who defeated Miss Hinata in the practical combat class, are you not?" Miss Hinata? It appears that Uchiha Hinata holds a higher status within her clan than I had anticipated. However, it had been several months since the practical combat class competition. There was no reason for him to seek me out now. That would be me. What is your relation to Hinata, and what guidance do you offer? I replied. Observing the composed demeanor of Kuroya Masaru, the Uchiha Chunin felt a surge of irritation, especially upon hearing him affectionately refer to Uchiha II as two classmate. Unable to restrain himself, he declared, "I am Uchiha Yuru. Remember my name, little brat. I have come specifically to warn you to keep your distance from Uchiha II. She is a rare genius of our clan, a talent that comes once in a decade. Associating with a mere commoner like you will only hinder her potential." Uchiha Yuru had previously served as Uchiha II's tutor and was well aware of her extraordinary abilities, an abundance of chakra far surpassing her peers, an innate precision in chakra control, and formidable learning capabilities coupled with an instinct for combat. All these attributes indicated that Uchiha II was destined to be the hope of her clan, the pillar of their future. Yet, this rising star spent her days mingling with a common orphan, a situation Uchiha Yoru found intolerable. Uchiha II and Kuroya Masaru often honed their skills in the ninja training grounds, yet occasionally, she would invite him to practice in the clan's internal training facilities. Always possessing her own opinions, Uchiha II paid little mind to the scrutiny of others and had never concealed her association with Kuroya Masaru. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuru's words, a look of sheer astonishment flickered in Kuroya Masaru's eyes. "Who are you to Uchiha II? What gives you the right to dictate with whom she associates? Is this the arrogance of the Uchiha clan, to brazenly speak such audacious words?" Responding to this, Kuroya Masaru chuckled, raising his chin defiantly. "What if I refuse?" Seeing Kuroya Masaru's unwavering stance, Uchiha Yoru was infuriated, his face contorting with rage as he scoffed. "You think you have the right to refuse?" No sooner had he spoken than he lunged forward, his hand reaching out to seize Kuroya Masaru. Did this fool dare to resort to violence in public? Had the Uchiha clan grown so arrogant? Or was this individual simply lacking in common sense? Kuroya Masaru, both astonished and enraged, reacted swiftly, stepping back to evade the grasp. "Humph, you dare to dodge?" Uchiha Yoru's irritation surged as he advanced again, this time throwing a punch aimed squarely at Kuroya Masaru's face. Initially intending merely to intimidate the boy by grasping his collar, Uchiha Yoru was now genuinely incensed. Observing the impending strike, Kuroya Masaru's eyes sparkled with determination. Without the slightest hesitation, he clenched his fist, drawing in his energy to deliver a powerful counterpunch. Boom! The two fists collided almost instantaneously. In terms of physical prowess, Kuroya Masaru was confident that he did not lag far behind his opponent. Indeed, even with a 5 or 6 year age difference, he felt assured of his strength. After all, he boldly claimed to possess the body modification bloodline limit. As a wielder of a bloodline limit, it was only natural for him to possess considerable strength, right? Crack! With the clash of their fists, an unimaginable force surged through Kuroya Masaru's arm. As a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, Uchiha Ya's expression shifted drastically. Shock etched across his face. Impossible. This little brat possesses such terrifying power. Feeling his entire arm creaking, Uchiha Ya was engulfed in horror, desperately channeling chakra within him. Yet, in his haste, he was ultimately sent flying by Genya Masaru's punch, his body propelled back several meters. He was a Chunin. Moreover, a Chunin of the Uchiha clan. When he first heard of a civilian defeating Uchiha Itachi with a temporarily awakened bloodline limit, Uchiha Ya's astonishment was beyond measure. However, upon understanding the situation, he became dismissive, believing that Genya Masaru had triumphed through sheer surprise. It was an unreasonable outburst in the heat of the moment that had led to Uchiha Itachi's defeat. In terms of bloodline limits, could there be anything more powerful than the Sharingan? Furthermore, he was a Chunin. Surely, dealing with a mere student who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy would be effortless. Thus, despite Uchiha Ya's anger, he did not lose his composure, moderating the force of his punch. Little did he expect that the strength derived from his opponent's body-based bloodline limit would be overwhelming even for him, a Chunin. The shock he felt was palpable. Gazing at Uchiha Ya, who had been knocked back by his punch, Genya Masaru's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he murmured to himself, "My power has indeed surpassed that of the Chunin. If an ordinary Genin were to engage in a fistfight with me, they would likely shatter their bones in an instant." Yet, Uchiha Ya, being a Chunin, had a quick reaction time. Aside from a minor scrape on his knuckles, it did not hinder his combat effectiveness. Damn brat. Do not think that just because you have awakened your bloodline limit, you can act so recklessly. I will make you understand that not just any bloodline limit can flaunt itself before the Uchiha. Uchiha Ya proclaimed indignantly. In his mind, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan was the most formidable bloodline limit. Due to the earlier commotion, attention gradually turned towards them, and curious gazes were cast their way. Under the scrutiny of these astonished looks, Uchiha Ya felt a burning shame upon his face. A dignified Chunin being pushed back by a mere academy student would be a disgrace. It would bring shame upon his entire clan. In the next moment, Uchiha Ya advanced, opting to engage in taijutsu instead of ninjutsu to reclaim his honor. Genya Masaru, initially wary of Uchiha Ya employing ninjutsu, now witnessed his audacity to continue the battle with taijutsu, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. How arrogant the Uchiha were. What is that commotion? It seems to involve a member of the Uchiha clan. I recognize him. That is Uchiha Ya. It appears someone has provoked him. Humph. The Uchiha are becoming increasingly audacious, now even targeting a child. Noticing the stir, many gathered around, some sympathizing with Genya Masaru while quietly criticizing the Uchiha's tyranny. Clearly, the Uchiha clan did not enjoy a favorable reputation in Konoha. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Genya Masaru and Uchiha Ya clashed once more. Faced with the ferocious strikes of Uchiha Yi, Xuanyashing chose to confront the onslaught head-on, embodying the age-old adage that sheer strength can overcome all. Regardless of how flamboyant your techniques may be, I shall shatter them with a single blow. It appeared that Uchiha Yi had anticipated Xuanyasheng's approach, retracting his previously restrained fist while simultaneously sidestepping, his right leg launching upward with a force potent enough to shatter the very ground beneath. Should this kick connect, even if Xuanyasheng were to survive, he would undoubtedly sustain grievous injuries. In that critical moment, Xuanyasheng's concentration heightened, and the world around him seemed to unfold in slow motion, showcasing the brilliance of his reflexes and dynamic vision. Uchiha Yi's unexpected strike was entirely captured within Xuanyasheng's line of sight, with a liberating surge of physical prowess. A series of cracking sounds emanated from Xuanyasheng's right arm, which instantly thickened as he raised it to deliver a punch. An aura of fierce energy swirling around the tip of his fist, manifesting visible waves of white energy. This punch, striking with unanticipated swiftness, landed before Uchiha Ye's leg could reach him. The impact reverberated violently, and Uchiha Ye clenched his jaw, yet was unable to withstand the force of the blow. In a flurry of astonished gazes, Uchiha Ye was once again sent flying by a single punch. He soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing against the wall, causing the plaster to peel away like fragile paper. Blood trickled from the corner of Uchiha Ye's mouth as his body sank partially into the wall, creating a shallow dent. This was the steep price for attempting to combat Xuanyasheng with mere physical prowess. Ding! first experience of publicly dominating a bloodline limit ninja. Even the common folk have their moments of triumph. Commoner value increased by 1. Not even a Chunin from the Uchiha clan could withstand such a terrifying burst of power. How could this mere child possibly possess such strength? With a look of utter disbelief, beads of sweat trickled down Uchiha Ye's forehead as he struggled to regain his balance, only to find his body on the verge of collapse, his limbs numb and uncooperative. Thud! Just as Uchiha Ye descended from the wall, he tumbled clumsily to the ground, his body still trembling slightly. The expansive street fell into an eerie silence as the onlookers ceased their chatter, the only sound being Uchiha Ye's persistent coughs. Their gazes flickered momentarily upon Uchiha Ye before shifting to the still-standing Xuan Yesheng. Dazed, all that occupied their minds was a sense of bewilderment. They had never anticipated such an outcome. The inherently malevolent Uchiha youth, who had brazenly bullied a child in public, now found himself at the receiving end of a retaliatory punch that sent him crashing into the wall. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. This was unprecedented. They felt as if their minds had been struck with a powerful blow, followed by a voice whispering in their ears, surprised, shocked. Is this truly the Uchiha? This child is extraordinary. With a single punch, he sent the Uchiha boy flying. Just a moment ago, I seemed to witness his arms suddenly swell with immense strength. Am I dreaming? Everyone gazed in astonishment at Uchiha Yuru, who remained prostrate on the ground, and at the serene Xian Yisheng, who had retracted his fist, his arm returning to its normal state. Had the roles been reversed, with Uchiha Yuru launching Xian Yisheng into the air, no one would have been surprised. However, the inversion of their roles evoked sheer disbelief. As Uchiha Yuru finally regained his composure, the first sight that met his eyes was the peculiar gazes of those around him, shattering his resolve. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The audacity of that little brat. He lowered his head, roaring in humiliation, having been struck down by a mere child. Blood spilling from his mouth, it was an utter disgrace. When Uchiha Yoru raised his head, his crimson eyes glimmered with the Sharingan. In his madness, he had lost all rationality. His Sharingan was filled with murderous intent. This time, he harbored no reservations and brazenly unleashed his technique, forming hand seals to initiate a jutsu. Driven by an overwhelming desire to annihilate Xian Yisheng and cleanse his shame, Uchiha Yuru disregarded the fact that this was the village's main street. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. With his first move, he employed the most powerful B-rank fire jutsu at his disposal, in stark contrast to the inconspicuous C-rank Great Fireball technique. The might of the B-rank Fire Dragon Flame Bullet was incomparable. This technique conjured flames saturated with chakra, dancing like a ferocious dragon. Commanding the flames to obey the user's will is a daunting task, achievable only by a select few skilled ninjas. The fire emitted by the user would split into 3 directions, front, left, and right, simultaneously assaulting the enemy and instantly reducing them to ashes. On the scene, 3 fire dragons surged forth towards Xian Yisheng, seemingly poised to engulf him entirely. The ground beneath them cracked under the searing heat, and the air shimmered with distortion. Be careful. This madman is unleashing such a jutsu in the streets. The onlookers gasped in terror and retreated. Only ninjas dared to remain close enough to witness the spectacle, as they could easily evade the residual waves of energy. Confronted with the ferocious fire dragons, Xian Yisheng's pupils constricted, his expression turning grave. For this was his first encounter with a jutsu of such caliber. The 3 fire dragons sealed his escape route, leaving him with no option to evade. Since evasion was futile, he resolved to confront it head-on. Just as Xian Yisheng prepared to disregard his physical limitations and activate complete body liberation, once more, a figure flickered into existence before him, hands moving with the swiftness of an afterimage, forming seals in rapid succession. Water release. Water barrier. Suddenly, torrents of water erupted from thin air, surging in a tidal wave that defied gravity, manifesting a barrier akin to a castle wall. The ferocious fire dragon's flame collided violently against the water barrier, and in that fleeting moment of contact, a dense cloud of white mist surged upwards, accompanied by a hissing sound. Xuan Yashing's bangs were lifted by the heat wave, and for the first time in the world of ninjas, he felt the formidable and wondrous power of ninjutsu firsthand. This sensation was entirely different from merely watching animation on a screen. A cold sweat broke out as he suddenly realized the folly of his earlier intention to confront such a potent ninjutsu with his physical body. Even with his current enhanced physique, lacking a thorough exploration of his body's potential, attempting to withstand the fire dragon's flame would likely result in severe burns. Ultimately, the fire dragon did not breach the water barrier, vanishing like a mud cow sinking into the sea. The flowing water gradually dispersed, leaving no trace behind. It was as if nothing had ever occurred. Uchiha, to dare engage in private combat within the confines of Konoha village without permission. Come with me to meet the Hokage. A chilling voice echoed. Standing before Zuanyashing was a figure clad in a fox mask, an Umbu agent. Generally, the Umbu would not intervene in ordinary disputes, but Uchiha had audaciously resorted to a wide-range attack ninjutsu, which was absolutely intolerable. Upon witnessing the Umbu's intervention, Uchiha, consumed by rage, suddenly regained his composure. With a swift mental shift, he declared, "Must we trouble the Hokage for such a trivial matter?" He forcefully suppressed his murderous intent. Casting a cold glance at Zuanyashing before continuing to address the Umbu, "I am a member of the Konoha Guard, and I suspect this boy, Zuanyashing, is in collusion with scouts from the enemy village, hence I wish to take him in for questioning." The statement left everyone momentarily stunned. What is the meaning of turning the tables? This is it. Zuanyashing inwardly cursed the other's shamelessness. No wonder he dared to act publicly. He had clearly concocted an excuse beforehand, brazenly taking advantage of his status. Power. He yearned for even greater strength. At that moment, the once relaxed Zuanyashing, buoyed by his rapid growth in power, felt an insatiable thirst for strength. The onlookers displayed expressions of disdain and scorn. Those who had arrived at the scene first clearly saw the Uchiha clan member initiating the trouble with a child, yet they refrained from speaking out, intimidated by the prestige of the powerful families. The Umbu in the fox mask was not swayed by such tactics. The Umbu directly reported to the Hokage and did not concern themselves with familial ties or ranks. He coldly inquired, "Do you have any evidence?" In response, Uchiha stubbornly retorted, "I fear this is none of your Umbu's concern. The matters of the Konoha Guard will be handled by us. So there is no need for Umbu to intervene." "Humph. Without evidence, can your Konoha Guard arbitrarily apprehend anyone? I see you are merely trying to wriggle out of this." As the Uchiha clan grew increasingly arrogant, the village's upper echelons had long since given instructions to suppress them both overtly and covertly, determined not to fuel their hubris. Thus, the Umbu agent in the fox mask took a firm stance. Furthermore, Zuanyashing, as a newly emerged bloodline limit bearer, though still in the early stages of his growth and unaware of the true extent of his bloodline's power, was nonetheless on the watch list. Even if he is not a primary concern, he should not be subjected to unfathomable destruction. Therefore, the Umbu of the fox mask could not allow Uchiha to take Genya in his presence. The onlookers had long grown accustomed to such scenes. The confrontations between the Umbu and the Konoha police force had undoubtedly played out numerous times, yet invariably, they concluded without resolution, and this instance was no exception. It was evident that the Umbu of the fox mask exuded a more formidable presence, compounded by the fact that the accusations made by Uchiha against Genya were entirely fabricated. Thus, he had no choice but to relent. "Humph." With a disdainful snort, Uchiha turned away. His expression darkened as he contemplated finding an opportunity to deal with Genya in due course. Meanwhile, Genya observed Uchiha retreating figure, his mind equally scheming. He would find a chance to eliminate his adversary. He was no benevolent saint, since his opponent refused to let him be. They should brace themselves for his counterattack. As the surrounding crowd sensed the excitement waning, they gradually dispersed, casting glances at Genya that revealed a hint of pity. After all, having offended a member of the Uchiha clan, future troubles were likely inevitable. The Umbu of the fox mask gave Genya a penetrating look before vanishing in an instant. The scene of Genya being struck down twice had not escaped his notice, and his assessment of the boy was elevated once more. He felt compelled to report this to the Hokage. Such talent, if nurtured within the Umbu, would be invaluable. Unbeknownst to Genya he had been labeled as possessing potential. Even if he were aware, it would not bring him joy, for potential merely indicated vast room for growth. What he truly desired was tangible power firmly within his grasp, not some ethereal promise of capability. Following this incident, Genya proceeded directly to the small grove where Might Guy usually trained, and indeed, he found him engaged in his regimen. However, after a casual glance, Genya halted, his eyes fixated on the scene before him. The afternoon sun blazed intensely, casting a myriad of light spots upon the ground through the foliage. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, causing the dappled light on the ground to dance. The entire grove emanated an air of tranquility and serenity, yet this tranquility was abruptly shattered by an overwhelming presence. Deep within the forest, in a clearing, a man clad in a green jumpsuit stood with his eyes tightly shut, regulating his breath. The leaves rustled with the breeze. This serene tableau was suddenly disrupted by the man's movements. Boom! It was as if thunder had struck from a clear sky. Genya, who had been secretly observing, found his vision engulfed by a surging green radiance. This luminous green was none other than the tangible manifestation of his overwhelming chakra. There stood Might Guy at the center of the clearing, his fists clenched as he gathered energy, an astonishing aura radiating from him. The immense chakra surged forth, even materializing into a physical form. The grass beneath Might Guy's feet swayed as if buffeted by an invisible tempest, thrashing wildly under the pressure of the energy. The 8 gates. It had to be the 8 gates. Might Guy, who possesses no mastery of ninjutsu, has evidently unleashed the 8 gates. Genya gazed in awe at this spectacle, his eyes suddenly sparkling with a luminous brilliance as he softly murmured, "The 8 gates, which I have long yearned to witness and learn from, has finally revealed itself to me today. This is indeed the legendary and most formidable forbidden technique of taijutsu." With a thunderous roar, Might Guy clenched his teeth, producing a metallic tearing sound as he slightly bent his knee and suddenly stamped his foot upon the earth. The 5th gate, the door of doubt, is now open. Veins bulged ominously, and muscles swelled with intensity. The once kind and spirited Might Guy now bore a fearsome visage, his skin turning a dark hue, and his muscles engorged to a grotesque degree, presenting an unparalleled visual impact. Boom! The ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web, the fissures rapidly spreading. The once solid and robust earth appeared fragile as paper in this moment. With an explosive surge of power, Might Guy's figure vanished from sight, flickering into existence before a stout tree several dozen meters away, unleashing a powerful punch. This velocity surpassed even the most exaggerated forms of body flicker technique. Boom! An invisible and ferocious aura rapidly expanded outward from Might Guy's center. With a resounding crash, the sturdy tree abruptly splintered, its upper trunk crashing to the ground. In this state, Might Guy's offensive and speed attributes had ascended to an astonishing level. Even Genya, with his exceptional dynamic vision, struggled to keep pace with Might Guy's movements. He marveled inwardly. Impressive. Truly a forbidden technique. In comparison to physical liberation, the 8 gates surpasses in offensive power, although it places a greater burden on the body. Of course, this is also due to my own physical potential yet to be fully realized. Otherwise, the limits of physical liberation could be further elevated. In the center of the arena, after delivering his punch, Might Guy stood still, savoring the insights gained from the state of the door of doubt. Suddenly, he called out to Genya concealed position, "Come forth, do not hide." Were my whereabouts discovered? Genya sheepishly touched his nose and stepped out from behind the tree. Whether it was due to his rapt attention or Might Guy's heightened awareness in the state of the door of doubt, he nevertheless found himself exposed. Just as Genya anticipated an interrogation from Might Guy, he was met with a thumbs up and a broad smile, his pearly whites glistening in the sunlight. "Ah, young man, you too have come to train? What a diligent youth you are." Genya was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that the peculiar thought processes of the Might family were indeed quite unconventional. The prepared remarks he had in mind were rendered unnecessary, and he confessed honestly that he often came to observe Might Guy's training. In other words, this was not his first time spying. Ha ha ha. A hearty laughter echoed through the woods, followed by an action that left Genya utterly flabbergasted. Might Guy knelt on both knees, gazing skyward with moist eyes, tears brimming. This is youth. To my astonishment, there are still individuals willing to learn my martial arts. Oh dear, young one, let us strive together for a brighter tomorrow for the Hidden Leaf. This is simply unbelievable. Observing the personality of Might Guy and Rock Lee, which mirrors that of the animated characters, Xuanya struggled to contain his emotions. Ding! Your youthful efforts have garnered the recognition of the common ninja, Might Dai. Commoner Value 1. What? Gaining Might Dai's recognition was so effortless? Ever since the last practical class, Where Xuan Yesheng amassed a significant amount of commoner value from his classmates, he had scarcely received any recognition from others. This made him realize that the criteria for recognition vary among individuals. To his surprise, as long as he did not squander his youth in exerted effort, he could attain Might Dai's acknowledgement, which was indeed a delightful surprise. Might Dai wore a radiant smile as he patted Xuan Yesheng's shoulder, lamenting, "Alas, I am not proficient in ninjutsu, so I cannot teach you anything." Cough, cough, Xuan Yesheng interjected. "In truth, I am also not skilled in ninjutsu. My classmates refer to me as a ninjutsu failure. Hence, I thought to secretly learn your martial arts." He did not consider this a falsehood, as it was indeed true that he had once been labeled a ninjutsu failure, given his inability to perform even the most fundamental body replacement technique. However, with the enhancement of his willpower, Xuan Yesheng's chakra control had long surpassed the average level, even brushing against the threshold of excellence, thus enabling him to practice ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Might Dai appeared taken aback, his expression one of surprise. "Is that so? Young one, I never anticipated we would share such a profound connection." Overwhelmed by the realization that Xuan Yesheng had experienced a similar plight, Might Dai could not contain his emotions and began to weep heartily, exclaiming, "Oh, young one, we are both lost souls in this vast world." Xuan Yesheng, feeling quite awkward at witnessing an adult weep so unabashedly before him, nearly found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, after the emotional outburst, Might Dai wiped away his tears and boisterously thumped his chest, proclaiming, "Fear not, young one. Even without ninjutsu, one can still become an exceptional ninja. You must have seen my performance earlier, yes? That power is a result of over a decade of dedication. As long as you master this, even relying solely on martial arts, you can become formidable." Xuan Yesheng was momentarily taken aback, then a hint of excitement graced his features. "Are you willing to teach me?" he asked, astonished that Might Dai would so generously offer to instruct him in the 8 gates technique. Upon reflection, it made sense. Might Dai had devoted over 10 years to the solitary study of the 8 gates, and it was only natural for him to seek companionship in a fellow practitioner. Might Dai clenched his fist in excitement and said, "Of course, young one. What I employed earlier is a forbidden technique known as the 8 gates. Its essence lies in transcending the physical limits of the body to unleash a surge of chakra for enhanced offensive capabilities. Each gate opened in the 8 gates grants the user several times, or even greater, chakra strength, though the user must also bear the corresponding burden. Thus, the physical resilience and the innate chakra capacity of the 8 gates user determine whether they can fully harness its might. Currently, I have only unlocked up to the 6th gate." When discussing the 8 gates of Duanjia, Might Dai speaks with profound authority. For as a practitioner of this forbidden technique for over a decade, none comprehend it better than he. As Xuan Yesheng listens, his eyes brighten with excitement. Having surpassed the limits of his physical constitution, his strength far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Even among his peers, those from the Shikatsumiyaku clan may not rival him. Regarding his chakra reserves, to be frank, he himself is uncertain just how vast they have become. 1 card, 2 cards, or perhaps even more. Kakashi interjects, "Are you being polite?" After the thrill subsides, Might Dai adopts an unusually serious demeanor. "Young man, remember that the cultivation and application of forbidden techniques carry inherent risks." Xuan Yesheng nods, acknowledging his understanding and resolve. "I am aware, but for the sake of becoming stronger, I am willing to embrace this risk." Might Dai pauses, a flicker of something unusual crossing his gaze as he looks at Xuan Yesheng. "Oh my, I am so moved. Is this what youth is? Let it burn bright." Witnessing Might Dai's emotional display, shedding tears and sniffling, Xuan Yesheng can only facepalm, thinking, "Just put me out of my misery." Thus unfolds the training process of the 8 gates of Duanjia and the effects following the opening of each gate. Might Dai earnestly elucidates. Despite being inexperienced in teaching or other ninjutsu, his insights into the 8 gates are immensely beneficial to Xuan Yesheng. "Young man, your physical talent surpasses my expectations. Perhaps you shall traverse further along the path of the 8 gates than I ever could." After gaining insight into Xuan Yesheng's formidable strength, Might Dai expresses his satisfaction, yet advises, "I recommend you familiarize yourself further before opening the 1st gate, even though your physical prowess is adequate." Xuan Yesheng agrees, stating, "I understand that the side effects of the 8 gates intensify with each gate opened. A robust physique can mitigate these side effects. Is it not absurd to call it a forbidden technique without any drawbacks? However, he finds the potential side effects completely acceptable. In a previous life, while indulging in fan fiction, he witnessed numerous transmigrators effortlessly modifying the 8 gates, transforming it even into an infinite technique devoid of side effects, which he found truly astonishing. What makes the 8 gates of Duanjia formidable lies in its ability to unlock potential, trading increased physical strain for immense power. This suggests that the greater the side effects, the greater the power attained. Such reasoning aligns with common sense. The more potent the strength, the higher the cost of its use. Therefore, the notion of eliminating side effects is fundamentally at odds with the very essence of the 8 gates. It is preposterous. To lack side effects implies mediocrity. In other words, if one truly possessed such capability, they could simply create a ninjutsu that enhances physical attributes without side effects, which would be far simpler than attempting to alter the 8 gates. Why seek distant solutions when closer ones exist? At this moment, Xian Yisheng harbors no desire to eliminate the side effects of the 8 gates. Rather, he wishes to amplify them further to attain unparalleled strength. Because he understood that once his physical limits were surpassed, he would far exceed the capabilities of an ordinary person. As he unlocked his potential, his bodily strength would continue to amplify, enabling him to endure the side effects of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Furthermore, with the continuous enhancement of his willpower, the shackles on his physique were on the verge of being unbound, allowing him to further augment his physical attributes. His current martial arts prowess was commendable, yet he lacked a definitive attack method. Several techniques from the 8 gates, such as the morning peacock, the day tiger, the evening elephant, and even the night guy, were formidable moves that could almost deliver a conclusive strike. With this in mind, Xuanyushin closed his eyes, contemplating the experiential techniques recently imparted by Might Guy, and began to visualize the opening of the gates. Moments later, Xuanyushin suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Open gate." Might Guy silently observed, surprised yet unsurprised by Xuanyushin's eagerness to attempt opening the gate. He hoped the youth would not be disheartened, for mastering the 8 gates was no trivial feat. In the next instant, Might Guy's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an entire egg. With Xuanyushin's powerful shout, he instantly activated the first gate, the opening gate. The surging chakra emanating from him signified that he had successfully opened the gate. The effect of the opening gate is to liberate the brain's inhibition on chakra, allowing the user's strength to fully manifest. Even without the 8 gates, Xuanyushin, possessing the ability to control muscle, could easily achieve this, and with a willpower score of 68, he was more than capable of meeting the conditions for unlocking his cerebral domain. He savored the sensation of opening the gate, deepening his understanding. It was no wonder the first gate required the unlocking of the cerebral domain. It was to activate neural cognition and better control the augmented strength. Additionally, I have finally discerned the distinction between physical liberation and 8 gates of Duanjia. Physical liberation pertains purely to the innate physical strength that belongs to me, while 8 gates of Duanjia relies on the activation of chakra throughout the body, exemplifying a technique that enhances martial prowess through chakra amplification. For instance, body flicker technique utilizes chakra to invigorate the body, achieving swift movement. The 8 gates, in this regard, takes it to an extreme. Thus, my immense chakra finally found its purpose. A powerful surge of chakra erupted from within Xuanyushin, boiling and spilling forth as he opened the gate. Might Guy could only gape, speechless. This youth, while already formidable in martial arts, possessed an astonishing reservoir of chakra. The amount was several times greater than his own. Indeed, it could be said to be a dozen times more. The momentum of Xuanyushin opening the first gate rivaled that of Might Guy activating his third gate. Then came the second gate. Rest gate. Open. The third gate. Life gate. Open. Xuanyushin roared, consecutively opening 3 gates. The volume of chakra within him doubled once more. His hair was tousled into spikes by the surging waves of chakra, his skin flushed crimson, and an intangible, ferocious aura radiated outward from Genya Katsuhiko, spreading rapidly in all directions. In that moment, his posture resembled that of a scion unleashing their power. Might Guy's watermelon-like hair danced wildly in the chakra gusts, and he trembled slightly, an uncontrollable excitement bubbling up from within. A genius. This youth was a prodigy in physical techniques, innate mastery of muscle control, an astonishing physique, and an immense reservoir of chakra. Perfect. He was truly the quintessential ninja for mastering the 8 gates of death. Panting heavily, Genya released the state of the 8 gates, sensing intuitively that if he were to activate physical liberation, he could subsequently open more gates, albeit at the cost of initiating the countdown to bodily collapse. Thus, he decisively halted. Another reason for his cessation was the incessant clamor of Might Guy, who was lamenting loudly, "Youth, passion, bonds, ding. Your efforts and talents have gained deep recognition from Might Guy. Commoner points. 3. Extracting 1 talent from this individual. Congratulations. You have acquired the talent. Martial Arts Maniac. Martial Arts Maniac. Your comprehension and training in all matters of physical techniques will yield results with half the effort." A look of ecstatic joy illuminated Genya's face. It turned out that upon gaining deep recognition from a certain individual, one could extract a talent from them. Current status of host: Physique, 100, 1 limit broken. Will, 68, mortal will. Life level, 0.5 talents. Physical liberation, Martial Arts Maniac, commoner points, 5 ding. Experience a commoner-style training regimen. Commoner points increase by 1. After training with Might Guy for an entire afternoon and gaining an additional commoner point, Genya returned home, satisfied. The benefits brought by the Martial Arts Maniac talent exceeded his expectations and left Might Guy in awe as he imparted various physical techniques. No matter what technique he taught, Genya would immediately grasp it and apply it creatively. One could only marvel that true genius might indeed be this extraordinary. If the current Genya were to battle Uchiha Obito, even with the latter employing ninjutsu, Genya would be confident enough to dominate purely through physical prowess. He wouldn't even need to invoke physical liberation. Merely opening the first gate of the 8 gates of death would suffice. Under normal circumstances, Genya's chakra already rivaled that of an average jonin, and upon opening the gates, it reached the level of an elite jonin. With all 3 gates opened, his chakra approached that of a Kage-level ninja. Of course, chakra quantity does not equate to actual combat power, yet Genya was confident that with continued training, his combat abilities would soon experience a qualitative leap. The next day, as the sun began to rise and the dark sky gradually lightened, Genya was abruptly awakened from his sleep by a loud commotion. Only Uchiha Hitomi would dare to intrude upon the residence of Katsuya Genu without a hint of hesitation, waking him from his slumber. Given Genu's constitution, even with merely 3 or 4 hours of sleep, he could still maintain a robust vigor and energy. However, after yesterday's rigorous training involving speed tests, numerous applications of the body release technique, and extensive practice of the 8 gates, coupled with his regular physical training, the exhaustion in his body was palpable. After a solid 7 to 8 hours of sleep, he still felt somewhat unrefreshed, his mind clouded with drowsiness. Rubbing his tousled hair, Genu managed a wry smile and inquired, "Hitomi, what brings you here at such an early hour?" "Humph. I've come to inform you that Uchiha Yoru has been placed under house arrest by the clan. You need not worry about him targeting you any longer." It seemed that the rivalry between Genu and Uchiha Yoru had spread, as it was quite the spectacle for a Chunin to bully someone of lesser rank and emerge unscathed. Many within the Uchiha clan were aware of this, harboring no ill will towards Genu. Rather, they were incensed at the disgraceful conduct of Uchiha Yoru. Some radical members even proclaimed that Uchiha Yoru should be expelled from the clan for his shameful behavior. Uchiha Hitomi maintained her usual air of aloofness, yet her tone bore an awkwardness, as if she felt a tinge of embarrassment. After a brief pause, she asserted, "The only one capable of surpassing you is me. Do not become complacent during this time." Though it appeared to be a warning, it could equally be interpreted as a form of concern. This stubbornly proud individual. Moreover, regarding Uchiha Yoru's confinement, it remained unclear what role Uchiha Hitomi played in this development. Nonetheless, Genu appreciated her intentions. With a cheerful demeanor, he replied, "To surpass me, Hitomi, you must continue to strive. By the way, I have recently experienced a new epiphany in my physical training. It is time to update your training regimen." After acquiring the martial arts maniac talent, Genu had indeed reached a new level of understanding in his training, leading him to completely overhaul his previous regimen to better suit prodigies. He was confident that Hitomi's innate talent would be able to adapt. Upon hearing that the training plan was to be revised, a faint blush crept across Hitomi's face. Yet she ultimately resigned herself by closing her eyes, repeatedly reminding herself, "This is all for the purpose of becoming stronger. This is all for the purpose of becoming stronger." After a thorough review, Genya tailored a new training plan specifically for Uchiha Hitomi. Compared to the previous plan, this new regimen boasted at least a 20 increase in efficiency, and Genya had incorporated additional exercises to enhance her reflexes and dynamic vision. As they prepared to set out, Uchiha Hitomi's keen observation detected something unusual. It appeared that Genya was carrying some extra weight while donning his gear. She swiftly seized him, extracting a heavy-weighted ninja tool from his pant leg, and exclaimed, "Do you regularly carry so many weighted items?" After a quick count, she was astonished to find there were a total of 6. She had never noticed that Hyuga was burdened with weights. What does this indicate? It suggests that the 6 weight-bearing items have had no discernible impact on Hyuga daily movements. At least, she had not perceived it. Suddenly, before Hyuga could respond, Uchiha Hitomi excitedly pressed him against the wall, adopting a posture reminiscent of a wall slam. Locking her gaze onto his as she intoned with deliberate clarity, "You train with these weights when we practice together?" The two were nearly nose to nose, allowing them to feel each other's breath. Hyuga felt a tickle in his nose. Uchiha Hitomi was uncomfortably close, her hair nearly brushing against him. He coughed lightly, slightly turning his head, and admitted, "Indeed, I do wear weights." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hitomi's eyes narrowed, and with gritted teeth, she turned to leave. "Hey, wait for me. Didn't we agree to go to school together?" When they arrived at the classroom, they discovered that the familiar figure who usually occupied her seat early was conspicuously absent this time. Initially, neither Uchiha Hitomi nor Hyuga paid much attention. However, as the first class commenced, the continued absence of Hinata Sayaka began to gnaw at Hyuga mind. Despite her often carefree and clumsy demeanor, Hinata Sayaka hailed from the esteemed Hyuga clan, and she typically upheld the decorum befitting her noble lineage. It was a first for her to be late. As the second class approached its midpoint, footsteps echoed from outside. The classroom door swung open to reveal Hinata Sayaka, her long black hair cascading down her back. Standing alone at the entrance, her eyes cast downwards, biting her lip, silent, exuding an aura of desolation and despair. A black satin ribbon adorned her pristine forehead, an incongruous detail, for she never donned any decorative hair accessories. Neito Takuya struggled to voice reprimands, the words lodged in his throat. He cast a deep glance at Hinata Sayaka, sensing the sorrow and hopelessness that enveloped her, as if he understood something profound. With a soft sigh, he spoke in a measured tone, "Come in, and try not to be late next time." Hinata Sayaka nodded, her head bowed, and amidst the puzzled gazes of her classmates, she made her way to her seat. "Good morning, Katsu-kun." She forced a smile, striving to maintain her usual cheerfulness, though her expression was strained, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, as if they were on the verge of spilling over. Hyuga endeavored to offer a warm, comforting smile, yet before he could respond, Hinata Sayaka buried her head deeply into the crook of her arm, resting on the desk, wishing to conceal her current state from others. He raised his hand, intending to pat her shoulder in solace, but hesitated momentarily in the air before ultimately lowering it. At that moment, he understood the weight of her recent ordeal. She had been marked by a curse known as the caged bird. If one were to inquire what aspect of the Naruto world most repulsed Hyuga, it would undoubtedly be the branch family system of the Hyuga clan. This has been a long-standing tradition of the Hyuga clan, the distinction between the main house and the branch family. The branch family is compelled to shoulder the responsibilities and obligations of protecting the main house, while voluntarily bearing a curse mark known as the caged bird. Once branded with the caged bird seal, life and death are entirely in the hands of the main house. Should the branch family fail to fulfill their duties or harbor any improper thoughts, the main house can instantly impose sanctions or even execute those marked by the seal. The moment Hinata Sayaka appeared at the classroom door with a black bandage on her forehead, Genya realized instantly what had transpired. How careless. All along, he had subconsciously believed that Hinata Sayaka belonged to the main house and had never inquired whether she was from the main or the branch family. Even if he had known, with his current strength and stature, he would have been powerless to intervene. Genya sighed inwardly, feeling a profound discomfort knowing that Hinata Sayaka's life and death were now fully controlled by the members of the main house. That cheerful, naturally oblivious little girl now appeared lifeless, her former vibrancy replaced by an overwhelming pallor. Her world seemed to have shifted from color to monochrome. Genya was reminded of his confrontation with Uchiha Yoru the previous day, where his assailant faced only confinement as punishment for their brazen attack in public. This damned era of ninjas. Without sufficient strength, one could only reluctantly acquiesce to the harsh realities. For Hinata Sayaka, in her current state, bearing the mark of a slave on her forehead was, indeed, a fate more cruel than death itself. As he gazed at the book on his desk titled Will of Fire, he felt an unprecedented irony. The Hidden Leaf Village, which had continuously championed the Will of Fire since its inception, allowed the abhorrent tradition of the Hyuga clan, where over half of its members were treated as slaves, to persist without any semblance of shame. Such an overt existence of this tradition spoke volumes about the underlying implications, evoking a chilling sense of dread. The system of the Hyuga branch family could be seen as the most profound negation of the Will of Fire. Reflecting on the death of Hyuga Niji from the original text was truly ironic, prompting a lament. The son of the Hokage remains a Hokage, while the son of the scapegoat remains a scapegoat. As Genya held the book, his calm, tranquil eyes concealed a chilling coldness. His own experiences from the previous day, alongside Hinata Sayaka's plight, served as a stark reminder. If he wished to avoid becoming a mere pawn in someone else's game of fate, he must attain unprecedented strength. After surpassing the limits of his physical attributes, he found he could not allocate points further. It appeared he would need to wait until his willpower also surpassed its limits to do so. Therefore, his next objective was to break the limits of both physical and willpower attributes. In the days that followed, Genya continued to strive for greater civilian points while steadily enhancing his willpower. His physical attributes, as well as his ninjutsu abilities, were all progressing steadily. He had already mastered the body flicker technique and was rapidly mastering lightning release techniques, closing in on the activation of lightning release cellular activity. Ironically, Uchiha Tomo, possessing superior talent in ninjutsu, had already achieved the activation of lightning release cellular activity, significantly enhancing his speed. Hinata Ayaka's performance had plummeted dramatically. She suddenly lost all motivation. Those once pure, white eyes now appeared hollow, resembling a mere shell of existence. Even her once beloved delicacies seemed to have lost their allure. Genya Masaru could empathize with Ayaka's sentiment. Upon reflection, it was not just her fate at stake, but that of her descendants and their descendants, forever bound to the clan as slaves, a thought that suffocated her with despair. Thus, mere platitudes of comfort held no power. If he wished to rekindle Ayaka's spirit, he must paint a vision of a more hopeful future for her. The sun hung low in the sky, gradually descending. The forest was shrouded in a thickening gloom, mirroring the clouded state of Ayaka's heart. Thud, thud, thud. In an outburst, Ayaka relentlessly struck a wooden post with her fists. Gradually, her breathing became erratic. Influenced by her tumultuous emotions, her punches lost their form and devolved into chaotic flailing, even as her knuckles split and bled from the force of her strikes. The pain did little to deter her. It seemed she sought to use physical agony to mask her inner sorrow and despair. She could not comprehend why the clan could so hypocritically proclaim that such measures were for her own good, while simultaneously branding her with the curse of a caged bird. If their intent was to protect the branch family, then why did they not impose the same curse upon themselves? Why were they destined to reign above, while the branch family was condemned to servitude? No one had answers to her inquiries, and as Ayaka spiraled deeper into her obsession, a dark impulse to obliterate everything surged within her, an emotion steeped in hatred. The once pure and gentle gaze had now become stagnant, like a still pond. After a while, Ayaka ceased her self-destructive outburst, sitting on the ground with her arms wrapped around her knees, her head buried deep within the crook of her arm, faint sobs escaping her. A heart wounded by family cannot seek solace elsewhere. She could only silently tend to her own wounds. At that moment, amidst the dimly lit woods, the sound of leisurely footsteps broke the silence, causing the tense Ayaka to abruptly halt her weeping. "Oh, you are here, Ayaka. Quite a sight." Indeed, came a familiar voice. Lifting her head, she followed the sound to find her classmate, Genya Masaru, a genius among commoners, a force to be reckoned with even against his peers from the Uchiha clan. Though she had previously admired Masaru's relentless ambition, she now lacked the inclination to engage in frivolous games of camaraderie, wishing to shield her vulnerable state from prying eyes. "Why are you here? Did you come looking for me?" The complexity of her emotions prevented her from addressing him with her usual endearment, Masaru-kun. Instead, her tone was stark and detached, imbued with a sense of rejection. "Indeed, I specifically came to find you. Katsuki Uchiha wore a benevolent smile on his face. Since losing the last bet to you, I have yet to fulfill my promise. Today, allow me to treat you to a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, Sayuri Hinata. Ichiraku ramen? Sayuri's heart was far from such pleasantries at this moment. She replied curtly, not interested. Katsuki seemed to have anticipated her response, grinning widely as he calmly uttered a rather perilous statement. Then perhaps we could discuss this dull and distorted village? Dull and distorted village. Sayuri's gaze became vacant, struggling to believe such words could emerge from the lips of the highly esteemed Katsuki Uchiha, known for his exceptional scores in the Will of Fire Theory examinations. She scrutinized his soft, silver hair and handsome visage, as if peering at a stranger. What could he possibly mean? Was he expressing dissatisfaction and rebellion against the village? Yet, as a prodigy, he would undoubtedly be valued by the village and might very well become a renowned ninja in the future. Why harbor such dangerous thoughts? However, as she listened to Katsuki, Sayuri suddenly felt an unexpected sense of camaraderie. It was a rather intricate pleasure, as if he were voicing the truest sentiments dwelling within her heart. You're probably quite puzzled, Katsuki remarked with a smile. Perhaps you are unaware, but just yesterday, a chunin from the Uchiha clan confronted me in the street and attacked me, merely for the reason that I was too close with classmate Hitomi. What a ridiculous rationale. He continued, had I been an ordinary student of little strength, I might have been severely injured by now. A flicker of surprise crossed Sayuri's pristine white eyes. She had not anticipated Katsuki to endure such an ordeal. Yet, recalling the Uchiha clan's notorious demeanor, it did not seem entirely unexpected. But why was he sharing this with her? Katsuki wore a knowing smile as he continued. It is hard to fathom that in this village, where the will of fire prevails, various injustices lurk behind every corner. Privileges enjoyed by the affluent, dark dealings concealed by the village's upper echelons, and the branch family system of the Hyuga clan. At this, Sayuri felt her breath hitch, instinctively clenching her fists, unaware that blood was slowly seeping from her already wounded knuckles. As if seeking to heighten her agitation, Katsuki added, the experience of becoming a slave is quite unpleasant. Isn't it, Sayuri? Snap. Sayuri's taut nerves snapped like a bowstring, her gaze toward Katsuki brimming with murderous intent. This statement had utterly trampled upon her dignity and self-respect, piercing her soul with profound agony. The last vestiges of her rationality were consumed by a tide of fury, and in the next instant, Sayuri lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed straight at Katsuki's face. Katsuki remained unfazed. To him, Sayuri's movements appeared as though they were in slow motion, far too sluggish. This impulsive, rage-fueled strike posed no threat to him whatsoever. Thus, he raised a single finger, as if predicting Sayuri's assault, effortlessly blocking her punch with an indomitable stance, unwavering as a mountain. A single finger effortlessly blocked her punch, a fact that left Hinata Ayaka in disbelief. She cried out, throwing punch after punch. Yet all were intercepted by Genya Masaru with merely a finger, exuding an air of tranquility. After several exchanges, witnessing Ayaka's relentless but futile attempts, Masaru decided to counter. In a swift motion, he pinned her entire body against the trunk of a nearby tree, rendering her immobile. The sudden restraint left Ayaka in a state of shock. She had never anticipated being so easily subdued before Masaru. Aware of his victory over Uchiha Hitomi in a practical combat class, and his subsequent display of ninja prowess surpassing that of his peers, she was astonished by the vast chasm between them. It felt akin to an adult bullying a toddler just learning to walk. Reflecting on his earlier display of effortlessly absorbing her attacks, she could not suppress her curiosity. What strength are you concealing? Why are you so powerful? What is it that you wish to achieve by hiding your abilities? In a similar vein, I too wish to inquire of you, Ayaka. Confronted with the tragic fate of being ensnared by the caged bird curse mark, what do you intend to do? Or rather, what can you do? Masaru responded with a pointed question. His incisive words further breached Ayaka's defenses, eliciting an anguished exclamation from her. What could a mere commoner like you possibly understand? You merely see others' misfortunes and wish to play the role of a benevolent figure. What does that amount to? Don't be absurd. Do not approach others with such reckless intentions. You fool. The moment the caged bird curse mark was placed upon her, it signified that Ayaka's life was no longer her own. Henceforth, every aspect of her existence would be dictated by the lofty clan. Each time she witnessed the clan members enjoying the sacrifices of the branch family with an air of superiority, their haughty demeanor igniting an overwhelming urge within her to trample them underfoot. One must ponder, when those born with every privilege are stripped of their freedom and dignity, can they endure such humiliation and despair? Masaru listened silently to Ayaka's outburst in frustration, letting out a sigh as he spoke softly. Indeed, I cannot fully empathize with your current state of mind. I understand that approaching others with irresponsible intentions can be a foolish act, likely leading to further complications. Therefore, my purpose today is not to offer you comfort, but rather to present you with a choice that could alter the course of your destiny. A choice? What was Masaru implying? Ayaka's eyes widened in confusion, not even realizing when he released her. Stepping back, Masaru turned to face a large tree, his back to Ayaka, and remarked, "Since the opening ceremony of the Ninja Academy, I have been pondering a question. Is the will of fire truly just?" The education and indoctrination that Hinata Sayaka received from a young age caused her to instinctively desire to refute, yet her words were forcibly halted at the tip of her tongue. She then heard Genya Masaru continue. Undeniably, the first Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi, was indeed an extraordinary individual, single-handedly pacifying the warring states period. However, the will of fire is fundamentally about protecting the innocent children. Why then do we still witness a relentless stream of children being thrust onto the battlefield? Furthermore, how can a village that espouses the principles of equality, friendship, and the older generation paving the way for the younger allow a covert system of slavery like that of the Hyuga clan to persist? Hinata Sayaka opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for any words of rebuttal. In fact, she found herself in profound agreement with Genya Masaru's sentiments, despite their radical nature. How could a branch family, marked by the curse of the caged bird, genuinely love the Hyuga clan? If one cannot even love their own family, how can they extend love to a village? It was only at this moment that Hinata Sayaka realized how hypocritical the doctrine of the will of fire, which she had diligently studied in ninja school, truly was. Gradually, everything about the village began to repulse her, even sparking a wave of despair that led her to contemplate self-destruction. Perhaps you are right, she thought, but what can we, so insignificant, truly accomplish? We cannot change anything. A bleak and despairing smile graced Hinata Sayaka's lips. Her already dark psyche was on the verge of complete desolation. In simple terms, she had lost the will to live. Even if she continued to exist, it would merely be as a soulless husk. Though Genya Masaru could not see her expression as he turned his back to her, he could sense her emotional turmoil through her tone. Did Sayaka truly perceive herself as so insignificant? If she held such disbelief in herself, then, crack, crack, like a colossal machine slowly awakening, the bones in Genya Masaru's body emitted a resonant sound. Something hidden beneath his flesh seemed to ignite. His muscles surged like turbulent waves, and he appeared to swell slightly. Chakra, thick as substance, poured forth from his body, enveloping him in a mantle of energy. Complete body release. 8 gates. Opening of the first gate. Perhaps you should choose to believe in me. With those words, Genya Masaru struck the massive tree before him with a sudden punch. The dark, azure fist sliced through the air, generating visible waves of force. Just as his arm reached its full extension, the fist collided with the trunk, obliterating the colossal tree with a resounding explosion. The thunderous roar echoed through the forest. From above, it would appear as though a fertile rice field had been carved into by a deep trench. The entire grove suddenly transformed, leaving behind a massive, chaotic pit in a linear pattern. This was Genya Masaru's peak punch. The might of a single blow, terrifyingly formidable. It felt as if she had been swept away by a miniature-tailed beast ball. Even while standing behind Hyuga Kasumi, the forceful winds from the punches disheveled her hair, cascading her long, lustrous black locks like a tempest in the air. Yet, at that moment, she had no inclination to tidy her hair. Her gaze was solely fixed upon Hyuga Katsu. With a deep breath, Hyuga Katsu returned to his usual demeanor, turning around with a faint smile gracing his lips, and spoke in a voice imbued with magnetism and allure. I am formidable, stronger than all my peers, and in the future, I shall surpass everyone. Therefore, Kasumi, if you doubt your ability to effect change, then place all your resentment, hopes, and unfulfilled desires upon me. I shall alter this world for your sake. Before that, since this is but a singular life, embrace the role of the protagonist. He extended his hand towards Hyuga Kasumi with a warm smile. As the sun sank below the horizon, the soft moonlight fell gently upon Hyuga Katsu, enveloping him in a silvery glow. In the eyes of Hyuga Kasumi, he transformed into a radiant sun, dazzling and warm. Thus, she grasped his hand. The once quiet world felt as if it had awakened at dawn, light streaming in abundantly. Her once confused spirit found a newfound anchor, and she suddenly sensed that her future might be governed by the boy before her. Yet, at least she was free. This was her own choice. In contrast to her loathsome family and the hypocritical village, she longed to live authentically and passionately. Then let us strive to become the gods of the ninja world, Katsu. I shall silently watch over you with these cursed Byakugan. Hyuga Kasumi vowed within her heart. A common flaw in spirited shonen manga like Naruto is that while character development is profound, the portrayal of societal and political matters can be rather bewildering. Thus, regarding the will of fire, Hyuga Katsu believed that anyone who has undergone a modern 9-year compulsory education, possessing sufficient societal awareness, would scoff at such grandiose ideals. The shore is merely a place for drawing comics. What do they understand about politics? Similarly, the author is merely a novelist, lacking political insight. However, being present in the world of Naruto, Hyuga Katsu realized that no matter how correct he believed his ideals to be, if he did not wield absolute power, no one would heed his words. Convincing Hyuga Kasumi was akin to persuading her with mere rhetoric. If he failed to demonstrate extraordinary strength, could he truly win her over with mere words? Please, he was not the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, whose verbal prowess was unmatched. Among all ninjutsu, Hyuga Katsu admired Naruto's verbal jutsu the most. Compared to the Uzumaki bloodline, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Ashura's chakra, the sheer mastery of his verbal skills was utterly remarkable. Naruto had repeatedly relied on his words to sway formidable antagonists, altering the course of events and rescuing comrades. Now, that's impressive. After winning over Hyuga Kasumi, she willingly shared all her knowledge and theories regarding the gentle fist techniques with Hyuga Katsu, without the slightest reservation. Upon receiving the scroll of the gentle fist, Hyuga Katsu inquired, "Ering, are you not apprehensive about being discovered by your family? Should they learn that you have entrusted me with the secret art of the Hyuga clan, you would undoubtedly face execution. If a member of the main family were to act thus, they might only incur minor punishment, yet for a branch family member, such an act would be deemed an unforgivable treachery." In response, Hyuga Ering merely smiled serenely at Katsu and replied, "Those are the clan's rules, not mine. Just as a caged bird may dictate my life or death, it cannot govern my will. I hope this scroll serves you in some capacity. That alone would suffice." She willingly embraced the risk, eager to provide Katsu with any assistance she could offer. Katsu carefully stored the scroll and reminded her, "Remember, do not feign concealment of your resentment and hatred. For the Hyuga main family, the more you display overt discontent and animosity, the more reassured they will be." "Yes, I understand." Hyuga Ering suddenly revealed a playful smile. "Before you ascend as the new god of the ninja world, I shall strive to survive." Observing the pure and gentle gleam returning to her pristine white eyes, Katsu smiled with satisfaction, believing that this was the true Hyuga Ering, the girl brimming with anticipation for life, always eager to share delightful treats with her endearingly naive companion. Upon returning home, Katsu closed the door and windows before delving into the study of the gentle fist scroll. The Hyuga clan is reputed as the strongest family in Konoha. While one might argue that the Hyuga clan lacks strength, their Byakugan is renowned as one of the 3 great ocular techniques, offering both X-ray vision and telescopic sight, coupled with a 360-degree field of view. Alongside their inherited gentle fist martial arts, an unparalleled foundation. Conversely, one might assert their strength, yet find a lack of practical combat demonstrations. Throughout the Ninja World War, as both man and beast showcased their prowess, not to mention the average ninja boasting 6 paths level abilities or being of Kage rank, other clans exhibited remarkable feats. For instance, the Akimichi clan could significantly increase their size. The Yamanaka clan could establish wireless communication. The Aburame clan possessed an array of peculiar insects. Even the Nara clan managed to cultivate a high-intelligence strategist persona. Yet, what did the Hyuga clan contribute? Perhaps only the poignant image of Niji sacrificing himself to save his sister. In the end, as numerous individuals were resurrected, it was particularly disheartening that this branch family genius did not return. It felt unjust. To Katsu, the Hyuga clan appeared somewhat awkward. Indeed, they were strong, yet they lacked elite combat capabilities. This may stem from their failure to prioritize the development of the Byakugan, even imposing restrictions on the abilities of branch family members. Isolating themselves in their endeavors was one thing, but the internal strife was excessive. Yet, they still claimed the title of Konoha's foremost ninja clan, underscoring their profound heritage. Despite the Byakugan's inherent excellence, serving both as a telescope and X-ray vision, making it ideal for medical ninjas or the development of long-range ninjutsu, they remained stubbornly fixated on close combat techniques, a true squandering of potential. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that the gentle fist, in Katsu's view, possesses considerable merits, as it is known that the strongest body technique of the Hokage, Kagaya Otsutsuki's Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, is rooted in the gentle fist style. He meticulously examined the scroll and discovered numerous similarities between the gentle fist and the 8 trigrams palm, both of which are martial arts imbued with a distinctly Chinese essence within the realm of Naruto. The essence of the gentle fist lies in the ability to infuse one's chakra into the body of an adversarial ninja, thereby inflicting damage upon their chakra network and internal organs. Internal organs, being beyond the realm of physical training and exceedingly fragile, render even the most formidable ninja susceptible to fatal blows when struck by the gentle fist. This concept was notably powerful in the early chapters of the original work. However, as the narrative progressed, landing a hit with the gentle fist became increasingly challenging, while techniques like the 80-God air strike, which seamlessly blend offense and defense, demand a high level of chakra and physical prowess. This explains the lack of significant displays of the gentle fist's potential. A glimmer of inspiration sparked in Xian Yisheng's eyes as countless ideas surged through his mind. In my opinion, it is not that the gentle fist is weak, but rather that the Hyuga clan practitioners are insufficiently strong. As a technique that manipulates chakra for offensive purposes, the gentle fist is ideally suited for someone like me, who possesses an abundance of chakra and exceptional martial skills. The 8 gates of Duanjia and physical liberation impose considerable strain on the body. In contrast, the gentle fist is more fitting as my primary means of attack in a normal state. Once my physical strength and chakra volume meet the necessary criteria, perhaps I shall be able to unleash the 80-God air strike. Alas, Hinata Kalen, as a branch family member, lacks the privilege to access the core techniques of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, and the scroll she provided is incomplete. Even with my talent as a martial arts maniac, I cannot instantaneously perfect and enhance the gentle fist. All of this requires time. Current status of the host: Constitution 100, 1 limit break, Willpower 73, Mortal Will, Life Tier 0.5 Talent, Physical Liberation, Martial Arts Maniac, Commoner Value 0. Moreover, my willpower is nearing its limit. I shall achieve a limit break within a month. What new talent will that bestow upon me? Xian Yisheng mused, his eyes brimming with anticipation. A week later, on the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, a group of young children were engaged in physical training and basic martial arts exercises under the guidance of their instructors. However, Uchiha Hitomi and Xian Yisheng were not among the ranks. One of the privileges of genius is the ability to maximize one's autonomy in scheduling. To put it more bluntly, the average Ninja Academy teachers had little left to impart to them. As Uchiha Hitomi remarked, Nato Takuya is in his 20s. Yet still a chunin, what can he possibly teach me? Ahem, if Nato Takuya were to hear that, he would likely be quite incensed. Shung, don't you think Kalen seems a bit odd? Uchiha Hitomi inquired, perched on a horizontal bar, her legs swinging naturally. Upon hearing this, Xian Yisheng, engrossed in a tome titled Comprehensive Chakra Knowledge, glanced towards Hinata Kalen on the training field. Her expression had transformed from its previous despondency to one of laughter and camaraderie with her classmates. The ability to swiftly adjust one's mindset after such experiences speaks volumes about Kalen's psychological resilience. Uchiha Hitomi nodded in agreement, asserting that if she were to encounter such circumstances, she would prefer death over enduring it. Fortunately, our Uchiha clan is devoid of such decaying customs, nor do we harbor any notions of superiority. Genya Sho's lips twitched as he regarded Uchiha Hitomi, suddenly reminded of someone's words during their self-introduction on the first day of school. Indeed, the Uchiha clan maintains an outward demeanor of secrecy, never intentionally oppressing their weaker kin, for they equally disdain all those outside the Uchiha. Of course, this excludes those afflicted with madness, such as the parricidal prodigy Uchiha Itachi, who annihilated the Uchiha clan. and Uchiha Obito, who betrayed his own masters. Noticing Genya Sho's peculiar gaze, Uchiha Hitomi, somewhat irked, queried, "What? Do you not agree with my words?" No. How could I?" Genya Sho hastily denied, wary of incurring the wrath of the affluent young lady. After all, what would happen to his funding if she were displeased? Moreover, in comparison, Uchiha Hitomi, despite her pride, exhibited a relatively amiable disposition. Many other Uchiha students, despite lacking her talent, displayed far worse attitudes, incessantly flaunting their lineage lest others forget their Uchiha heritage. "You seem to have been perusing books on chakra lately," Uchiha Hitomi suddenly remarked, her curiosity piqued. Genya Sho closed his book and pondered, "Indeed, I have developed quite an interest in chakra." "Hitomi, what do you perceive as the essence of chakra?" "Well, isn't it obvious? Chakra is energy extracted from the fusion of physical and mental energy. You haven't forgotten even this, have you?" Uchiha Hitomi replied matter-of-factly, as the elders had imparted knowledge about chakra long before their enrollment. While her assertion was accurate, one must question why the amalgamation of physical and mental energy gives rise to chakra. Why is it that some chakra possesses superior quality? If other energies were introduced, could they yield a unique form of chakra? Genya Sho's inquiries plunged Uchiha Hitomi into contemplation. She had never considered such matters, and indeed, who among the average populace would ponder such esoteric questions? The latter two queries transcended her realm of knowledge, leaving her perplexed. Observing Uchiha Hitomi's thoughtful demeanor, Genya Sho gently advised, "Hitomi, while you pursue strength, do not forget to pause and explore the essence of that power. It may lead you to a new echelon." In Genya Sho's view, the essence of a ninja is akin to a small divine tree. These small divine trees grow through rigorous training and combat, expanding their potential and gathering more chakra from the natural world. However, in the world of Naruto, strength is not solely determined by the quantity of chakra, but also by its quality. For instance, the chakra of tailed beasts or that of the sage of six paths is of such high caliber that ordinary ninjas lack the capacity to refine it. Initially, Genya Sho's investigation into chakra stemmed from his curiosity about the caged bird curse seal, a form of chakra application, as he sought a means to dispel this seal. On the other side, she contemplated the possibility of discovering alternative methods to extract high-quality chakra. She was acutely aware of her lack of any bloodline power, and understood that when facing those with bloodline abilities, she would likely suffer a significant disadvantage in terms of chakra quality. Of course, if extraction proved impossible, she would have no choice but to pursue the path of physical cultivation relentlessly. Uchiha Hitomi emerged from her reverie. She was not one to dwell stubbornly on a single thought. Since clarity was elusive, she decided to set it aside for the moment. "By the way, the training regimen you devised for me has become quite manageable. Perhaps it is time for an update?" Xian Yisheng looked at Uchiha Hitomi in surprise. "So soon? Hitomi, it seems your talent surpasses my expectations." He had initially thought that it would take her 2 weeks to fully engage with the training plan, but she had accomplished it in merely about a week. Clearly, Uchiha Hitomi had put in considerable effort and diligence behind the scenes. Upon hearing Xian Yisheng's words, Hitomi's lips curled slightly in a subtle smile, though she maintained her composure and replied, "It's going well. Don't you think I could attempt weighted training now?" To her surprise, Xian Yisheng shook his head and said, "You are still quite young. It is too early for weighted training. Come by my house after school, and I will devise a new training plan for you." Hearing that she was to visit Xian Yisheng's home, a faint blush crossed Uchiha Hitomi's delicate features. But she had grown accustomed to such encounters. In fact, if one day Xian Yisheng suddenly announced that physical examinations were no longer necessary, she might find herself somewhat disoriented. Uchiha Hitomi nodded with satisfaction. "All right, I appreciate your help. I must say, your training plan has proven remarkably effective. I recently sparred with a Chunin from our clan, and he remarked that my abilities have surpassed most genin. At this rate of progress, I estimate I could reach Chunin level within a year." As she spoke, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in her eyes when she regarded Xian Yisheng. Having exceeded the capabilities of most genin, yet never having triumphed over Xian Yisheng, she pondered the extent of his prowess. In the confines of the closed room, faint sounds of breathing could be heard, at times quickening with a hint of shyness. After a long pause, Uchiha Hitomi, her face flushed, adjusted her clothing. The typically haughty Uchiha prodigy was now enveloped in a profound sense of bashfulness. Ahem. Xian Yisheng calmly cleared his throat, promptly crafting a new training plan for Uchiha Hitomi. Thanks to his talent as a martial arts enthusiast, his training strategies became even more efficient. While he was engrossed in formulating the new regimen, Uchiha Hitomi took the opportunity to observe his room, despite having visited before. Xian Yixing's room was simply adorned, almost to the point of austerity. Aside from the essential living necessities, the most striking feature was the expansive, connected bookshelf occupying half the space of the room. The shelves were densely packed with an array of books, showcasing a diverse collection, from the celestial to the terrestrial, encompassing everything from the rudiments of ninja lore to the theoretical knowledge of ninjutsu, including disciplines such as anatomy, physics, and ninja tools. These tomes, though Uchiha Tomo had not perused extensively, were not unfamiliar to her. Most were either provided to Hyansho by her or purchased with funds she had bestowed upon him. To be candid, she could not fathom why Hyansho exhibited such an interest in these texts. Her clan members would likely not spare them a glance. Shouldn't a ninja be more captivated by the art of ninjutsu? Hyansho's preoccupation with these subjects seemed somewhat misplaced. While one immerses oneself in such literature, one must not neglect their own cultivation. Once Uchiha Tomo emerged from her bashfulness, she resumed her usual demeanor, arms crossed, and with a cool voice. Advised Hyansho, perusing these texts is sufficient. If you truly wish to enhance your prowess, you must delve deeper into ninjutsu and engage in more practical experiences. For the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, their fate is to battle, to grow through combat, and to honorably sacrifice themselves therein. Strength is their sole pursuit. Hyansho understood that Uchiha Tomo meant well, yet he did not concur with her perspective. Tomo, do not underestimate the power of knowledge. The formidable ninjutsu we now comprehend was, after all, meticulously developed by our predecessors. Uchiha Tomo furrowed her brow. Yet many of the books you read bear no relation to ninjutsu, physics, chemistry, biology. I simply do not wish for your training to suffer as a result. She harbored no desire for Hyansho, this prodigy, to fall into decline, for if she were to eventually surpass him, it would not yield her a sense of fulfillment. Turning around, Hyansho presented Uchiha Tomo with a freshly devised training regimen while cheerfully remarking, "When you can truly surpass me, then you may lecture me." You. His words infuriated the proud Uchiha Tomo. After her earnest counsel, he not only failed to appreciate it, but also mocked her. Uchiha Tomo snatched the training plan from Hyansho and stormed off without a backward glance. Hyansho watched her stormy departure with no intention of pacifying her. After all, such antics were common for Uchiha Tomo, and she would likely return to her normal self by the next day. He then retrieved a book on biology from the shelf and immersed himself in study. Although the technological advancements in the world of Hokage were somewhat skewed, they were remarkably advanced in the field of biology, having developed cloning techniques in later stages. Many of the bloodline limits, ultimately, stemmed from the profound depths of genetic power. Despite having no plans to undergo bloodline transplantation himself, he pondered that perhaps Uchiha Tomo and Hinata Ayaka could attain the formidable strength of their ancestors through genetic enhancement. Furthermore, acquiring more knowledge would open additional avenues for empowerment. After all, knowledge belongs to oneself. What if one day the system faltered? Or if the means to acquire commoner abilities were rendered unattainable? In any case, one must not place all their hopes of becoming stronger solely on the commoner power system. As time flew by, half a month slipped away unnoticed. On this day, Hyansho declined Uchiha Tomo's invitation for a sparring session and returned home early. Current status of the host: Constitution 100, limit broken once, willpower 99, mortal will, life level 0.5 talents, physical liberation, martial arts maniac, commoner value 1 at last. The day has arrived when willpower surpasses its limits. Xian Yisheng, with great restraint against the surging excitement, decisively allocated points to his willpower. The commoner value flickered momentarily, and the willpower surged from 99 to 100. Ding! Willpower limit broken, awakening the talent of absolute domain. In that fleeting moment of allocation, Xian Yisheng felt as though a needle had sharply pierced his head, a brief pang of pain. Yet, this intense sensation was fleeting, vanishing in less than a second. In its place arose an unprecedented sense of euphoria. He felt a warmth in his forehead, his mind unusually vibrant, as if all the neurons in his brain were rejoicing. All worries faded away. Many confounding thoughts were suddenly illuminated. A deluge of information rushed into his mind. In an instant, various thoughts seemed to arrange themselves into meticulously organized shelves within his consciousness. he noticed a crumpled ball of paper beside the trash can, precisely 2.5 centimeters from its edge, with a margin of error not exceeding 2 millimeters. Suddenly, this piece of information floated into his mind without any contemplation, and a number sprang forth. Xian Yisheng paused, intending to retrieve a ruler from the drawer for measurement, but as he concentrated, his intangible will manifested like a swirling vortex, akin to the surging tides of a vast ocean. In that moment, his invisible willpower seemed to materialize into an unseen hand. Remarkably, even before Xian Yisheng raised his own hand, the measuring tape was already floating towards him from the drawer. Xian Yisheng was taken aback. He grasped the tape and measured again, discovering that the paper ball was indeed 3.5 centimeters from the trash can's edge. On the second-to-last shelf, the 84th page of the book titled Ninja World Encyclopedia held a bookmark. This was a book Xian Yisheng had read over a month ago, and he had casually left a bookmark, now recalling the page number with startling clarity. As his willpower converged and then dispersed, spreading throughout his mind, Xian Yisheng felt an indescribable surge of emotion. He was finally convinced that he could indeed harness his willpower. With a focused gaze, he reached out into the air, and the book Ninja World Encyclopedia, propelled by his will, seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, floating into his hands. Upon opening the pages, he confirmed that the bookmark was indeed nestled between pages 84 and 85. The entire experimental process following the breaking of the willpower limit lasted nearly an hour. Xian Yisheng closed a book related to biology, having thoroughly explored the capabilities bestowed by the breaking of his willpower limit. The most apparent enhancement was in his cognitive abilities, memory, thought processes, comprehension, and concentration, all of which had undergone a qualitative leap. Previously, although he could read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything effortlessly, he still required time to digest and comprehend the knowledge. At present, I find myself capable of absorbing newly acquired knowledge in an exceedingly brief span of time. Furthermore, my mastery over chakra control has notably advanced, surpassing the precision of many medical ninjas. If I were to quantify my previous chakra control precision as a mere 5, then a typical genin would possess a precision of 1, while an ordinary medical ninja would achieve a precision of 8. However, at this moment, my chakra control precision has ascended to at least 12. Most intriguingly, the manifestation of willpower has begun to take shape: psychokinesis, universal attraction, divine celestial pull. Yet, this newfound power remains feeble, allowing me to barely manipulate the weight of a book, lacking substantial practical application. After a lengthy soliloquy, my attention shifted to the awakening of my talent, absolute domain. Much like the talent of physical liberation, the moment it awakened, a torrent of information surged through my mind, granting me the impression that I had possessed the absolute domain, talent from birth. The essence of absolute domain lies in harnessing one's formidable willpower to create a domain around oneself. Within this domain, all movements are perceptible to me. Should my opponent's willpower be exceedingly frail, they may even experience a sense of stagnation within this realm, significantly impairing their combat prowess. Simultaneously, my focus within this domain is profoundly enhanced, propelling me into a state of absolute calm akin to a state of selflessness. However, currently, the radius of my absolute domain is limited to a 2-meter circle centered around myself. Within this sphere, I can effectively restrict the combat effectiveness of my adversaries. If I were to utilize absolute domain solely for perception, this range could extend to 100 meters. I now possess a sense of perception, albeit inferior to the several kilometers of sensing range afforded by Kagura's hard eye. Nevertheless, with diligent practice, I believe I can continually expand this domain. The potential of absolute domain rivals that of physical liberation, making it a formidable talent. Yet, in my view, the true elevation of my limits arises from the cognitive enhancement following the breaking of willpower constraints. I suspect that with a mere glance, I could master some basic ninjutsu. Wait, with my current mental acuity and insight, might I be able to achieve a capability akin to Kakashi's ninjutsu copying? An exhilarating thought crossed my mind, and I felt a burgeoning confidence in my abilities. Time passes swiftly. 2 years have slipped by in the blink of an eye. At the Ninja Academy, in the classroom, Takuya Nato, the homeroom teacher of Class A, stood beside a form. Next, Jinsuksho. At Nato's call, a calm youth with silver-white hair approached the podium. He towered over his peers, possessing a lithe frame and an extraordinary aura, especially accentuated by his captivating eyes, which appeared to harbor a galaxy within them. With a flick of his fingers, the youth executed a simple hand seal. Bang! A plume of white smoke erupted explosively to the left of Jinsuke's show. And as the smoke dissipated, it revealed a clone that mirrored his demeanor and actions almost perfectly. This scene elicited exclamations of surprise from numerous female students within the classroom, not solely due to the fact that Xuanya Sheng successfully executed the shadow clone technique at the first attempt, but more so because of his strikingly handsome features, which ranked among the finest in the entire grade. Since breaking through his physical limits, Xuanya Sheng's entire physique has been evolving towards an increasingly perfect form. His muscles have grown more defined, his skin has become resilient yet smooth and delicate like satin, his bones have strengthened, and his organs have also become more robust. Over the span of 2 years, he has transformed like a car that has undergone a complete upgrade, from the engine to the transmission and the chassis. His senses, hearing, sight, and smell, have all improved to a higher level. In terms of appearance and charisma, Xuanya Sheng, with his short silver hair, surpasses even the Kakashi from the original text. Scoring 96 points, a commendable achievement, the homeroom teacher, Nato Takuya, nodded slightly at Xuanya Sheng and noted the score. Internally, he sighed, acknowledging him as one of the 2 renowned civilian prodigies alongside Minato Namikaze, who executed the clone technique flawlessly with almost no flaws. However, having been a teacher for many years, he has never awarded a perfect score of 100, and Xuanya Sheng would not be the exception. Since defeating Uchiha Hitomi in a practical class 2 years prior, Xuanya Sheng gradually revealed an extraordinary talent for ninjutsu, with rumors circulating that he had awakened a new bloodline limit, the body release. Yet a year ago, Xuanya Sheng clarified that he had not awakened a bloodline limit, but had instead created a unique martial art. Through the practice of this technique, one could gradually enhance their physical body, and with extensive training, it could release certain bodily limitations, resulting in a significant increase in strength. In other words, Xuanya Sheng is a civilian ninja who relies solely on his innate talent, without any bloodline limit or secret techniques. Logically, such a powerful martial art should attract many practitioners. Yet only upon genuine practice does one realize that this technique, known as body liberation, is rather impractical. It is difficult to master, requires extensive effort, and is time-consuming, far inferior to the 8 gates technique. Nato Takuya maintained his demeanor as a teacher, offering a brief commendation before lapsing into silence. Meanwhile, the chatter among the female students began to rise. Shenkuan, how impressive. Xuanya Sheng, you must be first with a score of 96, right? Many girls cupped their faces with their hands, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they gazed at the stage where Xuanya Sheng stood. Coupled with his jade-like temperament, his popularity far exceeded that of Uchiha Sasuke from the original narrative. Congratulations, Shenkuan, Hinata Karika said as Xuanya Sheng returned to his seat. Xuanya Sheng smiled lightly at Hinata Karika and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just a simple clone technique that can be accomplished with a bit of focus." It's just a child's play exam, a true waste of time," a cool voice cut through the air. Without needing to guess, Xuanya Sheng knew it was Uchiha Hitomi. Even after 2 years, her personality had remained unchanged, struggling with interpersonal relationships and appearing out of place in class, her sole passion being the pursuit of strength. However, Katsuya Genya must express his gratitude to Uchiha Hitomi each time a young girl in class approaches him. A single cold and piercing glance from Uchiha Hitomi is often enough to dissuade her. Otherwise, merely dealing with these giggling girls would be enough to give Katsuya Genya a headache. He had no interest in these immature children who had yet to fully mature. The world of Naruto is indeed peculiar, as children aged 7 or 8 are contemplating romance. Lost in his thoughts, he noticed a girl in the front row, her face adorned with a noticeable flush, seemingly mustering her courage as she stammered, "Katsuya-kun, I accidentally brought an extra bento today. Would you like to share it with me?" That so-called accident was likely intentional. The girl's words immediately attracted the attention of nearby classmates, including Hinata Sayaka, who sat beside Katsuya Genya, leading to an unspoken tension in the air. Observing the situation, Katsuya Genya remained composed. He knew that at this moment, someone would inevitably intervene. Sure enough, Uchiha Hitomi let out a cold snort, her ink-black eyes fixed on the girl in the front row as she icily remarked, "Katsuya Genya will be practicing ninjutsu with me soon. Given your physique, I believe you can manage 2 bento boxes on your own. Please enjoy it by yourself." Her trademark sharp tongue and biting words pierced through the atmosphere like an ice pick directed at the girl in front. The front row girl seethed with anger, but, intimidated by Uchiha Hitomi's presence, reluctantly turned back. Internally, she was shouting, that insufferable Uchiha. Don't think you can do as you please just because you come from a prestigious family. The other girls, observing the scene, breathed a sigh of relief at the front row girl's retreat while simultaneously feeling indignant. That wretched Uchiha. She monopolizes Katsuhiko just because she sits next to him. Poor Katsuhiko. Forced to endure the tyranny of the Uchiha clan. Oh, my Katsuhiko. Naturally, Katsuya Genya was unaware of the vivid imaginations of these young girls, though he could surmise that they harbored some feelings for him. Sigh, sometimes being too popular can be a burden. Thankfully, Hitomi was there. Otherwise, if he had to face these 8-year-olds who had begun to vie for attention and jealousy, he would surely be overwhelmed. Katsuya Genya, who lacked expertise in this area, was oblivious to the fact that Uchiha Hitomi's distinctiveness among the girls was partially due to his influence. Of course, Katsuya Genya's prominence also sparked dissatisfaction among some boys in the class, with several male classmates clenching their fists in silent frustration. That jerk is still stealing the spotlight. I wish I could give him a good beating, but you can't possibly take him on. Shut up. It seems that only Uchiha Hitomi can keep that guy in check, and she happens to be his closest ally. Since their practical class 2 years ago, Katsuya Genya and Uchiha Hitomi had not sparred publicly again. Many believe that after 2 years of growth, the now more accomplished Uchiha Hitomi had established a stark contrast to Katsuya Genya. Many lament that there exists an insurmountable chasm between the commoners and the elite. As a raucous commotion erupted below, tensions flared among the girls, while the boys, eager and ready for action, flexed their muscles in anticipation. To prevent further chaos in the classroom, the homeroom teacher, Takuya Nato, furrowed his brow and could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Silence." Next, Uchiha Hitomi. At his authoritative command, the entire class fell into silence, the weight of his status as a Chunin instructor palpable in that moment. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Hitomi, a sense of curiosity stirred within the students. What prowess would this prodigious member of the Uchiha clan display? Uchiha Hitomi rose with poise, casting a brief glance at Masaru Ganyen, infused with a competitive spirit as she ascended to the podium. With a swift motion, her fingers danced before her, executing the hand seals with a simplicity and speed surpassing that of Ganyen's previous performance. As the white smoke dissipated, an almost identical clone materialized. The execution was nothing short of flawless. 98 points. Takuya Nato regarded Uchiha Hitomi with approval, acknowledging that despite her lack of deference towards him, she was undoubtedly the most exceptional and talented student he had encountered in his tenure as a ninja school teacher. Over the past 2 years, with the exception of the theory class on the will of fire, Uchiha Hitomi had consistently secured first place in every subject, justifying the title of a hexagonal warrior. Unlike Masaru Ganyen, who preferred to remain understated, the Uchiha clan's innate pride compelled her to showcase her strength. Concealing one's capabilities was the behavior of the weak. Thus, in the eyes of many, Uchiha Hitomi was the more dazzling presence. While all were astonished by her performance, Masaru Ganyen turned his attention to his personal status panel. Current status of the host: physique, 100, limit break achieved; will, 100, limit break achieved; life level, 099 talents; physical liberation, martial arts enthusiast, role model; absolute domain, commoner value, 108. Masaru Ganyen had anticipated that after breaking through his will 2 years prior, he would be able to allocate points anew. However, he was taken aback to discover he still could not. Furthermore, once his physical strength reached a certain threshold, he found that he could no longer accrue commoner value through regular training. This was the reason he had only managed to amass such a modest amount of commoner value over the past 2 years. It was evident that his physique had reached a formidable level, to the extent that even ordinary burdens lost their effect on him. Presently, he could effortlessly endure a 2-fold enhancement from physical liberation, with the potential to elevate it to 3-fold or even higher. As he matured and his body continued to develop, this upper limit would only rise further. His life level, however, remained stuck at 099, leaving Masaru Ganyen perplexed as to what he was lacking that prevented him from achieving a life level of 1 and thus completing a true evolution of life level. He harbored an instinctive feeling that once his life level reached 1, both his physique and will values would be eligible for further allocation. The talent for being a guiding teacher has been recognized profoundly by his homeroom teacher, Takuya Nato, due to the exceptional performance of Masaru Jinnu over the past 2 years. This innate ability enables Jinnu to impart knowledge in a manner that is easily comprehensible to others. And it is also the primary reason he can successfully teach the martial art of physical liberation to Uchiha Hitomi, Hyuga Sayaka, and Might Dai. In Jinnu's mind, both Uchiha Hitomi and Hyuga Sayaka are akin to family, while teaching Might Dai is a way to repay the favor of having received instruction in the 8 Gates technique. Fortunately, Jinnu had the foresight not to place all his hopes for strength enhancement solely in the system. He pondered deeply, recognizing that the most significant gain from these 2 years of accumulation is the vast reservoir of knowledge he has acquired. These invaluable insights and research experiences will serve as crucial cornerstones in his quest to ascend to the status of a deity within the ninja world. Regrettably, as an orphan from humble beginnings, his access to the knowledge of the ninja realm is limited. Even with Uchiha Hitomi's support, certain clandestine and vital information remains out of reach. This realization has made Jinnu acutely aware of the importance of connections. For a civilian ninja, significantly elevating one's strength or growth trajectory often hinges on finding a capable mentor, a supportive superior, or a reliable companion or partner. Take, for instance, the original protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, who, after becoming a disciple of Jiraiya, experienced a meteoric rise in strength, transforming from the underdog into a formidable force, earning the respect of Niji and instilling a sense of anxiety in the prodigious Sasuke Uchiha. Similarly, Sakura Haruno, under the tutelage of Tsunade, evolved over 3 years from a mere burden and crybaby into a confident, independent kunoichi, thereby bestowing upon an ordinary girl the extraordinary title of Hokage's successor. Moreover, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, secured his position at the age of 23 not only due to his remarkable achievements, but also owing to the political capital gained from marrying Kushina Uzumaki, a Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki clan. Additionally, Minato's ability to master various advanced sealing techniques and enhance his strength is likely connected to the educational privileges and technical guidance provided by his wife, Kushina. Nonetheless, Jinnu does not envy these circumstances. He firmly believes that personal effort is the fundamental prerequisite for attaining various fortuitous encounters and connections. After all, it was his own strength that ultimately won the admiration of Uchiha Hitomi and Hyuga Sayaka. Otherwise, given Hitomi's proud nature, she would likely not have regarded him at all. As for Jinnu's current strength, a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. Frankly, he himself is uncertain of the extent of his abilities. After all, he lacks experience in life and death battles, and, as a student at the Ninja Academy, has no opportunity to engage in combat. Naturally, he is not inclined to request an early graduation. With the current state of the ninja wars, both Genin and Chunin are often seen as expendable. And even Jounin may not escape the peril, given the plethora of overpowered entities within the ninja world. Thus, enduring the 6-year tenure at the Ninja Academy is a plan that Jinnu devised from the outset, uncertain of whether she could navigate the next 6 years unscathed. Uchiha Hitomi descended from the stage amidst a sea of astonished gazes. She noticed her deskmate seemingly lost in thought, entirely oblivious to her recent examination, which stirred a surge of irritation within her. Uchiha Hitomi took her seat, deliberately creating a slight commotion. Genya Masaru snapped back to reality, glancing at Uchiha Hitomi with mild surprise, wondering what had caused this young lady's discontent. Under the scorching sun's relentless glare, the warmth of midsummer enveloped the air, yet an undercurrent of sorrow and foreboding lingered. The brutal wars of the ninja world raged on, and the severely injured from the front lines could no longer endure. Returning to the village on this fateful day, many of the grievously wounded ninjas, even upon recovery, would never again reclaim their identities as warriors. On the battlefield, these severely injured comrades had become burdens to their peers, necessitating their escorted return to Konoha, where they would spend the remainder of their lives, missing limbs and all. Alongside the returning injured, there were also the bodies of fallen ninjas. Countless others had long since succumbed to the battlefield, their remains obliterated by jutsu into mere fragments. Ultimately, only a cold, lifeless name remained etched upon the memorial stone. The harsh realities of war were laid bare in this moment. Without any directives or organization from the village's upper echelons, many villagers spontaneously prepared a solemn ceremony to welcome the heroes home. Occasionally, a naive child would exuberantly declare their aspiration to become a hero of Konoha, only to be silenced by a swift reprimand from their father or elder, leaving them bewildered. Was it truly wrong to aspire to be a hero of the village? The adults remained silent, their faces etched with profound grief and sorrow. Once lively and spirited children stood, hand in hand with their guardians, bewildered by the unfolding events, until they witnessed the returning injured, missing limbs, grasping for a glimpse of the war's brutality for the first time. Amidst the welcoming party stood Uchiha Hitomi, the little princess of the Uchiha clan. Even as an ordinary member, she felt compelled to greet the returning warriors of her kin, observing her once spirited relatives now return, battered and bruised. Along with those who would never return, a heavy weight settled in her heart. The Uchiha clan's bloodline was steeped in a martial legacy. They never shied away from battle. Yet this often meant that, when war beckoned, the Uchiha would lead the charge, suffering grievous losses. In such moments, for reasons unknown, she instinctively sought out a familiar face within the welcoming throng. A heart filled with confusion and a hint of panic yearned for a comforting presence. Alas, despite scanning the crowd numerous times, she found no sign of Genya Masaru. Over the course of 2 years, while his residence remained unchanged, its interior had undergone a profound transformation. The residence, though not a luxurious villa, can be described as a modest abode. However, it was ingeniously transformed by Uchiha Katsu into a small partition of approximately 20 square meters designated for scientific experimentation. This alteration rendered the resting space considerably more cramped. A simple bed was squeezed into a corner, while inexpensive toiletries were unceremoniously placed outside the door, as there was little concern about them being pilfered. Fortunately, Katsu lived alone, which allowed him to tolerate such a relatively confined environment. On the experimental desk within the partition lay an array of scientific apparatus. These instruments were neither extravagant nor costly, merely sufficient to facilitate Katsu's fundamental research. Some of the equipment had even been surreptitiously acquired from the school's laboratory. Being quite ordinary and easily overlooked, losing a couple of items would hardly raise suspicion. They could be considered consumables. Conversely, certain essential instruments were procured from shops at Katsu's own expense, with substantial financial support from the affluent Uchiha Hitomi. Despite these humble conditions, Katsu successfully advanced numerous research projects. As a fervent enthusiast of Naruto fan fiction in his previous life, a plethora of innovative ideas burgeoned within Katsu's mind. One of his primary research focuses was the genetic disparities between civilian ninjas and those possessing bloodline limits. Conveniently, 2 of his classmates, hailing from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans respectively, provided the blood samples necessary for his studies. These 2 clans represent Konoha's most renowned bloodline limits. In Katsu's perspective, whether it be the Sharingan or the Byakugan, all bloodline limits were merely a tangible manifestation of cellular genetics. Moreover, when a new bloodline limit ninja is born, the unique ninjutsu they create could, over time, influence and alter the creator's genetic makeup. This could elucidate the hereditary nature of bloodline limits. Upon grasping this concept, an audacious idea struck Katsu. Could he potentially induce the evolution of the Sharingan and Byakugan through the restoration of genetic completeness? Driven by this bold hypothesis, Katsu nurtured a profound curiosity and desire to learn about genetics over the past 6 months. It must be noted that the Naruto universe is rife with advanced technologies. For instance, despite possessing the capability to obliterate the moon with a cannon, there exists a conspicuous absence of even basic firearms. Furthermore, despite lacking the conditions to study molecular biology, the realm has achieved cloning and other remarkable feats. Even with Katsu's background as a high-achieving student, he found it necessary to relearn many concepts. In different worlds, one must adhere to the distinct laws or principles governing those realms. Fortunately, after breaking through his mental limits, Katsu's intellect reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to absorb knowledge at an astonishing pace. In contrast to the clearly defined evolutionary path of the Sharingan, the Byakugan appeared to lack a definitive progression. This prompted Katsu to shift his focus towards the genetics of the Byakugan. Well versed in the narrative, he understood that the Byakugan indeed possessed an evolutionary trajectory, the Tensegan, an upgraded version of the Byakugan, rivaling even the Rinnegan in prowess and perhaps surpassing it. After all, the rebirth eye possesses the remarkable ability to manipulate the Tao Jade, a symbol of the 6 paths, a feat that the Rinnegan lacks. If Hinata Kairan's Byakugan could be evolved into the rebirth eye, it would undoubtedly unravel her caged bird curse mark, wouldn't it? This singular reason alone was sufficient to compel Xuanyushin to delve deeper into his studies. Naturally, aside from his research on the bloodline limit genes, Xuanyushin was also investigating his own genetic makeup. He was intrigued to discover how his genes might transform after augmenting his abilities through the commoner's power system, particularly after surpassing his physical limits. His current physique was no less formidable than that of the Uzumaki or Senju clans, renowned for their bloodline limits. This investigation indeed led Xuanyushin to some remarkable findings. Unlike the invasive nature of other bloodline limit genes, his own genes exhibited almost no aggressiveness, rendering it exceedingly difficult for other bloodline genes to invade his genetic structure. It was as if an unseen force had locked his genes away. A genetic lock. Could it be that his genes were sealed? This characteristic of forbidding foreign gene invasion while refraining from encroaching upon others' genetic cells resembled a lock, did it not? This revelation invigorated Xuanyushin. The uniqueness of his genes implied that he could not transplant others' genes to awaken a new bloodline limit, nor could anyone else implant their genes into him. Thus, was there a way to break this lock? Could it be that the stagnation at life level 099 was due to this genetic lock? In an instant, Xuanyushin's mind flashed with countless ideas, and he seemed to grasp a flicker of inspiration. To break the genetic lock and achieve the evolution of his life level, what was still missing? Furthermore, could the characteristics of his own genes be utilized? Just then, Xuanyushin sensed something and looked up towards the upper side of the wall surrounding his abode, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "Too. It seems you have developed a habit of avoiding the front door." The figure perched atop the outer wall was none other than Uchiha 2, returning from the welcoming ceremony. With arms crossed and an indifferent expression, she replied coolly, "No. I merely happened to come from this direction." Uchiha 2 leapt down from the outer wall and entered the house as if it were her own. Observing Xuanyushin once again engrossed in his myriad of bottles and jars, containing transparent solutions with rare plant specimens and some unknown biological tissues, she noted the presence of what appeared to be ocular organs among them, but could not discern the rest, nor did she know where Xuanyushin had acquired such research materials. As she walked into the partitioned area, she expressed her dissatisfaction. "You spend all your time immersed in these bottles. Do not neglect your training." Unperturbed, Xuanyushin wisely chose to bypass this cliched topic and inquired, "Has the welcoming ceremony concluded?" According to his estimation, Uchiha 2 would have devoted the entire day to hosting her clansmen. While he was unaware of her precise standing within the clan, it was undoubtedly significant. "I departed early, burdened by the thought of so many of my kin who perished on the battlefield. Many of those who returned are unable to continue as ninjas." Uchiha Hitomi's gaze fell, her spirits somewhat diminished. "I sought you amidst the crowd, yet failed to find you. Why did you not come?" Yukiya Masaru slightly shook his head and replied, "I have no family returning from the battlefield. Have you forgotten? I am an orphan." "My apologies," Uchiha Hitomi responded, momentarily lost in silence. "It matters not. I am indifferent to such matters." After a brief pause, Uchiha Hitomi suddenly lifted her head to gaze at Yukiya Masaru, as if having resolved something within her heart. She spoke calmly, "I wish to apply for early graduation." Yukiya Masaru's hands, which had been engaged in experimental procedures, momentarily faltered. He set down the test tube, gradually removed his gloves, and turned to inquire, "Did we not discuss this matter? It is prudent to develop steadily during our 6 years at the Ninja Academy. To amass sufficient strength before, I already possess the strength of a Chunin. Remaining at the ninja school is merely a waste of my time." Uchiha Hitomi interjected defiantly, not allowing Yukiya Masaru to finish his thought. Removing his gloves, Yukiya Masaru also took off his lab coat and hung it on a nearby rack. "It seems the war has had a significant impact on you. Do you believe your current strength is sufficient to partake in this conflict? You must be eager to announce your presence to the entire ninja world." Uchiha Hitomi remained silent, yet her dark eyes indeed shimmered with a sense of eagerness. The Uchiha clan has never shunned challenges. Witnessing her kin engage in battle while she languished at the academy was a torment she found unbearable. "Hitomi, you should be aware that Genin and Chunin are essentially cannon fodder in the ninja world. Only those who attain the rank of Special Jonin can be deemed formidable. Do you genuinely believe yourself to be strong enough? Beyond Special Jonin, there exist the ranks of Jonin and Elite Jonin, and then there is the title of Kage. However, in the world of Hokage, the term Kage does not apply. I do not believe myself inferior to a special jonin. Such a statement, if uttered by another student from a different academy, might be deemed arrogant and presumptuous. Yet when spoken by Uchiha Hitomi, it elicited doubt. Could she truly possess the strength of a special jonin? Yukiya Masaru held no skepticism regarding Uchiha Hitomi's confidence. In the original narrative, Kakashi ascended to Jinin at 5, Chunin at 6, and Jonin at 12. There is no reason that Uchiha Hitomi, with Yukiya Masaru's assistance, could not reach a similar pace of growth. It appears you are quite confident in your abilities, Hitomi. Yukiya Masaru stepped out of the narrow confines of the room. Addressing Uchiha Hitomi, I recall we discussed the possibility of early graduation a year ago, and we made a pact. Should you defeat me, I would no longer oppose your early graduation. Now, as you broach this topic once more, the two pairs of dark eyes met silently. After a moment, a faint smile graced Yukiya Masaru's lips. Do you feel confident in your ability to best me? Uchiha Hitomi held Yukiya Masaru's gaze, her silence speaking volumes. Haha. Xian Yisheng chuckled lightly, suddenly blinking, and remarked, it seems we have not sparred for quite some time. Allow me to witness your growth during this period. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hitomi's delicate visage became solemn as she earnestly declared, from this day forth, I shall achieve a formal surpassing of you, Xian Yisheng. Her expression bore such gravity, as if she were proclaiming a prophecy on the verge of realization. Observing the confident Uchiha Hitomi, though uncertain of the origins of her self-assurance, Xian Yisheng shrugged, rubbing his thumb and index finger together as he suggested, since we are to engage in a spar, why not add a bit of incentive? I happen to be at a bottleneck in my research and require a larger laboratory along with more expensive experimental equipment. Before Xian Yisheng could finish, Uchiha Hitomi waved her hand grandly and proclaimed, if you manage to defeat me, I shall cover all your expenses and arrangements for your experiments, provided that you emerge victorious. Deal. Xian Yisheng beamed with a radiant smile, regarding Uchiha Hitomi as if she were a plump lamb ready for slaughter. Perhaps due to the predatory glint in Xian Yisheng's eyes, Uchiha Hitomi swiftly moved past him, leaving a remark, this place is inadequate. I shall await you at our old spot on the back mountain. At the back mountain of the Ninja Academy, in a secluded, desolate clearing, Uchiha Hitomi and Xian Yisheng stood facing each other, time seemingly reverting to their combat class 2 years prior, though this time, it was Uchiha Hitomi as the challenger. Over the span of 2 years, Uchiha Hitomi had grown significantly taller, embodying a graceful elegance. Despite her lingering youthful innocence, her gaze had sharpened and grown more aloof. Upon reflection, aside from her closeness to Xian Yisheng, Uchiha Hitomi truly had no other confidants. She was in no rush to challenge him, her cool eyes fixed on him. Do you truly intend to spend 6 years at the Ninja Academy? With your prowess, there is little left for you to learn here. Is there? I believe I have already articulated my reasoning. First, should I apply for early graduation, I would officially become a genin, and my stipend would cease. Thereafter, I would need to support myself through missions. Secondly, in this time of war, should the front lines become strained and my presence be required, I would have no right to refuse. For Xian Yisheng, applying for early graduation signified a loss of substantial free time, hindering his ability to conduct research as freely as he currently does. Uchiha Hitomi displayed her discontent, her voice cold as she retorted. Since when have you concerned yourself with matters of money? Was it not I who has been supporting you all along? Tell me, are you afraid of war? Cough, cough. What do you mean by you support me? Only the ignorant would approach war without reverence, unless one possesses the power to alter the tides of battle. The difference between having one more or one less genin on the battlefield is negligible. As she gazed into the tranquil depths of Xian Yisheng's eyes, Uchiha Tong felt an inexplicable surge of anger within her. Recalling the scene of welcoming clan members back earlier that day, she let out a cold snort, declaring, in that case, let us reveal our true abilities in combat. If I emerge victorious, you shall accompany me in graduating early. No problem, he replied, but should you lose, do not forget our wager. A glimmer of determination flickered in Uchiha Tong's eyes. Her recent training had been rigorous, far surpassing the lethargy exhibited by Xian Yisheng. With a kunai gripped firmly in each hand and her body slightly leaning forward, she entered a combat stance. Before her, Xian Yisheng stood with one hand behind his back, the other palm extended forward as he beckoned Uchiha Tong, come forth. Whoosh. Almost instantaneously, as his words faded, Uchiha Tong dashed forward. Compared to 2 years prior, Her speed had escalated to an extraordinary level. In gratitude for the affluent woman's unwavering support, Xuan Yesheng had withheld nothing, imparting all methods to enhance her strength. Even some newly discovered techniques were first entrusted to her for practical application. Among these, the activation of lightning release cells had been mastered by Uchiha Tong a year ago. And coupled with her introduction to the body liberation technique, her speed now eclipsed that of an average Chunin. The two kunai transformed into mere afterimages, darting towards Xuan Yesheng with remarkable agility. Effortlessly, he deflected both kunai, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Uchiha Tong's figure. The metallic kunai clashed against his fingers, producing a resounding metallic clang. This was a manifestation of a skill he had developed since acquiring the body liberation ability, allowing certain parts of his body to harden like iron for a brief period, augmented by the infusion of chakra, resulting in an effect akin to that of chakra-infused metal. In essence, the hardened areas could be regarded as formidable chakra weapons. After all, what could transmit chakra more effectively than the human body itself? Having successfully blocked the two kunai, Xuan Yesheng's eyes gleamed with intensity as he brought his index and middle fingers together, executing a powerful downward strike. In an instant, the chakra enveloping his fingers surged dramatically, visibly extending half an inch in a sharp arc concentrating chakra. He unleashed an explosive force from a specific point, showcasing his exceptional control over chakra. This strike decisively shattered Uchiha Tong's kunai defense, his sharpened fingertips grazing her chest. Bang! Uchiha Tong's figure dissipated into a cloud of smoke. This was merely a shadow clone. Fire release. Grand fireball technique. Uchiha Tong had seemingly maneuvered to Xuan Yesheng's rear, and the next moment, a massive fireball materialized in the air, unleashing a wave of searing heat upon him. Xuan Yesheng's expression remained unchanged as he propelled himself forward, effortlessly evading the direct assault of the grand fireball, covering a distance of over 10 meters. While fire techniques in the world of ninjas were never lethal, maintaining appearances was still essential. Therefore, he chose to dodge. Swish, swish, swish. Without a hint of negligence, 7 or 8 shurikens whirled forth from the blazing fireball, enveloped in scorching heat, effectively sealing off all angles of escape for Xuan Yesheng. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the tails of these shurikens were intricately connected by nearly imperceptible threads. A single misstep could lead to being ensnared by their altered trajectories. The combination of ninjutsu and shuriken was quite impressive. Xuan Yesheng mused with a faint chuckle, advancing rather than retreating. His arms suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow, his speed surging as he traced lines through the air, each leaving behind a sound akin to piercing the void. In an astonishing display, the cleverly angled shurikens were thwarted by Xuan Yesheng in an instant. With a sharp sound, almost simultaneously as he deflected the shurikens, the figure of Uchiha Tong flickered into existence behind him, her weapon pressed against his back, a smirk playing on her lips. I have won. Uchiha Tong's eyes sparkled with triumph. This was the first time she had bested Xuan Yesheng in their sparring matches. However, before she could fully revel in her victory, Xuan Yesheng, still facing away from her, said nonchalantly, "Is that so?" In the next moment, Xuan Yesheng's form transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Uchiha Tong stood frozen in disbelief, a flicker of incredulity in her gaze. Shadow clone. When did he? I didn't even notice. It was unfathomable. Uchiha Tong had always prided herself on her keen eyesight, yet she could not comprehend how Xuan Yesheng had executed the technique right before her eyes. Before she could gather her wits, a gust of wind rushed past her. Instinctively, Uchiha Tong crossed her arms in defense, twisting her upper body with all her might as she shielded herself with her arms. Nevertheless, she was still struck by a powerful kick to her arm, the force overwhelming, sending her hurtling through the air. She executed a backflip midair, employing her technique to absorb the impact, and landed with a long skid on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Excellent. Truly, you are the target I have always aspired to surpass. You have not disappointed me, Sheng. Uchiha Tong's voice rang with enthusiasm, tinged with excitement, though she remained puzzled about when Xuan Yesheng had employed the shadow clone technique. You have made significant progress as well, Tong. The strength of an elite Chunin is usually on par with this, Xuan Yesheng remarked, acknowledging her capabilities. Uchiha Tong steadied her breath, rubbed her sore arm, and lowered her head, obscuring her expression. Is that so? Just the level of an elite Chunin? Then what about now? When Uchiha Tong lifted her gaze again, Her eyes glowed a deep crimson. It was the Sharingan, a double Tomo Sharingan. Seeing Uchiha Tong's scarlet eyes, Xian Yisheng fell silent. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that her once jet-black pupils had transformed into a vivid crimson, each pupil adorned with two swirling black tomo. No wonder Uchiha Tong's demeanor had been somewhat erratic today. Though typically proud and composed, her emotional fluctuations were markedly more pronounced than usual. Today, Uchiha Tong was palpably impulsive. "When did you awaken your eyes?" asked Katsuya Genya. The returning clansmen were filled with mixed emotions as they welcomed the warriors back from battle. "It just happened," replied Uchiha Hitomi, her expression devoid of emotion, as if activating the Sharingan was merely a matter of course rather than a feat to boast about. "I see," mused Genya. "I have heard that the awakening of the Sharingan requires intense emotional stimulus, which is why the Uchiha clan is often referred to as the clan of love. It seems this notion is not without merit." As Uchiha Hitomi activated her Sharingan, Genya distinctly felt a surge of mysterious and perilous chakra emanating from her. The Mangekyo Sharingan possesses formidable abilities such as observation, replication, and hypnosis. Its wielder exhibits extraordinary insight, capable of perceiving chakra flow, casting, and unraveling illusions, as well as replicating both ninjutsu and non-bloodline limit techniques. After undergoing rigorous training under Genya's guidance, Uchiha Hitomi's reflexes and dynamic vision were already impressive. Upon awakening the two-tomo Sharingan, she could surpass even those Uchiha who had attained the three-tomo Sharingan. No wonder she was so confident in this sparring session. Genya noticed a palpable shift in Hitomi's demeanor, transitioning from aloofness to arrogance. Much like Uchiha Sasuke, who felt invincible after unlocking his Mangekyo and subsequently faced a humbling defeat. It seemed that Uchiha Hitomi could also benefit from a lesson in humility. "Now that I have awakened my Sharingan, how will you respond?" Uchiha Hitomi asked coldly, glaring fiercely at Genya as she activated her Jinjutsu. In the next moment, Genya felt a dark chakra invade his mind. Yet, before it could take effect, his formidable willpower shattered it utterly, as if it had vanished into thin air. Accompanying this was a muffled grunt from Uchiha Hitomi, who felt a sharp pain in her eyes. Noticing her discomfort, Genya chuckled wryly. "Hitomi, let me remind you, do not use Jinjutsu on me casually. It will be futile." In an instant, he realized that Hitomi had attempted to cast a Jinjutsu using her Sharingan, only to suffer backlash. With his willpower transcending limits, Genya had become nearly immune to Jinjutsu. Recklessly employing it against him would result in a fruitless endeavor. "Your mental fortitude is as extraordinary as your physical prowess," Uchiha Hitomi managed to exclaim after a moment of struggle. Fueled by newfound confidence from her awakened Sharingan, her first unexpected attempt at Jinjutsu backfired spectacularly, leaving her exasperated. "But it's not over yet," Uchiha Hitomi declared, her voice ringing with determination. With swift hand seals, she formed a single hand gesture. In an instant, a flash of lightning illuminated the air, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds singing, resonating through the forest. Genya's pupils constricted as he recognized the renowned technique, Chidori. He had merely suggested the concept of Chidori to Uchiha Hitomi in passing, never expecting her to manifest the technique so adeptly. This jutsu, combining both chakra nature transformation and shape alteration, had long surpassed the capabilities of an average chunin. It must be said that Uchiha Hitomi is indeed a prodigy. Chidori. As the lightning chakra fully formed in her palm, Uchiha Hitomi rushed towards Kuroya Masaru with incredible speed. Stimulated by the potent lightning chakra, her physical vitality surged, propelling her speed to an extraordinary pinnacle. With this acceleration, the power of Chidori also escalated to its utmost limit. Coupled with the mesmerizing tomo of her Sharingan, she locked onto Kuroya Masaru in a state of unstoppable, piercing intensity. In the face of this technique, the average person would find it nearly impossible to evade, let alone react. Kuroya Masaru had no intention of dodging. Instead, he raised his right fist and struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The earth trembled beneath him, as solid ground shattered like tofu, sending shockwaves rippling forward. The area directly before his fist resembled freshly plowed earth, with countless stones and debris flying towards Uchiha Hitomi. Merging brute strength with the finesse of a gentle fist, Kuroya Masaru unleashed a technique he dubbed the explosive fist, channeling vast amounts of chakra into his fist, continuously condensing it to perfection. In the moment of impact, The maximally compressed chakra rebounded like a spring, creating a catastrophic explosion of destructive power. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of air explosions echoed relentlessly. This was the first time Uchiha Hitomi witnessed Kuroya Masaru execute such a move, and its overwhelming might utterly obliterated her footing. The tomo in her Sharingan spun wildly, as Uchiha Hitomi focused intently, deftly stepping on the airborne debris to maintain her assault towards Kuroya Masaru. Despite sustaining minor injuries from the unavoidable stones scraping against her skin, at that moment, Uchiha Hitomi paid no mind to these trifling wounds. Her gaze was solely fixed on Kuroya Masaru. Oh, he had initially aimed to disrupt Uchiha Hitomi's Chidori by destroying her footing, but unexpectedly, she found an alternative path to advance. Kuroya Masaru, taken aback by Uchiha Hitomi's determination to unleash this Chidori despite her injuries, finally displayed a hint of seriousness on his face. Rasengan. Without any hand seals, chakra gathered in the palm of his right hand, manifesting as a swirling blue sphere. This signature jutsu of the original protagonist was one Kuroya Masaru had mastered long ago. Unlike Naruto Uzumaki, who required shadow clones for assistance, Kuroya Masaru effortlessly executed the Rasengan with just one hand, thanks to his exceptional chakra control. Bang! In a fateful clash, the Rasengan collided with Chidori. Like stars colliding, the tremendous force radiated from the center of their palms. One side was a hastily conjured Rasengan, while the other bore the thunderous momentum of the charging Chidori. There was no doubt that Uchiha Hitomi held an absolute advantage. Indeed, both retreated several meters from the impact. Aside from some previous abrasions, Uchiha Hitomi's right hand remained largely unscathed. In stark contrast, Kuroya Masaru's right hand dripped with blood, clearly indicating his injury. Uchiha Hitomi gasped for breath, her Sharingan having reverted to its normal state. Sustaining the activation of the Sharingan during battle had proven to be quite a burden for her, especially considering the considerable chakra expended on that last Chidori. Despite having gained the upper hand in their clash, there was no trace of joy in Uchiha Hitomi's expression. She bit her lip and questioned Genya Masaru. Why did you hold back? She was no fool. In the instant of their confrontation between Chidori and Rasengan, she had clearly sensed her opponent's restraint, as well as the deliberate change in direction that led to her own Chidori inflicting injury. Genya Masaru chuckled nonchalantly. This injury is trivial to me. Besides, have you forgotten that I possess medical ninjutsu? Come on, let us continue. However, Uchiha Hitomi chose not to press on. Instead, she said plainly, there is no need to continue. I concede, please heal yourself. At this point, Uchiha Hitomi's mind had settled into a calm state. Although Genya Masaru had sustained some injury to his right hand, it had not significantly impacted his combat effectiveness, while her own chakra reserves were dwindling. Furthermore, she was aware that Genya Masaru had yet to unleash some of his secret techniques. A verdant glow of chakra illuminated Genya Masaru's palm as he employed the healing palm technique. Since Uchiha Hitomi had already admitted defeat, it was prudent for him to attend to his arm before it began to heal on its own. Genya Masaru's access to such a wide array of ninjutsu, including medical techniques, was largely thanks to the numerous scrolls Uchiha Hitomi had provided, which were not available in the Ninja Academy library. Currently, Genya Masaru had mastered medical ninjutsu such as the healing palm, healing techniques, coagulation techniques, and chakra scalpels, integrating them seamlessly. In fact, the medical ninjutsu that posed considerable difficulty for others came to him with surprising ease, as if these techniques were tailor-made for him. At its core, medical ninjutsu relies on yang chakra. Fortunately for Genya Masaru, he possessed a robust physique brimming with yang chakra. Medical chakra is characterized by its subtlety and concentration. Mastering chakra control in this regard is exceedingly challenging and demands a greater expenditure of chakra. For instance, while controlling coarse chakra might require 1 unit, medical ninjutsu could necessitate 3 units. Fortunately, Genya Masaru was not lacking in chakra quantity and exhibited exceptional control. The explosive punch he had previously executed utilized medical chakra, akin to Tsunade's monstrous strength technique. Observing Genya Masaru skillfully employing medical ninjutsu to mend his wounds, Uchiha Hitomi's eyes flickered with intrigue. The once inept ninja was now effortlessly wielding advanced medical techniques. This individual was not only endowed with remarkable physical prowess, but also possessed formidable willpower and mental fortitude, evidenced by the failure of her Sharingan Jinjutsu against him. At times, Uchiha Hitomi could not help but ponder, Is Genya Masaru truly an ordinary civilian ninja? Or can an ordinary person genuinely possess such an extraordinary combination of physical and mental strength? Reflecting on the bookish persona he had maintained over the past 2 years, she wondered if the power of knowledge could indeed be that potent, enabling an average civilian to surpass the talents of those from Bloodline Limit clans. Just what was the nature of that shadow clone technique you employed? Upon hearing this, Haruno Katsu merely smiled faintly and said, "Allow me to demonstrate once more." With a single hand, he formed seals at an astonishing speed, akin to an afterimage, completing the hand signs for 2 techniques in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Hitomi's eyes widened. Her exceptional battle intelligence allowed her to comprehend the situation instantly, and she gazed at Haruno Katsu in disbelief. He had completed the hand seals for both the body replacement technique and the shadow clone technique in an instant, using the former to obscure perception and executing a substitution with the latter. Although the Sharingan could discern the clone technique, it could not penetrate the shadow clone technique, a ninjutsu specifically devised by the second Hokage to counter the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Hitomi furrowed her brow tightly. While she too possessed knowledge of the body replacement and shadow clone techniques, what truly astonished her was the speed at which Haruno Katsu performed the hand seals. A single-handed seal. Moreover, his speed surpassed that of a double-handed seal. It was utterly absurd. Your finger speed is not something a normal person could achieve, is it? While I have always known you to be remarkably swift, this is simply exaggerated. Haruno Katsu jested. Perhaps my fingers are just particularly agile? You know how exceptional my motor skills are. This unfortunate exchange clearly failed to convince Uchiha Hitomi, who regarded him with a cold gaze, as if to say, "Are you joking?" She remained silent, merely observing him. Soon, Haruno Katsu conceded and explained, "We both understand that forming seals is, in essence, a method of controlling chakra. The speed of sealing serves as a tangible reflection of a ninja's comprehension and mastery of ninjutsu." Uchiha Hitomi nodded slightly in agreement, acknowledging his assertion, and then listened as he continued. "For someone like me, who possesses a profound understanding of ninjutsu, having thoroughly grasped its principles, I am capable of simplifying the hand seals. Did you not notice that I utilized 2 fewer hand signs for the body replacement technique?" Reflecting on this, Uchiha Hitomi realized that he was indeed correct. She had failed to notice previously because Haruno Katsu's hand speed was so extraordinary that she could hardly follow. Seizing the moment, Haruno Katsu continued his familiar discourse. "Hitomi, as I have always said, true power lies in understanding the essence of strength. The Sharingan is undoubtedly formidable, but one must not become complacent in that power." Uchiha Hitomi refrained from disputing his words. In the past, she might have dismissed them with disdain. However, today, even with her Sharingan activated, she found herself outmatched by Haruno Katsu. She began to ponder seriously what truly constituted her own power and how she could master the essence of that strength to reach greater heights. Observing Uchiha Hitomi lost in thought, Haruno Katsu smiled with satisfaction, realizing that his words held significant weight in her mind. After a moment, he playfully broke the silence. "So, Hitomi, about our wager." Startled, Uchiha Hitomi returned to the present, glanced at Haruno Katsu, then turned away, leaving him with her back as she coldly stated, "A bet is a bet. Starting tomorrow, you shall move into my home." Is your way of fulfilling the bet merely by having me move into your home?" Hyuga Katsu was momentarily taken aback, observing Uchiha Hitomi's pace quicken, as if a fierce wolfhound were in pursuit. He pondered, "Is Hitomi feeling shy? But must I truly relocate?" The thought of that cramped space solidified his resolve. "I must move. What is the fuss about dining together?" Bang, bang, bang. Hinata Sayaka's delicate fists relentlessly struck the wooden post, producing a dull thud. The resilient wooden structure appeared to struggle under the weight of her blows, bearing clear indentations from her strikes. The weekend marked a day of respite for the Ninja Academy, yet Hinata Sayaka showed no signs of leisure. She remained steadfast at home, rigorously pursuing her training. Unlike other ninja clans, the Hyuga family distinctly separates the main and branch houses, even their residences being segregated. Typically, members of the main house seldom associate with those of the branch, as branch members are merely tasked with completing assigned duties. After all, can one cultivate affection for a mere tool? However, this separation afforded Hinata Sayaka ample freedom to hone her skills. Her talent was unparalleled within the branch. Having already mastered the 8 trigrams 32 palms, while the advanced techniques, such as the 8 trigrams 64 palms and the heavenly spin, were reserved for the main family. Despite this, Hinata Sayaka harbored no resentment. She believed the training imparted by Hyuga Katsu, known as physical liberation, surpassed all else. Indeed, among those who had learned the physical liberation technique from Katsu, Sayaka exhibited the highest aptitude and mastery. While others were merely beginning to enhance their muscle control, she had already grasped the concept of localized physical liberation. This extraordinary talent came with an evident cost in sweat and effort. Of course, due to her physical limitations, her potential in physical liberation was nearly at its peak, unless her constitution were to undergo significant enhancement. Nevertheless, for one devoted to physical training like Hinata Sayaka, her combat prowess had risen to a new echelon. Her talent was conspicuously apparent. Not only did the branch family hold high hopes for her, but even the main family regarded her with considerable expectation. In general, intermarriage within prominent bloodline families is prevalent, and for the Hyuga clan, which places immense value on the Byakugan, this tradition is upheld. A remarkable branch member like Hinata Sayaka is an excellent candidate, whether as a protector of the main family or as a promising progenitor of the main house. This destiny was inscribed upon her forehead when the curse mark of the caged bird was placed. Even Hinata Sayaka herself began to accept her predetermined fate, had it not been for that man extending his hand. Whenever she reflects on that fateful day, Hinata Sayaka can feel her heart racing, the most potent testament to her existence. Sayaka, do not train too hard. Take a moment to rest. The voice that resonated was that of Hinata Ayam's mother, Hinata Chie, a gentle woman with a serene smile, who brought forth a platter of fruits. Mother, I am well aware, replied Hinata Ayam, pausing her actions to wipe the sweat from her brow, responding with utmost respect. Observing her exceptionally talented daughter, Hinata Chie could not help but reveal a proud and beaming smile. After a brief moment, she continued, not long ago, a representative from the main house visited. They wish for you to become a maid to attend to the daily needs of young Master Hinata, and perhaps in time, you may even serve as his personal guard. For one of our branch family, this is an immense honor. Hinata Ayam gazed at her mother's face, which radiated pride, and momentarily froze before lowering her head, obediently replying, I understand. She was acutely aware that her mother's words, though delivered delicately, were not merely suggestions. They were a command, a proclamation of her destined path, leaving no room for negotiation. Over the span of 2 years, Hinata Ayam had witnessed numerous branch family members who attempted to defy the main house, only to be tormented by the curse of the caged bird, suffering dire consequences. This had profoundly impressed upon her the stark disparity between the positions of the main and branch families. Hinata Chie offered her daughter a piece of fruit, her eyes sparkling with joy. Young Master Hinata is the most gifted ninja of the main house in recent years. At merely 13, he has already attained a modest level of fame as a chunin. Our clan believes that when he comes of age, he will ascend to the rank of jonin. Hinata Ayam accepted the fruit, her head bowed as she savored it, seemingly lost in the pleasure of the experience, her pure white eyes betraying no emotional turbulence. After a lengthy discourse, Hinata Chie sighed deeply, her tone turning earnest. Ayam, please do not harbor resentment in your heart towards those of the main house. They act with the greater good in mind, striving for a more glorious future for the Hinata clan. You know that our Byakugan has long been coveted by outsiders. Viewed from another perspective, the caged bird is not a curse, but a means of protecting our branch family. One day, you will come to understand. Had it been the Hinata Ayam of the past, she might have impulsively retorted, then why is the Uchiha clan Sharingan also coveted? Why do they not suffer from the division between main and branch families? However, the current Hinata Ayam merely nodded numbly, acquiescing to her mother's sentiments. She held no grievances towards her mother. In fact, she speculated that in her youth, her mother had likely entertained many rebellious thoughts akin to those of the dissenting branch family members. Habit is indeed a formidable force. After 2 or 3 decades of relentless oppression, some inevitably abandoned their dignity, becoming subservient. Thus, she harbored no blame towards her mother. Had she been in her mother's position, influenced by traditional ideologies for so long, she too might gradually transform into a mere instrument of the main house's commands. I understand, mother. Please do not worry. I shall continue my training. Hinata Ayam stated calmly, returning to the wooden post to resume her rigorous practice. Her thoughts drifted back to the conversation she had 2 years prior with that man. She felt fortunate that fate had led her to meet Hyuga, who taught her that destiny must always be grasped in one's own hands. If one day your fate is snatched away by another, it is essential to rely on yourself to reclaim it. In casual conversation, Katsu once mentioned a certain bird that cannot be caged, its every feather shimmering with the brilliance of freedom. This inspired Hinata Sayaka's yearning. Katsu, I eagerly anticipate the day you ascend to the status of a god in the shinobi world. During this time, I too shall strive to break free from the confines that bind me, and one day, I shall soar alongside you as a liberated bird. After a torrential downpour, the courtyard was marked with rain stains. An ancient tree swayed gently in the wind, exuding an air of helpless melancholy. The teacup on the low table emitted wisps of steam, and the room was enveloped in silence. Hinata Sayaka sat on the tatami cushion, seemingly waiting for something. Before long, her mother, Hinata Chie, hurried in. Lord Hinata Nichi is here, Sayaka. Those from the branch family have been designated as guards for the main family. Though it is not an immediate appointment, they must first undergo a brief training period. As the younger brother of the heir to the main family, Nichi naturally assumes this responsibility. Though termed training, it was essentially a preparatory mental exercise. Sayaka approached the door and beheld a youth of aloof demeanor, a forehead protector adorning his brow. Lord Nichi. Upon hearing her address, Hinata Nichi turned, briefly appraising Sayaka before gesturing for her to follow. Silently trailing behind him, Sayaka mused. This younger brother of the main family possesses a rather cold disposition reminiscent of Hitomi. As a prominent clan in Konoha, the Hinata family adhered to an array of intricate rules, with a rigid class structure separating the main and branch families. Thus, when Nichi escorted Sayaka to the residence of the main family, she felt a slight tension in her body, steeling herself for what lay ahead. Observing the maids, servants, and guards from the branch family around her, she sensed that the entire Hinata clan was steeped in the notion of fate. Unbeknownst to her, Nichi guided Sayaka to an inner chamber of the main family. As the door to the chamber creaked open, light suddenly flooded into the dim, cool room. Following Nichi inside, Sayaka inhaled the fragrance of wood that permeated the air, her eyes falling upon a series of meticulously arranged wooden boxes on the shelves. Each exquisitely crafted box, fashioned from fine materials, bore a label inscribed with a name. Nichi approached the shelves and casually withdrew one of the boxes. After reading the name on it, he handed it to Sayaka. Bewildered, she accepted the box and noticed the name Hinata Takushu inscribed upon it. Hinata Takushu, an elite jonin of the branch family, had gained remarkable accolades during the Second Shinobi World War, his Byakugan aiding his comrades in achieving numerous victories on the battlefield of the Land of Wind. Regrettably, in a subsequent skirmish, he was gravely injured by a puppet of the Sand Shinobi, suffering from a potent poison. Despite his valiant return to the village in a severely wounded state, the poison had permeated his very bones, leaving even Lady Tsunade powerless to save him. Hinata calmly narrated the life story of a former Hinata elder. It was then that Hinata realized that this secret chamber was intended to store the Byakugan, accumulated through generations of the Hinata clan. She opened a wooden box and discovered a glass container filled with a transparent liquid, a sealing talisman affixed to its surface, within which floated a pair of entirely white eyeballs. Deprived of the nourishment of a corporeal form, the eyeballs appeared pallid and hollow, devoid of vitality, evoking a shiver in those who gazed upon them. After Hinata closed the wooden box and returned it to its original position, Hinata presented her with another box. This one bore the name Hinata Hidehiko. Hinata Hidehiko had once been a renowned genius ninja within the clan, achieving the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 22. In an extraordinary mission, he had, while gravely injured, valiantly fought his way through the enemy to relay vital information to the village, ultimately succumbing to illness 3 years prior. Upon hearing this, Hinata began to grasp Hinata's intentions. Indeed, after placing the box back on the shelf, Hinata locked his gaze onto Hinata's eyes, stating, "The Byakugan stored here once belonged to individuals who were pillars of our village and clan. I hope you can inherit their will and lead the Hinata clan towards a more illustrious path." Inheriting their awareness as mere tools? A heaviness settled in Hinata's heart. It was truly ironic to think that these valiant contributors, who had shed blood and sweat for the village, had their eyes plucked and confined to a hidden wooden box upon their death. Ultimately, she was merely an 8-year-old child, struggling to fully conceal her emotions. Thus, She unabashedly met Hinata's gaze, seemingly out of innocent curiosity, yet laden with emotion, inquired, "So, will Lord Hinata's Byakugan also be stored here after death?" Upon hearing this, Hinata displayed no overt emotional change. His gaze shifted slightly, and he responded in a calm tone, "That depends on whether I perish on the battlefield or succumb to the natural course of life within the village. Should a member of the branch family fall in battle, their Byakugan would be obliterated by the caged bird seal. Only those who die within the village would have their Byakugan extracted by the main family beforehand." Hinata suddenly realized that the youth before her, though the esteemed brother of the main family's heir, was fundamentally akin to herself, a member of the branch family marked by the caged bird seal. Following Hinata's gaze, Hinata noticed a storage table at the innermost part of the chamber. Unlike the densely packed shelves, this table held only a handful of wooden boxes, each more exquisitely adorned and unique. These few boxes, isolated together, stood in stark contrast to those on the shelves, resembling sovereigns commanding their subjects. Without needing Hinata to elaborate, Hinata understood that these were likely the eyes of the main family. After a moment of silent contemplation, she asked, "Lord Hinata, what is the fundamental difference between the eyes of the main family and those of our branch family?" In this instance, her words lacked the previous antagonism directed towards Hinata Hayashi, yet were imbued with a sense of confusion. A profound silence responded to her. Although Hinata Hayashi's back was turned to her, obscuring the expression on his face, Hinata Sayaka surmised that his demeanor was far from tranquil. After a lengthy pause, Hinata Hayashi spoke again in a calm tone. "As long as these eyes are not upon a person, there is no distinction." Without allowing Hinata Sayaka a moment to respond, he continued, somewhat disheartened, "Let us go. I shall take you to meet my elder brother." Having said this, Hinata Hayashi led Hinata Sayaka out of the secret chamber. Just before departing, Hinata Sayaka cast a lingering glance at the wooden boxes within the chamber, then steadied her emotions and followed Hinata Hayashi. Preparing to meet the esteemed heir of the clan she was destined to serve. "My lord brother, I have brought the person," Hinata Hayashi announced at the doorway to the individual within the room. "It is Hayashi, is it not? Have you had lunch? Let us eat together," came the voice of Hinata Hizashi from the study. Hinata Hayashi's gaze flickered. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I have some matters concerning the branch family to attend to, so I shall not impose on my lord brother. I will take my leave." In that instant, the usually composed Hinata Hayashi appeared somewhat flustered as he withdrew. With Hinata Hayashi's departure, only Hinata Sayaka and Hinata Hizashi remained in the room. "Come in," Hinata Hizashi beckoned. Hinata Sayaka opened the door, removed her shoes at the threshold, and stepped softly inside, observing Hinata Hizashi seated at his desk, engrossed in his reading. "My lord Hizashi, I am Hinata Sayaka, the one who will serve as your bodyguard," she stated with utmost respect. The name Hinata Hizashi was not unfamiliar to Hinata Sayaka. He was renowned within the clan and, indeed, throughout the entirety of Konohagakure, as a talented chunin of notable repute. Upon reaching adulthood and assuming the position of clan leader, he was destined to become one of the most significant figures in the village. Fate, however, is often unjust. Some individuals are extraordinary from birth, their veins coursing with noble blood. Hinata Sayaka had not anticipated becoming Hinata Hizashi's bodyguard, yet upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, a prodigy such as herself from the branch family was well suited to serve the heir of the main family. Hearing her voice, Hinata Hizashi did not lift his gaze. His eyes fixated on the book in his hands as he muttered to himself, "Hayashi has once again declined my invitation. Since the separation of families, it has been a long time since he has dined with me. I remember when we were young, Hayashi was most attached to me. We grew up together, played together. In his eyes, I was his most beloved elder brother, and he was my dearest younger brother." Hinata Sayaka listened quietly, refraining from offering any opinion, dutifully fulfilling the role of an attentive listener. Suddenly, Hinata Hizashi's words faltered. He raised his head and looked at Hinata Sayaka, whose eyes were a pure white, and unexpectedly asked, "Do you harbor hatred towards the main family?" Hinata Sayaka paused momentarily, then candidly replied, "Yes, I do." She always remembered the reminder from Xian Yisheng. Rather than suppressing her inner emotions, it would be more prudent to express her dissatisfaction with the clan. If she were to feign indifference towards the clan, it would only invite suspicion and caution. Being honest would indeed lead the clan to lower their guard. Moreover, she preferred a more straightforward approach, as it would prevent her interactions from seeming excessively hypocritical. As anticipated, Hinata Hayashi did not take offense. In fact, he seemed somewhat pleased with Hinata Sayaka's candor. He nodded and remarked, "Hatred is a perfectly normal sentiment. Even my own brother cannot be devoid of resentment." I recall that shortly after the separation, Hayashi was oblivious to the gravity of our situation. There was an instance when he and I fought over snacks, disregarding our statuses. And despite it being merely playful sparring, our father erupted in fury. He used a curse seal to inflict excruciating pain upon Hayashi, who fell to his knees, desperately pleading for mercy. That was my first encounter with the concept of rules. My father taught me that as the heir to the clan and the unequivocal choice for the next leader, I must perpetually uphold the clan's dignity and ensure that the branch families remember their place, never transgressing their boundaries. I can empathize with Hayashi. It is a common psychological disparity among all branch families. I understand your hatred towards the clan, but remember, do not display any hostility or malice towards me, for I will not hesitate to punish or even execute those from the branch families who dare to breach the rules. By the end of his statement, Hinata Hayashi's gentle tone had taken on a chilling severity. Hinata Sayaka had no doubt that if she were to reveal even a hint of murderous intent, Hinata Hayashi would unflinchingly end her life. A caged bird, if it fails to recognize its own position and dares to overstep its bounds, will undoubtedly invite catastrophic consequences. I understand, Lord Hayashi. I shall tread carefully and remain ever mindful of my place. Everything is for the family, for the village. I will inherit the will of those ancestors who sacrificed before me and strive to fulfill my responsibilities. As Hinata Hayashi listened to such grandiloquent words, he couldn't help but cast another glance at Hinata Sayaka. He found it difficult to discern how much of her statement was sincere, but her perceptive demeanor certainly pleased him. Upon exiting the study, Hinata Hayashi arrived at the corner of the corridor where a birdcage hung from the door beam, containing a solitary white bird. Hinata Sayaka followed closely behind him, and, upon witnessing this scene, her expression shifted to one of discomfort. Whether Hinata Hayashi was oblivious to her reaction or feigned ignorance, he murmured softly, "Do you know? This white bird is called a bluebird. It is a creature that will not cease to soar until it collapses from exhaustion. Apart from the cage, which has remained unchanged, I have released 4 birds from within. Yet releasing them signifies their demise. Why does Lord Hayashi persist in this act?" Hinata Hizashi gazed at the birds in the cage and remarked with an air of detachment, "Before you, I had 4 maidservants by my side. For various reasons, my father dispatched them to the most perilous battlefronts or tasked them with life-threatening missions, thereby allowing them to fulfill the final purpose of their lives. I hope your fate is more favorable than theirs." As he spoke with his back turned, Hinata Sayaka found it difficult to discern whether he was addressing the birds or himself. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Hinata Sayaka arrived to awaken Hizashi for his morning practice, timing it precisely at 6 o'clock. Though she served as Hizashi's maid, her role extended beyond mere servitude. She was being groomed as a trusted future bodyguard. Every clan must have a few capable subordinates, those who are both efficient and reliable. In less than 3 minutes, Hizashi was dressed and emerged from his room. He offered a subtle nod to Sayaka before passing by her. Sayaka squatted down, discreetly collecting a strand of hair that had fallen from Hizashi, ostensibly tidying up, while in reality, she was secretly placing the hair into a transparent container. She recalled that Kuroya Katsumi had previously entrusted her with the task of gathering the hair and blood of the Hinata clan members, previously constrained by circumstances. She had only been able to collect samples from branch family members. However, since becoming Hizashi's maid, it had become significantly easier to gather the hair and blood of the main family. After completing this task, she hurried to catch up with Hizashi's figure. After traversing several courtyards, they arrived at a spacious training ground where an elite jonin of the Hinata clan awaited Hizashi for morning practice. He was to instruct Hizashi in the gentle fist technique and impart the wisdom of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Not only could exceptional branch family members learn the 8 trigrams 64 palms, but Sayaka, as the maid of the main family's heir, was also granted the privilege to observe. This was the reason behind her mother's joy upon hearing that her daughter had been chosen as Hizashi's maid. It indicated that her daughter's status was inherently superior to that of other branch family members. Should the practice involve the 8 trigrams 128 palms or the 8 trigrams reversal technique, Sayaka would have to excuse herself, for those were secrets known only to the main family. After the morning practice, Sayaka could attend the ninja school as usual to further her education, for at her age, it was a golden period for a ninja's growth and learning. As Sayaka embarked on her life as a maid, our protagonist, Genya Katsuhiko, also formally commenced his journey of living off others. In pursuit of a larger laboratory and more advanced equipment, relocating became imperative. In truth, Katsumi had little baggage to move. The equipment in his workspace had long reached the point of needing an upgrade. He had prepared a list in advance for Uchiha Hitomi and was uncertain how well the preparations were going. Taking advantage of the holiday, Katsumi arrived at the legendary Uchiha clan estate with only a few belongings. As one of the two prominent clans of Konoha, the Uchiha clan's territory is not situated in the heart of the village like the Hyuga clan, but occupies a somewhat peripheral midsection. For the Uchiha, who hold dominion over the formidable security force, this location is rather distant from the village's core. How significant is this department's power? The audacity of Uchiha Itachi to confront Hoshino Masaru in the streets serves as a testament to its enormity. It could be aptly described as acting first and reporting later. An imperial privilege, which encapsulates the essence of the Uchiha. Such authority would be inconceivable for other shinobi clans, or even if they were to possess it, they would struggle to wield it effectively. However, the Uchiha clan, as one of the founding families of Konoha alongside the Senju, possesses the requisite legitimacy. From a distance, Hoshino Masaru beheld the imposing and magnificent headquarters of the security force. At the entrance stood two Uchiha Chunin on duty. Upon noticing Hoshino, an outsider, entering their territory, they exhibited no reaction, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. It appeared that the Uchiha were not as insular as one might imagine, allowing outsiders to traverse their domain with ease. While surveying the environment within the Uchiha clan's territory, Hoshino noted the expansive grounds, where opulent mansions stood in succession, each more grand than the last. A myriad of shops bustled with activity, and it was not uncommon to see several outsiders exploring or shopping within the area. In essence, the Uchiha territory resembled a village within a village. Observing the harmonious interactions between Uchiha clansmen and outsiders, Hoshino suddenly felt that the extreme fanaticism of individuals like Uchiha Itachi must be rare. The majority of the Uchiha seemed to lead normal lives. Among them, those without the innate ninja talent appeared almost indistinguishable from ordinary civilians, living modestly and adhering to a peaceful existence. After traversing several streets, Hoshino, following the directions provided by Uchiha Hinata, located her residence. Initially filled with uncertainty, he scanned the surroundings and confirmed that the location Hinata indicated was indeed the grand mansion before him, spanning over 1,000 square meters. He could hardly believe it. This must surely be Uchiha Hinata's home. It was astonishingly vast and luxurious, he mused, incredulity lacing his voice. This mansion must be worth at least 3 heads of Asuma, he thought. As he stood at the entrance, contemplating, a woman in a kimono, engaged in tidying up, noticed him. She approached and inquired, "Good day, are you here to see Miss Hinata?" Hoshino nodded and introduced himself. "Indeed, I am Hoshino Masaru, invited here." Upon hearing his name, the woman's face brightened with a warm smile. She slightly bowed and raised her left arm, gesturing for him to follow. "Please, come with me. Miss Hinata has been expecting you for quite some time." With that, she turned and led Hoshino into the opulent abode. Every maid in this household exuded an impeccable demeanor, a true testament to the grandeur of Konoha's elite. Following the maid, Hoshino stepped into the resplendent mansion. In the depths of the courtyard, a myriad of verdant flora flourishes, accompanied by exquisitely crafted stone sculptures and even a tranquil pond adorned with floating lotus blossoms. The corridor's floor gleams with a pristine luster, reflecting light as if polished to perfection. As Ganyen Sheng traverses the corridor, he encounters numerous attendants, most of whom are clad in dignified, immaculate kimonos. With graceful smiles, they bow slightly upon seeing him, a gesture of respect. Upon reaching the larger abode in the rear courtyard, a maid, bowing respectfully through the wooden door, announced, "Miss Hitomi, your guest has arrived." She then gently slid open the door and, having completed her task, discreetly withdrew. "Ah, you have come. This room has been prepared for your stay," came the cool voice of Uchiha Hitomi from within. Ganyen Sheng stepped into the chamber, his curiosity piqued. His immediate impression was that the room was vast and empty, furnished only with a tea table, a few cushions, and what appeared to be an exquisite tatami mat. This single room could easily accommodate several of Ganyan Shung's previous residences. Ganyan Shung regarded Uchiha Hitomi until he sensed her discomfort, then inquired, "Hitomi, what exactly does your family do? This is rather extravagant." Although Uchiha Hitomi did not immediately grasp the phrase extravagant, she could discern Ganyan Shung's astonishment and replied calmly, "My grandfather is an elder of the Uchiha clan." "Oh, so not only do you hail from a prestigious lineage, but you are also a third-generation heir," Ganyan Shung exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Seating himself, he poured a cup of tea from the table and sipped it comfortably, as if he were at home. "By the way, where are your parents? You must have informed them about my move to your household in advance, right?" He thought it customary to notify one's parents about such matters. However, Uchiha Hitomi shook her head and stated, "My parents lack any ninja aptitude. They are often away engaged in commerce, running a modest business, sending a bit of money home each month. I can manage things here myself." Ganyan Shung's lips twitched as the realization struck him. A modest business? With an elder of the Uchiha clan backing it, how could it be modest? A bit of money? Surely it must amount to a considerable fortune. It was no wonder Uchiha Hitomi wielded such wealth at a young age. Her allowance must be substantial indeed, given her parents' lack of talent and Uchiha Hitomi's exceptional ninja abilities. It was evident she was destined to inherit her grandfather's influence and stature. No wonder her standing within the clan was so elevated, perhaps rivaling that of a junior clan leader. "By the way, how is the preparation of my laboratory coming along?" In truth, the accommodation was of little concern to Ganyan Shung. It was the laboratory that occupied his thoughts. He had reached an impasse in his research, and improved conditions could greatly accelerate his progress. As if anticipating his inquiry, Uchiha Hitomi gracefully rose, took a couple of steps, and revealed a hidden passage beneath a wooden panel, leading to an underground secret chamber. Ganyan Shung raised his eyebrows in surprise, astonished to discover a basement concealed beneath his room. This is indeed quite suitable for conducting research. Katsuya Genya followed Uchiha Hitomi as they entered the passage. The corridor was illuminated on both sides, extending down to the bottom. Upon reaching the end of the passage, a spacious underground chamber, approximately 40 to 50 square meters in size, unfolded before them. The entire subterranean space was adorned with sturdy, specially crafted stone slabs, excelling in both soundproofing and durability, thereby ensuring the confidentiality of their experiments. "How do you find it? Is it satisfactory? If it's not large enough, the basement beneath my room is twice this size," Uchiha Hitomi remarked nonchalantly, her words dripping with understated grandeur. It's more than sufficient. Absolutely adequate." Katsuya Genya's eyes gleamed as he beheld the meticulously prepared array of experimental equipment within the secret chamber. Had he known Uchiha Hitomi was affluent to such an extent, he would have felt less constrained financially. In truth, Genya did not perceive himself as living off someone else's wealth. After all, he would share all his research findings with Uchiha Hitomi, while she would provide the research venue and funding. A fair arrangement indeed. Of course, Genya's residing in Uchiha Hitomi's home would undoubtedly provoke gossip among the villagers, many of whom would deem his reliance on her support as lacking in integrity. However, Genya remained indifferent to their opinions. Observing Genya's exuberant expression, Uchiha Hitomi found it perplexing that he was so enthralled by these vials and containers. With a hint of exasperation, she said, "You may explore on your own. I'll head upstairs. If you need anything, come find me at the training ground." As she ascended alone, Uchiha Hitomi's desire to grow stronger intensified, especially since she had realized that even with her Sharingan, she was no match for Genya. A twisted sense of excitement coursed through her. If Genya were to surpass her, she would feel both joy and a sense of loss. The more formidable Genya became, the greater her sense of accomplishment would be upon overcoming him. The prospect of having a goal to chase and surpass perpetually instilled in Uchiha Hitomi a sense of urgency, which was a significant factor in her rapid advancement in strength. After Uchiha Hitomi departed, Katsuya Genya unfurled a sealing scroll on the ground, forming a single-handed seal. A rush of white mist enveloped the area, revealing a plethora of vessels he had previously prepared for his research. These vessels contained the gene culture solutions he had meticulously concocted. With the newfound spacious laboratory and comprehensive equipment, his genetic research could finally expand further. What, after all, distinguished the genes of Bloodline Limit ninjas from those of ordinary civilians? The answer was about to be unveiled. This research consumed much of the day, and when Uchiha Hitomi concluded her training, She discovered Genya still engrossed in the underground laboratory. She first instructed a maid to prepare dinner, then returned to the basement, where she found Genya deeply focused on his work. It must be said, a serious man possesses a certain allure at this moment as she gazed upon Genya's handsome face. Engrossed in his research, a subtle blush flickered across Uchiha Hitomi's features. Cough. After researching for half a day, have you come to any conclusions? I hope you don't end up starving in the basement, as I would have to explain to the family's security team why there's a ghost of starvation in our home's cellar, Uchiha Hitomi remarked. Her arms crossed in irritation. Suddenly brought back to reality, Heian Yushu set down the vessel in his hands and turned to face Uchiha Hitomi, his eyes gleaming with undeniable excitement. Hitomi, I have finally uncovered the unique genetic traits of Bloodline Limit ninjas. Genetics? Uchiha Hitomi echoed. Though her academic performance in various subjects was commendable, the field Heian Yushu was delving into clearly surpassed her knowledge. Heian Yushu continued, for commoners like us, devoid of bloodline limits, I have observed over 100 samples and discovered 32 sets of ordinary gene sequences. However, for those like you, the bloodline limit ninjas, the gene sequences within your bodies exceed 32 sets. I refer to the additional gene sequences as special genes. It is these special genes that constitute your formidable bloodline limits. Uchiha Hitomi nodded, half comprehending, and suddenly inquired, so your research is aimed at transplanting bloodline limits? Heian Yushu looked momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook his head, asserting no. I have no intention of transplanting any bloodline limits. That is not the direction of my research. Then what is your aim? Uchiha Hitomi questioned in confusion. Heian Yushu replied, Hitomi, as a member of the Bloodline Limit clan, have you never pondered why some can awaken their eyes effortlessly while others cannot in their entire lifetime? Uchiha Hitomi's expression shifted to one of contemplation, and after a moment of reflection, she remarked, Are you suggesting that the talent for awakening one's eyes is related to this special gene? Precisely. While I have yet to fully ascertain how many sets of these special genes exist, it is evident that those possessing a greater number of these special genes exhibit a more potent bloodline limit power. Heian Yushu spoke with conviction, suddenly shifting the topic back to Uchiha Hitomi. For instance, you, Hitomi, possess a significantly higher number of Uchiha clan special genes than many of your kin. At least 5 to 8 sets more. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hitomi began to grasp the implications, her eyes widening in astonishment. Are you implying that by supplementing with more special genes, one could enhance their bloodline limit power? Indeed, that is the hypothesis I am proposing. However, I still require time to research how many sets of special genes each bloodline limit possesses, as well as how to supplement and activate these special genes. Heian Yushu stated earnestly, without reservation. Uchiha Hitomi nodded, asking, What do you need next? Having previously dismissed Heian Yushu's bookish persona and considered his immersion in experimental research a waste of time, she now found herself compelled to support him. Money. I require a substantial amount of funds. Numerous validations necessitate the consumption of disposable tools and experimental materials. Furthermore, I require a substantial quantity of samples. Xuanyeshing displays no semblance of politeness, articulating his needs with unreserved candor. Very well, came the prompt reply from Uchiha Hitomi, who scarcely absorbed the entirety of Xuanyeshing's requests before acquiescing. Such a forthright benefactress is truly splendid. The following day marked the commencement of a new term at the Ninja Academy. On the playground, Class A of the 3rd grade was engaged in physical training. The session commenced with throwing techniques, followed by the arduous long-distance run that demanded considerable stamina. The goal set by Nato Takuya for the students was to complete 20 laps around the outer perimeter of the playground. The top 10 would be deemed excellent, while the bottom 10 would face an additional 5 laps as punishment. In a bid to evade this penalty, each student exerted themselves, striving not for first place, but merely to avoid being among the last 10. Uchiha Hitomi surged ahead, establishing a significant lead from the moment the race began. She stood alone in the first echelon, while the second echelon comprised Hinata Ayane and Xuanyeshing, with the rest of their peers trailing behind. This order was maintained throughout the race, and without a hint of uncertainty. Uchiha Hitomi claimed the first position. Standing at the finish line, she regarded her classmates, particularly Xuanyeshing, who were still struggling to complete their laps, her expression devoid of concern. Nato Takuya, the homeroom teacher stationed at the finish line to record results, could not resist congratulating Uchiha Hitomi. Congratulations, Uchiha Hitomi. Once again, you have rightfully secured first place across all events. As an esteemed teacher of such a remarkable prodigy, he believed that his own accomplishments as a ninja academy instructor would remain commendable, even with minimal effort. Uchiha Hitomi furrowed her brow, her tone icy as she addressed him. Chunin, you are obstructing my view. Kindly step aside. Nato Takuya clenched his fists in frustration. This brilliant student exhibited excellence in every domain, yet displayed a complete lack of respect for her teacher. She even refused to address him as Teacher Nato. What of being a Chunin? The Chunin is indeed a pillar of the ninja village. One could only lament the invisibility of Konoha's Chunin. The elite Jonin serve as a benchmark. While the Genin produce prodigies, yet the Chunin, alas, seem to be inconsequential. Nevertheless, Nato Takuya chose not to engage in a dispute with the child, especially one who had already surpassed him in capability. After a while, upon witnessing Xuanyeshing cross the finish line, Uchiha Hitomi huffed in discontent, evidently displeased with his concealed prowess. Is there any merit in your approach? If you possess strength, why not showcase it? Xuanyeshing shrugged non-committally. I simply prefer to avoid unnecessary attention. I wish to navigate these 6 years with tranquility. Are you implying that I seek attention? Uchiha Hitomi's eyes narrowed, exuding a hint of menace. Cough, certainly not. By the way, are you thirsty? I'll fetch you a bottle of drink. He quickly fabricated an excuse to retreat and procure refreshments. Upon his return, he overheard Nato Takuya's booming announcement. This afternoon, the teacher will have an important matter to convey. You are dismissed for now, as it is time for lunch break. With that command, the students dispersed in a flurry. As Xian Yisheng and Uchiha Tong contemplated joining forces for lunch, a cacophony of noise erupted nearby. A diverse assembly of youths, both tall and short, had congregated, and within the encircled throng, a chaotic skirmish was unfolding. The origins of this fray had long since lost significance. Such is the nature of impetuous youth. Disputes often escalate into physical altercations without much provocation. Fire style. Great fireball technique. One youth, weaving hand signs, unleashed a torrent of flames towards his adversaries. The result, however, was nothing more than a feeble plume of smoke, eliciting hearty laughter from the onlookers. Truly, it was a spectacle that could induce mirth. Is this truly a ninjutsu? Come on, teach him a lesson. Show me what you've got. At the heart of the melee, approximately 7 or 8 boys were engaged in a tussle, primarily lower-grade students, none exceeding the 4th grade. Consequently, their mastery of ninjutsu was limited, with most relying on physical prowess to brawl. A few attempted basic ninjutsu such as the clone technique, adding a semblance of flair to their combat. Among the spectators, some cheered enthusiastically, others merely reveled in the chaos, while a few stoked the flames of discord. The scene quickly spiraled into disarray. As it was the lunch break, the teachers had retreated for their meals, leaving the playground devoid of supervision. Uchiha Tong took note of the commotion, but found little interest in this childish scuffle. Instead, she raised an eyebrow at Xian Yisheng, inquiring, "Aren't you going to intervene? I recall you were once quite the busybody in such matters." In times past, Xian Yisheng had sought the approval of the common students to accrue civilian points, always rushing to their aid whenever they faced bullying or disputes. His efforts had indeed garnered him considerable goodwill, amassing a fair number of civilian points. However, as the accumulation of these points waned, and with the inability to allocate them, his inclination to meddle diminished, shifting his focus towards research. Boyish brawls are quite commonplace, surely. There are teachers observing, he mused, glancing at the fray. Though, they have become rather loud. With a swift hand sign, he pressed down lightly on the ground. Earth style? Earthquake. As he executed the technique, Uchiha Tong felt a tremor ripple beneath her feet, though it barely affected her. In contrast, those gathered on the playground staggered as the ground beneath them suddenly quaked, causing the combatants at the center of the fray to lose their balance and break apart. Uchiha Tong, possessing exceptional equilibrium, appeared unfazed by the disturbance. "I didn't realize you possessed such a skill," she remarked. Xian Yisheng chuckled softly. "Well, this should quell the fighting. Come, let us eat. I'm famished." "Humph, glutton," Uchiha Tong retorted with a scoff, making her way towards the cafeteria. Regarding the insatiable appetite of Katsuya Genya, without the indulgence of Uchiha Hitomi, he might indeed face starvation. Meanwhile, the disoriented students, with expressions of bewilderment, were oblivious to what had transpired, mistakenly believing an earthquake had occurred. As the tremors subsided, the chaotic skirmish gradually fizzled out. However, not all students were ensnared in confusion by the recent upheaval. Amidst the crowd, a blonde-haired student furrowed his brow as he observed the retreating figure of Katsuya Genya. His keen perceptiveness had evidently discerned that the recent disturbance was a result of Genya's ninjutsu. "This is utterly chaotic," the youth shook his head, a flicker of seriousness crossing his handsome visage. His presence exuded a palpable intensity that was markedly superior to that of his peers, and his name resonated with distinction: Namikaze Minato. In the Ninja Academy, among students of the same grade, those who ranked prominently were typically members of esteemed clans, although occasionally a few civilian prodigies would emerge. In the third-year cohort, both Katsuya Genya and Namikaze Minato had risen as notable civilian talents. While Genya opted for an increasingly low profile, Minato's reputation burgeoned ever more resoundingly. Naturally, Minato could not overlook Genya, who bore a name comparable to his own. Although he observed Genya's reckless use of ninjutsu, he recognized that the intent was at least commendable, thus he chose not to intervene. Yet, deep down, Minato harbored a premonition that he would inevitably cross paths with Genya. Afternoon. Third-year Class A classroom. Very well, it seems everyone is present. I have an important announcement to make today. Nato Takuya, clutching a stack of papers, stood at the podium, addressing the class with a commanding voice. The students' curiosity had reached a fever pitch, whispering amongst themselves. Had the moment finally arrived to unveil the important news the teacher alluded to earlier that morning? Ignoring the murmurs from below, Nato's expression turned serious as he proclaimed, "Starting tomorrow, the school will establish a special experimental class dedicated to cultivating medical ninjas, who will regularly intern at the Konoha Hospital. Interested students may approach me to apply." Upon concluding his announcement, he distributed the application forms, handing them out in stacks to the students in the front row for them to pass along. Katsuya Genya held the application form in his hand, and his initial thoughts were far removed from the medical class. Instead, he was momentarily flooded with deeper reflections. Is it true that the medical curriculum, originally intended to commence in the 5th grade, is being introduced in the 3rd grade ahead of schedule? Was this proposal from Tsunade sanctioned by the village's upper echelons? Or is the situation on the front lines becoming dire? Uchiha Hitomi, having just received her application form, set it aside without a glance, displaying no interest whatsoever in becoming a medical ninja. Genya had anticipated Hitomi's reaction. Yet what astonished him was that even Hinata Kairi had refrained from filling out the application. "Kairi, I remember your previous aspiration was to become a medical ninja, was it not?" Genya inquired with curiosity. "Studying medicine won't alter one's fate," Hinata Kairi replied in a calm tone. "Besides, the main family would not wish for me to invest my talents in the medical field." Subsequently, she seemed to grasp something, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at Sho Hoshino. "Are you, Kokuin, considering applying?" Sho Hoshino nodded. It was not that he harbored a particular interest in becoming a medical ninja. Rather, through this specialized experimental class, he would have the opportunity to engage with a diverse array of patients at the Konoha Hospital, thus acquiring a wealth of genetic samples. He picked up the application form and began to peruse it. The application was not merely a formality. It also elaborated on the benefits and privileges of becoming a medical ninja. Firstly, the subsidies and resource allocations for medical ninjas were evidently more generous than those for ordinary ninjas. Moreover, medical ninjas were regarded as invaluable assets to each village. Even on the battlefield, they were the least likely to perish. Typically, they did not find themselves on the front lines, but rather in the rear, attending to the wounded. Should a medical ninja be discovered on the front lines, they would be left to their own devices, as the priority in team battles is often to eliminate the support first. To enroll in this specialized experimental class, one was required to undergo a test, primarily assessing whether one possessed yang chakra, indicating potential for utilizing yang release ninjutsu. The stronger the yang chakra, the greater the potential to become a medical ninja. As for the refined control of chakra, that could be developed through diligent practice. After school, Sho Hoshino submitted his application to his homeroom teacher, Takuya Nato, accompanied by several classmates. Subsequently, Takuya Nato led them to a preemptively vacated classroom. Within this room, several individuals clad in ninja attire and adorned with animal masks awaited. They were members of the Umbu, directly under the Hokage, tasked with overseeing the testing for this special class. The entire grade level gathered around 40 to 50 students, lining up to undergo the assessment. The Umbu ninja wielded a reusable chakra attribute tester, instructing the students to input their chakra sequentially. Those who met the standards for yang chakra were retained, while the others faced a merciless elimination. Those who passed were expressions of joy and pride, while the unsuccessful candidates appeared dejected and dispirited. Next, soon, it was Sho Hoshino's turn. With a serious expression, he cautiously placed his hand on the testing apparatus, striving to transmit his chakra with utmost precision. He feared that a moment's lapse could result in the device shattering under pressure. Designed for testing students from the Ninja Academy, the chakra tester had a limited threshold. Should Sho Hoshino falter, there was a genuine risk of damaging the instrument. In no time, an UMBU member glanced at the device and declared, "Qualified." Sho Hoshino silently exhaled in relief and stepped aside. Including him, only 24 individuals had passed the test, indicating that nearly half had been eliminated, an evident reflection of the stringent criteria for medical ninjas. A leading UMBU ninja informed Sho Hoshino and the others that they would be among the first cohort trained as medical ninjas, commencing directly from their third year at the Ninja Academy. Moving forward, they would engage in 2 hours of medical coursework every day after school at 3 o'clock, with practical theoretical lessons scheduled at Konoha Hospital on Wednesdays and Fridays. As the eyes of Katsuya Ueno gleamed with excitement, he eagerly anticipated the practical theory class. The leading figure among the UMBU ninjas, who would be instructing this medical special experimental class, was none other than Takashi Kato. He was one of the rare ninjas in the UMBU proficient in medical ninjutsu, reputed to have studied medical techniques alongside Tsunade. Kato's expertise in medical ninjutsu is highly regarded even throughout the Hidden Leaf Village, underscoring the upper echelon's emphasis on cultivating medical ninjas and their urgent need for new graduates to illuminate the field and reduce mortality rates on the front lines. During the first class, Kato distributed 3 medical textbooks to each student, mandating that they master all the essential knowledge contained within them within 3 months. Furthermore, a theoretical examination would be conducted every 2 weeks, with outstanding performers eligible for rewards, which could include medical ninjutsu or financial support. As Ueno casually flipped through the textbooks, he found that the content largely encompassed knowledge he had already mastered. Nevertheless, after a few classes, he still garnered significant insights. Prior to this, Ueno had relied almost entirely on self-study through books and scrolls, lacking any formal guidance. Thus, he had been somewhat of a self-taught prodigy. Enrolling in this medical special experimental class provided him with a systematic organization of his extensive medical theoretical knowledge, aided by ample funding and comprehensive experimental conditions. Through persistent study and observational research, Ueno made a remarkable discovery. All members of the Uchiha clan possessed 16 unique gene sequences, and the Hyuga clan similarly exhibited the same number of special gene sequences. What a curious coincidence it was that both clans shared this numerical attribute. Further observation revealed that among the different members of these bloodlines, the number of gene sequences exhibiting dominant expression varied. For instance, taking Uchiha Hitomi and Hyuga Saren as examples, Uchiha Hitomi possessed 12 of the 16 special gene sequences in a state of dominant expression, while Hyuga Saren had 11. This was quite significant. As in Ueno's observations of other Uchiha or Hyuga clan members, the quantity of dominantly expressed special genes was often fewer, with most exhibiting only 7 or 8 such sequences. This indirectly validated Ueno's hypothesis that the more special genes one unlocks, the greater the manifested power of the bloodline limit. He even speculated whether, should all special genes be successfully unlocked, Uchiha Hitomi's Sharingan could evolve into the Rinnegan, and whether Hyuga Saren's Byakugan could transform into the Tenseigan. In an instant, this thought surged uncontrollably through Ueno's mind. Thanks to Uchiha Hitomi, Hyuga Saren, and the fortunate resources of the Hidden Leaf Hospital, Ueno was able to effortlessly gather a substantial number of genetic samples. The Uchiha clan's special gene sequence was still missing 1 group, while the Hyuga clan's was short by 2. However, with the recent provision of hair samples from Hyuga Hizashi by Hyuga Saren, the missing 2 sequences of the Hyuga clan's special gene sequences were finally accounted for. Hinata Hayashi astonishingly possesses a remarkable 13 distinct gene sequences in a state of dominant expression, truly befitting the future leader of the Hyuga clan. Consequently, Katsuya Genya has successfully assembled all the unique gene sequences of the Hyuga lineage, the key to altering the fate of Hinata Hanabi, akin to a caged bird, now rests firmly in Katsuya Genya's hands. The next challenge lies in addressing the activation of the dominant expression of these special gene sequences with sufficient time. This conundrum is destined to be resolved. Taking a deep breath, Katsuhiko Genya regained his composure and redirected his focus towards the study of his own genes. He discovered that his genetic makeup mirrored that of an ordinary civilian in terms of quantity, both comprising 32 sets of civilian genes. The distinction, however, resided in the fact that each of his gene sets was far more potent and active, akin to a supercivilian gene in a state of unlocking. This alteration, presumably a result of enhancements from the system, had fortified the genes embedded deep within each of his cells. This supercivilian gene seemed to adhere to a principle of non-intrusion, refraining from invading or consuming other genes while also resisting the incorporation of foreign genes. This revelation promptly extinguished Katsuhiko Genya's intentions to transplant genes from other bloodline limits, a notion he had not initially entertained. Contemplating a different approach, he pondered whether extracting the enhanced components of his own genes could potentially yield a liquid capable of amplifying other genes. Thus, a new research endeavor emerged. Following this line of thought and dedicating several months to his work, Katsuhiko Genya ultimately succeeded in extracting this enhancement power from deep within his genes. Through cultivation and processing, he named it Gene Enhancement Liquid. This liquid, a vibrant purple, amalgamated various medicinal herbs and unique substances. Initially, the enhancement liquid he extracted would cause gene collapse upon injection into new genes. Katsuhiko Genya surmised that this was likely due to the volatile nature of the enhancement liquid, as ordinary genes could not endure such intensity. Through continuous dilution and the neutralization of multiple herbal components, he eventually perfected a relatively safer version of the purple gene enhancement liquid, one with minimal side effects. Its effects were akin to the system's enhancement of physical attributes, essentially elevating an individual's foundational physical statistics to achieve an overall improvement in bodily capabilities. This encompassed, but was not limited to, strength, speed, self-healing abilities, reflexes, and physical resilience, rendering it a comprehensive augmentation. Of course, the enhancement potential of this gene enhancement liquid was limited, at most elevating an individual's physical strength to less than half of Katsuhiko Genya's current capacity. Furthermore, it necessitated continuous consumption for over a month to gradually manifest its effects. Typically, an individual would reach saturation after 6 to 7 months of use. Prolonged usage beyond this point would not only cease to yield benefits, but could also harm one's genetic structure, with severe cases potentially leading to gene collapse. In the case of Uchiha Itachi and Hinata Hanabi, the duration of use might be extended somewhat. However, Katsuhiko Genya, exercising caution, planned to allow them a maximum usage of 1 year. Is this the recent achievement you've been toiling over? Uchiha Itachi inquired, holding a vial of gene enhancement liquid, his pitch-black, translucent pupils reflecting the purple liquid contained within the glass bottle. Xian Yisheng remarked with a smile, indeed. Have you not always been curious as to why my physique is so robust? By persistently consuming this gene enhancement liquid, your body too can attain a semblance of my strength. Of course, achieving the same level of power is impossible. At most, you may reach half of it. Uchiha Tong raised an eyebrow. Although she found the coloration of the gene enhancement liquid rather dubious, her trust in Xian Yisheng, coupled with her desire for strength, left her with no hesitation as she swallowed the entire vial without a trace of doubt. Humph, I hope its effects are truly as you claim. Tong, remember, this needs to be taken consistently to yield results. It is best consumed every noon, and you should begin to notice significant effects in about a month. Continue this regimen for a year, Xian Yisheng advised, his words flowing like a gentle stream. Equally impartial, Xian Yisheng bestowed the gene enhancement liquid upon Hinata Iane, informing her that there would be no need to gather blood, hair, or tissue samples from her clan members any longer. Really, is it no longer necessary? Hinata Iane inquired, her gaze laden with confusion as she looked towards Xian Yisheng in a secluded grove of the mountains. Indeed, I have gathered sufficient samples already. The next step is to consider how to supplement the unique gene sequences within you. Remember to consume the gene enhancement liquid daily. It will confer numerous benefits upon you. More importantly, long-term use will enhance your genetic strength, allowing you to withstand the forthcoming gene activation, Xian Yisheng elucidated, clarifying all the advantages and disadvantages comprehensively. When Hinata Iane learned that the evolution of her Byakugan could liberate her from the confines of a caged bird, her eyes sparkled with excitement. and a gentle thrill washed over her countenance. "Is it truly possible to break free from the cage's control?" she asked, her voice trembling with hope. Xian Yixing nodded firmly, responding earnestly, "Based on my calculations, there is over a 90% probability. Please, be patient, Ayane. Attempting to merge all special gene sequences immediately would pose too great a risk for you." "Yes, I shall wait. I entrust this to you, Shengkuan." Time flowed quietly, and before they knew it, half a year had passed. A message arrived proclaiming the end of the war. The legendary semi-divine figure of the shinobi world, Hanzo of the Salamander, having overestimated his own strength in a futile attempt to confront both Konoha and IWA shinobi simultaneously, conceded defeat. Acknowledging Konoha's victory and bestowing upon its three ninjas the title of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. This protracted conflict, lasting 3 to 4 years, concluded with Konoha's triumph and the defeat of Amigakure. Strictly speaking, the title of Legendary 3 was a source of shame for Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, as their combined prowess still fell short against Hanzo. Had it not been for Hanzo's prioritization of the greater good, he might have truly dealt a fatal blow. Nevertheless, the final outcome was that Konoha emerged victorious, and all three were esteemed disciples of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, making them one of the most illustrious, renowned, and complex ninja groups in the annals of Konoha's history. They represent the most formidable candidates for Hokage since the third Hokage, each possessing the qualifications to succeed any previous leader, endowed with leadership qualities, vision, competence, and credentials. Upon returning victorious from the war, they were adorned with honors. Thus, when the legendary Sannin of Konoha returned with a multitude of ninjas, countless villagers eagerly awaited at the village entrance, yearning for a glimpse of their prowess. Unlike the somber atmosphere during the last arrival of the injured, the majority of the villagers were enveloped in a joyous spirit. No one relishes the horrors of war. Among them was Ueno Masaru, who was particularly intrigued by the Sannin, or more precisely, by Orochimaru, and he yearned for an opportunity to make his acquaintance. He believed that with his current knowledge of genetics, he would have much to discuss with Orochimaru. However, given his unassuming status, it was likely that the renowned Sannin were unaware of his name. Before long, Ueno Masaru caught sight of the so-called Sannin of Konoha. There was Tsunade, with her magnificent golden hair and imposing presence, truly deserving of the title of Konoha's foremost healer. Then there was Orochimaru, a strikingly beautiful man with long black hair, exuding an aura of danger. Yet, where was Jiraiya? Why did only 2 of the Sannin appear? Had he gone to the hot springs? Ueno Masaru reminisced and realized that Jiraiya was likely occupied with nurturing potential adversaries for Konoha, such as Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Despite lingering for quite some time, Ueno Masaru found no opportunity to engage Orochimaru in conversation, as this celebrated Sannin was constantly surrounded by admirers. Perhaps another time would present a better opportunity for discourse. In the Hokage Tower, the Konoha F4 gathered in unison. You may wonder who constitutes this illustrious F4. They are none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the advisor, Tsunade, Mito Gate, and the leader of the root, Shimura Danzo. Compared to the somber expressions during the war, the faces of the 4 displayed a slight alleviation, particularly Tsunade, who even took a moment to admire the beautiful sunset outside the window. The war had come to an end. After taking a puff from his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a slow, deep sigh, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. The other 3 remained noncommittal. A brief silence enveloped the meeting room. After a moment, Mito Gate broke the stillness, stating, "Although the war has concluded, we are left with numerous unresolved issues. Some can be postponed, but others must be addressed immediately." Pausing, the elder advisor expressed his dissatisfaction, continuing, "Furthermore, Jiraiya, as a senior ninja of the village, is absent during this critical period of reconstruction, which is utterly irresponsible. Following the conclusion of the war in the Land of Rain, only 2 of the legendary Sannin returned to the ninja world, sending numerous signals to those observant. In truth, Jiraiya remained in the Land of Rain, having taken in 3 orphans from that region. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of this decision made by his pupil, and he felt a complex mix of emotions regarding it. Strictly speaking, the act of disregarding the village's orders, lingering in a foreign land to adopt orphans, and delaying one's return to the village constitutes a grave violation of village regulations. Were it not for Jiraiya's status as a disciple of the Hokage, Coupled with the merit and renown he recently accumulated on the battlefield, any other ninja would have been deemed a rogue ninja and either captured or executed on the spot. Rules are rules. If everyone behaved in such a reckless manner, the credibility of the regulations would be utterly compromised. Sarutobi Hiruzen flicked the ash from his cigarette and attempted to mediate, stating, "Rest assured, I know my disciple well. Jiraiya is a promising individual who embodies the will of fire, and he is fully aware of his responsibilities." Mito Kazuhana frowned, finding Hiruzen's vague assertions somewhat unconvincing. Shimura Danzo, more direct and unyielding, remarked, "Hiruzen, you are far too lenient with your disciple. At times, I cannot discern whether Jiraiya is a Konoha ninja or a Rain Village ninja. Moreover, what if Hanzo the Salamander decides to turn against him?" Danzo's words were indeed cutting, though not without merit. Despite the fact that Konoha emerged victorious in the conflict with the Rain Country, the journey was fraught with twists and turns. Most notably, Konoha defeated the Rain Village but failed to vanquish the semi-divine figure of Hanzo. In that final battle, only the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha survived. While hundreds of other Konoha ninjas were tragically poisoned to death, Hanzo, wishing to spare the Rain Village further devastation, chose to let the 3 Konoha ninjas live. Had he been more vindictive, he could have easily found a pretext to eliminate Jiraiya during his stay in the Rain Country. Such an event would certainly be welcomed by other ninja villages, and Konoha would have little to say in defense, considering it was Jiraiya's own decision to remain in the Rain Country. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated solemnly, "Jiraiya has already informed me in advance via letter. His actions are intended to ease the relations between Konoha and the Rain Village, all in the name of peace. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I, as Hokage, will bear full responsibility." With this declaration, Hiruzen aimed to conclusively define the situation, preventing others from incessantly scrutinizing Jiraiya's actions and eliminating any possibility of subsequent punishment. Mito Kazuhana and Uzumaki Kushina were naturally skeptical of Hiruzen's claims of personal accountability, believing he was merely showing favoritism towards his disciple. Upon hearing Hiruzen emphasize the title of Hokage, Danzo's sensitive nerves seemed to be triggered, and he retorted, "Hiruzen, even as Hokage, you cannot act so recklessly." Hiruzen, as if compelled by an unseen force, furrowed his brow and responded gravely, "Danzo, I am the Hokage. You will regret this, Hiruzen." With that, Danzo slammed the door as he departed. Mito Kazuhana and Uzumaki Kushina exchanged glances, sensing that this scene would likely replay itself in the future. Nonetheless, Hiruzen, as Hokage, had the authority to make decisions that even they could not alter. Should Jiraiya encounter any issues in the future, they would certainly seize the opportunity to admonish Hiruzen. Before departing, Tsubaki reminded Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Hiruzen, you must pay close attention to the cultivation of medical ninjas. During the recent war in the Land of Rain, if it weren't for the exceptional medical ninja Tsunade, the casualties in the village could have increased significantly. We need to train more outstanding medical ninjas." Once the advisors had left, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head while exhaling smoke rings. These old comrades, ever since he ascended to the position of Hokage, seemed to constantly seek ways to criticize him. Deep down, he did not endorse Jiraiya's behavior, which was too self-indulgent and unbecoming of a qualified ninja. However, if he were to forcibly summon this disciple back, it would likely lead to some unpleasantness. Let Jiraiya take care of himself for now, he pondered. Mitsukato was correct. He indeed had 2 pressing issues that required his attention. One pertained to the training of medical ninjas, while the other involved the balance of power, particularly concerning the restrictions on Root. Originally, Root was established merely as a branch of the Umbu, but it had gradually evolved into a personal organization for Shimura Danzo, to the extent that even he, as Hokage, could not intervene. How was he to balance the various factions within the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation. Kenyama Masaru had not anticipated that he would not have the opportunity to engage with Orochimaru, but would instead meet Tsunade, another of the legendary Sannin. At the Ninja Academy, in the special medical class, today's substitute teacher was not the familiar Kato Takashi, but a strange yet familiar female ninja. This kunoichi had striking golden hair and wore the uniform of a Konoha Jonin, her impressive figure commanding attention. "I am Tsunade," she declared, confident that most of the students had heard her name. "I will be responsible for your medical course." Tsunade had long sought to implement a plan to assign a medical ninja to every team, but due to the scarcity of medical ninjas, She was filled with fervor for their cultivation and was eager to contribute her efforts. Thus, poor Kato Takashi was unceremoniously dismissed, replaced by Tsunade, whose medical prowess far surpassed his own. Tsunade's dynamic entrance stirred whispers among the students. They were well aware of her lineage as the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the disciple of the third Hokage, making her one of the most sought-after jonin. The excitement in their hearts was palpable. After all, this was Tsunade Heim. Her beauty was striking, particularly with her exaggerated figure, a stark contrast to the masked Kato Takashi, making Tsunade the teacher of their dreams. In this atmosphere of exhilaration, they momentarily forgot that, in terms of medical ninjutsu alone, Tsunade was undoubtedly the most exceptional. In a corner of the classroom, Kanyama Masaru silently observed Tsunade, his anticipation palpable. Tsunade marked the first true encounter he had with a formidable figure of the shinobi elite. Indeed, after the battle in the Land of Rain, the abilities of the legendary three ninjas had far surpassed those of ordinary elite jonin. It was hard to fathom how Tsunade's slender arms could unleash such extraordinary strength. One could only speculate how her might compared to his explosive punches. As the lessons progressed, Haruno Sho discovered that Tsunade truly embodied the essence of a medical ninja. Her teachings on medical knowledge were not only systematic but also profound, enriched with her personal insights. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon it was time for class to conclude. To his surprise, Uchiha Hitomi was waiting outside the classroom. "What is the matter, Hitomi? We can talk about it at home," she whispered, turning to leave as soon as Haruno Sho exited. He promptly followed her. Just as Tsunade stepped out of the classroom with her textbooks, she brushed past the hurried Uchiha Hitomi and Haruno Sho. Her first thought was, what a perfect pair. A harmonious blend of talent and beauty. However, she wondered how a member of the Uchiha clan could possibly associate with a commoner. Curiosity piqued. She inquired with a fellow ninja and was astonished to learn that Haruno Sho was actually cohabitating with Uchiha Hitomi. What on earth? Did no one from the Uchiha clan voice any objections? It was hard to imagine that the proud Uchiha would allow a commoner to reside among them so easily. A female colleague lowered her voice, speaking conspiratorially. "Lady Tsunade, you are aware of the Uchiha's haughty nature. I heard that on Haruno Sho's first day moving in, clan members caused quite a ruckus, but it was quelled by the clan's elder. It seems that Haruno Sho's acceptance into the Uchiha compound was at the elder's behest, and once he gave his approval, no one dared to object." Intrigued, Tsunade pondered further. The Uchiha elder in question must be Uchiha Sheik, the venerable old man. How could he possibly consent to such an arrangement? Upon returning to her office, Tsunade perused the student records, which were meticulously detailed. The former instructor, Kato Eagle, had provided comments on each student. Haruno Sho's evaluation read as follows. Haruno Sho possesses exceptional aptitude as a medical ninja, with an extensive theoretical knowledge and proficient application of ninjutsu, excelling in all other ninja disciplines as well. His foundation is solid, yet he adheres too rigidly to convention, lacking in creativity. He is diligent and earnest, likely to become an outstanding medical ninja in the future. He will not disappoint you, but neither will he present anything particularly astonishing. This was a rather objective assessment. In essence, it acknowledged Haruno Sho's talent and ability, deeming him a genius among commoners. Yet he still fell short compared to the unreasonable prodigies of the ninja clans. After reading the evaluation, Tsunade contemplated for a moment. If it were merely this, it would be reasonable for the Uchiha clan members to associate with Haruno Sho. However, the fact that it had drawn the attention of the Uchiha elder, Uchiha Sheik, made it rather peculiar. Unable to fathom the reasons, she decided to put it out of her mind. Indeed, what could a mere child possibly be capable of? Having just returned from the battlefield, Tsunade cast a scrutinizing gaze upon everyone. With a self-deprecating smile, she dismissed her prying curiosity. Upon returning home, Kagaya Masaru looked at Uchiha Hitomi with a puzzled expression, patiently awaiting her words. In the room where only the two of them remained, and confirming the absence of others, Uchiha Hitomi began to recount the peculiar sensations her body had experienced that day. Despite her usual disdain for Kagaya Masaru's bookish demeanor, she had unknowingly come to regard him as the most dependable person in her life. Whenever a problem arose, he was the first individual who came to her mind. Kagaya Masaru listened intently, his expression grave, gradually revealing a hint of concern on his face. "Wait, are you saying you felt a surge of heat within your body, followed by a remarkable increase in both your physical strength and chakra?" You're worried that something might be wrong with your body, leading to a loss of control over your power? He summarized after listening to Uchiha Hitomi's account. Uchiha Hitomi nodded, her face etched with worry. Though she yearned for immense power, she would rather forego it than possess something uncontrollable. To her surprise, Kagaya Masaru broke into a broad smile and announced, "Congratulations, Hitomi. From this day forth, you need no longer consume the gene enhancement serum. Your physical attributes have significantly improved. Now, you can gradually adapt to the newfound powers you've acquired." "You mean this power stems from the gene enhancement serum you developed?" Uchiha Hitomi asked in astonishment, secretly relieved. Having taken the serum for nearly a year, she had sensed its benefits, but the magnitude of her transformation today was unprecedented. Indeed, the saturation of genes within you has reached its limit. Such a groundbreaking enhancement as today's will not occur again. "Can you describe your specific sensations?" Kagaya Masaru inquired. Uchiha Hitomi clenched her fists, feeling the surging power within her, experiencing an almost surreal sensation. "I feel a markedly obvious improvement in all my physical capabilities, and my chakra has more than doubled. I am even confident in my ability to contend with the elite jonin of my clan." Observing Uchiha Hitomi's radiant expression, as if the skies had cleared after a storm, Kagaya Masaru coughed lightly to shift the topic. "Ahem, since your physical attributes have increased so dramatically, it seems I must reevaluate and devise a new training regimen." At his words, Uchiha Hitomi's cheeks flushed, her gaze towards Kagaya Masaru imbued with both shyness and a hint of danger. The following day, Kagaya Masaru awoke from the luxurious embrace of his soft bed, emerging from his room, which rivaled that of a high-end hotel, and made his way to the dining hall, where he enjoyed a nutritious breakfast served by the maids. Not seeing the figure of Uchiha Hitomi, he surmised that this training enthusiast had likely gone for her morning exercises. The rapid surge in her power had ignited her eagerness to regain mastery over her abilities, for there were no shortcuts. Only the diligent path of hard work lay ahead. As he savored the delightful meal, Kagaya Masaru felt a pang of nostalgia. Life residing in the mansion of a young lady of nobility was often devoid of excitement and rather monotonous. Occasionally, he would catch glimpses of disdainful looks from a few of the young maids. Kagaya Shinjin felt a rush of embarrassment, his heart fervently exclaiming, "Can the pursuit of scientific research be equated to living off other successes?" The atmosphere within the Uchiha compound instantly became jubilant. Nowadays, Kagaya Shinjin devoted the majority of his time to research, allowing his shadow clones to attend the mundane courses at the Ninja Academy, while he personally attended only Tsunade's medical classes. Heaven bears witness, his intentions were purely for the acquisition of knowledge, rather than for the mere enjoyment of watching matches. Cough cough. Tsunade's decision to teach medical ninjutsu at the Ninja Academy did not provoke much of a stir. On one hand, the higher-ups in Konoha recognized Tsunade's dedication to medical ninjas. On the other hand, they felt a sense of relief regarding her choice to focus her energies on educating students. They secretly hoped she would invest more time and effort in the academy, for if the granddaughter of the first Hokage were to seek power, she could easily gather a formidable entourage under her command. It is well known that the Konoha are unwilling to relinquish any of their authority. Fortunately, Tsunade did not possess an insatiable thirst for power. Only Kato Eagle found himself in a world of defeat. However, Kato's loss was not without merit. From Shinjin's perspective, Tsunade's teaching far surpassed that of Kato Eagle, providing him with abundant inspiration. After all, the knowledge contained within books and scrolls is ultimately static, while Shinjin believed there remained much for him to learn from Tsunade in the realms of chakra and medical ninjutsu. Thus, for Tsunade, a medical ninja of the highest caliber in Konoha, Shinjin approached every lesson with utmost seriousness, never missing an opportunity to seek her counsel on complex issues as class concluded. Tsunade, recognizing Shinjin's earnest desire to learn, welcomed his inquiries with open arms. Most students rushed off to play after class, making Shinjin's proactive thirst for knowledge a rare find. As discussions deepened, Tsunade uncovered a startling truth. Shinjin might be the most gifted student in medical arts she had ever encountered. His abundant yang chakra, solid foundational knowledge of medical theories, and the flexible thinking he displayed demonstrated a remarkable ability to draw connections and extrapolate ideas. Internally, Tsunade silently criticized her predecessor. How could this be a student lacking in creativity and adherence to conventions? Clearly, he was a prodigy. Indeed, Such talent could only reach its fullest potential under the guidance of an exceptional mentor. Tsunade thought, indeed, that exceptional mentor is none other than me, Tsunade. At that moment, the thought of taking on an apprentice blossomed in her mind. With her characteristic decisiveness, Tsunade asked, "Would you be willing to become my disciple?" Disciple? Kaguya Shinjin, who was already Tsunade's student, was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that the term disciple referred to a deep lineage of mentorship, rather than a mere student-teacher relationship. For Shinjin, this was akin to a pie falling from the sky. Becoming Tsunade's disciple is akin to being inherently immersed in the esteemed lineage of Hokage. Furthermore, Tsunade's own distinguished identity elevates the status of her disciple, enabling Genya to transcend from the realm of an ordinary civilian to a position near the very core of power within Konoha. "I am willing. I shall strive earnestly." "Master Tsunade," Genya exclaimed, feigning an expression of exhilaration, as if attaining the status of Tsunade's apprentice were an honor of monumental significance. Upon hearing his words, a smile graced Tsunade's face, clearly indicating that Genya's reaction was within her expectations. The fact that Tsunade had taken on a student at the Ninja Academy did not stir any considerable commotion. Rather, many viewed it as a natural occurrence. Konoha is a village renowned for its exceptional lineage of master and student, a tradition that epitomizes the will of fire. Among the legendary three ninjas, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya have taken on disciples. Thus it is only fitting that Tsunade would naturally accept a student as well. With this newfound master-student relationship, Tsunade's teachings to Genya became increasingly selfless, even imparting her secret techniques to her pupil. In the Uchiha clan's training grounds, which spanned 4 to 5 times the size of a typical training area, an elderly man with a head of white hair leaned on a cane, his gaze unwavering as he observed the combatants within the arena. This elder was Uchiha's Grand Elder, Uchiha Shikio, a figure once prominent in Konoha, who had retreated from public affairs in his later years, no longer engaging in matters concerning the police force. Yet, within the Uchiha clan, he still commanded significant respect and held decisive influence in certain affairs. On the field, the 11-year-old Uchiha Hitomi displayed a fierce gaze and agile form, her shoulder-length black hair flowing as she launched shuriken from her hands towards the opposing Uchiha Jonin. The Jonin, Uchiha Hoka, appeared to be in his prime at around 25 or 26, with a stern countenance and a pair of formidable three-tomo Sharingan eyes. His prowess ranked among the elite Jonin, further enhanced by the advantages bestowed by his Sharingan. Under the scrutiny of these eyes, the trajectories of all shuriken became painfully clear. With a deft motion, he deflected each projectile with his kunai. Observing this, Uchiha Hitomi closed the distance and engaged Uchiha Hoka in close combat. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid exchange of blows resonated with the sound of thunder, each collision reverberating through the air with a deep thud. In this vivid tableau, a young girl, still in the throes of growth, appeared to chase an adult, both engaging in a dance of attack and retreat, fortunate that the expansive arena allowed for such maneuverability. Uchiha Hoka's expression grew serious, inwardly astonished. What incredible strength! No wonder Uchiha Hitomi dared to engage him in close quarters. Battle. Thrilling. Amidst the fierce skirmish, a hint of a smile graced Uchiha Hitomi's lips, revealing an expression of delight. Yes, just like this. Let me experience even more joy. Following another clash, after an exhilarating exchange of physical techniques, the two abruptly distanced themselves. Fire release. Great Fire Dragon technique. Uchiha Hitomi traced intricate patterns in the air with her hands, swiftly completing the hand seals. After undergoing transformation with the gene enhancement fluid, Uchiha Hitomi's already formidable chakra surged to an even greater level, distinctly surpassing what one would expect from a mere girl, especially considering she had yet to enter her developmental phase. With an abundance of chakra at her disposal, Uchiha Hitomi could engage in battle without the need to conserve her energy, effortlessly unleashing powerful ninjutsu. Suddenly, a colossal dragon-like entity, formed from searing flames, materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards Uchiha Bonfire with intense heat and terrifying force. The impact of the mighty fire dragon created a substantial crater in the training ground, shattering the earth. In a moment of peril, a figure swiftly evaded the onslaught, albeit with a somewhat disheveled appearance, with singed tips of hair indicating the near miss. If he remained complacent, there was a genuine risk of defeat. Realizing this, Uchiha Bonfire's aura surged dramatically, His keen perception anticipated Uchiha Hitomi's assault, and he pivoted to parry her sneak attack with his kunai. Clang! As their weapons collided, the Sharingan in both their eyes spun wildly, and their ocular powers clashed almost simultaneously. The potency of the 3-Tomo Sharingan evidently surpassed that of the 2-Tomo. However, this clash of ocular energies brought an unexpected consequence. In an instant, both Uchiha Bonfire and Uchiha Hitomi felt a sharp pain in their eyes, fatigue washing over them as if they had not slept for an entire day and night. The two forces were nearly evenly matched. The exhausting contest of ocular strength left both gasping for breath, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that Uchiha Hitomi's fatigue appeared less pronounced. Uchiha Bonfire was utterly astonished. Though he had always acknowledged Uchiha Hitomi's remarkable talent, with no rivals among her peers in the clan, he felt compelled to eliminate the qualifier almost. Whether in physical strength, speed, combat skills, or ninjutsu application, she could hold her own against him, an elite jonin. This predicament was indeed awkward. Initially summoned by the elder to assess his granddaughter's capabilities, Uchiha Bonfire now found himself in a challenging position. Seemingly lacking an effective strategy to subdue her in the short term, he resolved to engage in a prolonged battle, relying on his adult chakra reserves and combat experience to gradually wear her down. Had Uchiha Bonfire known that Uchiha Hitomi's chakra was on par with his own, he would have been even more astonished. Just as Uchiha Hitomi was invigorated and Uchiha Bonfire felt cornered, Uchiha Shiji, who had been observing silently, interjected. "All right, let's call it a day, Hitomi, Bonfire." Upon hearing Uchiha Shiji's words, even as Uchiha Hitomi's fighting spirit had just ignited, she had no choice but to halt and form a reconciliation seal with Uchiha Bonfire. Uchiha Fenghua extended a gesture of reconciliation towards Uchiha Tong, subsequently showering her with lavish praise. "Tong, your progress in strength is remarkable. Even an ordinary jonin would likely find themselves outmatched by you. I have never encountered a ninja with such extraordinary talent as yours." The earlier stalemate with Uchiha Tong, which had left him in an awkward position, was now a distant memory, replaced by genuine joy. The emergence of such an exceptional and powerful young talent within the clan heralded a promising future for their lineage. Although the Uchiha clan held considerable influence, it seemed that no member had yet ascended to the esteemed position of Hokage. Yet, in Uchiha Tong, Fenghua discerned a glimmer of possibility. She bore the prestigious status of the elder Uchiha's granddaughter, possessed unparalleled ninja aptitude, and displayed a tenacious spirit without arrogance. She was undoubtedly a formidable candidate for future Hokage. Uchiha Tong nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the accolades with an air of calm composure. Following her physical transformation and several days of rigorous training, she had finally mastered the surge of power she now wielded. At the tender age of 11, her strength was a testament to both her relentless effort and innate talent, but it must be acknowledged that Genya Katsu played a pivotal role in her development. Without the countless revisions of training regimens, the virtually side-effect-free potent gene enhancement solutions, and the results of various techniques aimed at augmenting her abilities, her progress would not have been so swift. Reflecting on this, a hint of softness graced Uchiha Tong's previously cold gaze, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared upon her lips. To Uchiha Fenghua, this smile signified Uchiha Tong's happiness and pride in receiving praise from a fellow elite jonin of her clan. Uchiha Shiji slowly entered the arena. At over 60 years of age, he was approaching the twilight of his life. A figure who had witnessed the inception of Konoha, he had accompanied the Uchiha clan through numerous trials and tribulations. On that fateful day, he watched Uchiha Madara depart the village, alone and forlorn, and silently vowed, "To restore the glory of the Uchiha clan is our unyielding duty." Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had squandered much of his life. The Uchiha clan remained unchanged, and the position of Hokage still felt distant. Even with his hair now white, Uchiha Shiji would expend the last vestiges of his fervor for his family, forever dreaming of nurturing a Uchiha ninja capable of seizing the Hokage title from the Senju clan. Unfortunately, his own son lacked ninja talent, and the clan's prodigies were either mentally unbalanced or met untimely ends. Just when he had resigned himself to the belief that he would never witness an Uchiha ascend to Hokage in his lifetime, Uchiha Tong, his precious granddaughter, emerged. Fierce and combative, with astonishing talent. In that moment, Uchiha Shiji seemed to glimpse the shadow of Uchiha Madara in Uchiha Tong. No, his granddaughter surpassed Uchiha Madara. Madara awakened his Sharingan at 15. My granddaughter opened hers at 8. Proud face. This time, there was no monstrous Senju Hashirama to stand in the way. Grandfather. Uchiha Hitomi respectfully addressed her grandfather, as her parents spent much of their time engaged in business abroad, making him one of her closest companions. He had imparted much wisdom during her formative years, and thus she held him in high regard. Elder Uchiha Shirke, Uchiha Kaze, also performed a slight bow, recalling the guidance he had received from Elder Shirke in his youth. He harbored profound respect and gratitude for this elder who had devoted himself entirely to the family. Elder Uchiha Shirke nodded at Uchiha Kaze and then turned to Uchiha Hitomi, expressing his contentment. Hitomi, it seems you have been diligently training of late. However, do remember to balance your efforts with moments of relaxation. He was particularly pleased with her intrinsic motivation to grow stronger without the need for external encouragement. Her desire for improvement surpassing that of anyone else. It was likely that she utilized all her spare time for training, which accounted for her rapid progress. After all, how could one so young compete evenly with the elite of the clan? Thus, he hoped she would allow herself some respite, lest she exhaust her potential too soon. His aspirations for Uchiha Hitomi extended far beyond the mere 3-tomo Sharingan. He yearned for her to revive the brilliance of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. I understand, grandfather. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment, Elder Uchiha Shirke said, retrieving a scroll from within his robes and presenting it to Uchiha Hitomi. This contains advanced fire release techniques. With your current prowess, you are ready to study them. And remember not to be late for the clan meeting tonight. Uchiha Hitomi received the scroll with composure, expressing her gratitude before making her way home. After her encounter with the clan's elite, she had gained a clearer understanding of her own abilities. She pondered whether Genya would be surprised by her current strength. Once Uchiha Hitomi departed, Uchiha Kaze couldn't help but exclaim, the rate at which Hitomi has progressed is almost unrecognizable. Just 2 years ago, I could still play with her as if she were a child, and now we can exchange blows evenly, particularly with her pair of 2-tomo Sharingan. I feel her power rivals my own 3-tomo Sharingan. Elder Shirke, how have you nurtured her? While praising Uchiha Hitomi's strength, he also expressed high regard for Elder Shirke's ability to cultivate talent. Unexpectedly, Elder Uchiha Shirke shook his head slowly, smiling as he replied, Kaze, you should understand that the number of tomo does not determine the extent of one's power. It varies from person to person. Additionally, Hitomi's current strength is entirely due to her own hard work. I have played a minimal role in her development. Uchiha Kaze's pupils widened in realization. If Elder Shirke's words were true, then he had squandered the past decade. It seemed that in just a couple of years, Uchiha Hitomi would surpass him entirely. Truly, the comparison between individuals could be disheartening. Uchiha Kaze sighed deeply, reflecting that he too had once been hailed as a genius of the Uchiha clan in his youth. Sensing the mood of his elder beside him, Uchiha Shiji consoled. Inghwa, you are the esteemed face of our clan, a prominent jonin. Have a little confidence in yourself. The future of our family relies on the strength of pillars like you. Uchiha Inghwa shrugged, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he replied, Elder Shiji. It's not that I lack confidence, but the younger generation seems increasingly formidable. At my age, I doubt I even possess the strength of a chunin. After a brief pause, Uchiha Inghwa curiously inquired, by the way, I heard that a commoner moved into Tong's household over half a year ago. Did you truly permit this? Indeed. It was my consent. Otherwise, those restless individuals within the clan might have caused untold chaos. Uchiha Shiji affirmed with a nod. But why would you? I have my reasons for this decision, Uchiha Shiji interjected, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. I have heard that this classmate of Tong's is quite the prodigy. Surely, two talents such as themselves must share many common interests. Observing Elder Shiji's smile, Uchiha Inghwa's body trembled slightly, a realization dawning upon him, and cold sweat beaded on his brow as he looked at Elder Shiji in disbelief. If that is the case, it may be rather cruel for Tong. Uchiha Clan's South He Shrine. The monthly clan meeting was set to commence this evening. Those who could attend the meeting were all elite members of the Uchiha, with the awakening of the Sharingan being a prerequisite, accompanied by a requirement for strength, at least above that of elite chunins. Naturally, any prodigies being groomed for the clan's future leadership could also participate. Uchiha Tong not only awakened the Sharingan, but also boasted strength rivaling that of a jonin, making her a strong candidate for the next clan leader. Thus, she had long met the qualifications to partake in the clan meeting. Numerous formidable Uchiha ninjas converged upon the south shrine. The sky was darkening. Yet the path leading to the shrine was illuminated brightly, with torches ablaze on either side, casting their glow. Upon reaching the end of the path and entering the shrine, a Uchiha clansman formed hand seals, employing a jutsu to unveil a sealed stone tablet, revealing a brand new passageway behind it. Within the basement stood an ancient stone tablet, quietly enduring the passage of time. Torches and lights illuminated the entire basement. Aside from those dispatched on missions, nearly 30 elite jonin and prodigies remained within the clan. Gathered here, it must be said, the Uchiha truly exemplifies the prestige of Konoha. A single clan can amass such a wealth of talent, a number that would rival the entirety of a small ninja village. Typically, these monthly clan meetings do not announce significant matters, often consisting of routine reports. For instance, one might inquire about the income generated by the clan's enterprises, whether there are facilities within the clan's territory that require repairs, or if there are any promising young talents deserving of cultivation. Additionally, has there been an uptick in complaints received by the security team recently? These matters are typically mere formalities, followed by a plethora of boastful banter, such as suggestions that the village of Konoha should adopt the Uchiha surname or that the next Hokage ought to be from the Uchiha clan. The ongoing discussions are essentially a verbal sparring match between conservatives and radicals. The radicals contend that those who harbor apprehensions and disdain for the Uchiha are hardly worthy of consideration, asserting that the Uchiha must confront various doubts with a more assertive stance. Conversely, the conservatives argue that the radicals are excessively presumptuous. After an hour, the clan meeting finally concluded. Itachi, Fugaku, please remain, Elder Uchiha Shursui addressed them. Accompanying Uchiha Itachi, who was called to stay, was a young man of approximately 17 or 18 years. Despite his tender age, his countenance bore an air of maturity, devoid of any signs of youth. He too was a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan, having attained the rank of Jonin 2 years prior, and his Sharingan had reached the level of 3 Tomo, making him a formidable candidate for the next clan leader. Elder Shursui regarded the two with a gaze that reflected clear admiration as he spoke. Itachi, Fugaku. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the next clan leader will be chosen from among you two. His calm yet assured tone decisively outlined the future leader of the esteemed clan. One should not presume that it is unusual for a woman to ascend to the position of clan leader. Indeed, one of the legendary 12 ninja guardians, Inuzuka Hana, was the leader of the Inuzuka clan, and Hinata Hayashi's mother also held the title of clan leader, with her daughter, Hinata Hanabi, poised to inherit the role. In response to such declarations, both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku remained composed, kneeling quietly before Elder Shursui, attentively absorbing his subsequent words. A glimmer of evident appreciation flickered in Elder Shursui's eyes as he continued. Both of you are among the rare prodigies of the Uchiha clan. I can assure you that each of you possesses the potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon hearing the mention of the Mangekyo Sharingan, both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku's expressions subtly shifted. It is the ultimate ocular power, surpassing the 3 Tomo Sharingan, a legendary eye that, once awakened, grants unique ocular techniques. Undoubtedly, this is the coveted legendary power that every Uchiha longs for. The most renowned user of the Mangekyo Sharingan was Uchiha Madara, who, alongside the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, co-founded Konoha. The Mangekyo Sharingan is comparable to the Wood Release in terms of its supreme prowess. Alas, the Senju clan has not produced another wielder of the Wood Release, and it seems that the Uchiha clan has not seen the emergence of the Mangekyo in quite some time. Elder Shursui, what are the conditions for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku, kneeling below, could not restrain his curiosity. His Sharingan had already reached the pinnacle of the Tomo stage, and his yearning for the Mangekyo Sharingan was more fervent than anyone else's. He understood that once he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, the choice of the next clan leader would be indisputable, and he would possess the strength to lead the Uchiha towards a new era of glory. Fujitsu, do not allow power to cloud your vision. Your Sharingan possesses further potential for enhancement and requires continued refinement. I have a premonition that war is imminent, and when the time comes, I shall recommend you to represent the Uchiha clan in battle, where you will hone your will through the crucible of conflict. I believe you shall undergo a transformation amidst blood and fire. Yes, Elder. Uchiha Fugaku respectfully replied, holding profound respect for the elder who had nurtured his strength. Though they bore no formal title of master and disciple, their bond was akin to that of a teacher and student. "And what of me, grandfather?" Uchiha Hitomi inquired, equally fascinated by the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. In comparison to the position of clan leader, she yearned more for formidable power. If she were to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, could she not surpass Katsuya? Unbeknownst to her, her rivalry with Katsuya had evolved into an obsession, one that both troubled and delighted her. Having a worthy opponent in life was indeed a treasure. Upon hearing Uchiha Hitomi's question, Uchiha Shiji turned his head, revealing a knowing smile as he gazed at his granddaughter. "Hitomi, your fortune surpasses that of Fugaku. You have already found the opportunity to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as you diligently enhance your ocular power and refine your Sharingan to its utmost limits, when the time is ripe, I shall personally assist you in seizing the chance to awaken the Mangekyo." Deep within his heart, Uchiha Shiji harbored greater expectations for Uchiha Hitomi than for Uchiha Fugaku. One was a disciple, while the other was his gifted granddaughter. Who could weigh the two? Katsuya, was that the name of his granddaughter's deskmate? As an elder of the Uchiha clan, acquiring information about a commoner would be a trivial matter for him. It could be said that the bond between Katsuya and Uchiha Hitomi had developed under the silent approval of Uchiha Shiji. Young man. You reside within the Uchiha household and partake of our hospitality. Surely, you must offer something in return, Uchiha Shiji declared. "Katsuya, I require your assistance in training my granddaughter." Hitomi's fervor for power, her innate talent for wielding the Sharingan, and her profound connection with that boy, she possessed all the prerequisites for awakening the Mangekyo, merely awaiting the opportune moment. Should Fugaku be fortunate enough, the Uchiha clan would soon boast 2 pairs of fully realized Mangekyo Sharingan. 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan would wield the power to overturn even the most formidable of adversaries throughout Konoha. At that juncture, the Uchiha clan would surpass the Senju clan entirely. While Uchiha Hitomi was curious as to why the opportunity for her to awaken the Mangekyo had already manifested, she chose not to ponder deeply, merely nodding to indicate her understanding. Influenced subtly by Katsuya, Uchiha Hitomi grasped a simple yet profound truth. Only the power that one fully controls belongs truly to oneself. The snow had ceased, yet the air still bore a chilling breath. As winter drew to a close, an unexpected message reached all. War was about to erupt once more. It is essential to note that less than half a year remains until the conclusion of the Rain Country War. Reports from the front lines indicate that the ninjas of Sunagakure have unexpectedly raided the borders of the Land of Fire and have formally declared war on Konohagakure. This audacious act has resulted in significant losses for the Leaf forces stationed at the border, necessitating urgent reinforcements. The war, instigated by Sunagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, is personally led by the 3rd Kazekage, commanding a substantial contingent of sand ninjas against the Leaf village. The adversary is formidable, enveloping the entire village of Konoha in a palpable atmosphere of tension, with visible anxiety etched on the faces of its citizens. Unlike the Rain Village, whose reputation largely hinges on the prowess of Hanzo the Salamander, Sunagakure boasts a comprehensive strength that far surpasses that of the Rain ninjas. Their leader, the 3rd Kazekage, is renowned as the most powerful Kazekage in history. His trusted aides, the Chiyo siblings, are formidable ninjas with a legendary reputation in the ninja world, and they command a mysterious and formidable puppet army that has caused considerable suffering to other ninja villages in past conflicts. Sunagakure's onslaught is fierce, and their ninja forces are of a caliber far superior to those of the Rain Village, presenting Konoha with an unprecedented challenge. Despite being the foremost among the 5 ninja villages, Konoha is beleaguered by consecutive wars, leaving little time for recuperation, even for a village as prosperous as theirs. It is at this juncture that Konoha realizes that the Rain Country War was merely the prelude to the Second Great Ninja War. The true conflict has only just begun. The looming pressure of the storm compels all Konoha ninjas to brace themselves. Under the leadership of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha's higher-ups convene an urgent meeting to formulate various strategic plans and directives. Following the meeting, a multitude of Konoha ninjas promptly rush to the front lines, heading towards the borders of the Land of Fire. Additionally, many elite ninjas from various clans are dispatched to bolster the effort. Simultaneously, the Ninja Academy is poised to conduct a comprehensive practical ranking assessment for all students. In the private training grounds of the Uchiha clan, 2 figures flicker with remarkable speed. engaging in intense combat. The air reverberates with explosive sounds, akin to sonic booms, generated by the sheer force and velocity of their movements. As the two figures separate, only the heavy breaths of Uchiha Hitomi remain audible, while her opponent, Genya Masaru, appears unfazed, exhibiting neither a flushed countenance nor a bead of sweat, as though he has yet to exert himself. At this stage, conventional taijutsu training holds little efficacy for Genya Masaru. Each session spent sparring with Uchiha Hitomi merely serves to loosen his muscles. This freak, Uchiha Hitomi mutters through clenched teeth, ever since she ingested the gene enhancement serum, resulting in a transformative change in her physical constitution. Uchiha Hitomi has intensified her training, swiftly mastering the surging power within her. With renewed confidence, she challenges Genya Masaru once more, yet despite their daily sparring, he continues to effortlessly dominate her in taijutsu. After regaining her breath, Uchiha Hitomi inquires, "Will you participate in the practical ranking assessment organized by the Ninja Academy? It is said that students who excel in performance will graduate early, and the top 3 will have the opportunity to select a ninjutsu from the Book of Seals as a reward." As a princess of the Uchiha clan, Itachi received this news a day or two earlier than others. However, such news is generally known among the major ninja clans. This comprehensive practical examination, which encompasses the entire school, has even drawn the attention of the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen not only wishes to observe the fresh talent emerging from Konoha, but also aims to discover potential geniuses who can contribute to the village's future in warfare. He even intends to unearth a few talented civilian students, as these children, not born of ninja lineage, are easier to manage and could be utilized to balance the power among the various ninja clans. It seems the pressure of war on Konoha is immense, even requiring the children from the ninja school to be sent to the front lines. Genya Masaru instantly discerned the true purpose behind this comprehensive practical ranking examination. Though it was labeled as a school-wide assessment, it was likely aimed at sending a new batch of cannon fodder to the battlefield. This practical examination would not merely consist of simple one-on-one matches, but would involve a series of drawn-out confrontations, ultimately establishing a complete ranking. Oh well, why am I saying so much? You probably won't participate anyway. In Uchiha Itachi's mind, expressing herself further was futile. "I will participate," she declared. "Itachi, haven't you always wanted to graduate early? This is your chance." "Well, what?" Uchiha Itachi gazed at Genya Masaru in disbelief, doubting her own ears. The individual who yearned for a stable 6-year tenure at the ninja school was actually willing to graduate early? Had the sun risen from the west? "There are a few ninjutsu in the Book of Seals that pique my interest. Itachi, let us secure the top 2 positions together," Masaru said with a smile, as if the outcome of the practical examination were already predetermined. A glimmer of curiosity sparked in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. "Are there really ninjutsu that interest you to such a degree that you would consider graduating early?" The Book of Seals is a scroll sealed by the first Hokage, containing the methods for utilizing forbidden techniques such as the shadow clone technique. In the original story, Naruto, urged by Mizuki, stole this item from the third Hokage's home and learned the shadow clone technique. The 2 techniques that intrigued Genya Masaru the most were the Flying Thunder God technique and the Impure World Reincarnation technique. These 2 ninjutsu are considered to possess an almost overpowered quality, and Masaru is determined to acquire them. "Indeed, I am quite interested in both the Flying Thunder God technique and the Impure World Reincarnation technique. Unfortunately, one can only select one ninjutsu. Itachi, will you assist me?" "Humph. I initially had little interest in this playhouse-like practical examination, but since you have so earnestly requested my help, I shall graciously lend you my support." Despite her words, a hint of excitement was evident in her tone, not stemming from anticipation for the upcoming examination, but rather from the prospect of graduating early. Once she graduated ahead of schedule, she would officially become a ninja, capable of undertaking various missions and even participating in frontline warfare. In the eyes of Hyuga Katsu, a flickering light of uncertainty glimmered. However, there was one aspect he had not shared with Uchiha Hitomi. He had made a spontaneous decision to alter his plans and partake in the examination for early graduation. This choice was not solely motivated by the 2 ninjutsu techniques, but was also driven by his desire to be closer to Hinata Saren. Let us rewind to a recent evening. On that night, Hinata Saren and Hyuga Katsu clandestinely met at a secluded location. They deliberately maintained an ordinary desk-sharing relationship at the Ninja Academy to prevent any exposure of their close connection. "Katsukuin, The main family has decided to allow me to graduate early, and I will soon be dispatched to the borders of the Land of Fire. Hinata Saren stated with an expression of calmness, revealing a grim reality. Having moved beyond self-pity regarding the capriciousness and unfairness of fate, she faced the situation with resolve. Hyuga Katsu, taken aback by her words, quickly inquired, "What is the meaning of this? You are merely a student at the Ninja Academy. How could the main family send you to the front lines?" In his eyes, Hinata Saren, with her exceptional talent, was undoubtedly a key figure to be nurtured by the branch family, possessing boundless potential. To dispatch such an untested genius to the battlefield seemed exceedingly reckless and wasteful. This is an order from the main family that I cannot refuse. In this mobilization for war, the Hyuga clan is also sending a young master from the main family to signify its importance. The branch family is sending a jonin, a chunin, and myself as accompanying members, all tasked with the mission of protecting the members of the main family, she explained. Hyuga Katsu fell silent, suddenly comprehending the gravity of the situation. In comparison to the safety of a member of the main family, the fate of a branch family genius seemed insignificant. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Your body has already undergone a transformation. There is no need for you to consume the gene enhancement liquid again. I had originally planned to wait a few more years until I could minimize the risks associated with activating the special gene before considering gene fusion for you. Nevertheless, take this bottle of gene fusion liquid for now. Remember, it should only be considered in dire situations on the battlefield where survival is uncertain." Hinata Saren carefully accepted the blue gene fusion liquid, as if grasping hold of her own freedom, while Katsu's voice echoed in her ears with repeated caution. "Only use it if absolutely necessary, and exercise extreme caution, Saren. If you use it now, there is over a 50% chance of gene collapse that could lead to your demise. Do you understand?" Hyuga Katsu's expression was grave, devoid of any exaggeration, as he had no empirical samples to reference and could only estimate the success rate based on theoretical deductions. The outcome remained uncertain. Hinata Saren gazed at the azure glass vial in her hand. An overwhelming impulse to consume it surged within her. Swallow it. By doing so, I can gain newfound power and break free from the constraints of the caged bird seal, she recalled Katsu's words. Taking 2 deep breaths, she ultimately resisted the urge, nodding at Hyuga Katsu to indicate she had understood. She did not wish to gamble with her life unless absolutely necessary. Returning to the present, Hinata Saren was no longer at the academy. She had applied for early graduation and successfully passed the examination, thus becoming a genin. What Xian Yisheng and Uchiha Tong did not anticipate was that the first day before the practical assessment would consist of a theoretical examination on the will of fire. This examination posed no challenge for Xian Yisheng. His perspective on the will of fire had remained steadfast. When Saratobi Hiruzen and other high-ranking officials of the Leaf Village monopolized the interpretation of this principle, which was meant for all villagers to expound upon, they diluted its original significance. Consequently, as long as his answers aligned with Saratobi Hiruzen's preferences, achieving a high score in this examination was a trivial matter for someone like Xian Yisheng, who had endured the rigors of a test-oriented education. With aspirations of graduating early and stepping into the limelight, Xian Yisheng was destined to take center stage. In addition to showcasing his extraordinary strength and talent, the profoundly evocative will of fire would serve as his trump card. Xian Yisheng glanced over the examination paper, briefly surveying all the questions before breaking into a confident smile. The significance of the ninja code is self-evident. Fulfilling missions is the foremost duty of every ninja. Please discuss the importance of ninja discipline. Please succinctly recount the achievements of the third Hokage and share your views on him. The brutal wars of the ninja world have resumed. Express your thoughts on war. Please expound on your understanding of the will of fire. These 4 comprehensive questions encompassed the will of fire, the third Hokage, ninja discipline, and the currently sensitive topic of war. The exam questions were undeniably substantial, far surpassing the mundane inquiries typical of a mid-level ninja academy, resembling those crafted by the third Hokage himself. Previous theoretical examinations included ridiculous queries such as who do you believe is the strongest Hokage? Explain why you think it is the third Hokage, which certainly invited undue criticism upon him. It would have been better to ask, who do you think is the most contemptible in the Hokage lineage? Explain why it is Uchiha Itachi. Ordinary civilian students may not have experienced the founding days of the Leaf Village. Yet those hailing from ninja clans must have heard their elders speak of figures like Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Senju Tobirama, each capable of cataclysmic feats in the ninja realm. Sarutobi Hiruzen has much to answer for. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xian Yisheng began to write, the tip of his pen producing a swift, fluid sound as he answered the questions with remarkable ease. For an average student, such profound inquiries might demand considerable reflection. Even the original Hokage, Senju Hashirama, would likely struggle to pass if he were to answer. However, for Xian Yisheng, who had read the original work and perused numerous fanfiction narratives, these questions posed no difficulty whatsoever. He directly quoted Sarutobi Hiruzen's heartfelt words from his deathbed, where the leaves dance, the fire continues to thrive. Wherever there are dancing leaves, the flame of hope will burn, illuminating the village and giving rise to new leaves. Sarutobi Hiruzen, these are my words. Moreover, Xian Yisheng even added a poetic flourish. Fallen petals are not without sentiment. They transform into spring mud to nurture the flowers. In response to the question regarding the discipline of ninjas, Kajino Masaru earnestly articulated, as a competent ninja, discipline is indispensable. A ninja must suppress unnecessary emotions to prevent them from interfering with their mission. If everyone adheres to the rules established by the village, the majority of needless conflicts could be avoided. Such sentiments would undoubtedly be met with skepticism by seasoned politicians like Sarutobi Hiruzen, as they are often known for their double standards. Nevertheless, the upper echelons of Konoha certainly hope that the young students of the Ninja Academy take these words to heart, as it would serve to better mold them into tools for their purposes. Thus, even if Kajino Masaru's answer does not receive full marks, it is close to being an exemplary response. Soon, Kajino Masaru completed all the questions and approached the front to submit his paper to Nato Takuya. Teacher Nato, I have finished, he declared. Nato Takuya received the paper with a sense of gratification. As he surveyed the densely packed words, a wave of profound pride surged within him. Compared to Kajino Masaru's performance in the ninja aptitude subjects, his grasp of the theory of the will of fire had always been a source of satisfaction for Nato Takuya. He recalled an occasion when the third Hokage, amidst a busy schedule, attended a faculty meeting at the Ninja Academy. During his report, Nato Takuya quoted words previously penned by Kajino Masaru during an examination, earning him the direct commendation of the third Hokage himself. Promotion and a salary increase were surely on the horizon. Who says being a teacher lacks prospects? This very inheritor of the will of fire is his own student. Additionally, the prodigious Uchiha girl, Uchiha Hitomi, is also among his pupils. I, Nato Takuya, am indeed a figure of esteemed mentorship. That evening, within the Hokage building, after attending to a multitude of affairs, Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe, and, seizing a moment of respite, took a puff while examining the freshly submitted examination papers. Let me see how the village's children have performed. Indeed, this examination was crafted personally by Sarutobi Hiruzen, serving as a final ideological test before the mobilization for war. He deftly opened the sealed envelope containing the test papers and began examining the first sheet, his demeanor serious as he smoked, simultaneously annotating the students' answers with a pen. The questions within this examination were meticulously prepared by him, presenting a considerable challenge. Yet, such a level of difficulty would reveal the students' true abilities and inner thoughts through their responses. As the honorary principal of the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Hiruzen rarely interfered with the Academy's affairs, yet he consistently held the students' embodiment of the will of fire close to his heart. Fujihara Miyawan. This was the first paper Sarutobi Hiruzen reviewed, and the elegant handwriting earned this candidate a positive first impression. Not bad, he mused. Though the expressions may still be somewhat juvenile, the overall theme remains tightly bound to the will of fire. For a child from a civilian family to possess such awareness is indeed commendable. She even mentioned her classmate, Kajino Masaru, in the final comprehensive question. Please elaborate on your understanding of the will of fire. Fujihara Miyawan cited Kajino Masaru's actions in defending the downtrodden, quelling disputes between civilian students and those from ninja clans, asserting that this exemplified the essence of the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Fujiwara Miyawan was indeed correct. The will of fire aims to unite all ninjas within the village, fostering a spirit of mutual support. This essence embodies the reconciliation of conflicts between civilians and the ninja clan. Interestingly, Sarutobi Hiruzen keenly perceived a hint of emotion woven into Fujiwara Miyawan's words. It appeared that this classmate named Genya Katsuhiko was quite popular. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen awarded this examination a commendable score of 85. The successful start of the first paper heightened his anticipation for the submissions of the other students. Uchiha Hitomi. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile faded, replaced by a more serious demeanor. The Umbu had previously reported to him about this prodigious 8-year-old girl, Uchiha Hitomi, who had awakened her double Tomo Sharingan at such a young age. Her grandfather, Uchiha Shiki, was the clan's esteemed elder. Although on the surface, Uchiha Shiki did not belong to either the hawkish or dovish factions, it was conceivable that the Uchiha, who once attempted an armed rebellion, may have acted under his influence, an aspect that warranted vigilance. Yet another Uchiha genius? Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, occasionally marveling at how easily this clan produced prodigies. Though their complex relationship with the village often left him troubled. After reviewing Uchiha Hitomi's responses, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a resigned sigh. The entirety of her examination revolved around the themes of the Uchiha and power. Centered on the notion of strength, she articulated how, since the founding of Konoha, the Uchiha clan had brought peace to the village through their formidable abilities. Especially after the Senju clan's dissolution, the Uchiha's dominance in Konoha became indisputable. Since assuming the responsibilities of the security force, they had contributed significantly to the village's tranquility. The discipline among ninjas was inextricably linked to the rigorous enforcement by the security team. Throughout her discourse, an insatiable yearning for power permeated her words, asserting that absolute strength would yield absolute peace. She even proclaimed that if Konoha possessed the strength akin to that of the legendary Sage of the Six Paths, no other ninja villages would dare to instigate war against them. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself losing patience, recognizing the quintessential Uchiha mindset. He summoned an Umbu operative and instructed, "Keep a close watch on this Uchiha Hitomi. Ascertain any connections she may have with the hawkish faction of the Uchiha." "Understood, Hokage-sama," came the reply from an unseen source. And the office fell into silence once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued grading papers, one after another. Genya Katsuhiko. This name seemed somewhat familiar. Indeed, it appeared that several students had mentioned it, holding the name-bearer in high regard as a role model. Initially wearied by the lengthy grading process, Sarutobi Hiruzen mustered his spirits, finding a renewed interest in this examination. Wherever the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire burns eternally. The fallen petals are not without sentiment, transformed into spring mud. They nurture the blossoms. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself murmuring these lines softly, his eyes gleaming, forgetting even to smoke. These words resonated profoundly with him. He felt that this was the essence of the will of fire he had longed to articulate. In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted his perspective, gazing at the framed picture of the legendary Hashirama Senju that had always adorned his desk, as if recalling the scene of his mentor, Hashirama, providing support in their times of need. It was an irretrievable regret he would carry with him for a lifetime. "Rest assured, teacher, I have always cherished your teachings. One day, for the sake of the village, I too shall not hesitate to sacrifice myself." After a considerable time, Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from his reverie. Glancing once more at Uchiha Shinjin's examination paper, and without hesitation, he took out his notebook and carefully noted down a few profound phrases. These phrases could be distilled for future use as slogans to propagate the will of fire, fostering a deeper understanding among the village's ninjas. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen unreservedly marked a perfect score on Uchiha Shinjin's paper, adding the remark, "The depth of this student's understanding of the will of fire brings me great comfort. May the will of fire take root in your heart and blossom into a brilliant flame." After completing his annotations, Sarutobi Hiruzen still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Pondering, "I must have a face-to-face conversation with this child one day to exchange insights on the will of fire." Time passed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched, loosening his muscles. "That shall suffice for today's grading. It's time to reward myself after a day of diligent labor." Today, the ninja school was bustling with excitement. With no classes scheduled, all students participated in a practical ranking assessment. One student nudged the shoulder of the person beside him and whispered, "I'm a bit anxious about today's practical assessment. Who do you think will ultimately prevail?" Is that even a question? It's definitely that Uchiha-tun. Indeed, though his personality is quite off-putting, Uchiha-tun's prowess is indisputable. That's debatable. I have my money on Namikaze Minato. Minato will surely take first place. The group of young admirers of Namikaze Minato displayed expressions of certainty. Aside from them, I believe Hyuga Mirai from the prestigious Hyuga clan is also formidable. Yes, I heard he has never suffered a defeat in practical classes. Not even against the arrogant Uchiha Tan. That's right. I remember the one who defeated Uchiha Tan was Uchiha Shinjin, wasn't it? He is indeed a powerful contender. Though I've heard he excels only in taijutsu, and the Hyuga clan is known to counter that style. You're outdated on the news. He has already overcome his weaknesses in ninjutsu, but it still seems Uchiha Tan has the greatest odds. Throughout the school, clusters of students gathered, engaging in fervent discussions. For these children, the upcoming school-wide practical ranking assessment was a stage crafted exclusively for them, a rare and significant event. Their cheeks flushed with excitement. They were brimming with anticipation. However, the newer students who had joined the Ninja Academy only within the last couple of years had largely opted out of participating in this assessment. After all, they have only recently mastered the art of chakra extraction, and their reserves are still quite limited. While prodigious talents are rare, the majority must adhere to a methodical approach, dedicating years to study and practice before achieving any substantial combat capability. Nevertheless, the number of participants in this practical ranking assessment is remarkably high. It is only natural to consider that during the later stages of the original narrative, the Fourth Great Ninja War witnessed the participation of over 80,000 ninja from the Allied forces. If the number of students in the Ninja Academy were insufficient, how could such a multitude be assembled later on? The entire ninja school was enveloped in a fervor of excitement. Each student harbored dreams of showcasing their talents before the third Hokage and learning powerful jutsu from the legendary Book of Seals. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, the practical ranking assessment would utilize 4 venues for the evaluations. The competition would follow a double elimination format. All participating students would draw lots to pair up for battles. And after determining the victors, winners would face off against winners, while losers would compete against each other. This process of drawing lots and battling would continue until an overall ranking was established. The initial 3 venues would host separate matches, and after numerous rounds, the outstanding competitors would advance to the main venue for their final contests. The main venue would not employ the double elimination format. Instead, it would feature the ruthless single elimination knockout rounds. Notably, the main venue would be presided over by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, himself. This meant that simply making it to the main venue would ensure the attention of the Hokage. For the attention-seeking youngsters, this prospect was immensely enticing. The opening ceremony of the practical ranking assessment would, of course, be personally conducted and unveiled by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Amidst the respectful gazes of numerous ninja, Sarutobi, draped in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, gracefully ascended the stage. Although he was not particularly tall, the moment the students laid eyes on him, they erupted into cheers. The atmosphere became electrifying in an instant. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the Hokage holds the highest authority and is revered above all. Thus, even in a village still shrouded in the shadows of war, the mere sight of Hiruzen Sarutobi could bring a sense of calm. He was the third Hokage, the strongest ninja in the village, and arguably the most powerful Hokage in history, though that particular title might be somewhat cringeworthy. To be honest, aside from that somewhat awkward title, Sarutobi performed admirably in his early tenure as Hokage. Observing the eager, admiring, and excited faces of the children, Sarutobi could not help but smile warmly. With a wave of his hand, silence fell over the crowd. The will of fire shall be inherited by you, the new green leaves. Therefore, for the prosperity of our village, strive diligently, children. With just a few words, the atmosphere soared to a pinnacle of fervor. Among the crowd, nearly all the students felt their spirits ignited, including Minato Namikaze. Shinjin Genya stood amidst the throng, his gaze reflecting a sense of nostalgia as he regarded the eloquent speech delivered by the third Hokage. Such is the charisma of the Hokage. Had Shinjin not been a traveler from another world, he would likely have shared the same lifelong aspiration as the other students, aiming to become Hokage themselves. Well versed in the narrative, Kuroya Masaru comprehended that in this world, the title of Hokage was far from the focal point. Beyond the shadow level, there existed formidable figures such as Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Otsutsuki Kagaya. The powers wielded by these individuals could indeed obliterate the world, embodying the might of heaven and earth. However, such heights still seemed distant to Kuroya Masaru. Clenching his fist, his eyes shone with unwavering determination and resolve. What of the bloodline limit? What of the Otsutsuki? One day, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world with the strength of a commoner. Let this practical assessment serve as the starting point of his remarkable journey. Following the speech delivered by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the practical ranking assessment commenced in earnest. All students were escorted to 3 separate arenas, while Hiruzen and his associates made their way to the main venue, awaiting the victors from the sub-arenas. The lackluster battles in the sub-arenas were hardly worthy of the Hokage's direct attention. Only those who triumphed and reached the main venue would constitute the new generation of elites from Konoha, deserving of notice. Kuroya Masaru was assigned to the third arena, distinct from Uchiha Hitomi's. Before parting ways, Uchiha Hitomi addressed Kuroya Masaru, saying, "See you at the main venue." Kuroya Masaru nodded in response. Until then, the third sub-arena was essentially a spacious training ground, where 2 examiners stood at the center, while 4 Umbu operatives monitored the scene from the periphery. By a twist of fate, Kuroya Masaru's first opponent turned out to be a classmate. Upon realizing he was to face Kuroya Masaru, the expression on his face morphed into one of despair. If there was anyone he least desired to confront, it was undoubtedly Uchiha Hitomi or Kuroya Masaru. As a fellow classmate, he was well aware that both individuals surpassed the rest of their peers by a considerable margin. I concede. Initially clinging to a shred of hope for a desperate struggle, upon seeing Kuroya Masaru enter the arena with his indifferent yet composed gaze, courage suddenly abandoned him. He retracted his neck and surrendered outright. Kuroya Masaru was taken aback by his unchallenged victory in the first match. The presiding examiner, equally astonished, shook his head in resignation and declared Kuroya Masaru the winner. In the subsequent bouts, opponents either surrendered promptly or were effortlessly dispatched by Kuroya Masaru with a single move. Throughout, he did not break a sweat, deliberately restraining his power to avoid inadvertently harming his fellow students from the Ninja Academy. The entire process unfolded like autumn winds sweeping away leaves, a sweeping and overwhelming display. Such a performance elicited awe and admiration. Truly, Kuroya Masaru's strength had been significantly underestimated. After all, he was the only man to have triumphed over Uchiha Hitomi. No wonder he was regarded as one of the 2 greatest civilian geniuses alongside Namikaze Minato. Those who once viewed Kuroya Masaru as nothing more than a ninjutsu failure had completely revised their opinions, gazing at him with immense envy. Most students, lacking privileged backgrounds or powerful bloodline limits, felt invigorated witnessing a civilian student like Kuroya Masaru rise to prominence, inevitably fantasizing about becoming the next Kuroya Masaru. Even the judges present, along with the covert ninjas, exhibited expressions of astonishment as they beheld the prowess displayed by Suinyeshu. Their eyes shimmered with unmistakable admiration. After achieving victory in 4 consecutive matches, Suinyeshu faced his 5th opponent. Yet again, no surprises awaited him. Although his 5th challenger was slightly stronger than the previous 4, it made little difference to Suinyeshu. He remained an insurmountable foe. Moments later, the judge, brimming with evident admiration, proclaimed loudly, "Suinyeshu wins the 5th match." As his voice echoed throughout the arena, an initial silence enveloped the crowd. This was soon followed by an uproar that reverberated through the entire third arena. Winning 5 consecutive matches signified Suinyeshu's ascendance as the victor, successfully earning him a place in the main venue. At that moment, all the students in the third arena gazed at Suinyeshu with eyes filled with envy. Entering the main venue meant drawing the attention of the Hokage, a pinnacle of honor during their student years. Amidst the fervor in the third arena, Suinyeshu maintained a serene expression as he made his way towards the main venue. "You're quite slow, Suinyeshu," a cool voice interjected. It was Uchiha Tong, already waiting at the main venue with her arms crossed. Suinyeshu was well aware of Uchiha Tong's capabilities, yet her speed still caught him slightly off guard. "You won't go too hard on me, will you?" Uchiha Tong frowned, her gaze reflecting indignation at being underestimated. "Rest assured, I haven't exerted myself too much. I have complete confidence in my control over my own power. Don't underestimate me." Since that day when her strength surged, Uchiha Tong had not experienced any loss of control, and in fact, her chakra control had subtly improved as she focused on mastering her abilities. Simultaneously, the commotion from the third arena had drawn the attention of those in the first and second arenas. In the first arena, the soon-to-be competitor for the final match, Namikaze Minato, turned slightly, surprised by the source of the uproar emanating from the third arena. He thought to himself, has someone already secured a ticket to the main venue? Even faster than me. After a brief flicker of thought, Namikaze Minato's expression returned to calmness, and he chuckled nonchalantly. The order of entry into the main venue held little significance. Once there, it was still strength that mattered, and he was determined to claim first place. Meanwhile, in the main venue, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, awaited on the dais, a faint smile gracing his face as he perceived the noise from the arenas. It seems a victor has emerged. I wonder which of the children it might be, he mused, filled with anticipation. The enduring prominence of Konoha among the 5 great ninja villages is inseparable from its robust educational system. Only with a continuous influx of talented ninjas can the great tree of Konoha thrive. I wager it must be that prodigious youth, Namikaze Minato, whose talents rival those of Orochimaru. Standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen was one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, who had finally returned from the Land of Rain. In the realm of the Ninja Academy, Namikaze Minato is undeniably among the top 2, and the reason he is not in the first position is due to the more prominent Uchiha Itachi. However, when excluding the ninja clans, Minato's exceptional abilities surpass those of his contemporaneous Orochimaru by a considerable margin. Under such circumstances, Minato's prodigious talent has long captured the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha. One is a genius from the Uchiha clan, while the other hails from a commoner's background. Clearly, the Konoha elite are more inclined to embrace and recruit a prodigy like Minato. Jiraiya had even taken it upon himself to discreetly observe Minato. Ever since he learned of the prophecy, his life's ambition had shifted towards seeking the child of destiny. Otherwise, he would not have stubbornly lingered in the Land of Rain to adopt orphans. Now, upon encountering a gifted youth, he perceives him as a potential savior and even contemplates taking him as a disciple. After all, the more saviors, the better. As for the subsequent implications of taking on a disciple, he remains indifferent. The world operates in such a manner that when an individual acts for a cause steeped in nobility, even if the process yields numerous unforeseen or adverse consequences, it is often easy to forgive them considering their noble intentions. Much like in the original narrative, when pain wreaked havoc in Konoha, nearly flattening the village. Did anyone blame Jiraiya for having such a pupil? Listening to Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly and nodded slightly. In his view, it could either be Minato or that child from the Uchiha clan. However, at that moment, Tsunade strode over with purpose, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Humph. That may not necessarily be the case, she remarked. What? Tsunade, do you disagree? You were not necessarily more outstanding than Minato in your youth, Jiraiya retorted, his tone sharper than before. In the past, he would not have dared to speak so to Tsunade. However, upon his return from the Land of Rain, discovering that his beloved goddess had been taken by a man named Kato Dan, one can imagine how Jiraiya felt. This revelation had also subtly altered his attitude toward Tsunade. Tsunade, seemingly uninterested in Jiraiya's banter, tossed her golden hair and replied, "The one who is a frog at the bottom of a well is you, Jiraiya. But I understand. You've just returned to the village and are unaware of everything." Her words dripped with sarcasm. "You," Jiraiya exclaimed in indignation. Just then, the ever-silent Orochimaru subtly gestured towards a direction, suddenly stating, "Look." Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya instinctively turned their gazes towards the direction indicated by Orochimaru, both taken aback. Their surprise deepened as they beheld not a single victor approaching the main arena, but 2 individuals together. What astonished them further was that neither of the 2 was Namikaze Minato. Among them was Uchiha Itachi, known to them, with shoulder-length black hair, a striking demeanor, and an air of aloofness that commanded respect. The other was a silver-haired youth, with neatly trimmed hair and eyes as dark as the night sky. He possesses a visage illuminated by the brilliance of the sun, broad and robust shoulders, and a subtle smile that evokes the warmth of spring. Even when standing alongside the prodigious girl of the Uchiha clan, the youth's aura is undeniably captivating. The 2 individuals in question are Uchiha Tomo and Genya Katsuhiko. Impossible. Has someone surpassed Minato in speed? Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. The prodigy he had favored, Namikaze Minato, was not only not in first place, but not even second. How could this be? Beside him, Tsunade wore a slightly smug smile, boldly proclaiming, "It appears my judgment surpasses yours, Jiraiya." Your judgment? Jiraiya turned, perplexed, to face Tsunade. Tsunade replied nonchalantly, "What is the matter? Isn't it normal for my disciple to outshine your favored candidate?" Your disciple? When did you take on a disciple? Jiraiya exclaimed, taken aback. He had only recently returned to the village and was unaware that Tsunade had taken on an apprentice. Orochimaru, with a sinister grin, chimed in. It seems this era boasts more than just Namake's Minato as its genius. Tsunade, your disciple is quite remarkable. A peculiar light glimmered in Tsunade's beautiful eyes. Even she had not anticipated that her newly adopted disciple would excel not only in medical ninjutsu, but also demonstrate such formidable prowess in combat. Does this not imply that she, Tsunade, possesses a unique discernment? Observing the upward tilt of Tsunade's lips and the conversation's shift from Minato to Katsuki, Jiraiya felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. So what if your disciple arrived at the scene first? He could never defeat Minato, whose talent eclipsed even that of Orochimaru. You might find it hard to believe, but Jiraiya, a commoner by birth, held an unwavering belief in the supremacy of talent when it came to choosing disciples. If not, why would he seek out the destined child, overlooking individuals like Rock Lee or Tenten? It was only upon witnessing Nagato's Rinnegan that he was compelled to adopt him, and later chose Naruto due to his visibly extraordinary talent. Thus, in Jiraiya's eyes, Minato, with his superior talent, was undoubtedly destined to emerge victorious. Orochimaru smirked at Jiraiya's insinuation that his talent was inferior to that of a child, responding with a chilling smile. If what you say is true, then this boy, Genya Katsuhiko, faced an Uchiha Chunin head-on at the age of 6. Jiraiya, had it been you at that age, even 10 of you would not have sufficed against him. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The tale of Genya Katsuhiki's fist sending an Uchiha Chunin flying was well known, and those gathered were well informed about his considerable talent. However, he had since faded into the background, unlike Minato, who always sought the limelight. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused momentarily, his gaze flickering as realization dawned upon him. Genya Katsuhiko was indeed the individual behind last night's perfect exam paper. They were one and the same. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze towards Ueno Masaru transformed, softening and brimming with admiration. This youth, who embodies the will of fire and possesses abundant talent, is precisely the type of individual Sarutobi Hiruzen, hold in high regard. Ding! Gained recognition from the peak civilian ninja Sarutobi Hiruzen. Civilian points 2. Ueno Masaru, who was quietly observing the main arena, was momentarily taken aback as he met Sarutobi Hiruzen's appreciative gaze, and he promptly feigned excitement. Yet within his heart, he pondered, can recognition from Sarutobi Hiruzen also yield civilian points? Indeed, he is strictly speaking a civilian ninja, devoid of any bloodline limits. It seems I have officially entered the purview of Konoha's upper echelons. Yet, I wonder what talent I might acquire if I were to gain the profound acknowledgement of the third Hokage. The main arena is significantly larger and more formal than the secondary venues. Its arrangement closely mirrors that of the exam site in the original story's Chunin exams. At the very top, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, sat elevated, his gaze sweeping across the arena with clarity. Beside and behind him stood 3 renowned figures, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, the legendary Sannin of Konoha, gathered in one place. How familiar these characters from the original story are? As Ueno Masaru surveyed these well-known figures from the plot, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others scrutinized the promising children. In contrast to the other students' uncontainable excitement, Ueno Masaru remained poised, his demeanor calm, with a hint of confidence glimmering in his eyes. A commendable gaze. Indeed, he is my disciple, Tsunade remarked with satisfaction, bordering on self-congratulatory. However, her assertion was not unfounded. Ueno Masaru's ability to secure a joint first place with Uchiha Hitomi and maintain his composure in the presence of the Hokage and numerous elite jonin reflects an exceptional mindset befitting a qualified ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded appreciatively, his esteem for Ueno Masaru rising significantly upon confirming that he was indeed the student with a perfect score. Recalling the intel gathered by the Umbu, he was aware that Ueno Masaru's parents had perished on the battlefield. A hero's legacy, an orphan, yet imbued with the indomitable will of fire and remarkable ninja talent. This child undoubtedly belongs to my Hokage lineage. I assert this. As the onlookers assessed Ueno Masaru and Uchiha Hitomi, a new victor emerged. Namake's Minato, the young boy, with his golden hair, displayed an unexpected composure for his age as he entered the main arena with an air of tranquility. Upon seeing Minato's arrival, Jiraiya, who had previously seemed somewhat disinterested, immediately perked up. Look, Minato has also triumphed. I knew I was right about him. Just wait and see. Even if that kid Ueno Masaru is exceptional, he will not match Minato's prowess. His words seemed to declare Minato the inevitable champion. Tsunade, with a smirk, retorted, if it were merely about words, Jiraiya, you would have undoubtedly been the champion during our ninja school days. Let us await the outcome. Orochimaru leaned against the wall at the back, silent, yet keenly observing the unfolding events with great interest. Upon entering the main arena, Minato Namikaze immediately spotted Uchiha Hitomi and Genya Masaru, who were already waiting for him. His pupils narrowed slightly in brief surprise, but he quickly nodded to himself. The reputation of Uchiha Hitomi's genius surpassed even his own, and Genya Masaru was equally renowned as one of the two prodigies among the common folk. Thus, it was understandable that they had arrived before him. Nonetheless, he was resolute that the ultimate victory would belong to him. A glint of determination flickered in Minato's eyes as he hesitated, contemplating whether to greet Uchiha Hitomi and Genya Masaru, just as other victors began to enter the arena. Concurrently, numerous Jonin and Chunin, eager to witness the competition, surged into the main venue, including those students who had already been eliminated, each finding a favorable vantage point to eagerly observe the proceedings. There was a shared consensus among the audience that the battles in the main arena were the most thrilling, while those in the secondary arenas were merely a prelude, akin to child's play. As the crowd swelled, the 12 victors assembled, 4 from each secondary arena. Among them, 6 had triumphed without sustaining any injuries, while the remaining 6 bore the marks of struggle, having endured at least one defeat. The gathering of these young champions prompted a warm and friendly smile from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who recognized them as the future pillars of Konoha. A ninja clad in Jonin attire approached Hiruzen, reporting, Lord Hokage, all participants have arrived. Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to instruct his subordinates to commence the proceedings when a stir outside the venue caught his attention. The crowd parted, allowing a figure to stride confidently into the arena, none other than the Hokage's advisor, Danzo Shimura. I did not expect your interest in the evaluations of the students from the Ninja Academy, Danzo, Hiruzen remarked, his gaze flickering with subtle meaning. Danzo's stiff visage contorted into what he considered a mild smile, though it appeared rather sinister to others. As it pertains to the future of Konoha, it is only natural for me, as the Hokage's advisor, to observe, he replied, seating himself beside Hiruzen. Ah, the old fox, Hiruzen thought to himself, fully aware of Danzo's intentions. It was surprising that Danzo's hands had already reached into the Ninja Academy before Hiruzen could curtail the development of Root, clearly aiming to select some talented children for his organization. The Ninja Academy was, after all, Hiruzen's foundation. He would not permit Danzo to meddle before these children had even graduated. They were still quite young and needed proper nurturing to truly shine. Hiruzen stated calmly, then turned to his nearby ninja and issued a few instructions. The chief examiner, clad in Jonin attire, nodded and executed a body flicker technique to arrive at the center of the main arena. The examiner surveyed the crowd and proclaimed with a loud voice, congratulations on reaching the finals. Lord Hokage is watching you from above, so present your finest selves. His words marked the official commencement of the draw for the main event. The first match would feature Katsuya Genya against Hinata Mirai. After the draw, the examiner raised the neatly arranged list with one hand and announced the first confrontation, captivating the attention of everyone present. Katsuya Genya is the new apprentice of Lady Tsunade. Isn't he? Quite intriguing. I've heard that this young man managed to knock a Chunin from the Uchiha clan off his feet at the tender age of 6. Is that true? That Uchiha must feel quite embarrassed. Some observing ninjas began to discuss with keen interest, their gazes towards Katsuya Genya filled with curiosity. These Jonin were not merely here to enjoy the spectacle. They were also scouting for talented disciples. Tsunade, your disciple is up first. I am eager to see what this Katsuya Genya has to offer in comparison to Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya remarked, vaulting over the railing and crouching casually. At this age, Jiraiya was still very youthful and carefree, exhibiting a childlike exuberance, a stark contrast to his more mature demeanor in the latter parts of the original narrative. Tsunade feigned ignorance of Jiraiya, seemingly disinterested in engaging with him. For a fleeting moment, she considered kicking him off the railing, but refrained, fearing it would only lead to further embarrassment. Upon hearing his name, Katsuya Genya was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated being called up for the first match. However, the order mattered little, as it was merely a straightforward contest. As Katsuya Genya and Hinata Mirai ascended to the stage, the Uchiha clan members retreated to the sidelines to observe. Hinata Mirai regarded Katsuya Genya with a peculiar expression, as he had long been aware of Genya's name. Being a scion of a prominent clan, he was particularly sensitive to the fact that Genya had become Tsunade's disciple. Katsuya Genya, I've heard of you. You are touted alongside Minato Namikaze as two prodigies among the commoners. However, such talent, while remarkable among the ordinary, may merely be the norm for genuine noble clans. So, are you flaunting your origins? I wonder who bestowed such confidence upon you. Katsuya Genya responded with a hint of resignation. No, I merely wish to remind you that since you have been accepted as Tsunade's disciple, you should focus on shining in the path of a medical ninja. As for combat, leave that to us specialists. Hinata Mirai replied coolly, exuding an air of assuredness. Oh? Your tone suggests you believe victory is assured? I know you excel in taijutsu, but when it comes to martial arts, no one in Konoha can surpass the Hyuga clan. His words brimmed with pride. Indeed, with their Byakugan and the inherited gentle fist techniques, the Hyuga clan held immense pride in their prowess in taijutsu, a fact that was well-founded. Unless they encountered a true prodigy in martial arts. Ironically, Katsuya Genya was such a prodigy. Having absorbed the extreme training methods of Might Dai and combined them with his own scientific regimen, as well as integrating the unique techniques of the Eight Gates, Xianyan Sheng's martial prowess has reached an extraordinary level. However, he has yet to encounter an opponent who can truly compel him to unleash his full potential. The first match commenced. As the two competitors took their positions, the chief examiner unhesitatingly declared the start. Hinata Mirai immediately adopted the opening stance of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, calmly observing Xianyan Sheng without rushing forward. This was indeed the signature martial art of the Hyuga clan. It seemed that opposing the Hyuga clan in close combat was rather presumptuous. Whispers circulated among the spectators, noting that Xianyan Sheng had long since overcome the shortcomings of his ninjutsu training, compensating for his deficiencies. The elite ninjas in attendance, particularly the Jonin, were acutely aware of the lethal proximity of the gentle fist. This technique could seal chakra points or directly strike internal organs. Once ensnared by a practitioner of the gentle fist, it was akin to a slow death. Everyone speculated how Xianyan Sheng would respond to the formidable martial prowess of the Hyuga clan. Would he stubbornly engage in a brute force clash? Or would he employ other ninjutsu to maneuver around the challenge? What no one anticipated was Xianyan Sheng's remarkably straightforward and aggressive choice. Without performing any ninjutsu hand seals or adopting a martial arts stance, he simply lunged forward, delivering a single powerful punch. Regardless of the esteemed Hyuga lineage or their gentle fist techniques, he would shatter them with a single blow. With a resounding crack, as Xianyan Sheng took a step, the ground beneath him shattered, unable to withstand the immense pressure. In an instant, he closed the distance to Hinata Mirai, and as he clenched his fist, an immense amount of chakra coalesced at his knuckles, then erupted forth, crashing down before Hinata Mirai. This punch was merely a demonstration of his brute strength. Had he unleashed an advanced version of his explosive fist, he feared he might obliterate Hinata Mirai entirely. Nevertheless, the force of this strike was undeniably formidable. Boom. In that moment, the air filled with a piercing hum, waves of pressure rippling outwards like concentric circles. A horrific shockwave enveloped Hinata Mirai, who had just moments ago donned an air of indifference. His expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting in disbelief. How could Xianyan Sheng's offensive be so terrifying? The overwhelming force pinned him in place, as if chains had suddenly bound him, securing him firmly. In a panic, Hinata Mirai urgently summoned his chakra, desperately channeling it from his arms and palms to counter Xianyan Sheng's punch. He exerted every ounce of strength, pouring forth his chakra without reserve. Buzz! The chakra surged forth with all of Hinata Mirai's might, indeed providing a slight buffer against the tremendous impact. Yet, in the next instant, all resistance was shattered. The immense power, laden with colossal force, swept through him as if effortlessly uprooting a sapling, leaving Hinata Mirai's struggles utterly futile. Had it not been for his instinctual survival skills, which allowed him to release chakra through his arms to soften the blow, he would likely have found his bones shattered by a single punch from Genya Masaru. With a resounding thud, Hinata Mirai was sent hurtling through the air, blood spraying forth as his body crashed to the ground and slid several meters before lying motionless, unconscious. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The expressions on the faces of the spectators transformed simultaneously into sheer disbelief, as if caught in a vivid dream. What transpired here? Throughout the encounter, Genya Masaru had delivered but a single punch, yet he had utterly vanquished the prodigy of the renowned Hyuga clan, famed for its mastery of physical combat. There was no intricate strategizing, nor was there a clash of ninjutsu and taijutsu. The scenes envisioned by the audience were entirely absent. Instead, what unfolded was the astonishing spectacle of an instant knockout. Had an ordinary student been felled by Genya Masaru's punch, it might have been expected. But this was a formidable opponent, heralded as the strongest in martial arts from the illustrious Hyuga family. The shock and incredulity of witnessing such a talent, emerging victorious from the ranks of practical combat, reduced to a mere punch, was overwhelming. In stark contrast, Genya Masaru remained composed, calmly retracting his fist, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. In the next moment, the arena erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Voices filled with disbelief intertwined, creating a thunderous chorus of discussion. Not only the students, but even the seasoned Chunin and Jonin, found themselves breaking into cold sweats, their faces reflecting astonishment. The proctor, equally taken aback, announced Genya Masaru as the victor with a hint of awe. The outcome of this duel was nothing short of miraculous. Genya Masaru was undeniably formidable. The Hyuga prodigy had failed to withstand even a single blow. Upon the elevated platform, even the most unflappable Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo exchanged glances of surprise. They had never anticipated such talent emerging from the common populace. Danzo's eyes glimmered as he offered a subdued critique, while Sarutobi nodded thoughtfully, his gaze on Genya Masaru growing increasingly earnest. The prowess and talent displayed by Genya in this match moved even him. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, still perched on the railing, wore a stiff expression, his mouth agape in shock as he exclaimed, "Tsunade, did you teach this child the super strength technique?" To him, it was evident that Genya Masaru had just utilized Tsunade's signature skill. Leaning gracefully against the railing, Tsunade's eyes shimmered with intrigue. The stunning punch delivered by Genya had stirred considerable emotion within her. "I merely provided him with the scroll containing the super strength technique. I never expected the little one to apply it so effectively in combat." It could be said that Genya had essentially mastered super strength through self-study, with her guidance limited to providing the training scroll alone. Genya Masaru, you say? Even Orochimaru, who had maintained a cold, detached demeanor throughout, exhibited a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze. As Genya Masaru descended from the arena, his expression calm amidst the astonished and shocked stares. The tumultuous noise of the crowd showed no signs of abating. On the sidelines, the other victors, including Minato Namikaze, gazed at Kageyama Masaru with astonishment. An involuntary thought emerged in their minds. Had they been the ones to face Kageyama's astonishing punch, what would the outcome have been? Many turned pale at the prospect, undeniably. If caught unprepared, their fates might be even more dire than Hinata Mirai's. Kageyama Masaru, this formidable individual, was indeed a formidable adversary. Almost everyone regarded him with deep trepidation. Even Minato, who typically exuded confidence in his own abilities, was filled with shock. He could not resist approaching Kageyama, exclaiming, "Kageyama, you are truly powerful. You have exerted pressure upon me like never before." Through this statement, it was evident that Minato had already begun to view Kageyama as a rival worthy of his utmost effort to hope for victory. In response to Minato's words, Kageyama offered a slight smile. If only his opponent knew that he had held back much of his strength during that punch, one could only wonder how he would feel. To date, Kageyama's power had reached a terrifying level, surpassing his strength from 2 years ago by several folds. Moreover, his efficiency in combining power with chakra was now many times greater than it had been back then. Had he unleashed his full strength with that punch, the result would have been the complete annihilation of Hinata Mirai. Given that this was a competitive assessment, Kageyama had restrained most of his force, merely sending his opponent flying and knocking him unconscious. Throughout the trials, Kageyama's greatest challenge had ironically been controlling his own power to avoid inflicting fatal harm upon his opponents. It must be said that this was a unique concern solely for him. The battle between Kageyama and Hinata Mirai concluded unexpectedly at the very beginning, catching everyone off guard. Following this, as 2 medical ninjas carried the unconscious Hinata away for treatment, the head examiner promptly announced the participants for the second match. One of them was, of course, Minato Namikaze. Once the duel commenced, Minato showcased his remarkable speed and combat intelligence. Although he did not conclude the match as dramatically as Kageyama, he nonetheless achieved a clean and decisive victory over his opponent. A simple body replacement technique in Minato's hands was executed with such finesse that it left his adversary utterly bewildered, culminating in a win-style technique that sealed his triumph. After employing these two jutsu, Minato remained unfazed. His chakra levels evidently surpassed those of an ordinary student, approaching the caliber of a chunin. In the subsequent rounds of battle, each talented youth displayed their exceptional prowess. Among them, Uchiha Hitomi nearly incinerated his opponent with a fire-style technique. Fortunately, the medical ninjas on standby were quick to provide assistance. Soon after, 6 competitors remained following a series of battles. Others either exited in disappointment or were carried off for treatment. Such is the nature of the ninja world. Even during practical assessments at the Ninja Academy, life-threatening dangers may arise. The main arena's battles differ from those in separate locations, as they allow for intervals of respite. After a round, the competitors were granted 2 hours to recuperate, enjoy a meal, and possibly receive some basic medical treatment to restore their peak condition. Naturally, this privilege bore little significance for the likes of Genya Sho, Uchiha Hitomi, and Minato Namikaze, as they each triumphed with remarkable ease, showcasing a level of performance that distinctly surpassed their peers. Following their brief respite, the second round of confrontations commenced. By a stroke of luck, the 3 most outstanding performers were matched against different opponents, leaving one to wonder if there were any clandestine manipulations at play. In both bouts, any audience member with discernment could readily recognize the exceptional prowess of these 3 prodigies, whose caliber had already eclipsed that of ordinary ninja students. On the elevated platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others displayed expressions of admiration, though their objects of reverence varied. Both Hiruzen and Tsunade expressed satisfaction with Genya Sho's display, with the third Hokage even contemplating the prospect of inducting him into the Umbu. Jiraiya, on the other hand, found himself increasingly enamored with Minato Namikaze. Had it not been for the ongoing matches, he would have been eager to take him on as a disciple. In contrast to the overwhelming dominance exhibited by Genya Sho and Uchiha Hitomi, it was Minato's extraordinary combat talent and intellect that truly captivated Jiraiya, leading him to believe that once he matured, he would undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja. At that moment, the previously silent Danzo spoke up. He remarked that both Genya Sho and Minato Namikaze not only possessed exceptional talent, but also exhibited remarkable maturity, making them highly suitable for the execution of Umbu missions. He proposed that they be nurtured by his root organization. Absolutely not. Tsunade and Jiraiya nearly shouted in unison, with Jiraiya nearly leaping up in his agitation. "Stand down, Jiraiya." Sarutobi Hiruzen admonished his impetuous disciple, then turned to Danzo, calmly stating, "Children like Genya and Minato, with their extraordinary talent, inherit the will of fire. Their potential is limitless, and they even possess the possibility of becoming Hokage. They are not suited to be merely trained as assassins." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present shifted slightly. Hokage, undoubtedly, referred to the esteemed position of the Hokage, a role that Danzo coveted above all else. With Hiruzen's words, not only did he reject Danzo's proposal, but he also took the opportunity to undermine him, saying, "You see, even these 2 children have a greater chance of becoming Hokage than you do." This remark struck at Danzo's most sensitive nerve, causing him to slam his hand on the table, his expression darkening as he retorted, "How can you ascertain their potential for Hokage when they are still so young, Sarutobi? Moreover, what of Orochimaru, whom you have just disregarded? When it comes to successors of the Hokage, there is no doubt that Orochimaru, with his unorthodox nature, is the most qualified individual and is widely regarded as the strongest candidate for the next Hokage." In retaliation, Danzo deliberately implicated Orochimaru in his argument to sow discord. Beside them, Orochimaru listened impassively to Danzo's words, appearing as an outsider, with no one aware of the thoughts swirling within his mind. When did I ever claim that Orochimaru was unqualified to inherit the position of Hokage? I am simply not old enough yet for such matters to concern you, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with an unhurried demeanor, yet his calm tone carried an undercurrent of warning. At the peak of his powers and influence in his prime, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded respect, leaving Danzo with no choice but to conceal any ulterior motives. Danzo, not lacking in intelligence, discerned the implications in Hiruzen's words and let out a low grunt of annoyance, choosing to remain silent. Once the brief respite ended, The drawing of lots commenced. Fortune smiled upon Minato Namikaze, who drew a bye, meaning the next duel would pit Jinnu against Uchiha Hitomi. This matchup was highly anticipated, as Jinnu had previously triumphed over Hitomi during their first practical combat lesson at the Ninja Academy. One could only wonder how much their respective abilities had evolved over the years. However, to everyone's astonishment, upon taking the stage, Uchiha Hitomi chose to forfeit before the match even began. This unexpected decision left the crowd in a state of confusion and disbelief. The Uchiha clan, known for their competitive spirit, willingly conceding defeat was a bewildering sight. Jinnu, too, was taken aback, as Hitomi had not hinted at her intention to surrender. Unfazed by the gazes of onlookers, Hitomi descended from the arena after her announcement of forfeiture. She had already secured a place among the top 3, granting her the right to select a ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. Although she was known for her combative nature, she possessed a clear understanding of the disparity in strength between herself and Jinnu. At present, I am not his equal. Thus, it was unappealing for Uchiha Hitomi to knowingly face defeat, particularly in front of an audience, at the hands of Jinnu. The seemingly arrogant Hitomi's voluntary surrender raised eyebrows. What a curious turn of events. Whispers circulated among the younger spectators, speculating that several years prior, Jinnu had taken up residence with Uchiha Hitomi. What? Cohabitation? They exclaimed. Indeed, it seemed she could not bear to confront her young suitor in battle. The audacious Jinnu. How infuriating. If it were me, I would certainly relish the opportunity. The children engaged in animated gossip, their chatter brimming with juicy tidbits. Even the seasoned jonin wore curious expressions, as if recalling something from the past. Rumors had indeed circulated about Uchiha welcoming a son-in-law, and it turned out to be Jinnu. Yet, the lad's demeanor was quite appealing. He was undoubtedly suited for a life of ease. Oh, to see someone so young enjoying such a life. While I remain a solitary figure, limited one. Despite the whispers reaching Jinnu's ears, he remained unfazed, accustomed to the topic of being a kept man. On the other hand, Tsunade, standing on stage, rubbed her forehead in embarrassment, feeling the weight of the moment. Conversely, Jiraiya, who had previously harbored grievances against Jinnu, found himself reassessing the situation, thinking, I must find an opportunity to discuss the art of wooing women with this young man. It is not embarrassing. It is for the sake of my future happiness. As Uchiha Hitomi descended from the stage, she coldly addressed Jinnu. Ensure you secure the final victory. Otherwise, does that not imply I am inferior to that weakling? Are you referring to Minato Namikaze? Minato, taken aback, replied, Is that how you address me? Kagami Masaru nodded confidently. Not to mention that the current Namikaze Minato has yet to mature. Even the 4th Hokage from the original narrative poses no threat to him. Thus, only 2 competitors remain, Kagami Masaru and Namikaze Minato. The strongest will be determined between these 2. Tsunade had not anticipated that her casually accepted disciple would make it to the final stage. Before the commencement of the practical ranking, she had merely hoped that her student could reach the main arena. After all, while he possessed formidable chakra control and impressive medical ninjutsu, he was not necessarily among the elite. However, she was taken aback to witness Kagami Masaru now vying for the top position, and his chances of success appeared promising, bringing a radiant glow to her face as his mentor. She couldn't help but cheer for him, invigorating his spirits. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, witnessing this, enthusiastically rallied behind Namikaze Minato. Minato, secure the first place. I have faith in you. Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his teacup, taking a sip with an expression of anticipation, and calmly declared, Since the previous match ended before it even began, we shall forego the intermission and commence the final contest immediately. He held high expectations for these 2 civilian prodigies. It was evident from their previous bout that neither had exerted their full strength, perhaps because their opponent was not deemed worthy of such effort. Throughout, both had effortlessly resolved their skirmishes. Beyond his exceptional ninja talent, Kagami Masaru's indomitable will of fire left Sarutobi Hiruzen yearning for an in-depth discussion. The final contest was upon them. Keep your eyes peeled, for Minato will decisively vanquish his opponent. Jiraiya, leaning against the railing, gestured excitedly, nearly dancing in his enthusiasm, as he had high hopes for Namikaze Minato, considering him an unofficial disciple already. However, his words irked Tsunade, who retorted with a hint of annoyance, That remains to be seen, and you better get down from there. Jiraiya. Her tone brooked no argument. One of the legendary Sannin, behaving like a child atop the railing in front of numerous students and Jonin, embarrassed even Tsunade, who felt she could not tolerate such behavior. Noticing Tsunade's genuine irritation, Jiraiya gracefully descended from the railing, chuckling awkwardly. "Tsunade, your disciple is quite impressive too. Though perhaps just a tad inferior to Minato, wouldn't you say?" Tsunade scoffed, her expression clearly disagreeing with Jiraiya's assertion. Need it be said? That kid, aside from having a bit of brute strength, merely throws punches, nothing like Minato's well-rounded excellence. Jiraiya laughed, but the next moment, he felt a chilling aura, sending shivers down his spine. Tsunade wore a smile devoid of warmth as she regarded him, her hands moving in the air, producing a crackling sound of bones. "Only brute strength and wild punches, is it? Hee. Would you like to experience the taste of a punch, Jiraiya?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jiraiya's forehead as he discreetly stepped away from Tsunade, unable to suppress a nervous cough. "Ahem, Tsunade, let's discuss this calmly. It just so happens that we each have our favorites. Ahem, let us have a contest, for the outcome will speak for itself." "Humph." Tsunade withdrew her fist, choosing to ignore Jiraiya. Initially, she held no particular expectations for Genya's victory over Minato, yet after Jiraiya's interruption, she found herself hoping fervently for Genya to triumph decisively, earning the respect of all. To her astonishment, the final two contenders were not from the ninja clans. After this battle, a definitive conclusion would emerge regarding who the strongest civilian prodigy truly was. Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smirk, his eyes glimmering with keen interest. The final showdown. Genya faced off against Minato. The contest commenced. The chief examiner raised his hand to announce, then descended from the stage, leaving the arena to the two talented youths. The atmosphere in the venue reached a peak of fervent anticipation. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Genya and Minato stepped onto the stage. Minato wore a radiant smile and spoke first. "As I anticipated, my final opponent is you. I have been eagerly awaiting this match." His words and demeanor exuded impeccable grace, humility, and a charismatic charm. "Oh, just how eager are you?" Genya inquired with a light chuckle. Minato paused for a moment, clearly taken aback by Genya's question. "Ha, just joking. I am quite looking forward to it," Genya replied with a hearty laugh. Teasing the future fourth Hokage was indeed amusing. Of course, when he spoke of anticipation, it was regarding Minato, who had yet to reveal his true capabilities. Upon hearing this, Minato cheerfully declared, "Then let us present a spectacular battle." The final match commenced. The chief examiner proclaimed loudly, marking the beginning of the clash that would determine who the foremost genius of the Ninja Academy was. The instant the chief examiner announced the start, Genya dashed towards Minato, delivering a fierce punch. Against Minato, Genya did not alter his approach. He continued his bold and aggressive style, unleashing a powerful blow. However, this time, his speed escalated to a remarkable level, eliciting gasps from the audience. What incredible speed! This was the first time Genya had displayed such astonishing swiftness since the practical ranking assessments began. Previously, he had relied solely on sheer brute strength to overpower his opponents. In the eyes of the other students, Genya's current velocity was almost absurd, his figure leaving behind a blur that was difficult to capture. Such speed! I never imagined his strength would be so formidable, along with his speed. Not only the students, but even some Chunin and Jonin exhibited expressions of profound astonishment. Such speed was rare, even among average Chunin, was it not? Since the effect of weight-bearing on physical training has become negligible, Katsuya Genya no longer carries any weighted equipment. At this moment, the speed he exhibits is already comparable to that of Lee's opening move in the original text. Minato Namikaze's pupils constrict suddenly. Confronted by the rapidly approaching Katsuya Genya, his formidable reflexes kick in, allowing him to retreat while instinctively forming hand seals. This alone demonstrates Minato's prowess. Had it been any other student, they would have been unable to even evade, let alone perform hand seals to cast ninjutsu. In the next second, just as Katsuya Genya's fist envelopes Minato's figure, the retreating Minato completes his seals. Boom! A resounding explosion echoes as a cloud of white smoke erupts from Minato's original position, his body transforming instantaneously into a wooden log. Body replacement technique. Such a trick holds no merit against me. Katsuya Genya seems well prepared, delivering a powerful punch backward without even turning his head. The force behind this punch is even more ferocious than the first. With a thunderous crack, the shurikens hurled by Minato are obliterated by this punch, scattering like leaves in a tempest, as if struck by an irresistible force. What a terrifying power! Observing this scene, Minato, now at a distance, wears a grave expression. He is quite confident in his shuriken technique. Both the strength and angle are nearly impeccable. Yet not a single shuriken managed to approach Katsuya Genya. Were it not for his exceptional reflexes, even the initial punch would have been impossible to evade, and his fate would likely mirror that of his previous opponents. In the original narrative, even the fourth Raikage acknowledged Minato's reflexes, which were already commendable despite his youth. Faced with Katsuya Genya's onslaught, he can react, but the pressure is immense. If the opponent were merely strong, he would have numerous strategies to outlast and find an opportunity to determine the outcome. However, he did not anticipate Katsuya Genya's remarkable speed. What a troublesome adversary. He cannot afford to take that punch head-on, or he risks being eliminated in an instant. With this in mind, Minato launches another barrage of shurikens. Katsuya Genya effortlessly knocks them all away with a single punch, yet this time, it seems the shurikens are mixed with smoke bombs. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, gray smoke begins to spread, momentarily obscuring their vision. At that moment, a fierce wind blade slices through the smoke, creating a path and dispersing everything in its wake. Wind release. Great breakthrough. This ninjutsu is unmistakably employed by Minato. Seizing the opportunity amidst the obscured vision, he showcases his remarkable combat talent. By the time Katsuya Genya notices the wind blade emerging from the smoke, it is already upon him. This is a C-rank ninjutsu. From shurikens to smoke bombs, and then to the wind release technique, a series of attacks left the onlookers in a state of awe. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru exhibited expressions of admiration. Jiraiya could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "It's Minato's victory." The timing of that move was impeccable. That young man had no chance to evade. Withstanding a C-rank ninjutsu is a daunting task, even for a jonin. Moreover, even if Genya Sho possessed extraordinary resilience, enduring such an attack would inevitably result in injury, significantly diminishing his combat effectiveness and chances of victory. The jonin on the sidelines murmured among themselves. Only Tsunade watched intently, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. While she hoped for Genya's triumph, she did not wish for her disciple to be harmed. On the field, as the wind blade rushed towards him, a flicker of unusual light crossed Genya's eyes. Even he couldn't help but admire the strategic prowess of Namikaze Minato. If his displayed strength was all he possessed, a single powerful punch would leave him vulnerable in a brief moment of stiffness, making him susceptible to that C-rank ninjutsu. Very well. Let us play it out to this point. I had intended to suppress my chakra to match that of the fourth Hokage. If it were anyone else, victory would already be assured, Minato, but alas, you are faced with me. Genya's expression remained calm, devoid of any signs of panic. While evasion was certainly an option, why should he? It was merely a C-rank ninjutsu. In the next instant, a formidable aura surged from Genya, an immense chakra erupting forth, gushing from his arms and hands as if it were inexhaustible, reminiscent of the technique previously employed by Hyuga Neji. This is. The elite jonin from the Hyuga clan watching nearby narrowed his eyes in disbelief, unable to suppress a gasp. For from the perspective of the scene, Genya seemed to evoke the essence of the Hyuga clan's secret technique, Hakushokaten. However, Genya did not spin but instead raised his arm, directing it towards the wind blade. To others, this appeared to be an act of folly. Has he lost his mind? Someone stop that young man. He dares to confront a ninjutsu with his mere physical form. Some students at the Ninja Academy turned away, unable to bear witness to such a gruesome spectacle. Two medical ninjas stood poised, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade on the platform felt a bead of sweat trickle down their brows. The former lamented the potential loss of such a promising heir to the will of fire, while the latter feared for the fate of her own successor. Only Orochimaru observed Genya with keen interest, his instincts suggesting that this young man was not merely a reckless fool. There must be a reason behind his audacity. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, witnessing this scene, immediately understood that Genya was about to make a grand display. TCH. It must be that technique. The derivative ability of iron block and physical liberation unfolded. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Genya's entire arm swelled, the dark, sinewy muscles writhing like twisted ropes, his palm becoming as hard as steel. The moment his hand met the wind blade, a resounding clash echoed through the arena. He grasped the wind blade. It is almost inconceivable how such a scene could evoke such profound shock. How could he dare? An onlooker exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, no matter how fiercely the violent wind blade struggled, it seemed unable to escape the palm of Xuanyeshing, whose chakra surged forth from his arm, effortlessly countering the tempest and leaving him unscathed. Crack! In the next moment, Xuanyeshing tightened his grip, shattering the wind blade completely. The sharp, frenzied wind blade left no trace behind, dissipating into the air as if it had never existed, save for the lingering traces of its passage that testified to its former presence. A formidable C-rank ninjutsu had been shattered in the palm of Xuanyeshing's hand. Silence. The arena fell into an eerie stillness. Everyone stared in disbelief at this spectacle, some pinching their own thighs, convinced they were dreaming. My heavens! This lad has actually crushed a C-rank ninjutsu with his bare hands. This breakthrough in wind release must be a trick, right? Tell me. This cannot be a power akin to a bloodline limit. To effortlessly neutralize even a C-rank ninjutsu, Xuanyeshing's prowess is on an entirely different level from ours. Countless exclamations erupted, especially from the students of the Ninja Academy, all wide-eyed and speechless, struggling to fathom that such an extraordinary presence was merely their peer. Can a genius truly be so unreasonable? Apologies, but a genius is indeed free to act as they please. Even the Jonin were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Xuanyeshing would counter Minato's wind release in such a manner. They had envisioned Xuanyeshing unleashing a sudden burst of power, evading with speed, or incurring only minor injuries to mitigate the jutsu. Yet no one expected him to simply accept it head-on, emerging completely unscathed. Meanwhile, Minato, who had thought victory was assured, gasped in astonishment, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead unbeknownst to him, his eyes wide with shock. That was a genuine C-rank wind release ninjutsu. He crushed it with such ease? How could he be so strong? In that moment, Xuanyeshing's might exceeded Minato's imagination, causing his heart to plummet and his previously sunny demeanor to be replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. His chances of victory appeared to dwindle, leaving him with no choice but to gamble everything. Just as Minato resolved to make a decisive move, Xuanyeshing casually flexed his wrist and stretched his arm. The act of crushing the wind blade posed no burden on his body whatsoever. Whoosh! In the next instant, Xuanyeshing lunged forward once more, attacking Minato. Faced with someone capable of crushing a wind blade barehanded, Minato's first instinct was to create distance. It would be madness to engage Xuanyeshing in close combat at this point. Just one punch from that terrifying force could incapacitate him, even if it didn't leave him severely injured. However, to Minato's astonishment, Xuanyeshing's speed had seemingly increased yet another notch, closing the distance between them in mere flashes. Has this guy not yet exerted his full strength? A wave of unprecedented despair washed over the heart of Namikaze Minato, as he found himself confronted for the first time by a peer whose prowess seemed insurmountable. Yet, I shall not surrender. Hayanoya Katsu maintained an expression of calm, clenching his fists as he compressed his chakra to its utmost limit, then unleashed it in a powerful eruption. The sheer force. Minato appeared unable to evade, struck directly by this fist, his entire being shattered. However, in a fleeting moment of smoke, with remarkable speed, Minato executed a substitution technique just in time. In that instant, he sensed a subtle breakthrough in his sealing speed, a manifestation of potential unleashed under immense pressure. Crack! The unfortunate wooden post was obliterated once more. Not far away, Minato gasped for breath, his hands aflurry as he gritted his teeth and continued to form seals, wagering the outcome on this one jutsu. Only this technique might afford him a glimmer of hope. Another substitution technique? A tiresome trick. It is time to bring this to an end. In a whisper, Katsu's speed surged, and even Minato, with his rapid reflexes, could not respond in time. Or rather, even if his nerves had registered the action, his body could not keep pace. Within Minato's suddenly constricted pupils, Katsu's fist loomed ever larger, descending upon him like an eclipse. Boom! Minato was compelled to cease his sealing, his arms hastily raised to shield himself, taking the full force of the blow. Subsequently, akin to Hinata, he was sent flying, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing to the ground. Coughing, Minato spat blood, yet he did not lose consciousness as Hinata had. After all, one had only managed to summon chakra in a desperate defense, while the other had at least reacted with crossed arms. Yet at this moment, the outcome was painfully clear. Minato had utterly lost his fighting capability. Minato had indeed been defeated. Jiraiya stared blankly at Minato, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Then turned to the composed Katsu, who had retracted his fist. An inexplicable realization surged within him. Minato is undoubtedly a genius, but that boy, Hayanoya Katsu, may be a genius among geniuses. The speed unleashed in Katsu's final punch was akin to a force that could wither all in its path. It was as though thunder had erupted in the minds of the onlookers, who suddenly grasped that when Katsu was serious, Minato didn't even have time to form seals. This speed was nothing short of a flash. Swift. Too swift. Can you guess who this lad reminds me of? Lord Kakashi Hitaki, Hayanoya Katsu. A once-in-a-decade prodigy from humble beginnings. I shall remember his name. The power and speed he exhibited were indeed more remarkable than some bloodline limits. On the platform, even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, nearly crushed the fragile teacup in his grasp. He had not anticipated that Katsu would achieve such an overwhelming victory, even against Minato. The strength he demonstrated left even the Hokage profoundly shaken. Ultimate power. Ultimate speed. The fusion of the two will undoubtedly yield results exceeding 11. This child is still young. Once his body matures, and he navigates the rapid growth of his strength, to what heights will his abilities ascend? Sarutobi Hiruzen found it difficult to fathom. Just as he was lost in boundless contemplation, Danzo, unable to contain himself any longer, spoke with an undercurrent of excitement and fervor. Hiruzen, entrust that child to me. I shall nurture him as my successor, instilling in him a level of trust that is absolute. He will become the sharpest blade of the Foundation and the unseen guardian of Konoha in the future. Impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied without a moment's hesitation, his tone resolute. A child like Uchiha Shinjin, who embodies the fervent will of fire, must be trained by me personally. His talent surpasses my expectations. He should not remain hidden in the shadows as an assassin or executioner, but rather emerge as a hero of Konoha, shining in the public eye. Danzo was taken aback by Hiruzen's regard for Shinjin, his voice faltering slightly as a clear sense of resentment crossed his face. Even with his composure, he found it difficult to maintain his facade. Here we go again. It always happens. Every time I see a promising talent, that old monkey gets there first. Is it simply because he is Hokage? Humph. One day I shall grasp that position for myself. At that moment, Danzo's desire for the Hokage title reached its zenith. Though he understood, he must tread carefully. Thus, he retreated and proposed, "Then let me take Namikaze Minato under my wing." Absolutely not. A child as bright and kind as Minato is wholly incompatible with the Foundation's ethos. Danzo, do not set your sights on these two children, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated coldly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. You. Fine. Hiruzen, don't think you can do as you please just because you are Hokage. Danzo's voice trembled with anger. Years of grievances surging forth. Just as he was about to explode, Hiruzen's icy words pierced through. Indeed, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo suddenly stood, his fiery gaze fixed upon Hiruzen. Just as everyone anticipated his outburst, he restrained himself, casting one last intense look at Hiruzen before turning away, leaving behind a curt, "Humph." Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Sarutobi Hiruzen merely watched Danzo depart, silent. How could he not perceive Danzo's intentions? The potential of Uchiha Shinjin and Namikaze Minato was boundless. Their future growth was unimaginable. Should they fall into Danzo's hands, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. It is crucial to note that while the Foundation serves as a training ground for the Umbu, it has insidiously devolved into Danzo's private armed force, distinct from the Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not afford to weaken the Foundation's influence, nor would he allow Danzo to seize another remarkably talented child. As Hokage, he would not, and could not, yield on such matters. On the arena, Namikaze Minato clutched his chest, his complexion pale. Although a trace of chakra remained, his body was rendered immobile, a mere shell of its former self. It was only when Genya unleashed an astonishing burst of speed that Minato realized the truth. Genya had been concealing his true strength all along. Was that blinding speed merely a glimpse of his actual prowess? A bitter smile crept onto Minato's lips. He had believed that even against a Chunin, he could not suffer such a devastating defeat. Yet, Genya had achieved just that, leaving Minato to ponder the extraordinary level of his opponent's capabilities, both hailing from humble beginnings. It was a stark reminder that comparisons could evoke despair. Minato failed to recognize that the gazes of ordinary students upon him mirrored his own views of Genya. "You have won, Genya Sho," he said with great effort, conceding before the proctor could announce the outcome. Regardless, the proctor would have declared the result in any case. "This battle has taught me much. I shall strive to improve, hoping to challenge you once more in the future." Minato managed to rise, his eyes fixed intently on Genya. A proud man at heart, he maintained his composure despite the resentment brewing within him, accepting defeat with grace. "Welcome to challenge me anytime," Genya replied with a light chuckle, secretly vowing to distance himself from Minato further with each encounter. He too possessed a fierce competitive spirit. With Minato's voluntary concession, the proctor stepped forward, took a deep breath, and proclaimed loudly, "The victor is Genya Sho." Thus, the inaugural practical ranking assessment of the Ninja Academy came to a close. As the proctor's announcement resonated through the arena, the audience awoke from their stupor, erupting into a cacophony of cheers akin to a tidal wave. Genya Sho stood as the ultimate champion of the practical ranking assessment, a shining star surpassing all other prodigies, including those from illustrious ninja clans. All students were taken aback by Genya's unexpected triumph. After all, in the daily life at school, he had been perceived as a bookish recluse, uninterested in conflict unless to quell disputes among peers, often found engrossed in a book. Who could have anticipated that such a bookworm would possess a combat style so ferociously bold? Was the power of knowledge truly that formidable? In that moment, everyone etched Genya Sho's name into their memories, some envisioning him as a blue flash, destined to leave the entire ninja world in awe with his future performances. Unperturbed by the envious and astonished gazes surrounding him, Genya gracefully leaped down from the arena, approaching Uchiha Hitomi with a smile. "I have not disgraced my mission," he remarked. Uchiha Hitomi scoffed lightly, replying, "I did not expect you to reveal such a naive, playful side, refraining from any ninjutsu, and even limiting your chakra and strength, relying solely on taijutsu to confront that weakling. Are you overly proud or simply rigid? Do not be so childish on the battlefield." Though her tone seemed cold and mocking, it concealed a layer of advice and concern. The combat creed of Uchiha Hitomi is to exert oneself fully against any opponent, leaving them not a single opportunity. Akin to a lion hunting a rabbit, without revealing a hint of weakness. Genya Sho touched his nose, somewhat taken aback by the lesson imparted by Hitomi. And with an awkward smile, he reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm well aware of my capabilities. Who cares about you? Don't flatter yourself," Uchiha Hitomi retorted, though a faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Previously, witnessing Genya Sho play the fool and even being looked down upon by some had left her feeling quite frustrated. Yet, this was Genya Sho's choice. And Uchiha Hitomi respected his decision, choosing not to reveal his true strength. Now, as she beheld him securing the top position in the practical ranking assessment, earning the acclaim and recognition he rightfully deserved, Uchiha Hitomi felt a genuine joy for him. "All right, it's merely a ninja school competition. Our aspirations do not conclude here," Uchiha Hitomi remarked casually, yet her heart brimmed with anticipation for the ninja life that awaited after graduation. Genya Sho, suppressing his smile, nodded and mused. "I sense an approaching storm. Regardless, I must first master those two jutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique and the Reanimation Jutsu, which are the primary reasons for my participation in this practical ranking assessment." Simultaneously, this was an opportune moment to step into the limelight and declare his existence to the entirety of Konoha. After years of keeping a low profile and having confirmed his strength, even the typically composed Genya Sho found it increasingly difficult to contain his excitement. In a corner of the stands, Hinata Sayuri wore a delighted expression, reveling in Genya Sho's victory. A ninja forehead protector had replaced the black satin on her forehead, signifying her official induction as a ninja. "Shokuin, it appears you are yet another step closer to becoming a god of ninja." However, as Hinata Sayuri observed Genya Sho and Uchiha Hitomi together, she momentarily froze, her face betraying a myriad of complex emotions: envy, jealousy, resentment, and anxiety. She longed to stand beside Genya Sho as openly and proudly as Uchiha Hitomi did. Yet, she could not even control her own fate. Instinctively, Hinata Sayuri reached for the vial hidden within her bosom, eyes glimmering with a hint of madness, only to swiftly suppress it. In a few days, she would embark toward the front lines. "I hope that upon returning from this war, I too can stand proudly beside you, Shokuin." Minato lost, Jiraiya murmured, somewhat dazed. Evidently struggling to accept this outcome, which implied that his future disciple had lagged behind Tsunade's pupil from the very beginning. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Jiraiya believed that under his guidance, Namake's Minato would eventually surpass that fellow named Genya Sho. Meanwhile, Tsunade watched her disciple with admiration. The boy's medical talent and bold fighting style resonated deeply with her preferences. She felt she had chosen the right pupil. What a splendid battle it was. Especially the rare clash between such prodigies. Orochimaru beamed as he observed the two figures below, Kaguya and Minato Namake's, wondering just how far they would grow in the future. Should they falter along the way, even the most brilliant talent would bear no significance. With that thought, Orochimaru turned and departed. His words served as a poignant reminder to Jiraiya and Tsunade. While the innate gifts of their disciples were one matter, their actual growth was an entirely different concern. Dominating the Ninja Academy, including Minato Namake's, Kaguya secured the top position with undeniable prowess. Overnight, the name of Kaguya spread throughout the Hidden Leaf, leaving all in astonishment. After all, genius could indeed be measured on a scale. At this juncture, Kakashi was likely still a newborn, yet to establish the astonishing records of graduating at 5, becoming a Chunin at 6, and attaining Jonin status by 12. Thus, Kaguya was undoubtedly one of the most celebrated prodigies since the Academy's inception. The top 3, Kaguya, Uchiha Hitomi, and Minato Namake's, were summoned personally by the Hokage. Lord Hokage requests your presence, an ANBU masked figure announced to the trio. Naturally, they could not refuse such an invitation and nodded in agreement, with Minato visibly brimming with excitement. Becoming Hokage had always been his aspiration, so receiving a personal summons from the esteemed leader was an immense honor. Kaguya was astonished to observe that, in a short span, Minato's complexion had significantly improved, revealing no trace of his earlier injuries. He suspected that this was not solely due to the medical ninja's remarkable skills, but perhaps also linked to Minato's own exceptional constitution. If Minato truly possessed the physique of a mere commoner, how could he possibly master sage techniques, wielding them with greater finesse than his mentor, Jiraiya? In the Hidden Leaf Village, at the Hokage Tower, the 3 young prodigies followed the ANBU's lead, swiftly entering the edifice without hindrance. They ascended to the pinnacle of the building, the Hokage's office, where all matters of governance and decision-making for the entire village were conducted. Thus, it was not merely the highest point of the structure, but also a symbol of the utmost authority and status within the Hidden Leaf. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, intently scrutinizing the reports laid before him. It appeared that Tsunagakure was resolutely intent on instigating a war, exhibiting an unexpectedly aggressive stance. Thankfully, Jiraiya and Orochimaru had already been dispatched to the front lines. With their presence, there should be little cause for concern, he murmured to himself. Hiruzen then took a deep breath of smoke, releasing a ring into the air. The benevolent third Hokage, as perceived by the children, now bore an expression of cold determination. Those who sought to exploit the vulnerabilities of the Hidden Leaf must be prepared for retaliation. In the prime of his life, Sarutobi Hiruzen was far from the indecisive figure of his later years. The Hidden Leaf yearned for peace, yet was unafraid of war. Knock, knock, knock. A ninja outside rapped on the door, respectfully announcing, "Lord Hokage, the children have arrived." "Come in," Hiruzen replied, his demeanor softening as he donned a gentle smile, concealing the earlier chill that had graced his countenance. Upon entering the office, Uchiha Sasuke cast a brief glance before gracefully bowing before the desk. "Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama." While Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata maintained a composed demeanor, Namake's Minato displayed a hint of youthful exuberance, his voice tinged with excitement. "No need for excessive formality, rise," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a warm smile, his expression filled with encouragement. "Allow me to observe the seeds of hope for the future of Konoha." After a brief pause, he continued, "As you are aware, our village is currently in a state of war. I urge you to remain diligent and not to become complacent due to your recent achievements. I have high hopes for each of you. Now, go and claim your rewards." Although Hiruzen wished to discuss the will of fire with Uchiha Sasuke in private, pressing matters compelled him to suppress that thought. Thus, after exchanging a few words with the 3 youths, he instructed an UMBU member to escort them to select techniques from the Book of Seals. Just as Uchiha Sasuke was about to exit the door, he paused momentarily. Ding! Achieved deep recognition from the peak civilian ninja Sarutobi Hiruzen, gaining 10 civilian points. Acquired talent, Ninjutsu Doctor. Ninjutsu Doctor. When the host learns ninjutsu, any ninjutsu that aligns with theoretical principles will be guaranteed to succeed. Initially concerned about mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Sasuke felt a surge of joy upon reading the description of this talent. Did this not imply that he could learn any ninjutsu within the ninja world? Hokage-sama, please take care of your health and do not overwork yourself. Uchiha Sasuke said sincerely before stepping out of the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen truly was a benevolent man, presenting him with a significant gift at a crucial moment. Was it too much to express concern? Current status of the host. Physique. 100, 1 limit break. Well, 100, 1 limit break. Life level. 099 talents. Physical liberation. Taijutsu maniac. Role model. Ninjutsu doctor. Absolute domain. Civilian points. 120 under the guidance of the Umbu. The trio arrived at the heavily guarded archives. At the far end, the fabled Book of Seals was stored, clearly visible. Shelves on either side were filled with various documents and scrolls, while the area near the compartment appeared notably sparse, as if deliberately left vacant. The masked Umbu first performed a jutsu, and a flash of green light illuminated the previously empty space as the barrier was lifted. He then retrieved the Book of Seals from within the barrier. Uchiha Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. It was only natural for such a crucial artifact to have some form of protection. This indicated that Naruto's seemingly effortless theft of the Book of Seals in the original story was likely fraught with inconsistencies, perhaps even orchestrated. The Umbu flipped through the index page, allowing the three to select their desired ninjutsu before transcribing them. Whether they could successfully learn the chosen techniques would depend solely on their individual comprehension, devoid of any guidance or prompts, relying entirely on their own choices. This presents a remarkable opportunity. Should one select the appropriate and formidable ninjutsu, it may elevate one's prowess to unprecedented heights. Conversely, a misguided choice could squander substantial training time on a relatively lackluster technique. Uchiha Hitomi and Genya Sho exhibited no hesitation, as they were already resolute in their selection of ninjutsu. With a focused gaze and a pointed finger, they swiftly made their choices and commenced transcribing. Meanwhile, Namake's Minato, who was grappling with his own decision, paused momentarily. Curiosity piqued as he glanced at the techniques chosen by the two. Edo Tensei, seemingly related to the deceased, held no intrigue for him. Flying Thunder God technique. A spark ignited in Minato's eyes. He sensed that the technique selected by Genya Sho was also remarkably suited to him. Ultimately, Genya Sho, Uchiha Hitomi, and Namake's Minato each selected their respective ninjutsu. True to the original narrative, Minato opted for the game-changing Flying Thunder God technique. Once the trio completed their transcriptions, the Umbu personnel returned the sealed book to its original location and activated a sealing technique to reinstate the barrier. Should an outsider wish to steal the sealed book, they would first need to breach this barrier. Without the corresponding technique, any attempt at brute force would trigger an alarm, summoning numerous formidable Umbu operatives to encircle the area. After selecting their ninjutsu, the three exited the Hokage building in high spirits. Before parting ways, Minato turned to Genya Sho with a serious expression and declared, "I will strive to improve. When I next challenge you, I hope you are adequately prepared, Genya Sho." As he spoke, Minato tightened his grip on the scroll containing his chosen technique. To him, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique would significantly enhance his chances against Genya Sho. Given his own remarkable reflexes, no matter how swift Genya Sho might be, could he possibly outpace the Flying Thunder God? And Minato's formidable strength would be rendered useless if he could not land a hit. It could be said that the Flying Thunder God technique was a natural counter to Genya Sho. Genya Sho nodded with a smile, offering encouragement. "Do your best, Minato." Yet internally, he mused, "You may learn the techniques I possess, but the skills I wield may elude you. In such a scenario, how will you surpass me? I am well aware of the Flying Thunder God technique's potential, which is precisely why I aspire to master it." Next comes the preparation for the graduation exam, which is essentially a mere formality. Subsequently, Uchiha Hitomi tossed the scroll containing Edo Tensei to Genya Sho, expressing her lack of significant interest in these techniques. Genya Sho accepted the scroll and tucked it away, intending to study the two ninjutsu further upon returning home. Within Uchiha Hitomi's residence, in Genya Sho's private underground laboratory, he perused the scroll detailing the Flying Thunder God technique. Having been profoundly impressed by this overpowered ninjutsu during his previous life while reading the original work, The prospect of now mastering it filled him with uncontainable excitement. The Flying Thunder God technique operates on a straightforward principle, comprising two essential steps. The first involves leaving a seal at a designated location, while the second entails instantaneous movement across the dimensions of time and space. In a certain sense, the Flying Thunder God technique can be regarded as an alternative form of summoning art, enabling one to leave a seal at a specific location and, through this seal, summon oneself at another place, thereby achieving the operation of I summon myself. It must be said that Minato Namikaze is indeed a prodigy. In the original narrative, he refined the Flying Thunder God technique by inscribing the seals on his weapons in advance. This innovation allows him to utilize the technique at any moment during combat, significantly enhancing his agility and making it exceedingly difficult for his adversaries to predict his next appearance. Similar to Minato, the ability to inscribe seals onto an enemy during battle requires an exceptionally high proficiency in sealing techniques. Unfortunately, this is the sole shortcoming of Masaru Kurigane, as he has only mastered the Flying Thunder God technique through his ninjutsu doctor talent, and can only engage in combat by pre-engraving seals onto his weapons. To freely leave seals for combat, he must first elevate his skill in sealing techniques and ultimately increase the speed at which he applies these seals. It seems that the study of sealing techniques must be expedited. After all, the most formidable category of ninjutsu in the world of Naruto might very well be sealing techniques. He mused, recalling that even Kagaya Otsutsuki had been sealed away. The Uchiha clan possesses numerous sealing scrolls, which, though not comparable to the rich heritage of the Uzumaki clan, might still offer an opportunity for collaboration to learn some sealing techniques. Masaru took out a kunai and, following the instructions from the scroll, inscribed a seal upon it. After completing this task, he deftly flicked his wrist, sending the kunai hurtling towards the wall of the basement. Just as the kunai was about to collide with the wall, a figure suddenly emerged beside it, seizing the kunai with astonishing speed. Masaru had not employed the body flicker technique. Rather, he had executed the recently learned space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. The confines of the basement were too limited. This distance approximated the speed of his body flicker technique, failing to showcase the advantages of Flying Thunder God. The theoretical upper limit of the distance for the Flying Thunder God technique corresponds to the maximum range of perception. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Obito and Kakashi battled within the space-time realm, Minato was unable to perceive Obito, thus could not attack him. However, once Obito emerged from the space-time realm to initiate the rebirth technique, Minato could sense his presence and subsequently launched an attack. Naturally, as the distance increases, so too does the consumption of chakra. Masaru murmured to himself, examining the kunai in his hand, upon which the Flying Thunder God mark resembled a lightning bolt insignia, perhaps a reflection of his peculiar sense of humor. In the serene and secluded forest of the back mountains, the cool moonlight cascaded down, draping the entire woodland in a silver sheen. The tranquility of the forest was abruptly shattered by a sudden disturbance. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of slicing air, several kunai shot off in different directions. The branches and leaves obstructing their path were ruthlessly pierced, their sharp blades carrying an unstoppable momentum. Each kunai was imbued with tremendous force, producing a whistling sound as they flew through the air. They possess no particular objective. Their sole purpose is to soar as far as possible in their respective directions. In the blink of an eye, these shuriken have been propelled several dozen meters away, with the farthest already exceeding 100 meters. Whoosh! A figure continually materializes beside these swiftly launched shuriken, effortlessly plucking them from the air. Those long and powerful hands seem capable of commanding any object, as they deftly grasp the shuriken infused with potent kinetic energy. The figure repeatedly vanishes and reappears. Executing this remarkable feat in the final flicker, the figure stands at the origin point where the shuriken were launched. He crouches down and retrieves the shuriken embedded in the ground. This figure, of course, is the adept user of the Flying Thunder God technique, Masashi Kuroya. With an open palm, he has gathered all the shuriken that were sent flying. This entire sequence transpires in an instant. Any observer witnessing this spectacle would undoubtedly find it astonishing. Even the swiftest body flicker technique could not achieve such a feat. It is noteworthy that some shuriken were launched in completely opposite directions. Even the most agile of elite ninjas would struggle to catch one flying shuriken, let alone all of them. Yet, empowered by the Flying Thunder God technique, Masashi Kuroya accomplishes this with ease. This ninjutsu is indeed formidable, a divine technique for traversing distances. A smile graces Masashi Kuroya's lips. With this ninjutsu, even if he were to inadvertently fall into a trap, he could escape the scene, serving as a life-saving technique. However, theoretically, the most potent aspect of the Flying Thunder God technique lies in its initial strike. In other words, if an enemy is unaware of this ninjutsu, they can be caught off guard and swiftly eliminated. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was the one who meticulously developed this technique, achieving a surprise kill against the younger brother of Uchiha Madara. In fact, most of the signature ninjutsu in the Naruto series revolve around the concept of a surprise attack. Once information is exposed, the likelihood of being countered or even killed in retaliation increases significantly. For instance, Kakashi was defeated by Tsukuyomi the first time, but learned to counter it with a clone the second time. The so-called immortal Haiden was also slain by Shikamaru after his information was revealed. In situations where both parties are on guard, the user of the Flying Thunder God and the target are placed within an absolutely equitable framework, reliant solely on who can react faster. This explains why the Flying Thunder God technique is so powerful in the hands of Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze. Both are exceptionally mobile ninjas, with speed and reflexes far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. When placed on equal footing, they often gain the upper hand. This is also true for Uchiha Izuna, who awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, had he been informed about the Flying Thunder God in advance. With the terrifying enhancement of the Sharingan's dynamic vision, even Tobirama Senju's mastery of the technique would be rendered ineffective. The early narrative of the Naruto world centers around the intelligence war, in scenarios where power levels are comparable. Possession of greater intelligence about the opponent significantly increases one's chances of victory. Certainly, the subsequent exploits of various cheats are a different matter altogether. Returning to the main topic, Genya eagerly anticipates the moment when Minato Namikaze employs the Flying Thunder God technique against him, only to witness himself being vanquished in a swifter reaction. Surely, such a scene would be quite amusing. Recalling his thoughts, Genya assessed his chakra consumption. This trivial expenditure of chakra is inconsequential to me. It appears that the short-distance application of the Flying Thunder God incurs minimal chakra costs. However, should the teleportation span several dozen kilometers, the chakra expenditure would likely be significantly greater. Genya pondered quietly, unaware of how ostentatious his current musings were it not for his unique chakra reserves. Few would dare to employ the Flying Thunder God technique so liberally. Most would have long exhausted their chakra. It is only Genya abundant chakra that permits such reckless usage. With this in mind, he suddenly perceived the extraordinary nature of the Flying Thunder God technique. Firstly, the technique is remarkably difficult to erase. As noted in the original narrative, Minato Namikaze has asserted that the Flying Thunder God seal is absolutely indelible. Secondly, the range of sensory perception afforded by the technique is astonishingly vast. Genya has yet to ascertain its full extent, but it is clear that several dozen kilometers are well within reach. Musing further, he wondered if he could merge the Flying Thunder God technique with my absolute domain. In a moment of inspiration, he conceived this thought: absolute domain. Through the sheer force of will, one forms a domain around oneself, entering a state of absolute calm while amplifying one's mental fortitude, achieving complete perception and even control within the domain's confines. Currently, Genya absolute domain has expanded from a mere 2 meters to over 10, and in a purely perceptive state. It has grown from a range of 100 meters to an impressive 1,000. If my sealing techniques were to improve further, it might be possible to directly materialize the Flying Thunder God technique using my mental energy under the amplification of absolute domain. If so, I could achieve true instantaneous movement. Genya eyes sparkled with excitement, sensing the high feasibility of his concept. He merely needed to enhance his sealing techniques. Absolute domain, activate. As the domain unfolded, he naturally entered a state of absolute focus and calm, feeling the awakening of battle intent in every part of his being, every corner, every cell. Simultaneously, he sensed each neuron in his brain rejoicing, his already formidable mental while receiving an exaggerated enhancement, allowing him to transform the intangible into reality with a mere thought. Gazing intently into the void, Genya began to condense the Flying Thunder God technique with his formidable willpower and chakra. Even though he could endure an hour of extreme training without breaking a sweat, A slight perspiration formed on his forehead at this moment, a testament to his heightened concentration. After several seconds, a mark of the flying thunder god materialized in the air, influenced by his mental energy. This manifestation of the technique differs from the seals inscribed on shurikens. It exists in the air solely due to the augmentation of his mental power. And should Genya Shung's mental energy dissipate, the technique would vanish accordingly. However, it is precisely because of this that the technique can materialize anywhere within the domain. The speed of this technique's manifestation is exceedingly slow. It affords the enemy ample opportunity to execute several ninjutsu. Genya Sho furrowed his brow slightly, only to have it relax again. If the speed of this technique's manifestation could be enhanced, it would be truly perfected. The war between Konoha and Sunagakure rages on. The number of mobilized ninjas on both sides is steadily increasing, with vast amounts of supplies and medicines being transported to the front lines. A new wave of support teams will depart throughout the day. Simultaneously, this day marks the collective graduation examination for students participating in the practical ranking assessment. Those who pass the examination will officially leave the Ninja Academy, becoming formal genin within Konoha's ranks, thus commencing their genuine ninja careers. In reality, after years of teaching, every instructor has long since grasped the detailed information about their students, understanding who is likely to graduate and who may need to repeat a year. Given the pressing situation on the front lines, which necessitates a greater influx of fresh troops for support, this graduation assessment will be notably lenient, essentially a mere formality. On this day, the sun shines brightly, the weather is splendid, and the azure sky is dotted with fluffy clouds. The melodious chirping of birds resonates in the spacious courtyard, where diligent maids have begun their busy cleaning early in the morning. Unlike the layabout who spends his days experimenting in the basement, these maids approach their work with utmost seriousness. As it is graduation day, the teachers at the Ninja Academy, in a display of benevolence, grant the students ample time to rest and do not require attendance for the morning class. They need only arrive before the second period to partake in the examination. The robust physiques and well-regulated biological clocks of Uchiha Hitomi and Genya Sho have already roused them from slumber. Uchiha Hitomi holds a keen interest in the Flying Thunder God technique, especially after hearing that the second Hokage used it to defeat a member of the Uchiha clan wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan. Her curiosity has only heightened. While she is still contemplating how to inscribe the Flying Thunder God technique, she is taken aback to learn that Genya Sho has already mastered it. Even her typically aloof demeanor cannot conceal her astonishment. Impossible. Even I, Uchiha Hitomi, abruptly silenced herself, unwilling to diminish her own presence. Her eyes still disbelievingly fixed on Genya Sho. Left with no choice, Genya Sho opted to prove himself through action. Wait a moment, Hitomi. With that, Genya Sho left behind a shuriken inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, his figure vanishing from sight. Body flicker technique. Uchiha Hitomi's expression momentarily froze, her pupils constricting sharply. No, if it were the body flicker technique, how could her keen eyesight fail to detect even the slightest indication of his disappearance? Even the swiftest body flicker technique leaves traces. Just as Uchiha Hitomi wrestled with her uncertainty, Genya Sho's figure reappeared without a hint of forewarning. It was as if nothing had transpired at all. How did you accomplish that? After a brief silence, Uchiha Hitomi inquired. She was well aware that what Genya Sho had just demonstrated was indeed the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet she could not fathom when his talent for ninjutsu had become so astonishing. While I am still engrossed in researching the construction of the Flying Thunder God technique, this fellow has already mastered it with remarkable dexterity. How frustrating. In this moment, Uchiha Hitomi truly comprehended the sensation of being admired as a prodigy. Particularly when confronted with an unreasonable rival, the feeling of frustration was acutely intensified. It was utterly exasperating. Kuroya Masaru spread his palm, revealing a distinctive leaf he had obtained from the secret base in the back mountains through the Flying Thunder God technique, initially intended as evidence of his teleportation. Uchiha Hitomi unexpectedly posed another inquiry. Casually tossing the leaf aside, Kuroya Masaru reassured her, saying, "It's actually quite simple. There are a few tricks. Once I share them with you, you'll learn it swiftly." The difficulty in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique primarily lies in its prerequisites. One must possess formidable sensory abilities, rapid neural reflexes, substantial chakra, and exceptional control. Frankly speaking, Uchiha Hitomi met all these criteria. Her only shortcoming lay in the construction and execution of the technique. The tips Kuroya Masaru imparted primarily addressed this aspect. This discussion lasted for over half an hour. Throughout, Uchiha Hitomi listened intently. With her keen intellect and Kuroya Masaru's clear explanations, her learning progressed rapidly, and she grasped the core techniques, needing only to practice to enhance her proficiency. At the end, Kuroya Masaru suddenly remarked, "By the way, Hitomi, do the Uchiha archives contain any scrolls regarding sealing techniques? I've developed quite an interest in them lately. Additionally, if there are any ancient historical records related to this, I would appreciate it if you could look for those as well." Uchiha Hitomi glanced at Kuroya Masaru in mild surprise. The sun must have risen in the west for this fellow to finally show interest in ninjutsu scrolls. "All right, I'll make a trip to my grandfather's house and bring back some relevant scrolls." Observing how effortlessly Uchiha Hitomi agreed, Kuroya Masaru couldn't help but marvel at the profound heritage of her illustrious family. Just then, a maid bowed outside the door, announcing that breakfast was ready. Upon hearing this, Kuroya Masaru and Uchiha Hitomi stood and followed the maid to the dining room. After enjoying their breakfast, they set off for school. Before long, they arrived at the designated examination classroom. This room had been specially allocated for students applying for early graduation assessments. Most of the students present appeared composed, as the graduation exam posed no significant challenge for them. The examiner for this session was none other than their homeroom teacher, Nato Takuya. Unbeknownst to them, Kuroya Masaru and Uchiha Hitomi had been studying at the Ninja Academy for nearly 5 years. As Kuroya Masaru looked at their still junior instructor, Nato Takuya, he couldn't help but reflect. Once his cohort graduated, surely Nato Takuya would earn a promotion, right? As he approached his 30s, how could he remain a junior teacher? What prospects would he have for finding a wife? The content of the graduation assessment was the body replacement technique. Successfully performing 2 of the 3 techniques would suffice as passing. "Well, I won't waste more words. We'll proceed in the order of seating," he declared. Having concluded his remarks, Takuya Nato ascended the podium with a scorebook in hand, accompanied by 2 other Chunin teachers overseeing the examination. In accordance with the seating arrangement, the students called by name would individually present themselves for the assessment of the body replacement technique, a fundamental and quintessential skill within the realm of a ninja school. Any student possessing a modicum of ninja aptitude, after several years of diligent study, would typically excel in this exceedingly simple evaluation. Before long, it was Sho Genya's turn. He took his position at the center of the stage, forming hand seals and methodically executing the body replacement technique. "Congratulations, Sho Genya. You have successfully passed the assessment. May your graduation be joyous," Takuya Nato expressed, beaming with pride as he witnessed Sho Genya's adept performance, a response anticipated from the start. The teacher felt a surge of pride, since Sho Genya had secured the top position in practical combat rankings throughout the school. Nato's reputation had been considerably elevated. Internally, he mused, "I hereby declare Sho Genya the one who has usurped Uchiha Hitomi, becoming my most esteemed pupil, without exception." "Thank you, Teacher Nato." Sho Genya replied with a slight bow, conveying his gratitude. He held a measure of respect for this older single man. As he received the Konoha forehead protector from Nato, it symbolized Sho Genya's formal induction as a proud genin of Konoha. It is noteworthy that becoming a genin in Konoha carries significant weight. Aside from a few who faltered, nearly all students who applied for early graduation successfully passed the examination. Thus, the graduation assessment concluded in a rather unremarkable atmosphere. Those who passed would not attend afternoon classes, eagerly awaiting tomorrow's team assignments. The newly graduated youths were filled with anticipation regarding their future Jonin leaders. "Oh, how I hope our team leader is a formidable Jonin," one mused. "What are you thinking? I've heard that only students of exceptional talent are assigned to impressive Jonin. For ordinary folks like us, it would be a blessing to be placed under a particularly skilled Jonin." On the way back, Sho Genya felt a twinge of curiosity and asked, "Hitomi, given our exceptional standings, who do you think our respective team leaders will be? Surely, with their placements among the top 3 in the school, they could not be relegated to just any ordinary Jonin." "We're on the same team," Uchiha Hitomi suddenly interjected. Sho Genya was taken aback. While they were still unaware of who their team leader was, she already possessed knowledge of their grouping. Noticing Sho Genya's momentary confusion, Uchiha Hitomi's delicate features tightened, and with a fierce glint in her eyes, she retorted, "What? Are you unhappy about being on the same team as me, or do you have some grievances?" Gazing into Hitomi's upturned face, Genya chuckled and quickly clarified, "Not at all. I was merely curious as to how you knew so soon. I haven't heard a whisper about it." "Humph, don't misunderstand me. I had no desire to be on the same team as you. It was my grandfather's decision. He informed me last night that we would be in the same squad." Uchiha Hitomi, with a hint of pride, remarked that although she claimed to be uninterested in teaming up with Genya Masaru, in her eyes, he was the only one worthy of being her teammate. It turned out that the esteemed elder Uchiha had intervened, which clarified why Genya Masaru suddenly understood the situation. Despite his retirement to the shadows, the old man still had significant influence in arranging formidable allies and exceptional mentors for his granddaughter. "Do you know who our instructor will be?" he inquired. "To be our teacher, especially for the top 3 students in the entire school, he must be quite formidable, don't you think?" Both of them, even in the practical combat assessments, exhibited abilities that far surpassed those of average chunin. If an ordinary jonin were to take the lead, it would not earn the respect of their peers, particularly given Uchiha Hitomi's assertive nature. If their instructor failed to command her respect, it could lead to insubordination or outright defiance, risking the cohesion of their team. Uchiha Hitomi shook her head, her eyes glinting with curiosity. "My grandfather has kept me in suspense regarding our instructor's identity, only mentioning that he is a powerful ninja who will not disappoint me." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Without a doubt, a ninja whom my grandfather acknowledges must be exceptionally strong, rivaling your teacher, Tsunade. A skilled and powerful jonin can indeed enhance a team's efficiency in completing missions and significantly increase their chances of survival. However," she mused, "if the instructor is formidable and all team members are elites, the tasks they undertake will undoubtedly be more challenging and perilous. Why are we comparing my teacher to yours?" Genya Masaru felt a bit perplexed but dismissed the thought. Instead, he said to Uchiha Hitomi, "You should head home now. I have some matters to attend to." "Humph. I'm not a child anymore. Go ahead with your business," Uchiha Hitomi retorted, haughtily walking away, having already surmised what Genya Masaru intended to do. Watching her retreating figure, Genya Masaru vanished from the spot in an instant. At the village's main gate, a new batch of support ninjas was preparing to head to the front lines, preparing for a fierce battle against the encroaching Sunigakure ninjas. The crowd was bustling, with most ninjas bidding farewell to their friends and family. Hinata Chiyo was meticulously arranging her daughter's gear, her brows slightly furrowed, revealing her heavy heart. Hinata Kairan, gazing distantly at the Hokage rock, sensed her mother's unease and offered comfort. "Don't worry, mother. We aren't the main combat force on this mission. At most, we'll be involved in some reconnaissance. After all, the life of a main house heir is quite precious." Hinata Chiyo nodded heavily, then retrieved a brand new pair of goggles from her bag and handed them to Hinata Kairan. It seemed that at some point, Hinata Kairan had begun to wear goggles. But unlike Uchiha Obito's, hers were darker, resembling sunglasses. This change was inspired by Genya Masaru's advice. The goggles serve not only to protect the eyes, but also to conceal the identity of the Hyuga clan on the battlefield, thus averting targeted assaults. Furthermore, according to the words of Kageyama, once the Byakugan undergoes evolution, its appearance will undergo significant transformation. By preparing goggles in advance, one can obscure the circumstances that may arise during future battles with the Rinnegan. Of course, even after activating the Rinnegan, one can still manifest only the Byakugan, much like the compatibility of the Sharingan with the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Hinata Sayuri quietly received the goggles, gazing at the dark, ink-like lenses, and carefully stowed them into her waist pouch. It was evident that her mother had always been concerned for her, remembering even the color preferences of the lenses. Fearing that the goggles atop Hinata Sayuri's head might be damaged in combat, and knowing that replacements would be difficult to procure at the border, she had thoughtfully prepared a spare pair. At that moment, a middle-aged ninja of considerable repute waved his arm and called loudly, "The time is drawing near. Let us prepare to depart." Hinata Sayuri gently patted her mother's hand, speaking softly, "Mother, I must take my leave. Do not worry about me. Perhaps the war will end soon, and I shall return safely." As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the village behind her mother, pondering, at this time, Shokuin must be participating in the graduation assessment, right? With his abilities, he should pass with ease. I wonder who he will be placed with. I truly wish to be his teammate. Just as Hinata Sayuri was pulling her thoughts back from this fanciful reverie, her eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on a certain direction. "Sayuri, you left without a word to your old desk mate. How rude. A teasing voice floated closer. In an instant, Kageyama appeared before her with a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Caught off guard by Kageyama's sudden presence, Hinata Sayuri found herself at a loss for words, as if her ability to articulate had momentarily abandoned her. Her mind was a flurry of questions, yet she was unsure of which to voice first. Why was Shokuin here? Was he not supposed to be taking the graduation assessment? Were they not meant to maintain distance to avoid raising suspicions about their close contact? Countless thoughts raced through Hinata Sayuri's mind. Yet the mere sight of him standing there seemed to convey everything. It calmed her tumultuous heart, making her outwardly appear composed while her inner turmoil settled. Everything was understood without utterance. Kageyama simply gazed at Hinata Sayuri, not pressing her for answers, and ignoring the calls from the leading ninja of their support team. Hinata Chie keenly sensed that the relationship between her daughter and this classmate was extraordinary and discreetly retreated, allowing the two youths a moment of farewell. Hinata Sayuri took a deep breath, glancing at the leaf village forehead protector on Kageyama's forehead, and with a heart full of unspoken sentiments. She offered a simple yet heartfelt blessing. Congratulations, Shokuin, on becoming a true ninja. You must be closer to your goals now. Her smile was pure and radiant, entirely unlike that of a ninja on the brink of battle. Kajino Masaru gently shook his head, his expression earnest as he said, Saren, this is not merely my goal. It is our shared objective. I have much ahead that requires your assistance. So please, do not depart this world too easily. Hinata Saren paused in surprise, then broke into a broad smile, as if aiding Kajino Masaru represented a profound realization of her life's purpose. She nodded solemnly, assuring him, yes, I will not act recklessly. I wish to live long enough to witness the day you ascend to dominate the ninja world, so do not make me wait too long. Kajino Masaru nodded in acknowledgement, retrieving a pendant inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal from within his robes, extending it toward Hinata Saren with a smile. I have imbued this pendant with the Flying Thunder God seal, a technique enabling long-distance teleportation. Keep it close, though I may not sense you from great distances. It offers a sense of security. You never know when it might come in handy. Hinata Saren accepted the pendant, examining it closely and discovering it to be delicately shaped like a bird, glimmering under the sun's rays. Thank you, Masaru-kun, I truly adore this gift. Stepping forward, she lightly rose on her toes, pressing her lips gently against Kajino Masaru's cheek. Consider this a token of my gratitude. With that, Hinata Saren's cheeks flushed a deep red as she turned and hurriedly joined the departing group. Kajino Masaru tenderly touched the spot where she had kissed him, watching her silhouette fade into the distance. For a fleeting moment, a surge of impulse coursed through him, a desire to disrupt the established plan and insist on keeping Hinata Saren by his side, or to join her on the front lines. However, this reckless thought lingered in his mind for scarcely 2 seconds before he dispelled it. You must return alive, Saren. The following day, the latest contingent of reinforcements was en route to the front lines. Meanwhile, the students who had successfully passed their assessments and received their headbands would gather in their respective classes for a final class meeting. Standing at the podium was our familiar single-minded homeroom teacher, Nato Takuya, who addressed the assembly with a voice loud enough for all students to hear. First and foremost, I wish to congratulate each of you. You have successfully passed your graduation assessments and have become official ninjas. I take great pride in you. Nato Takuya's voice trembled slightly with excitement. From the moment you donned your headbands, you have become independent ninjas. His gaze swept across each student as he continued. However, do not rejoice too soon. We are currently in a time of war, and it may soon be your turn to step onto the battlefield. You are still but fledglings. Do not carry the frivolous mindset from ninja school into combat, for you may find that even 10 lives are insufficient. Nato Takuya, typically responsible and kind, wore a serious expression, warning and reminding all present with unprecedented severity. His eyes were filled with concern and compassion. These children were those he had watched grow up. He could scarcely fathom the cruel scene that would unfold should he one day behold the name of one of his students inscribed upon the memorial stone. The mere thought of such a vision sent cold sweat cascading down Takuya Nato's brow, haunting him with nightmares for several consecutive nights. The students were momentarily rendered speechless by Nato's demeanor. Even the normally vivacious and mischievous children found themselves hesitant to utter playful banter or engage in whimsical antics. The stern and solemn expression on Nato's face compelled them to swallow their words and sit obediently at their desks. Nato was acutely aware that his tone might have been excessively harsh. Yet he preferred to portray the path of a ninja as one fraught with brutality and bloodshed rather than witness his students lose their lives due to complacency. Being a ninja was no mere child's play. Harboring naive notions was tantamount to courting death. After taking a deep breath, Nato opened a roster and began to call names in groups of 3. It was not long before Katsu Ueno heard his name. Class 8, Katsu Ueno, Hinata Uchiha, and Mio and Fujiwara, you 3 will be in a group. With that, Nato continued his roll call. Below, Katsu Ueno and his 2 companions exchanged glances, seemingly confirming their future partnership. Among them, Mio and Fujiwara's face lit up with evident delight. What splendid fortune! It must be that the heavens have heard my prayers, granting me 2 brilliant teammates. I look forward to working alongside you, Katsu and Hinata. Mio, dressed in a light blue ninja outfit and sporting a golden ponytail, wore a smile in her large eyes that conveyed both eagerness and politeness. Just don't hold me back, Hinata Uchiha remarked coldly, her demeanor typically reserved for those who had not yet earned her approval, not intentionally aimed at Mio. Come now, let's not be like that, Mio. We shall be comrades in arms from now on, Katsu Ueno interjected with a cheerful grin, recalling the pertinent details about Mio. In truth, she was no ordinary ninja. She was a rare type known as a chakra-sensing ninja. It is widely acknowledged that there are various forms of sensory abilities, including olfactory, visual, malevolence, danger, physical, and chakra perception. The Inuzuka clan exemplifies olfactory sensing, having honed their sense of smell to rival that of canines through their long association with ninja dogs, enabling them to track enemies and detect peril. Touch-based sensing is typified by Gaara's sand and Pain's jutsu of the rain tiger. Visual sensing encompasses the Byakugan, Sharingan, Rinnegan, and other unique ocular abilities capable of perceiving chakra. Malevolence sensing is an ability acquired after mastering the chakra of the 9 tails, as seen in characters such as Kushina Uzumaki and Naruto Uzumaki. Danger sensing resembles an enhanced intuition, often accessible through Sage mode. However, none of these sensory types can perceive sensing jutsu. Only the chakra sensing ability possesses the capacity to detect such techniques. Among them, the swirling fragrance of phosphor serves as a quintessential representation of chakra-sensing ninjas. She possesses the ability to utilize the ninjutsu Kagura Shingon to ascertain the number and location of enemies, as well as to gauge the specific chakra involved in particular missions. Konoha also has a specially trained barrier team that employs barrier formations to sense personnel. Meanwhile, the likes of Minato Namikaze and Tobarama Senju utilize a method of sensing by touching the ground, thus discerning the scale of enemy forces. This illustrates the rarity of chakra-sensing ninjas. Upon reflection, Yoshinoya Katsu realized that his team was remarkably well-rounded. Indeed, one could even say formidable. It boasted strong offensive capabilities, medical support, and sensing abilities. Other teams would be fortunate to possess even 2 of these attributes. Despite this, Yoshinoya Katsu himself encompassed all 3. Clearly, from an outsider's perspective, his team could be regarded as the epitome of an ideal configuration. It seems that Hinata's grandfather has exerted considerable effort, and the village's upper echelons have cooperated well, likely intending to mold this team into a spearhead unit. A flurry of thoughts raced through Yoshinoya Katsu's mind, as he seemed to foresee the exciting prospects of his future ninja career. In response to his demeanor, Fujiwara Main cast a grateful glance in his direction. She had always held a certain admiration for Yoshinoya Katsu, and the joy of being placed on the same team as him was overwhelming, rendering even Uchiha Hinata's unceremonious jibes inconsequential. With 2 such powerful allies, she felt immensely fortunate. However, alongside this sense of luck, a hint of unease lingered within Fujiwara Main. She was not the type to be blissfully naive. On the contrary, she possessed a rather discerning mind. The composition of their team, particularly if paired with a strong leading instructor, seemed ill-suited for mundane tasks. For a moment, Fujiwara Main felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Having exceptionally talented teammates and a formidable teacher could be both a blessing and a tremendous source of pressure, much like Sakura in the original narrative. Seemingly perceiving Main's inner turmoil, Uchiha Hinata scoffed lightly and, in a rare display of thoughtfulness, remarked, "As a sensing ninja, just stay back and provide us with information. Leave the fighting to me and this guy." Her words exuded confidence in both her and Yoshinoya Katsu's prowess. Upon hearing this, Fujiwara Main's face flushed crimson as she summoned her courage to declare, I know I'm not as powerful as you, Katsu, or you, Hinata, but I will strive to become a trustworthy teammate. Her voice, though somewhat youthful, radiated determination. Internally, she resolved to double her efforts to keep pace with Katsu and Hinata. Observing her, Yoshinoya Katsu responded affirmatively, Of course, I believe in you, Main. I am confident that the three of us will soon develop a synergy. As she gazed upon the handsome, refined, and gentle Yoshinoya Katsu, Fujiwara Main found her eyes sparkling uncontrollably. TCH. Uchiha Hinata clicked her tongue, growing increasingly irked by Yoshinoya Katsu, who, as he matured, seemed to attract attention more than ever. Did he not understand the importance of restraint? Such behavior was hardly befitting of a gentleman. After the class meeting, Katsu Ueno did not choose to head home directly. Instead, he intended to seek out his esteemed mentor, Tsunade, to inquire about certain medical issues, while also asking whether she possessed any scrolls related to sealing techniques. After all, it is commonly acknowledged that the foremost sealing ninja of Konoha is none other than Mido Uzumaki, and as the granddaughter of Mido, Tsunade likely possesses a wealth of scrolls and books on sealing techniques. Humph. While Minato Namikaze has a wife to teach him sealing techniques, I, Katsu Ueno, have my own mentor. However, upon arriving at the office, Katsu discovered that Tsunade was absent. Instead, a stranger, a young boy, occupied Tsunade's chair. Excuse me, who are you? Katsu inquired. His memory was remarkably sharp, akin to that of a photographic memory. He could recall the face and name of every student in the medical experiment class. Yet this boy was unfamiliar to him. The boy appeared to be slightly older than Katsu, wearing the Leaf Village headband, evidently a formal ninja. Hello, my name is Shinju Nagashi. You must be my sister's disciple, right? Pleased to meet you. The boy approached with a radiant smile, exuding warmth and charm. So, he is Tsunade's brother, Katsu thought, feeling a sense of kinship. Katsu Ueno, pleased to meet you, Nagashi-senpai, he replied with a smile. I know you, Katsu Ueno. Nagashi suddenly remarked. Katsu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed on Nagashi. You are the village's most celebrated young prodigy. The one who has outshone all others to secure the top position in the Ninja Academy's practical rankings. I was present at the event. As the grandson of the first Hokage, Nagashi displayed no arrogance, instead exuding a grounded demeanor, generously praising Katsu. Perhaps we could spar sometime, so I can witness the prowess of the Academy's top genius. Sparring is certainly not an issue, Katsu responded just as the office door swung open. It was Tsunade returning. Sister, Nagashi exclaimed, turning his head at the sound. Upon spotting Tsunade, he immediately rushed into her embrace, reminiscent of an ungrown child. Playfully shaking his head and affectionately rubbing against her. Katsu's eyes widened in disbelief. This expression far more exaggerated than when he first encountered Might Guy unleashing the 8 gates. What was he witnessing? Nagashi was openly engaging in such antics before him. See the incident involving Kinomaru and the wave. How enviable. After all, who wouldn't wish for a sister as broad-minded as Tsunade? Good afternoon, Teacher Tsunade. Katsu finally approached, unable to bear the sight any longer, and greeted her with a smile. Ah, Katsu, you've arrived. Your diligence is truly commendable, Tsunade remarked. If there was one thing Tsunade appreciated most about Katsu, it was his eagerness to learn. Despite possessing strength and knowledge that surpassed his peers, he maintained an innocent heart, displaying an insatiable thirst for all that he could learn. Considering the efforts of the other party, it seems that I, as a teacher, may soon be drained by him. After responding to my disciple, Tsunade reluctantly pushed her younger brother away from her embrace and remarked with exasperation, Shinju, you have become a proper genin, yet you still behave like a child. What does it matter? You are my sister, replied Shinju, once again attempting to engage in mischief. Humph, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. No matter how much you beg, I will not permit you to go to the front lines, Tsunade stated firmly, pushing Shinju away once more. Upon hearing this, Shinju became anxious. Why not? This is unfair. You were already on the front lines at my age, and besides, Master Orochimaru is currently engaged in battle there. How can I, as your disciple, remain idly in the village while time slips away? Perhaps due to the countless times Shinju had pleaded or perhaps reflecting on Orochimaru and Jiraiya at the front, Tsunade's heart began to waver. She sighed and replied, You little rascal, I am truly at my wit's end with you. If you wish to go to the front lines, you must heed the words of your teachers and seniors, understand? Wonderful. I adore you, sister. I shall take my leave now. By the way, remember not to drink secretly before class, nor to gamble with the students." With that, Senju Shinju joyfully dashed away, leaving Tsunade blushing with indignation, flustered and vexed. How could I, one of the legendary three of Konoha, engage in such disgraceful behavior? That Shinju is becoming increasingly audacious, especially in front of his own teacher. I shall remember this. After Shinju departed, Uchiha Masaru stood awkwardly in place, feeling the embarrassment of the moment. What should I do? It's too late to pretend I didn't here. In a moment of quick thinking, Uchiha Masaru chuckled and said, "Teacher, your relationship with Senior Shinju seems quite good." Cough cough. Tsunade cleared her throat, forcing herself to appear composed. "All right, speak up. What question do you wish to ask today?" Thus, Uchiha Masaru expressed his intent, gazing at Tsunade with hopeful eyes. Supporting her chin with her hand, Tsunade pondered for a moment before responding. "As for sealing scrolls and certain books, I do indeed possess a considerable number at home, inherited from Granny Mido. Some were left for little Kushina, while others I have kept for myself." Pausing, Tsunade fixed Uchiha Masaru with a stern gaze. "I may allow you to view the scrolls and books, but you must not spread Shinju's earlier words recklessly. Do you understand?" Uchiha Masaru was elated. What began as a mere inquiry had unexpectedly yielded results. He eagerly nodded and flatteringly said, I understand. Teacher, you are a renowned and esteemed jonin in the village, trustworthy and reliable, with noble character and a sense of responsibility. How could you possibly indulge in drunkenness or gambling? In my eyes, you are the greatest teacher in the world." Uchiha Masaru added. "So, can you put your fist down now, teacher?" Tsunade was pleased with Uchiha Masaru's perceptiveness and lowered her fist. Upon returning home, Uchiha Masaru informed Uchiha Hitomi about the sparring session he had arranged with Senju Shinju. Senju Shinju? Uchiha Hitomi felt that the name was both unfamiliar and familiar, her brow slightly furrowing. A ninja from the Senju clan? Indeed, he might visit soon, not only to engage in a friendly spar, but also to challenge a prodigy of the Uchiha clan such as myself. Uchiha Hitomi calmly nodded. She never shied away from challenges. However, considering he was the grandson of the first Hokage, he should not be merely a superficial opponent, one would presume. What of his strength? Judging by mere appearances, he ought to be weaker than I. Uchiha Hitomi shot a disapproving glance at Genya Sho, dissatisfied with his overly modest response. What does ought to be weaker even mean? Such a vague answer is as good as none. Fully aware of Genya Sho's formidable prowess, Uchiha Hitomi recognized that the spectrum of strength below him was quite vast. Perhaps he is merely slightly superior to an average genin, Genya Sho added. Indeed, Senju Rope Tree's lineage is exceptional, being the grandson of the third Hokage, and his bloodline is remarkable. However, his performance at the Ninja Academy has been rather lackluster, even ranking among the bottom. Of course, those at the bottom of the Ninja Academy often have unique circumstances surrounding their failures. Thus, Genya Sho concluded that Senju Rope Tree's abilities surpassed those of an ordinary genin, but had yet to reveal any prodigious talents. Otherwise, he would not have met his demise so simply at the hands of an explosive tag in the original story. TCH, what merit is there in concerning oneself with an opponent of such caliber? Uchiha Hitomi remarked disdainfully, her ambitions having long since transcended her peers and now fixated on the renowned elite jonin. Do not be so arrogant, Hitomi. I have heard that Rope Tree's mentor is none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, who was once a prodigy himself, a rare talent in decades. His disciples are not to be underestimated. And so what? The elite jonin responsible for my training are no less formidable, and although my grandfather is retired, his wealth of experience and understanding of ninjutsu remains. Moreover, I have access to your research findings. If I cannot surpass a mere child of the Senju clan with all this, I might as well end it all. Uchiha Hitomi's words brimmed with confidence, a confidence that was not solely her own, but also partly derived from Genya Sho. Genya Sho's lips twitched as he listened to Uchiha Hitomi refer to someone older than herself as a child. It struck him as rather peculiar. Nevertheless, her competitive spirit was understandable, given the long-standing enmity between the Uchiha and Senju clans. When it came to facing the Senju clan, Uchiha Hitomi was determined not to falter. Well, I still have great faith in you. However, Rope Tree is the grandson of the first Hokage. Who knows? One day, he might awaken the Wood Release, a power that once quelled the chaos of the warring states. Upon hearing the mention of Wood Release, Uchiha Hitomi's expression shifted slightly before quickly regaining composure. With a scoff, she replied, "I would indeed welcome his awakening of wood release. It would provide me with greater enjoyment." Alas, according to the records within the Uchiha clan, wood release is a bloodline limit that has only been awakened by the first Hokage himself. No other member of the Senju clan has achieved such a feat to this day. Upon hearing this, Xuanyesheng felt a stir within his heart. Based on the information he had previously gathered, it was evident that once an individual awakens their bloodline limit, the corresponding ninjutsu they develop would, in turn, influence their genetic makeup. This phenomenon elucidates why bloodline limits can be inherited. It could be asserted that each bloodline limit ninja represents an invaluable resource for their respective villages. Xuanyesheng sighed softly, pondering. This indeed raises a curious question. What is so curious? Uchiha Tong inquired, her dark eyes fixed upon Xuanyesheng with a look of confusion. "Allow me to elucidate," he began. "Wood release is a form of bloodline limit, is it not? And it is common knowledge that bloodline limits can be passed down genetically, much like your Uchiha clan's Sharingan or the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Theoretically speaking, as the original wielder of wood release, the first Hokage's offspring, being the closest in bloodline, should have no difficulty awakening wood release. Yet, not only did Senju Hashirama's descendants fail to awaken it, but neither did any other members of the Senju clan. Does this not seem peculiar?" Well versed in the original narrative, Xuanyesheng was aware that only the first Hokage had genuinely awakened wood release throughout the entire saga. Yamato, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Obito could utilize wood release solely due to the transplantation of the first cells. Fundamentally, the awakening of wood release was exclusively attributed to the first Hokage. Moreover, the efficacy of their wood release paled in comparison to that of the first Hokage. There is a saying, the first Hokage wielded wood release to conquer the world, while Yamato merely used it for greening. This phrase strikingly captures the essence, emphasizing that it is not wood release itself that is powerful, but rather the first Hokage's mastery of it. Upon hearing Xuanyesheng's musings, Uchiha Tong furrowed her brow, lowering her head as if deep in thought. She evidently recognized the anomaly, as though wood release were a unique gift of the first Hokage. Even my mentor, Tsunade Senju, renowned as one of the elite among Jonin, has not awakened wood release. Listening to Xuanyesheng's words, Uchiha Tong found herself perplexed and decided to relinquish the matter to him, the research enthusiast. "Why do you concern yourself with this? Do you aspire to battle against those who have awakened wood release, or do you believe you can learn it yourself?" Her seemingly casual remark caused a flicker of intrigue in Xuanyesheng's gaze. Who could predict whether he would one day engage in combat with users of wood release? Knowing oneself and understanding one's adversaries is the key to victory in every battle. For instance, why was he so intent on mastering the Flying Thunder God technique? It was merely a precaution against future confrontations with its users. Similarly, gaining more knowledge about wood release could only be beneficial. To ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world, one must confront challenges and obstacles beyond imagination. Only by eliminating any weaknesses can one surpass all others. Furthermore, possessing the talent of ninjutsu doctor, he theoretically could learn wood release. After all, it is, in essence, a form of ninjutsu. Though Xuanyesheng harbored an understanding that even if he were to master wood release, the results would likely be akin to Yamato's, merely serving to beautify the environment. Rendered rather trivial. Familiar with the original work, Xuanyesheng comprehended that the formidable nature of the first Hokage's wood release stemmed from two primary aspects. Firstly, its versatility. Wood release, as an all-encompassing ninjutsu capable of offense, defense, and support, excels in all ranges. Secondly, its ancestral quality. The first Hokage's wood release possessed a trace of the divine tree's essence, allowing it to absorb physical stamina and chakra, while being inherently resilient and difficult to destroy, exerting significant control over a vast area. At this juncture, Xuanyesheng could not help but critique Senju Hashirama's intellect. With such a powerful wood release at his disposal, had he merely learned some sealing techniques and combined them with wood release, he could effortlessly seal away Uchiha Madara along with his Susanoo. Yet, he insisted on relying solely on his immense chakra and sage mode, behaving like a brutish warrior. What a waste. Truly, such potent wood release was squandered. Observing Xuanyesheng lost in thought, Uchiha Hitomi sighed, knowing that he had fallen into another spiral of contemplation. Whenever he had new ideas or research findings, he would immerse himself entirely, unable to extricate himself. Shaking her head, Uchiha Hitomi exited the room, intending to train at the training ground. Recently, she felt that her Sharingan was on the verge of a breakthrough, poised to evolve from the 2-tomo to the 3-tomo Sharingan. If other Uchiha clan members were to discover this, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. A 3-tomo Sharingan at the tender age of 11 and a half? What a jest! In truth, since her physical transformation, Uchiha Hitomi had increasingly recognized the advantages of possessing a robust physique. Her physical condition had markedly improved, resulting in a greater reservoir of chakra and abundant vitality, seemingly revitalizing her spirit as well. The potency of her Sharingan was steadily escalating. This was also the primary reason she was on the brink of achieving the 3-tomo Sharingan, as her ocular power was nearly overflowing. After Uchiha Hitomi had departed for a while, Xuan Yesheng remained in place, his eyes growing ever brighter, and ultimately, the answer beckoned. Why was the first Hokage's wood release so formidable? Because it utilized an immense quantity of positive chakra, activating the divine tree characteristics within wood release. This was the true essence of wood release. Furthermore, the positive chakra employed by the first Hokage was not merely ordinary. It was of such high quality that it could be deemed extraordinary. Whether the influence of Ashura's chakra played a role remained uncertain. Reflecting on this, Xuan Yesheng let out a wry smile and sighed, realizing the conundrum had circled back. Although he possessed an abundance of positive chakra, in terms of chakra quality, he was no different from others. Those endowed with high-quality chakra were invariably heirs to potent bloodlines or significant chakra legacies. From the moment of their birth, their fates were marked by the extraordinary, reaching heights that ordinary mortals could scarcely aspire to in 10 lifetimes. How profoundly unjust fate is. Given this perspective, he resolved to temporarily set aside the pursuit of wood release. Yet, Xuan Yesheng did not succumb to despondency. Instead, he shifted his focus toward another hallmark of the first Hokage's power, sage arts. In the ancient texts of the Uchiha clan, there exists a notable mention of a unique energy found in the natural world, referred to as natural energy. Thanks to the blessings of the Uchiha eyes, nearly all the clan's tomes have been perused by Genya Masaru. After all, who could resist the allure of having a venerable ancestor in the form of a great elder? However, none within the Uchiha clan have mastered sage techniques, and thus, no related cultivation methods have been passed down through the ages. Yet, there are numerous records pertaining to sage arts. The reason lies in the unparalleled fame of Senju Hashirama's sage techniques. This remarkable individual, wielding both wood release and sage arts, managed to subdue Uchiha Madara's Susanoo with ease. Having experienced such events, how could the Uchiha clan remain indifferent to sage arts, even if they could not master them? The various texts left behind indelible marks of their significance. Natural energy, Genya Masaru murmured to himself as he continued to sift through the various texts. His reading speed was astonishing, akin to skimming 10 lines at once, turning a page every second. With the support of his formidable intellect, he resembled a highly efficient computer, crystallizing each page into photographic memory, subsequently discerning and organizing the pertinent information. Instantaneous memory, rapid comprehension. Should an observer be present, they would witness wisps of white mist rising from Genya Masaru's head, reminiscent of a martial arts novel's internal energy master practicing their craft. This phenomenon arose because his brain was in an overclocked state, neurons firing with exceptional vigor, and his thought processes reached an astonishing velocity. A mere touch to his forehead would reveal an astonishing warmth, which accounted for the rising mist above his head. In less than 2 hours, he had perused all the scrolls and texts. Genya Masaru gathered all the fragments of information regarding sage arts and compiled them into a coherent summary. According to the records, by absorbing external natural energy on the foundation of ordinary chakra and merging it, one could refine what is termed sage chakra. With sage chakra, one could then wield sage techniques. However, there exists a prerequisite. One must first enter the sage mode. Genya Masaru chuckled softly, acknowledging that this aligned closely with the information he had gleaned from the original narrative. The crux, however, remains: how can one successfully merge with natural energy? What is the precise ratio required to achieve a perfect balance? He closed his eyes, delving into contemplation, tirelessly searching his mind for useful knowledge, including discussions and studies on sage arts from his previous life and among Naruto enthusiasts. Coupled with the years he had spent in the Naruto world, he had amassed a wealth of foundational knowledge. Let me clarify. Firstly, Ordinary chakra is derived from the ninja's own physical and mental energies, which can be fused and refined. The so-called sage chakra, in essence, is this blend augmented by natural energy. The fusion of the three yields sage chakra. Hence, the core issue lies in discovering and mastering natural energy. To truly perceive natural energy, one must become one with nature, emptying oneself and comprehending the myriad elements beyond oneself, achieving a harmonious connection with the natural world. The process is indeed fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster. Moreover, the precise ratio of the three energies presents a significant challenge. Any miscalculation may lead to an imbalance, resulting in an uncontrollable surge of power. The risks associated with cultivating celestial techniques are evident here. In the original narrative, Naruto was brought to Mount Myaboku by the sage Fukasaku while training in sage mode. Throughout this entire process, Naruto was accompanied by Fukasaku, as the cultivation of techniques from Mount Myaboku entails considerable risks, including the possibility of transforming into a frog, or even worse, becoming a stone statue. The immediate priority is to attune oneself to natural energy and master its flow. However, Xuanyushin swiftly dismissed his previous thoughts. Pondering, natural energy exists in the air and the earth. Theoretically, it is omnipresent. Before Kagaya Otsutsuki descended upon the shinobi world, this realm was devoid of chakra, and the notion of ninjas was non-existent. During that era, perhaps the extraordinary beings utilized natural energy? I breathe continuously, in a sense. Could it not be said that I am perpetually absorbing minute quantities of natural energy? Xuanyushin's eyes began to gleam with enlightenment, as a faint realization began to dawn upon him. All that remained was time to validate his thoughts one by one. Around dusk, Uchiha Hitomi concluded her training and returned home from the training grounds. A quick glance around the room revealed no sign of Xuanyushin, leading her to surmise that he was once again engrossed in research in the underground laboratory. This phenomenon had become quite customary for Uchiha Hitomi. To date, she had reaped numerous benefits from Xuanyushin's research, prompting a shift in her attitude from skepticism to unwavering support for his endeavors. After instructing the maid to prepare a substantial dinner, she settled into a meditative posture to refine her chakra. This method of meditation had been taught to her by Xuanyushin. Hitomi, the Sharingan is a manifestation of self-awareness, driven predominantly by individual emotions. However, I believe this evolutionary path leads to a dead end, where uncontrollable emotions yield uncontrollable power. I hope that as you awaken the Sharingan, you can transform those extreme emotions into fuel, allowing your calm will to take the lead. I have a commendable meditation technique to recommend to you. Recalling Xuanyushin's words, Uchiha Hitomi took a deep breath and gradually entered a relatively tranquil state. This state may not be considered a complete loss of self, but it allowed her to immerse herself more deeply in the task of refining her chakra. Presently, she did not perceive any significant benefits from this meditation technique. However, since Xuanyushin had suggested it, she followed through without hesitation. Perhaps this was what trust entailed. It was only when the maid came to inform her that dinner was ready that Uchiha Hitomi concluded her chakra refinement for the day. Noticing Xuanyushin had yet to appear, she began to eat alone. Uchiha Hitomi's appetite was rather average, having consumed scarcely 1/10 of the meal prepared, leaving the remainder for the insatiable Xuanyushin. Were it not for the substantial wealth of the Uchiha family, it would be quite challenging for an ordinary household to support Genya Katsuhiko. This reality is one of the reasons many maids secretly look down upon him, as he spends his days in idleness at home, indulging in a prodigious appetite. Nonetheless, they maintain a facade of respect towards him, subtly regarding him as if he were a prospective son-in-law. As night deepened, while Uchiha Hitomi gradually succumbed to sleep, the earth suddenly trembled. The tremor was brief and did not provoke much commotion. However, Uchiha Hitomi's keen senses instinctively propelled her into action. With a swift motion, she sprang upright, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. An earthquake? No, she quickly dismissed that notion. The tremor was faint, yet the source felt alarmingly close, resembling an explosion more than anything else. In an instant, Uchiha Hitomi seemed to grasp something, and without time to don a proper coat, clad only in a tank top and shorts, she exited her room, striding purposefully towards Genya Katsuhiki's chamber. Sliding open the wooden door, she found him absent, confirming her suspicion that he was indeed in the basement. Upon reaching the underground laboratory, she was met with a scene of utter disarray. In the spacious subterranean lab, a colossal pit had been created, Uchiha Hitomi's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the gaping hole. The laboratory's floor and walls were constructed of remarkably sturdy materials, resilient enough to withstand the force of common ninjutsu. Yet now a significant crater had been blasted through. Observing Genya Katsuhiko, who appeared disheveled yet unharmed, she regained her composure, her expression returning to its usual aloofness as she inquired, "What transpired? This is the first time your experiments have yielded such a commotion." Her words carried an unmistakable curiosity, for Uchiha Hitomi had keenly sensed a lingering, formidable aura emanating from the site of the explosion. It felt akin to the explosion caused by an immense chakra, yet there was an undeniable distinction. In any case, this overwhelming presence enveloped the pit, imparting Uchiha Hitomi with an intense sense of oppression, not due to its sheer magnitude, but rather a suppression of a higher order. What force could this possibly be? Why are you here? Genya Katsuhiko feigned ignorance, even as he coughed a few times, pressing his hand against his chest, feeling a dull ache in his lungs. This marked the first significant physical injury he had sustained since surpassing his limits. Are you hurt? Uchiha Hitomi noticed his subtle gestures, her expression filled with heightened surprise. Since their acquaintance, Genya Katsuhiko had consistently been a figure of strategy and composure. It was astonishing that he had recklessly injured himself during an experiment. "There was a mishap while I was channeling natural energy," he replied with a wry smile. Acknowledging his own impulsiveness, he estimated that with the current state of his lungs, he would be unable to attempt to control natural energy for several days. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hitomi's gaze flickered, her expression shifting as she pressed further. "Natural energy? When did you begin researching Senjutsu?" "This situation signifies a halt in the research of wood release, which has piqued my interest in the iconic power of the first Hokage, Senjutsu," Xian Yisheng remarked with a wry smile, fortunate that he had previously secured other research findings within sealing scrolls. Otherwise, the unexpected mishap would have resulted in a substantial loss. Uchiha Hitomi, on the other hand, was unconcerned about the state of Xian Yisheng's underground laboratory, as financial matters were not an issue. Her primary interest lay in the progress of his research on Senjutsu. "So, has your experiment failed?" she inquired, surveying the chaotic experimental setting. Xian Yisheng initially nodded, then shook his head. Uchiha Hitomi was puzzled. Was it a success or a failure? After steadying his breath, Xian Yisheng slowly articulated, "Well, it can be regarded as a failure, yet one could also argue it was a success. I successfully drew out natural energy, but then, in a moment of inspiration, I attempted to merge it with ordinary chakra through a breathing technique. In retrospect, this action was perilously reckless, considering my inexperience and ignorance of the proper fusion ratios. As a result, a mishap occurred. The fusion of natural energy and chakra spiraled out of control, becoming far more volatile than I had anticipated. Ultimately, I could only expel that uncontrollable energy." Xian Yisheng spoke slowly, his voice slightly hoarse, as the energy had traversed through his lungs, inflicting some damage before he expelled it. The damage to his lungs was particularly pronounced. Uchiha Hitomi nodded, scrutinizing the crater. Was such destruction merely the result of energy dissipation? This fueled her fascination with Senjutsu. "How did you manage to draw out natural energy?" she asked, aware that no member of the Uchiha clan had ever mastered Senjutsu, nor had any methods for its cultivation been passed down. How then had Xian Yisheng achieved this? Dusting off his hair, he replied somewhat boastfully, "It's actually quite simple. If one's chakra is sufficient, one can attempt to draw natural energy. The necessity for a vast amount of chakra in practicing Senjutsu arises because, without it, the basic act of drawing natural energy is unattainable." Uchiha Hitomi raised an eyebrow, a hint of disbelief in her expression. Could it be that no one in the Uchiha clan has succeeded in mastering Senjutsu, simply due to insufficient chakra? To her surprise, this was indeed a plausible explanation. While the Uchiha clan possessed more chakra than ordinary shinobi, only a select few, such as Uchiha Madara, had chakra at the level of a tailed beast. These individuals had no need to risk the dangers associated with cultivating Senjutsu when they could wield the power of a complete Susanoo. Reflecting on the practitioners of Senjutsu in the original narrative, it was evident that none lacked chakra comparable to that of a tailed beast. The quantity of chakra even influenced the ability to enter Sage Mode. In the original work, Naruto Uzumaki initially required the use of shadow clones to refine Sage Chakra before he could enter Sage Mode. However, after he activated the Nine Tails Chakra mode, he could instantly enter Sage Mode, akin to the first Hokage. This implies that Naruto, combined with the chakra of the Nine Tails, matched the chakra of Hashirama Senju. With such a vast reservoir of chakra, it became effortless for him to enter sage mode. "Are you suggesting that my chakra is insufficient?" he inquired, though it was not so much a denial, but rather an acknowledgement of the challenges ahead. After all, the greater the chakra volume, the more smoothly one could draw upon natural energy. Xian Yisheng candidly responded, "Moreover, I have conceived a rather promising idea. If all goes well, it may revolutionize the way humanity practices sage arts." Revolutionize the practice of sage arts. Uchiha Hitomi gazed at Xian Yisheng in astonishment, occasionally wishing to delve into his mind to uncover the source of his ingenious thoughts, each capable of bestowing immense power. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Hitomi stated earnestly, "The matters concerning the study of sage arts are of significant importance and must remain confidential. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to express your needs. However, can you manage all the experimental equipment and necessary materials alone?" Xian Yisheng hesitated. Uchiha Hitomi shot him a withering glance, replying, "Do you presume that I summoned those materials with the help of maids or servants?" She then bit her thumb, swiftly formed hand seals, and pressed her palm against the ground. Summoning technique. With a resounding pop, a summoning array materialized on the ground, enveloped in a cloud of white smoke. Amidst the haze, a charming little orange cat emerged before Uchiha Hitomi and Xian Yisheng. Its head, back, and limbs were adorned with layers of yellow and orange stripes, while its chest and belly boasted a fluffy expanse of white fur, with its paws tipped in white. The combination of a white ruff and its delicate paws had an irresistible charm for the young lady. The cat, roughly half the size of a person, raised its tail in a display of joy and affection. Uchiha Hitomi turned her gaze towards Xian Yisheng and extended her hand with her palm facing upwards. After a brief moment of surprise, Xian Yisheng quickly recovered and handed her a procurement list. Uchiha Hitomi passed the list to the little orange cat, instructing, "Prepare the items on this list. I will verify them in 2 days." At that moment, Uchiha Hitomi appeared exceptionally captivating in Xian Yisheng's eyes. A wealthy woman who buys without concern for price is truly impressive. The orange cat nodded obediently, accepted the list, and vanished in a puff of white smoke. Xian Yisheng watched the direction in which the ninja cat had disappeared, reflecting, "This is the distinction between the affluent and the common folk. Not only do they have the guidance of elite shinobi from their clan, but they also possess various resources and even accompanying summoning beasts." It occurred to him that he had yet to contract a summoning beast. However, it is not an easy feat for an ordinary citizen to acquire a suitable summoning contract. The summoning contract merely enables the contractor to call forth the summoned beast through spiritual techniques, lacking any actual control over it. Coordination in battle resembles that of a ninja team, necessitating mutual communication. Uchiha Hitomi explained calmly, "Our Uchiha clan has historically maintained a cordial relationship with the Ninkiti clan. Even before my enrollment, my grandfather arranged for me to sign summoning contracts with several Ninkitis. The equipment and materials you required for your earlier experiments were all prepared by the Ninkitis." Xian Yisheng suddenly realized. The connection between Granny Cat and the Ninkitis is akin to that of the Inuzuka clan with their ninja dogs. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan has long been esteemed guests of the Granny Cat clan, likely explaining the Uchiha's ability to command the Ninkitis at will. The Ninkiti clan operates in various inconspicuous corners of the ninja world, and given that the Granny Cat clan is a legitimate black market merchant, their efficiency in gathering intelligence and procuring various goods is unparalleled. Thus, it can be inferred that the Uchiha clan's intelligence capabilities are not to be underestimated. As for the subsequent unexpected downfall of the clan, it is likely that no matter how adept the Ninkitis were at gathering intelligence, the Uchiha could not have anticipated that the clan's young heir was a traitor. One must admit, Uchiha Itachi truly exemplified filial piety. Ahem. In any case, for Uchiha Hitomi, the Ninkiti with whom she signed the contract has indeed provided her with immense convenience, allowing her to devote her time to training. On the rooftop of the ninja school, the day following the class division meeting, all the leading instructors were to familiarize themselves with their team members. A man, appearing to be just under 30, clad in a jonin uniform with long silver hair, donned a half-sleeve adorned with flame patterns on his left shoulder, and carried a chakram knife of moderate length on his back. He leaned against the railing of the rooftop, hands resting upon it, his face radiating a warm and friendly smile, resembling a jovial neighbor devoid of any hint of the sharpness characteristic of an elite jonin. He straightforwardly introduced himself. I am Hataki Sakomo, and from today onwards, I will be your guiding jonin. I specialize in swordsmanship. That is my background. Next, we will form teams of 4. So let us all introduce ourselves. One could hardly believe his assertion of merely being skilled in swordsmanship. It was an understatement of epic proportions. Truly, he was the father of Kakashi, with an introduction as mischievous as his son S. Xian Yisheng had not anticipated that his guiding jonin would be Hataki Sakomo. Indeed, he was more than qualified to lead this team. According to the lore, Hataki Sakomo is regarded as one of the strongest ninjas in the present-day Hidden Leaf Village. With potential to inherit the role of Hokage, the flame-patterned half-sleeve is often considered emblematic of the Hokage. His prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of the current legendary 3, marking him as a true shadow-level master. Furthermore, his renown is widespread. Merely hearing the name Konoha's White Fang on the battlefield instills terror in enemies. To illustrate the extent of his fame, let me provide a few straightforward examples. In the original text, following the Battle of Pain, during the election of the 6th Hokage, Nara Shikaku recommended Kakashi. The daimyo's initial reaction was not to refer to him as the foremost technician of Konoha, nor as the wielder of the Sharingan, or even the copy ninja Kakashi, but rather as the son of White Fang. This warrants contemplation, for it suggests that the reputation of the son of White Fang holds more weight in the daimyo's mind than the other monikers. Moreover, after the masked man declared war, the 5 Kage prepared to alert the major ninja villages for battle while Danzo fled. Consequently, Gaara recommended Kakashi, emphasizing his identity as Kakashi Hataki, the wielder of the Sharingan. Yet, the immediate response from Inoki was, he is the son of White Fang. This indicates that, even 2 decades after White Fang's demise, his legacy remains vividly etched in Inoki's memory. This implies that, at least in Inoki's perception, the title of son of White Fang carries greater significance than that of copy ninja. Thus, upon recognizing that his guiding jonin is the esteemed Kakashi Hataki, a figure of both strength and renown, Genya promptly introduced himself, stating, I am Genya, with a modest understanding of taijutsu, ninjutsu, and medical ninjutsu. And I have a penchant for various delicacies. Nearby, Fujiwara Meian quickly took mental notes, realizing that Shokuin enjoys a variety of foods. Indeed, as her mother had told her, winning a man's heart through his stomach is a timeless truth. I am Fujiwara Meian, proficient in sensory ninjutsu, and I have an affinity for gentle souls. Uchiha Hitomi claimed, I excel in the use of the Sharingan, as well as fire and lightning techniques. Kakashi Hataki nodded in satisfaction. Although he had previously led teams of genin, this occasion was markedly different. With the perfect ensemble of Sharingan, chakra perception, and medical ninjutsu, this team was nothing short of ideal. Especially since 2 of his students had secured top positions in the school's practical rankings. Kakashi felt a subtle pang of realization. However, he also understood the weight of the responsibility now resting on his shoulders. The village's higher-ups had specifically recalled him from the front line to mentor these 3 youngsters, anticipating their swift development as they prepared for the impending ninja world war. Just as Kakashi was about to speak, Uchiha Hitomi made her move. When she acted, it was as if thunder struck. Without a hint of warning, she sprang forth, dashing towards Kakashi with blinding speed, her kunai aimed squarely at his vital points. Hitomi's sudden onslaught caught everyone off guard, save for Genya, who, with a resigned gesture, rubbed his forehead, seemingly having foreseen this turn of events. Objectively speaking, Hitomi was a fiercely proud individual, and not everyone could become her teammate or worthy mentor. At this juncture, Kakashi's prowess had gradually reached its zenith, though he had yet to amass the battlefield merits that would later instill fear throughout the ninja realm. Hitomi, Fujiwara Meian exclaimed from behind, unable to contain her voice. Yet, Uchiha Hitomi's gaze remained resolute, her movements unwavering, fueled by determination, as her 2 Tomo Sharingan began to whirl into action. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Uchiha Hitomi's thrust, swift as lightning, suddenly found itself without a target and thus fell short. Unbeknownst to her, Sakomo Hataki had already positioned himself behind her, seizing her wrist that gripped the kunai, bending it behind her back, while his other hand firmly pressed against her head, swiftly rendering her subdued. Witnessing this, Masaru Genya was abruptly reminded of Kakashi's infamous 1,000 Years of Death technique performed on Naruto Uzumaki. Thankful that Tsukumo lacked such a penchant for mischief. Beside him, Meion Fujiwara stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Even Uchiha Hitomi found herself enveloped in profound astonishment, struggling to accept that she had been so easily subdued. Despite her initial intent being merely a probing attack, the failure was astonishingly effortless. Her opponent not only adeptly evaded the illusion of her Sharingan, but employed a body flicker technique so rapid that even her Sharingan struggled to perceive it, allowing him to subdue her from behind without her awareness. In the entire arena, only Masaru Genya wore a contemplative expression, having witnessed the entire sequence with clarity. Tsukumo Hataki's body flicker technique and swordsmanship had reached an unparalleled zenith, rendering even ordinary jonin incapable of reacting in time, often falling to a single strike. In contrast, few could match the prowess of the two individuals capable of dispatching jonin with such ease in the early chapters of the original story. Even the third Hokage could not achieve such feats. One was the fourth Hokage, known as the Yellow Flash, and the other was the present figure, the Leaf's White Fang. Tsukumo Hataki. Currently, the Yellow Flash was but a young lad, while the White Fang was at the peak of his prowess. How is it? Are you satisfied with the results of your test? Now, may I continue? Tsukumo Hataki released Uchiha Hitomi, his face still adorned with a warm smile, showing no signs of being offended by her rashness. To his enemies, he was a merciless deity of death, yet to his comrades and friends within the village, he was a comforting presence. Uchiha Hitomi stowed her kunai, her Sharingan returning to its natural state, her imposing aura entirely subdued. She regarded Tsukumo Hataki earnestly, stating, "Truly deserving of the title, Leaf's White Fang, your strength is formidable. If you are to be our captain, I have no objections." This simple yet probing exchange was sufficient for Uchiha Hitomi to glimpse the unfathomable depth of Tsukumo Hataki's abilities. Masaru Genya's lips twitched in a faint smile, reflecting, "See, Uchiha is actually quite amenable, provided your strength surpasses hers. I hope our little team can grow increasingly harmonious." Tsukumo Hataki responded with a warm smile, sincerely expressing his desire for camaraderie among his companions, which is precisely why he garnered the respect of many shinobi. Once Uchiha Hitomi returned to her original position, Meion Fujiwara finally relaxed, exhaling a long-held breath. Her concerns were entirely justified. Before us stands a seemingly warm-hearted gentleman, whose fearsome reputation is enough to silence the children of neighboring villages. Even the formidable Sannin of Konoha would find themselves overshadowed in his presence. Calling him the strongest jonin of Konoha would not be an exaggeration. In close proximity, even the valiant Genya Sho cannot help but be captivated by the charismatic allure of Hataki Tsukumo. With the third Hokage having 3 disciples, and all of them being outshone by him, one must ponder, who else could possibly survive? Many believe that Danzo was responsible for Tsukumo's demise. Yet Genya Sho perceives that the hand of Sarutobi Hiruzen played a significant role in this tragedy. Here stands a figure who transcends the factions of Hokage, possessing immense strength and remarkable achievements, revered by a multitude of ninjas and surpassing his contemporaries. It could be said that the third Hokage inadvertently fueled Danzo's ambitions by eliminating Tsukumo, effectively extinguishing Danzo's aspirations for the Hokage position while simultaneously removing 2 formidable rivals for his own disciples. However, it seems that even the third Hokage could not have anticipated the peculiarities of his 3 disciples, one engrossed in artistic pursuits at the bathhouse, another attempting to turn his fortunes around at the gambling tables, and the last harboring delusions of achieving scientific immortality. Remarkably, he even succeeded. As the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, Fujiwara Mioen took the initiative to speak up. "Regarding Teacher Tsukumo, I have heard that typically, supervising jonin assess the abilities of newly graduated genin through survival exercises." Internally, she felt a flutter of anxiety. After all, he was the famed White Fang of Konoha. What if the evaluations proved to be exceedingly challenging? To her astonishment, Hataki Tsukumo responded in an exceptionally amiable tone, "There is no need for that. I am quite satisfied with your capabilities, and thus, you have all passed." "Eh?" Fujiwara Mioen exclaimed, her voice drawn out in disbelief. Was it truly that casual? He is, after all, the White Fang of Konoha. She had anticipated a rigorous and serious survival exercise, only to discover that the supervising jonin approved them so readily. For a moment, she felt as though her fangirl illusions were shattered, yet she secretly rejoiced. She certainly did not wish to return to the Ninja Academy after finally teaming up with Genya Sho. Genya Sho and Uchiha Hitomi were not surprised by this outcome. Given their prowess, any form of testing would be a mere waste of time. As for the bell-stealing exercise, that was a tradition passed down through the direct lineage of the third Hokage, unrelated to Hatake Tsukumo. Should Tsukumo insist on conducting a bell-stealing survival exercise with the team, Genya Sho would suspect the author was merely padding the word count. Author's note: are you being polite? What shall we do next? Genya Sho inquired. Upon hearing this, Hatake Tsukumo stroked his chin, glanced at the sky, and suddenly exclaimed, "How about I treat you all to some barbecue? It's nearly noon, and we can celebrate the formal establishment of our team." Genya Sho's eyes instantly lit up. Little did Tsukumo realize that years later, the memory of this barbecue would remain vividly etched in his mind. "Captain Tsukumo, I believe it is best for each of us to pay our own way." The proud and aloof Uchiha Hitomi surprisingly took the initiative to offer her counsel, though her words carried an undertone of provocation. Tsukumo glanced at Uchiha Hitomi with mild astonishment, realizing that beneath her cold exterior lay a warm heart. Touched, he laughed heartily. "After all, this is our team's inaugural feast. Do not hesitate to indulge, my young friends. You need not concern yourselves with the burden on my wallet." He observed the trio thoughtfully, noting that the two girls were evidently not voracious eaters, and the sole boy, Kajino Masaru, appeared pale and fragile, likely unable to consume much due to his injuries. This barbecue meal would cost several tens of thousands of ryo, while even a casual A-rank mission yields rewards in the hundreds of thousands. Could one meal truly devour the entirety of an A-rank mission's bounty? Ridiculous. However, noticing Masaru's pallid complexion, Tsukumo recalled a rumor and cast a sympathetic glance toward the boy. It seemed that being the son-in-law of the Uchiha clan was no easy task. Uchiha Hitomi exuded strength and vitality, and he resolved to remind Kakashi to steer clear of such distractions, particularly to avoid ending up like Masaru in a state of frailty. If Masaru were privy to his teacher's thoughts, he would likely be unable to restrain himself from retaliating. What of the legendary Konoha White Fang? How could one tarnish his reputation so unjustly? Observing Tsukumo's unwavering determination to treat his companions to this barbecue, Uchiha Hitomi sighed, her tone laced with amusement. "I have warned you, Captain Tsukumo." Tsukumo looked at her in bewilderment, perplexed by her meaning. Masaru, feeling a twinge of guilt, suggested, "Perhaps we should opt for some delicious ramen instead. It is quite delectable." Compared to barbecue, ramen was undoubtedly more economical. Tsukumo, acutely aware of Masaru's intention to save him money, found his resolve to treat them to barbecue only strengthened. As a distinguished elite jonin of Konoha, he could easily afford such a meal. After all, even a single S-rank or A-rank mission could yield rewards spanning hundreds of thousands, if not millions. The thought of being unable to afford a meal like this would be utterly shameful. He must treat them. 2 hours later, in the barbecue restaurant, Masaru let out a satisfied burp, patting his belly contentedly. It had been ages since he enjoyed such a feast. Moreover, there was an undeniable satisfaction in indulging in a meal offered by another. At the table, the restaurant owner approached Tsukumo with a beaming smile, his gaze resembling that of a butcher eyeing a plump sheep. "Thank you for your patronage. The total comes to 250,800 ryo. For your convenience, we shall waive the change, so you may settle at 250,000 ryo. A staggering sum of 250,000 ryo. The price left Tsukumo's heart shattered. Just like that, a single barbecue meal had consumed the reward of an A-rank mission. Tsukumo thought to himself, "I wish to be alone for a moment." Kikuko Tsukumo cast a glance at the contented smile gracing the face of Genya Katsuhiko, and then shifted his gaze to the small cart beside him, overflowing with empty plates. His lips twitched slightly. It seemed that the majority of the meat had vanished into Genya's belly alone, despite his appearance suggesting a lack of vitality. How could he consume so much? Tsukumo finally grasped why his two disciples had urged him previously. "Katsumi, is your mother from the Akimichi clan?" Genya blinked innocently and replied, "Teacher Tsukumo, you truly enjoy jesting. My parents were merely ordinary civilian ninjas in their lifetime. Besides, I doubt the Akimichi clan has a larger appetite than mine." Upon hearing Genya's response, Kikuko Tsukumo fell silent. A civilian ninja with a greater appetite than an Akimichi ninja? That was indeed peculiar. Sighing, he resigned himself and reached for his wallet, preparing to settle the bill. In the next moment, he froze, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. He had never felt so flustered, not even when facing an S-rank mission. "What's the matter, Teacher Tsukumo?" Inquisitive and sensitive to others' feelings, Fujiwara Myoan immediately inquired. Uchiha Hitomi and Genya turned their attention towards him as well. Under the scrutiny of his three teammates, Kikuko Tsukumo sheepishly confessed, how should I put this? I usually don't carry much cash when I go out, so I don't have enough in my wallet. Could you please wait for me? I can run home to get more right away. I promise it won't take long." He was confident in his speed. The three exchanged glances. Uchiha Hitomi smirked, her eyes glinting with mischief as she regarded her guiding jonin. Calmly, she withdrew 25 crisp 10,000 yen bills from her wallet and casually tossed them onto the counter. It was indeed surprising to witness the legendary Konoha White Fang in such a predicament. Having been subdued by Tsukumo earlier, she felt a sense of vindication. "I didn't expect this either." "It's truly unexpected," Genya and Fujiwara Myoan chimed in, grinning as they added their remarks. Hey, I say you three." Tsukumo wore a bitter smile, helplessly rubbing his forehead. He felt as though his authority as a guiding jonin had been undermined. Was it such a crime not to have enough money? Did they think everyone was like Uchiha's heiress, capable of nonchalantly producing stacks of high-denomination bills? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that relying on others might indeed offer a brighter future than being a ninja. Meanwhile, as Genya reveled in the harmonious atmosphere of their newly formed team, Hinata Saren had already joined the main force on the journey to the front lines. The entire support unit was divided into several smaller teams. Hinata Saren's team comprised 12 ninjas, including herself, with 4 being from the Hinata clan. Their destination was a border outpost at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. Upon rendezvousing with the frontline command unit, they would join the corresponding smaller teams as per the commander's orders. Due to the existence of the Byakugan, every member of the Hyuga clan is innately a scout, a coveted provider of intelligence essential for every team. Shortly after departing from the village, Hinata Sayaka activated her Byakugan, as if entering a battlefield, becoming acutely vigilant. Although it was her first time leaving the village, she adhered to the teachings of her seasoned comrades who had experienced combat. Caution is never misplaced. Furthermore, the Byakugan does not consume energy to the extent of the Sharingan. It was not only Hinata Sayaka who heightened her vigilance. The other ninjas accompanying her also instinctively became alert after leaving the village, with one notable exception. A fleeting glance at the slender figure subtly shielded at the center of the group elicited a soft sigh from Hinata Sayaka. If one were to gauge the weakest sense of caution within this team, it would undoubtedly be represented by Hinata Hikari, a member of the main branch, who walked at the heart of the formation. This marked Hikari's first venture to the front lines since becoming a genin. His curious gaze and excited demeanor revealed his lack of exposure to the crucible of war. In this conflict, the Hyuga clan dispatched numerous branch family members, and Hinata Hikari stood among the few representatives of the main family, regarded as a valuable asset by the clan. After withdrawing her gaze from Hikari, Hinata Sayaka scrutinized her fellow ninjas. Among the 12 members, apart from a Hyuga branch jounin, the leading middle-aged ninja was also a jounin, while the remaining members comprised a mix of chunin and genin. Overall, this squad possessed considerable combat capability, barring an ambush by a team entirely composed of jounins. They were unlikely to encounter severe casualties along their journey. In fact, fortune favored their group, as they encountered no significant trouble and arrived smoothly at the border outpost. Upon reaching the outpost, the 12-member team was divided into 4 groups, integrated into various combat units. The 4 members of the Hyuga clan were thoroughly dispersed to maximize their reconnaissance efficacy. This also implied that the young scion of the main branch would no longer have the close protection of a branch jounin and would need to fend for himself. However, reconnaissance ninjas assigned to scout positions, provided they remained cautious and composed, rarely faced direct combat. Even upon discovering an enemy presence, their first instinct was to report to their teammates rather than take risks by attacking immediately. Ultimately, Hinata Sayaka was assigned to a squad led by a middle-aged jounin. Although the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind do not share a border, separated by smaller nations and villages like the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain, these minor countries do not serve as genuine barriers. The mission of Sayaka's squad involved daily patrols near the border, annihilating any enemy reconnaissance units infiltrating their territory to prevent intelligence leakage. They were responsible for an area of approximately 40 kilometers of border. with one end of the outpost's encampment opening into an expansive forest and the other leading to an endless sea of sand. Thus, Hinata Sayaka commenced her monotonous routine of patrolling between the verdant forest and the arid desert. As night fell, gazing at the brilliant starry sky, Hinata Saori pondered what Shokuin might be doing at that very moment. However, the tranquil days did not last long. Just the following day, the squad that Hinata Saori belonged to encountered a reconnaissance team from Sunagakure. It was an ordinary, serene afternoon. While traversing the woods, the team heard Hinata Saori's warning, "Wait." At 2 o'clock ahead, approximately 1,800 meters away, there are a total of 8 Sunagakure ninjas lying in ambush. 3 are concealed behind trees. 2 are hidden in the grass, and 3 are underground. With her Byakugan activated, Hinata Saori immediately shared the intelligence she had observed with her comrades. "Let us move." The leading middle-aged Jonin's gaze sharpened, and his steps quickened, prompting the other team members to synchronize and hasten towards the 2 o'clock direction indicated by Hinata Saori. The Byakugan on the battlefield served as a formidable advantage, revealing all ambushes and concealments as if they were exposed to the glaring sun, rendering them utterly visible. 1,800 meters was not a great distance. Within minutes, the team reached the enemy's ambush zone. "Captain, should we discuss our approach?" Hinata Saori began to speak, but the middle-aged Jonin made a gesture and vanished in an instant with the body flicker technique. Simultaneously, the other team members executed their coordinated actions seamlessly. Under the Byakugan's surveillance, flashes of ninjutsu and blades were seen, and the chakra signatures of 7 Sunagakure ninjas abruptly vanished, leaving behind lifeless bodies. The last remaining Sunagakure ninja, in a state of panic, fled towards Hinata Saori's location, utterly terrified. In his subconscious mind, he thought, "Why does it seem as if the enemy has clairvoyance?" Instinctively, he ran towards Hinata Saori, the youngest and seemingly least threatening among them, believing that by overcoming this child, he might still find a glimmer of hope. Unperturbed behind her protective goggles, Hinata Saori displayed no sign of panic. As she observed the enemy rushing towards her, she let out a soft sigh. "This fellow must be intentionally sent by the captain for me to practice on." Such a touching display of camaraderie. However, it seems he has underestimated me by choosing me as his target. With a sudden movement, the Sunagakure ninja, in his frantic escape, threw a smoke bomb from his ninja pouch, hoping to obscure visibility and take down Hinata Saori before disappearing into the shadows in search of a chance to survive. Alas, even within the smoke, his every action was clearly discerned by Hinata Saori's Byakugan. Every movement, and even the flow of chakra was thoroughly understood. Standing resolutely in place, Hinata Saori brought her index and middle fingers together, forming a thin blade of chakra. To the Sunagakure ninja, this Konoha genin appeared to be facing an enemy for the first time, seemingly paralyzed with fear. He held a kunai horizontally, intending to draw a line across her delicate, pale neck before making a stylish escape. However, while imagination can be delightful, reality can be cruel. A blood-curdling scream echoed as the Sunagakure ninja halted, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked down at his chest. Unbeknownst to anyone, Hinata Saori's slender fingers, akin to sharp blades, plunged mercilessly into the chest of her adversary. In an instant, a torrent of destructive chakra surged within the sand ninja's body, violently twisting and ultimately obliterating his heart. When Hinata Saori emotionlessly withdrew her fingers from his chest, they emerged unblemished, ensconced only in a veil of chakra, devoid of any trace of blood. The sand ninja's eyes bulged, nearly bursting from their sockets, bloodshot and contorted in agony, as if he were enduring unimaginable torment before succumbing to death. Ultimately, he knelt upon the ground, his body collapsing entirely, transforming into a frigid corpse. Witnessing this harrowing scene, the middle-aged Jonin felt a jolt of surprise. His original intention had been to gauge the strength of his new team member through this encounter, allowing her to hone her skills and experience the taste of battle. After all, the Ninja Academy offered no opportunities for life-and-death struggles. Yet, he was caught off guard by Hinata Saori's remarkably mature and stunning display of prowess. One strike, and she had utterly vanquished a sand ninja. It seems my new recruit is indeed a prodigy, the Jonin mused within himself. On the training field, Genya Sho and Uchiha Hitomi engaged in a rare bout of practical sparring. After 2 days of recuperation, the damage to Genya's lungs had little effect on his movements, a testament to his formidable physique, which even surpassed ordinary self-healing capabilities. While such internal injuries would typically require 10 to 15 days for an average person to recover, Genya had nearly returned to form in just 2 days. Since Uchiha Hitomi had activated her Sharingan and lost their previous challenge, it had been some time since they had exchanged blows. With Hitomi's recent transformation and rapid growth in strength, Genya found himself somewhat at a loss regarding her current level of power. Their sparring primarily focused on physical techniques. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Hitomi, who had been before Genya just a moment prior, had suddenly maneuvered to his side, unleashing a whip-like kick imbued with a fierce wind, aimed at his head with blinding speed. Genya, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, sensed everything around him with his heightened mental acuity. Following the breaking of his will's limits, not only had his perception sharpened, but his instinct for combat ascended to new heights, allowing him to seize opportunities with unmatched precision. He swiftly lowered his body, bracing his palms against the ground, using this as a pivot to agilely rotate and leap, creating distance between himself and Uchiha Hitomi. Subsequently, with a flick of his right hand, a finely crafted short blade materialized in his grasp, its cutting edge slicing forward to meet Hitomi's incoming kunai in a clash that ignited a shower of sparks. Clang, clang. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, their weapons colliding countless times in a flurry of fiery bursts. Unbeknownst to them, Uchiha Hitomi had quietly awakened her three-tomo Sharingan, elevating her dynamic vision to a pinnacle of excellence. Indeed, her two-tomo Sharingan had finally evolved into the coveted three-tomo Sharingan. Not only has her visual acuity significantly increased, but her dynamic vision has also seen considerable enhancement, allowing for a clearer and more profound observation of chakra flow. The speed of their confrontation has escalated rapidly. If an onlooker were present, lacking in exceptional dynamic vision, they would only perceive fleeting shadows racing past and returning in a blur. The air is intermittently punctuated by the resonant clang of metal colliding, rendering the figures of both combatants nearly indistinguishable. The body flicker technique enables swift, short-distance movements through an explosive release of chakra. However, both individuals achieve comparable speeds through sheer physical prowess. Their combat resembles a continuous application of the body flicker technique. Naturally, this method imposes a significant toll on the body, particularly in terms of stamina depletion. This explains why most ninjas refrain from frequent use of the body flicker technique, as overexertion could leave them devoid of the chakra and stamina necessary to perform ninjutsu. Both Xuanya Sheng and Uchiha Tong have undergone a transformation in their physical constitutions, resulting in strength, endurance, and resilience far superior to ordinary individuals, enabling them to sustain such high-velocity maneuvers for extended periods. In alignment with Uchiha Tong's character, she harbors a disdain for illusionary techniques, preferring to engage her adversaries with straightforward physical and ninjutsu attacks. Her approach is one of honorable, frontal assault, aiming to plunge her opponents into a state of despair, devoid of resistance. Coincidentally, Xuanya Sheng shares a penchant for direct and exhilarating combat. Thus, their practical sparring session can be likened to a meeting of equals, filled with fervor and unrestrained close-quarters combat. However, as the battle intensified, Uchiha Tong's aura began to exhibit signs of disarray. Her stamina and chakra were waning. It is noteworthy that Uchiha ninjas inherently possess a chakra capacity far superior to that of ordinary individuals, and upon awakening her three-tomo Sharingan, her chakra further amplified. Coupled with her physical transformation, she has experienced a substantial surge in chakra. Despite these factors, she finds herself as the first to experience fatigue. This underscores the formidable nature of Xuanya Sheng's physique and chakra. Observing her condition, Xuanya Sheng ceased his assault, sheathing his ninja blade and taking a few deep breaths to steady his breathing. "You're truly a monster. I wonder who will ever be able to satisfy you," Uchiha Tong remarked, slightly breathless. Hey, don't say such misleading things." Xuanya Sheng chuckled. "Tong, you are already remarkable. By my estimation, your chakra capacity surpasses that of most elite jonin. Humph, but it still pales in comparison to yours. Sometimes I feel like you're not human, but rather a humanoid-tailed beast. Have you really not awakened any bloodline limits?" Uchiha Tong retorted, casting Xuanya Sheng a disapproving glance. It seems she has never witnessed him in a state of depleted chakra since their acquaintance. Xuanya Sheng stroked his chin, appearing to genuinely contemplate. "Well, you know, the chakra of tailed beasts isn't as vast as you might imagine. Is that so?" She replied incredulously. Tailed beasts are renowned for their immense chakra. Uchiha Hitomi felt exasperated, her annoyance evident as she remarked, "You are nothing but a beast. I am going to take a bath." "Don't take too long, Hitomi. We still need to gather with Teacher Tsukumo," came the reply. "Mind your own business." At 10 o'clock in the morning, all members of Tsukumo's team convened at the entrance of Konohagakure. Following their earlier self-introductions and a communal meal, the atmosphere within the team had significantly improved. Despite a minor mishap with the exorbitantly priced barbecue, through this gathering, Tsukumo had gained a general understanding of the personalities of his 3 team members. Hiragane Masaru, known as a medical ninja, was arguably the strongest among the trio, possessing a humble and gentle demeanor, making him a well-rounded shinobi. Fujiwara Main, a rare chakra-sensing ninja, was attentive and empathetic, occasionally displaying a hint of cunning, though her combat abilities were rather average. Uchiha Hitomi, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, exuded a dominant personality, only acknowledging those superior to her, and, it should be noted, she was particularly affluent. From the perspective of these 3 team members, they formed a clear impression of the famed Konoha White Fang, who appeared casual, even somewhat amiable, a stark contrast to the fearsome assassin described in rumors, and indeed, a man who could not even afford a meal of barbecue. "Do you possess any manners? My reward for an S-rank mission exceeds 1,000,000 ryo." Tsukumo coughed. "I just received an A-rank mission from Lord Hokage. Are you ready to embark on your formal journey as ninjas?" Main's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether her ears had deceived her. Was Teacher Tsukumo intending to assign an A-rank mission to her team as practice? It was known that other ninjas of their generation were, at this point, only undertaking C-rank missions. Despite the understanding that her team was extraordinary, the immediate assignment of an A-rank mission painted a foreboding picture of a tumultuous future filled with perilous tasks. During wartime, a top-tier combatant like Tsukumo could not afford to engage in lower-tier missions, even if he was not on the front lines. The decision to assign an A-rank mission was likely made with the consideration of the team's need for cohesion and synergy during their inaugural collective endeavor. Before the 3 team members could fully digest this news, Tsukumo declared, "Let us depart. The details of the mission will be discussed along the way." With that, he led the way out of the village. Without hesitation, Masaru and Hitomi promptly followed. Main suppressed her inner turmoil, determination flashing across her face as she shook her head and joined the group. "No matter what, I must not be a burden to the others." As Tsukumo advanced, he glanced back to see that his 3 team members were dutifully keeping pace with him, and he nodded in slight approval. However, the true test was only just beginning. The success rate of a ninja's mission completion was not solely dependent on individual strength, but rather a comprehensive assessment of overall capabilities. This particular mission required extensive travel, wherein the management of physical stamina became an art, ensuring that one maintained ample energy to engage in combat when the time came. Kakashi Hitaki did not instruct them word by word. Rather, he encouraged them to comprehend through personal experience. Having graduated from the Ninja Academy signifies that they are now mature ninjas, responsible for their own lives and missions. The 4 of them leaped and dashed among towering trees. "May I inquire now, Teacher Kakashi, about the specifics of our mission?" asked Shino Aburame, taking the initiative. As they traversed the dense forest, Kakashi Hitaki no longer concealed the truth and candidly stated, "Listen closely. The conflict between Konohagakure and Sunagakure is escalating, and according to intelligence from the Umbu, Sunagakure has dispatched several special teams lurking within the Land of Fire, specifically to ambush supply convoys heading to the front lines. They occasionally wreak havoc on nearby towns. Should the supply lines be severed, the situation at the front would become dire." Shino furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Indeed. Thus our mission is to completely annihilate those special teams hiding within the Land of Fire. The Umbu can only infer the general area of the enemy's location based on the attacked supply convoys and towns, lacking specific knowledge of their numbers and strength, which means this A-ranked mission could easily escalate to an S-ranked one. Fortunately, our team includes a chakra-sensing ninja." At this point, Kakashi cast a slightly encouraging glance at Ino Yamanaka. Feeling the expectations of her teacher, Ino straightened her posture and declared, "I will strive to accomplish the mission." In contrast to Ino's eagerness, Itachi Uchiha calmly inquired, "Are we the only team?" Often, battles among ninjas are essentially battles of information. Yet, the enemy's numbers, including how many Jonin and Chunin they possess, remain entirely uncertain. "If it's just our 4-man squad, Even with the legendary Might Guy leading, it would be overly ambitious. Certainly not. 10 kilometers ahead, a division of Umbu awaits us. They will share the latest intelligence and collaborate with us in our forthcoming actions, Kakashi replied, his voice steady and reassuring. The Umbu, being directly under the Hokage, typically do not embark on missions. However, during wartime, special circumstances warrant special measures. The exact number of Umbu remains unknown, but it is estimated to be close to 100. The highest ranks consist of the Umbu commander and vice commander. Under these two commanders, there are 4 divisions of Umbu, each led by a division leader, with each leader commanding 4 squads, and each squad comprising 4 ninjas. Thus, this mission will involve 17 Umbu members cooperating with Kakashi's team. Such a number is reasonable, otherwise, it would take considerable time for just Kakashi's 4-man team to locate the enemy within the vast expanse of the Land of Fire. Following this, silence enveloped the group, with the teams silently making their way forward. Shino observed that Kakashi, while on a mission, finally exhibited the demeanor of the legendary White Fang of Konoha. He was no longer the easygoing and gentle figure they were accustomed to, but rather resembled a sharp sword concealed within its sheath. Once drawn from its sheath, it must be consecrated with the blood of one's adversaries. After traversing for over an hour, Fujiwara Myoin activated her sensory ninjutsu. However, her proficiency in chakra reserves limited her sensory range to less than 5 kilometers. Fujiwara Myoin's chakra was not in abundance, and her stamina did not match that of her peers. After another half-hour of travel, she was noticeably panting, her energy and chakra dwindling. Nevertheless, she silently gritted her teeth, refusing to utter a word of fatigue, resolutely observing the figures of her 3 companions ahead, vowing to herself, "Absolutely, absolutely. I must not hold everyone back. Come on, Myoin. You can do this." Fujiwara Myoin's condition was fully perceived by the astute Genya Masaru. Just as he hesitated to inform Kakashi Shumo about her state, the latter suddenly halted, raising his right hand in a gesture to stop, declaring, "Let us rest here for a moment." The 4 descended from the treetops, finding a clearing to take a respite. Genya Masaru produced a clean handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to Fujiwara Myoin with a warm smile, saying, "Wipe your brow, Myoin." Taken aback for a moment, Fujiwara Myoin accepted the handkerchief and dabbed her forehead, only then realizing it was drenched with perspiration, saturating her collar. "Thank you so much, Masaru," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Observing Kakashi and her other 2 comrades, who appeared unfazed and composed, she finally understood that the teacher's decision to pause was intended to allow her to catch her breath. However, she had overthought it. The team had already ventured far from the village, entering a riskier area ahead. Thus, Kakashi Shumo decided to rest and prepare his team mentally for the challenges to come. Witnessing the camaraderie among his team members filled Kakashi with a sense of satisfaction. He was a person who greatly valued his companions. Suddenly, he felt a faint, almost imperceptible aura of hostility. "Is it merely my imagination?" he pondered, glancing at Uchiha Hitomi, who was perched atop a tree, and then at Genya Masaru. Realization dawning upon him. This lad dares to flirt in front of the main girl? Has he always been this bold? As they approached the perilous zone, where encounters could occur at any moment, he addressed his team. "You 3 have excelled at the Ninja Academy, so I shall not elaborate further. I will lead the charge. Hitomi and Masaru, do not stray too far from Myoin, even if the surroundings appear safe." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "If we encounter an unavoidable battle, Hitomi, you will engage, while Masaru will protect Myoin. Is that clear?" "Yes." The trio responded in unison. A spark of excitement flickered in Uchiha Hitomi's eyes. She was pleased with Kakashi's arrangement and showed no hesitation, even if the captain assigned her the role of the vanguard. After approximately 20 minutes of rest, the Shumo team set off once more, their spirits uplifted, no longer as casual as before. In the 11 o'clock direction, approximately 1,200 meters away, 6 sand-hidden ninjas lay in ambush. Suddenly, Fujiwara Myoin, utilizing her sensory ninjutsu, alerted, "Wait, it seems they have discovered us by some means. 2 sand ninjas remain to hold us off, while the others are retreating. Pursue." Without uttering a word of hesitation, Hatake Tsukumo accelerated, racing towards the direction indicated by Fujiwara Myoin. The distance of over 1,000 meters was traversed in an instant, and both parties could see each other. The 2 sand ninjas left behind, with a certain resolve, charged towards Hatake Tsukumo. However, he paid them no heed, executing a body flicker technique to appear behind them, in pursuit of the 4 fleeing sand ninjas. With a swift flash, swords gleamed, followed by the ghastly sound of flesh being rent apart, the sharp blades slicing through skin, muscle, and bone. The 2 sand ninjas intending to hold the line could only witness the silver blades flash by, and soon their 4 comrades became cold, lifeless corpses, dismembered remnants strewn across the ground. In that moment, their hearts sank. They instantly lost the will to fight and fled in the opposite direction from Hatake Tsukumo, a path that happened to intersect with Genya Katsuhiko and his companions. Fujiwara Myoan anxiously warned, "Be careful, 2 enemies are rushing towards us. Fear not. This should be a training exercise left for us by Tsukumo-sensei. No need to be tense," Genya Katsuhiko replied confidently, turning to Uchiha Hitomi. "It's up to you, Hitomi." "Humph. These cowardly strays lack even the qualification to entertain me," Uchiha Hitomi scoffed, a disdainful smile appearing on her lips as she swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style. Great fire destruction. The 2 sand ninjas, in a panicked flight, had no time to evade the all-consuming flames that descended upon them. Instantly, they were reduced to charred remains. A faint scent of burnt flesh wafting through the air. Genya Katsuhiko exclaimed, "Goodness, fire style has finally taken a life." As their mission progressed, the camaraderie among Tsukumo's team deepened, and they became increasingly familiar with the various procedures involved. Over the course of a week, they encountered 3 waves of enemies, predominantly middle-rank ninjas, with their latest encounter featuring a high-ranking shinobi. Yet, even an ordinary jonin proved insufficient against Hatake Tsukumo, who dispatched them with ease, akin to the lower-ranked shinobi, within mere moments. This revelation opened Genya Katsuhiko and his companions' eyes to the staggering disparity in strength among jonin. Rather, it seemed unreasonable to categorize Hatake Tsukumo within the ranks of jonin at all. In a clearing within the Land of Fire, the 4 gathered around a campfire, its flames dispelling the surrounding darkness while providing a touch of warmth. "Your performances have been commendable these past few days, and your coordination has improved significantly. I even suspect you might be seasoned operatives rather than mere novices," Hatake Tsukumo remarked appreciatively, holding a piece of roasted meat. "However, we must not become complacent. We have yet to truly encounter the special forces mentioned in the intel. There is little to take pride in. The majority of our foes have been vanquished by Master Kakashi alone." Genya Sho, sipping from his water flask, smiled as he remarked, "If even a jonin can be dispatched in an instant, what of the lesser ninjas?" Had it not been for Hatake Kakashi's intention to provide his team members with a chance to hone their skills, Genya and his companions would likely have had no opportunity for combat at all. "Haha, do not be so modest. As newcomers, you have performed admirably," Hatake Kakashi stated earnestly, without a hint of exaggeration. During his previous tenure as a team leader, he had witnessed a rookie driven by ambition and a desire for recognition act impulsively, nearly costing both his life and that of his teammates. Making mistakes is a common affliction among novices, yet Genya and his companions exhibited none of the typical naivety. Even the proud Uchiha Hitomi was able to diligently cooperate during missions. The seemingly weakest Fujiwara Min was resolutely committed to avoiding errors and not being a burden. As for Genya, despite not having showcased any particularly remarkable talents in recent days, he exuded an air of competence. Thus, these are Kakashi's latest impressions of his 3 subordinates, and he felt thoroughly satisfied. As night deepened, even within the Land of Fire, the wilderness necessitated vigilance. Kakashi assigned Genya and Uchiha Hitomi to guard the front, while he and Fujiwara Min took the rear. No one objected to this arrangement. Before long, Kakashi and Min succumbed to slumber. For ninjas undertaking missions in the wilderness, ensuring adequate rest to replenish energy and vigor is an art in itself. The ability to sleep when tired and to rest when needed enables one to swiftly enter a combat-ready state. Genya and Uchiha Hitomi ascended to a vantage point with a broader view to keep watch. Leaning against a sturdy tree trunk, Genya felt the gentle evening breeze caress his face, his bangs dancing lightly in the wind as he savored this rare moment of tranquility. After a brief silence, Uchiha Hitomi broke the stillness, inquiring, "How long do you think it will be before we complete this mission?" Genya gazed at the luminous moon and pondered. "It should be soon. As we delve deeper, the strength of the Sunagakure ninjas seems to intensify. I suspect we will soon encounter those special units. Humph. I hope they do not disappoint me." Constantly battling mere fodder makes me feel as though my combat instincts are regressing, Uchiha Hitomi expressed her dissatisfaction. Believing that engaging in practical training against Genya would be far more beneficial than facing such weak adversaries. The night passed uneventfully. Upon awakening, without needing any reminders from Kakashi, Genya and his companions proactively cleared the traces of their presence, leveling and burying the campfire. They then resumed their search within the Land of Fire. During this time, members of the covert unit delivered the latest intelligence, highlighting several routes and towns most likely to be targeted for attack. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi Hitaki selected a position and began leading the team forward in that direction. To ensure ample supplies at the front lines, it was imperative to eliminate all the harassers within the Land of Fire. According to the intelligence provided by the Dark Division, the area of their search was narrowing, indicating they were drawing closer to the enemy's main force. The four of them moved effortlessly through the forest, with Fujiwara Myoan seemingly accustomed to this mode of travel, skillfully conserving her energy as she moved lightly, wasting not a single ounce of chakra. Throughout the journey, the group exchanged no superfluous words, maintaining their optimal state. Suddenly, Fujiwara Myoan accelerated to Kakashi's side and spoke in a hushed tone. "Kakashi-sensei, I sense the enemy." "How many?" Kakashi gestured for them to halt, simultaneously drawing his chakra-infused weapon, the white fang, from his back. Fujiwara Myoan's expression turned grave as she replied earnestly, "I perceive a total of 12 ninjas, among which 5 exhibit exceptionally strong chakra signatures, likely indicating they are Jonin." 5 Jonin. Kakashi's demeanor shifted sharply. After such a lengthy search, had they finally located the main adversaries? Confronting so many Jonin alone could prove manageable, but with 3 young ones in tow. Just as Kakashi weighed whether to charge ahead or await the Dark Division's rendezvous, Fujiwara Myoan urgently interjected, "This is bad. The enemy also has sensory-type ninjas. I sensed their perception technique just as they detected me. They are all rushing towards us." Exhaling softly, Kakashi resolved without hesitation, "Then there is no other choice. Prepare for battle." The distance between them was less than 5 kilometers. If the enemy was determined, they would arrive within minutes. There was hardly time to devise any tactical maneuvers or wait for the Dark Division to regroup. The enemy had consistently harassed towns within the Land of Fire and had disrupted several supply routes. They must be annihilated. Given the enemy's confidence and willingness to engage, Kakashi's team had no choice but to confront them head-on, despite the inherent risks involved. Creaking noises echoed eerily from afar, adding to the already damp and shadowy ambience of the forest. Suddenly, a figure clad in a black robe and hood emerged, wielding a broad-bladed long knife and charging directly toward them. In the dim light, the assailant's face remained obscured. Only Fujiwara Myoan's voice rang out with a warning, "Be cautious." I sensed no significant chakra response from the opponent. "It's a puppet technique," the well-informed Uchiha clan's young lady quickly deduced, her hands forming seals in an instant. "Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet." The dragon-shaped flames surged forth, propelled by intense heat towards the black-robed puppet, seemingly intent on engulfing it and incinerating it entirely. However, just as the fire dragon coalesced, an indeterminate number of figures surged forth from behind the black-robed puppet, scattering into an assault formation. One ninja, adorned with a Suna forehead protector, clapped his hands down onto the ground and declared, "Earth style." Earth flow wall. A stone wall erupted from the ground, intercepting the fire dragon's advance. The sound of an explosion echoed, sending mud, stones, and flames soaring into the air. Amidst the gray mist, the black-robed puppet surged forward unscathed. As it closed in, its dark cloak billowed in the wind, revealing a multitude of weapon components concealed beneath. It gracefully leapt above the Shikomo squad, its numerous sharp blades glinting ominously in the air. In a striking display, it assumed a head-down posture, its upper and lower body rotating in opposite directions, causing the blades embedded in its form to whirl, creating a tempest of razor-sharp edges that tore through the air, descending upon the group. Clang! The white-toothed blade precisely and swiftly pierced the puppet's crucial joint, halting the rapidly spinning storm of blades while rendering the entire black-robed figure momentarily rigid. Just as Shikomo was poised to dismantle the puppet completely, 2 chain-like appendages resembling serpents emerged from the dark sleeves, each adorned with barbed protrusions and coated in a sinister green poison. As if that were not enough, wisps of white smoke began to rise, and several more puppets emerged from all directions, launching a coordinated assault on Shikomo. Simultaneously, 7 sand shinobi, positioned advantageously, encircled the trio of Genya. Their faces twisted in bloodthirsty smiles, gazing at them as if they were lambs awaiting slaughter. Without uttering a word, the sand shinobi drew various ninja tools, hurling them towards the 3. 2 of the sand shinobi chose to burrow underground, stealthily maneuvering to flank Genya's group from behind. As an array of shuriken and kunai whizzed toward them, Uchiha too did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, his 3-tomo Sharingan quietly activating. With agile movements, he evaded the projectiles, closing in on one of the sand shinobi. "Be careful, it's the Sharingan. Avoid making eye contact with that brat," shouted one astute sand shinobi, alerting his companions. Genya did not follow Uchiha too into the fray. Instead, he began to release chakra from every point in his body. 8 trigrams palm, heavenly spin. A spherical chakra barrier materialized, rising as Genya rotated, successfully deflecting all incoming attacks and providing protection for Fujiwara Myoan, who was nearby. In the original tale, Hinata Niji had learned this secret technique of the main family without a teacher. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that Genya, with his profound mastery of chakra control and physical prowess, could achieve the same. Clang clang. Various metallic shinobi tools collided with the spherical chakra barrier, all being repelled. None able to breach the defenses surrounding Genya and Fujiwara Myoan. Just as Genya ceased the heavenly spin, Fujiwara Myoan suddenly sensed something amiss, her face paling as she exclaimed, "Watch out behind you." 2 sand shinobi erupted from the ground, precisely timing their emergence to coincide with the conclusion of Genya's technique. Helplessly, she watched as the 2 sand shinobi lunged towards Genya's vital points from behind, her pupils dilating in horror, feeling as though her heart might cease to beat. Victory Kuin uses such a wide-ranging, chakra-consuming defensive technique to protect himself. He has exposed a flaw because of his own need for protection. "No." Fujiwara Myoan let out a piercing scream, stretching her hand toward Genya Masaru as her gaze fell upon the shinobi from Sunagakure, whose blades had cruelly pierced his body. The kunai had plunged deep into Genya's flesh, yet the faces of the 2 Sunagakure ninjas revealed no triumph. Instead, they were etched with panic. "This is a clone." Fujiwara Myoan was momentarily stunned, and a familiar voice echoed in her ears. "Daydreaming in battle is not a wise choice." Bang! Genya Masaru's form dissipated into a cloud of white smoke, revealing his true self lurking behind the 2 Sunagakure ninjas. Explosive fist. The muscles in Genya's arms surged, slightly swelling, while a massive amount of chakra condensed in his fists, striking the backs of the 2 ninjas with lightning speed. Boom! At the moment of impact, both Sunagakure ninjas coughed up blood, their backs searing with pain as their internal organs suffered tremendous shock. But that was not the end. A powerful shockwave erupted like a bomb, sending the 2 ninjas flying as if struck by a heavy truck, soaring several meters through the air. While suspended, their backs erupted once more, creating horrific gaping wounds, leaving them with little hope of survival. Damn it! This is no ordinary brat. The surrounding Sunagakure ninjas were struck with dread upon witnessing this scene. This child had unleashed some unknown technique, exhibiting not only immense strength, but also producing explosive effects upon impact, rendering defense nearly impossible. And that girl with the crimson eyes, she possessed the legendary Sharingan. It is well known that when facing a wielder of the Sharingan, the odds of victory in a one-on-one confrontation are virtually non-existent. As for Fujiwara Myoan, she had been underestimated. Judging by her earlier reaction, she embodied the typical behavior of a novice. One of the Sunagakure ninjas boldly approached Uchiha Hitomi, instructing his companion, "Let us separate them and take them down one by one." The other ninja began forming hand seals, gathering a visible surge of chakra, and then slammed his hands to the ground. Earth style? Rock collapse. Boom. With the execution of the ninjutsu, the earth trembled violently, as if experiencing an earthquake of magnitude 8. The ground began to crack and splinter beneath Genya and the others. The surrounding soil and rocks sank and shattered, forcing Genya Masaru and Fujiwara Myoan to channel chakra into their feet to prevent being thrown off by the tremendous shockwave. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hitomi found herself engaged in close combat with one of the Sunagakure ninjas. Just avoid her Sharingan. The Sunagakure ninja felt confident, as a jonin. Facing a mere child from the Uchiha clan, he believed that as long as he evaded her direct gaze, there was nothing to fear. Just as he was lost in thought, he raised his kunai to clash with hers. The overwhelming force exceeded his expectations. A ferocious energy surged into his arm, draining the color from his face and leaving his arm numb. To his astonishment, the kunai possessed an attachment of lightning chakra. For a fleeting moment, he found himself struggling to maintain a firm grip on the weapon. As his body became rigid, disrupted by the lightning chakra, he instinctively raised his gaze, locking eyes with the pair of crimson orbs. In that instant, his pupils dilated, and his expression became vacant, as if his consciousness were sinking into an abyss of chaos. Just as he lost control over his body, Uchiha Hitomi deftly brushed the kunai across his neck, not sparing a glance, and charged towards her next target. The sand-hidden ninja, left momentarily stunned, awoke from his daze, yet the blood gushing from his neck would not cease. Clutching at his throat, the blood continued to flow in torrents, until he ultimately collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. In the rear, Genya watched as Uchiha Hitomi nonchalantly dispatched a sand-hidden ninja, feeling little surprise. Even if the enemy was a jonin, facing Hitomi's 3-tomo Sharingan would yield no advantage. Though Uchiha Hitomi typically engaged in straightforward combat, eschewing Jinjutsu, it did not imply her illusions were ineffective. On the contrary, once she employed the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, her opponents often met a swift demise. Her overall prowess had undoubtedly reached the level of a jonin, and coupled with her 3-tomo Sharingan, it would require at least 2 or 3 jonin to suppress her in battle. This elite unit of sand-hidden ninjas had evidently underestimated the collective strength of Team Tsukumo. Their most formidable ninjas were preoccupied with besieging Tsukumo, intending to neutralize Genya and Hitomi before turning their attention to him. They never anticipated that, in merely a single encounter, 3 sand-hidden ninjas would meet their end at the hands of 2 mere children. They had not only underestimated Tsukumo's strength, but also gravely misjudged the capabilities of Genya and Uchiha Hitomi. In the next moment, Genya's formidable spiritual perception sensed something amiss. His muscular arm plunged into the ground. The earth crumbled like brittle paper, the surrounding debris quaking as his arm sank beneath the surface. Earth release. Just as the sand-hidden ninja was about to unleash his jutsu, he was seized by the throat in a brutal manner and yanked from the earth by Genya's sheer force. With a single arm, Genya extracted the sand ninja from the soil, his fingers splayed wide. He forcefully pressed the opponent's head back down into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled once more. The tremendous force and impact created a crater beneath Genya's feet. As the dust settled, the body of the sand-hidden ninja lay there, his head crushed into a pulp. Really now, is it not rather impolite to spring up from beneath someone without warning? Genya remarked calmly, shaking the blood from his palm. Such a violent display, coupled with his expressionless demeanor, instilled terror in the hearts of all sand-hidden ninjas who witnessed the scene. Strictly speaking, this was Genya's first time personally claiming a life. In just 2 encounters, he had already dispatched 3 sand ninjas. Strangely, he felt no excess of emotional turbulence within, as though he had not extinguished the lives of 3 human beings, but merely crushed 3 ants. He was uncertain whether this was a consequence of surpassing his own limits, or if, upon acquiring such formidable power, he had gradually lost his compassion for his weaker kin. Beside him, Fujihara Miaoin was already entranced. Although she had witnessed Jinnu Masaru's combat style during the school's practical ranking assessment, observing it up close still sent tremors through her heart, leaving her utterly awestruck. It turned out that Jinnu Masaru, capable of delivering fatal blows, could embody such a level of bloodthirsty violence. Poison-laden sunban rained down from the heavens like a deluge. Anyone afflicted with a fear of dense clusters would surely succumb to a panic attack upon witnessing this scene. Kakashi Tsukumo slightly tilted his head, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes as he infused his white fang with chakra, accompanied by a transformation of both chakra properties and form. A blade of light extended an inch from the cutting edge. What followed was a spectacular display of the Konoha sword techniques. In midair, one could see invisible silver blades slicing through the air, accompanied by a continuous chorus of slicing sounds. Swift, precise, fierce. Every single sunban, without exception, was intercepted by the blade's radiance, none able to breach the defensive circle formed by the luminous edges. Amidst the clanging sounds, the 2 elite sand ninjas manipulating the puppet jutsu wore grave expressions. These 2 sand ninjas, a man and a woman in their 30s, possessed formidable strength and extensive combat experience. Their minds intertwined, They executed a seamless offensive, a relentless assault that would have overwhelmed any ordinary jonin. Had their opponent not been Kakashi Tsukumo, an ordinary jonin would have already fallen. As the leaders of this special unit, they bore the critical responsibility of severing the supply lines behind Konoha. Their capability to shoulder such a task spoke volumes of their prowess and reputation, far from that of mere average jonin. Witnessing Kakashi Tsukumo maneuver effortlessly amidst the torrential onslaught left the two sand puppeteers profoundly shaken. Accompanying this was a surging intent to kill. A blend of offense and defense, their assault was fierce and rapid. Such a formidable adversary necessitated decisive action to eliminate any future threats. With this thought, they intensified their control over the chakra threads, enhancing the agility and lethality of their puppets to a new echelon. The puppets, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage, unveiled all manner of hidden mechanisms and secret doors. At the center of the battlefield, Kakashi Tsukumo, seemingly unscathed, remained wholly focused, not daring to exhibit an ounce of laxity. He understood that his opponents were ninjas from the Sand Village's puppet division. His past encounters had taught him that they were not only adept at puppet manipulation, but also possessed profound expertise in poisons. A single misstep could result in a skin break, allowing toxins to infiltrate his bloodstream and even reach his marrow. Even if he did not succumb to immediate death, his battle prowess would be significantly compromised. This was precisely why Kakashi Tsukumo remained tethered to the fight, refusing to allow even a moment as distraction. However, the seasoned warrior had already begun to formulate a plan. Indeed, the puppet manipulation skills of his opponents surpassed any ninja he had previously encountered. However, the art of puppetry possesses a common flaw. The puppeteer often finds themselves vulnerable, fearful of being approached by adversaries. In truth, severing the chakra strings that control the puppets is indeed a viable strategy. However, a powerful puppeteer can effortlessly and swiftly reconstitute these strings. Thus, at the outset, Shikamaru chose not to target the puppets, but instead aimed for the two puppeteers positioned behind them. Navigating through the onslaught of puppets, akin to a torrential downpour, proved to be a formidable challenge. Let us see how this unfolds. Shikamaru's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him as he channeled chakra into his blade. The gleaming 3-inch edge shining brilliantly within the shadowy forest. The sheer sharpness of his blade was evident to the naked eye. There was no time to linger. He resolved to break through forcefully and conclude this confrontation swiftly. Almost instantaneously, as Shikamaru unleashed his formidable presence, the two puppeteers simultaneously maneuvered their puppets while retreating in a coordinated fashion. Without uttering a word or exchanging glances, they instinctively understood the necessity of covering each other's withdrawal. Just as everyone recognizes the inherent weakness of a puppeteer lies in their physical form, so too do the puppeteers prioritize their own protection. As the powerful chakra visibly coalesced around Shikamaru's blade, they realized his intentions. They could not afford to allow him to close the distance. All mechanisms within the puppets were activated, unleashing a barrage of concealed weapons, forming an intricate web of sharp metallic projectiles that enveloped Shikamaru entirely. With focused determination, Shikamaru inhaled deeply, channeling his speed to its utmost, transforming into a silver flash that weaved through the storm of weapons. This luminous streak carried an unparalleled ferocity, slicing through the projectiles in its path. Two puppets, equipped with an array of sharp weaponry, charged toward Shikamaru, only to be cleaved in two by his blade, their wooden fragments scattering across the ground. Then, in a heartbeat, Shikamaru's figure vanished from sight. Disaster struck. The male puppeteer squinted against the blinding light, his battlefield instincts warning him of impending peril. Instinctively, he shoved the female puppeteer beside him aside. With a sharp hiss, a gash spanning several centimeters manifested upon his body, starting from his lower back, traversing his chest, and extending to his shoulder, blood gushing forth in a torrent. Shikamaru's decisive strike had nearly severed him in half. The ferocity of the blow was utterly overwhelming, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Not only was evasion out of the question, but the very figure of his assailant was a blur to the naked eye. After successfully landing his strike, Shikamaru exhibited no signs of joy. Instead, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. He had intended to dispatch both adversaries in one fell swoop, yet the male sand ninja had acted decisively, pushing his comrade away at a critical moment. Fully aware that evasion was futile, he opted to sacrifice a vital area to mitigate the blow's severity. Nonetheless, It was a mere inconvenience. One strike was insufficient. Thus he would deliver another. The prowess of the ninjas skilled in ninjutsu lies in their ability to execute lethal strikes with every basic attack. Hatake Tsukumo swung his blade once more, yet this time he failed to strike his target. The puppet that had been cleaved in two had somehow rejoined, blocking his blow at a critical moment. This individual, despite being gravely injured, could still muster the energy to manipulate the puppet. Such a calm and optimal response amidst life and death must be eliminated here and now. Hatake Tsukumo's gaze turned frigid, exuding a palpable aura of murder. Yet just as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow, the puppet before him exploded, releasing a dense cloud of smoke that rapidly enveloped the surroundings. The puppet had self-destructed. Alongside the explosion, numerous smoke bombs and gas canisters mingled within the chaos, spreading indiscriminately. Faced with the unknown toxicity of the gas, Hatake Tsukumo had no choice but to retreat from the onslaught. Simultaneously, as the smoke billowed, he lost sight of his enemy. In the next moment, from within the obscured haze, countless shurikens and hidden weapons surged forth. Hatake Tsukumo was compelled to deflect each projectile. When the smoke finally dissipated, the two puppet masters had vanished without a trace. Damn it, have they escaped? Should I pursue? After a moment's deliberation, Hatake Tsukumo chose not to continue the chase. Clearly, the safety of his comrades took precedence. The pressure facing those three young ones would be far greater than his own. Furthermore, his chakra and stamina had been significantly depleted. Recklessly pursuing them could lead to an overwhelming encounter with numerous elite shinobi, which would be a daunting challenge even for him. Upon arriving at the battlefield of Genya Sho and the others, he was met with a staggering sight. Did you all eliminate these foes? The ground was littered with the corpses of Sand Village ninjas. Some had their throats slit, others charred beyond recognition. These deaths, while grim, were not entirely unusual. However, there were also headless bodies with skulls completely crushed, and one corpse had its arms snapped like twigs, the shoulders grotesquely dislocated. The upper body appeared as if it had been brutally folded inwards, ribs protruding through the skin, exposed to the air. The entire figure lay on the ground, limp like a strand of noodles. The scene was horrifying. Whose subordinates had wrought such devastation? It turns out they were my subordinates. Hatake Tsukumo's eyes reflected profound shock as he instinctively surveyed the three team members. Uchiha Hitomi was nearby, recuperating her stamina and chakra, appearing quite drained, given her combat style. Such brutality was unexpected. Fujiwara Main seemed somewhat disheveled, sporting minor injuries, scrapes and abrasions, but she had not been significantly involved in the fighting. Thus Hatake Tsukumo ruled her out. That left only Genya Sho, who presented a demeanor of quiet elegance, appearing the most composed of the group. While he had heard tales of Genya Sho's ferocious combat style that had earned him the top rank in the Ninja Academy, he had never witnessed it firsthand until now. With the assurance that all three were unharmed, Hatake Tsukumo exhaled a sigh of relief, fatigue subtly etched upon his face. Faced with the relentless assault of two puppet masters, his nerves remained taut, ever wary of hidden weapons laced with venom. Finally, he could relax. He stepped forward, a smile gracing his features as he commended the three, saying, "Your performance has surpassed my expectations. To completely annihilate an attacking team composed of Jonin and Chunin is truly commendable." This praise was devoid of any insincerity. It emanated from the depths of his heart. He did not perceive Xian Yisheng's methods as overly brutal when it comes to enemies. No degree of ferocity could be deemed excessive. Simultaneously, Hiki Tsukumo came to understand why Lord Hokage had summoned him from the front lines to specifically lead this squad. Once these young individuals mature, given time, they will undoubtedly become the backbone of Konohagakure. He resolved within himself that, as a captain and part-time mentor, he must fiercely protect the future hopes of their village. Oh, that's merely because the most formidable sand-hidden ninjas were preoccupied with you, Teacher Tsukumo. Xian Yisheng humbly remarked. Judging solely from the chakra responses, the two sand-hidden ninjas attacking Kiki Tsukumo were indeed the most formidable and challenging adversaries. Kiki Tsukumo felt a tinge of shame. Upon further reflection, while his subordinates had eliminated all enemies, he had failed to capture even one. As a captain and teacher, he felt inadequate. He resolved that if he were to encounter those two sand puppet masters again, he would ensure they were taken alive. Do not speak so. With the potential you have demonstrated, you shall surely surpass me in the future. By the way, are you all unharmed? Kiki Tsukumo opted to change the subject. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Tsukumo. It's just some superficial wounds. Aside from a bit of chakra depletion, I am quite well, Xin Yisheng replied, seemingly the most at ease among them, having dealt with a Jonin and several lesser foes, while the other two Jonin had been decisively engaged by Uchiha too. Only Fujiwara Main expressed a hint of embarrassment, saying, I'm sorry, I really wasn't of much help. As the only one present without any enemy heads to her name, she felt uneasy. Kiki Tsukumo interrupted her, gently patting her head, and said earnestly, Main, you have already contributed significantly. Without your sensory ninjutsu, we might have fallen into an ambush ourselves. Caught off guard, our squad could have suffered immediate casualties. The reason ninjas form teams to execute missions is to foster cooperation. Each person has their own specialized domain. Do not be too hard on yourself. Indeed. Fujiwara Main nodded enthusiastically, then began to diligently restore her chakra. At that moment, Uchiha too, who had been quietly recuperating his strength and chakra, suddenly spoke up. Rather than that, why have so many enemy Jonin appeared within the Land of Fire? The opposing puppet master was even able to engage Captain Tsukumo. Why was this not noted in the intelligence? What on earth are those Umbu doing? If it weren't for our concealment of some of our true abilities, any other squad would have been overwhelmed and perished by now. Consequently, Uchiha too felt quite dissatisfied with the negligence of the Umbu intelligence. Kikuki Tsukumo stood awkwardly to the side, wishing to convey a few words on behalf of the Umbu, yet found himself lacking a compelling justification. As an elite unit directly under the Hokage, the significant lapses in intelligence gathering were indeed troubling. I shall communicate with the Umbu regarding intelligence matters. Fortunately, none of you have encountered any misfortune. Let us exercise caution from here on and take a moment to regroup. Unbeknownst to them, Tsukumo's squad had been dispatched from the village for 2 months. During this period, they faced several waves of enemies, yet these were merely inconsequential foes, devoid of the formidable Jonin combinations they had previously encountered. Often, Kikuki Tsukumo merely assumed a supportive role, while Genya Masaru and the others coordinated their strikes to vanquish foes in overwhelming numbers. With the accumulation of combat experiences, their synergy flourished and their combat prowess grew exponentially. Among them, Fujiwara Main undoubtedly exhibited the most remarkable growth. From a timid novice, she had transformed into a competent and mature ally, her strength advancing rapidly. The awareness of her own limitations drove her to make the most of every moment, striving tirelessly for self-improvement and continual growth. This particular quality earned Tsukumo's admiration. However, regrettably, his combat style did not align well with Mayoin's capabilities, whereas it suited the taijutsu adept, Genya Masaru, perfectly. As a specialist in ninjutsu, he believed he possessed considerable insight into swordsmanship. On this day, Tsukumo's squad arrived in a town for resupply. Uchiha Hitomi and Fujiwara Mayoin, having spent an extended period in the field without a proper bath, decided to indulge in a hot spring together. Meanwhile, Tsukumo seized the opportunity to propose the importation of sword techniques to Genya Masaru. The latter was taken aback, but readily agreed without hesitation, recognizing the value of such an opportunity. In truth, Masaru's current prowess in taijutsu was a result of absorbing a wealth of experience from his predecessors, refined by his own understanding. He believed that Tsukumo's swordsmanship would undoubtedly enrich his skills. In a grove outside the town, Kikuki Tsukumo grasped his white fang and stated candidly, "My swordsmanship is divided into 2 stages." With that, he infused chakra into the white fang. The essence of the first stage lies in mastering the technique of chakra flow. This technique involves enveloping the weapon with chakra in a flowing manner, enhancing its sharpness and offensive capability. Naturally, utilizing weapons crafted from chakra-infused metal yields remarkably superior results. As chakra flowed into the white fang, a faint blade aura emerged along its edge, shimmering in tandem with the chakra's movement. Genya Masaru observed this spectacle, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He drew his own ninja blade, mimicking Tsukumo's technique, and applied chakra in a flowing manner to his weapon. Tsukumo's eyes widened in evident surprise as he remarked, "Masaru, your chakra control is quite exceptional. I did not expect you to grasp it after just one explanation." Ding. Gained recognition from the civilian ninja Kikuki Tsukumo. Civilian value 2. Current status of the host. Constitution, 100, limit broken once. Willpower, 100, limit broken once. Life tier, 099 talents. Physical liberation, martial arts maniac, exemplary teacher. Ninjutsu doctor, Commoner value. 122. Upon hearing the system prompt, Xian Yisheng's lips curled slightly in a modest smile as he remarked, Lady Tsunade has imparted numerous techniques for chakra control to me. Indeed, my proficiency in chakra manipulation can be considered one of my specialties. Kiki Shuamao nodded, nearly forgetting that Xian Yisheng was a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin. He was familiar with Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, whose mastery of medical ninjutsu is unparalleled. Medical ninjas are often exceptionally skilled in chakra control, so it was hardly surprising that Xian Yisheng possessed such remarkable abilities in this regard. However, merely utilizing chakra flow to enhance weaponry is one thing. Maintaining such a state flawlessly during a strike is the true mark of mastery. Now, I shall speak of the pivotal core of the second stage, which is the advanced form of chakra flow, the transformation of chakra's very nature. As these words left his lips, a glimmer of brilliance shone in Kiki Shuamao's eyes. The blade of his white fang surged with an overwhelming intensity, exuding a terrifying aura. By solidifying flowing chakra, he bestows it with an innate sharpness, exponentially increasing the weapon's lethality. When wielding the blade, its power is further augmented. Xian Yisheng's gaze flickered as he felt the menacing sharpness radiating from the white fang, prompting a sudden thought. Could his iron block withstand the second stage of Kiki's swordsmanship? Undoubtedly, in its ordinary state, iron block would be cleaved by the enhanced sharpness of chakra transformation. However, under the full manifestation of physical liberation, the outcome remains uncertain, as he has yet to test it. Xian Yisheng holds high hopes for iron block, aspiring for it to rival the armor of lightning release chakra mode in the future. Observing Xian Yisheng's astonished expression, Kiki Shuamao's lips curled into a smile, regaining a semblance of the dignity befitting a team leader and teacher. Ninjas who master the first stage can contend with Chunin in terms of combat power, while those who attain the second stage can stand toe-to-toe with Jonin. As for the third stage or higher realms, it all depends on individual cultivation. Kiki Shuamao stated calmly, devoid of any self-promotion, as though presenting an undeniable truth. Mastering the second stage of Kiki's swordsmanship signifies possessing strength sufficient to rival Jonin. The blade's radiance gradually diminished, and maintaining the second stage of Kiki's swordsmanship demands considerable chakra and physical stamina. Thus, Kiki Shuamao wisely chose to conclude his demonstration. Retracting his chakra, Xian Yisheng understood that there was no exaggeration in his words. If one could reach the level of swordsmanship and speed exhibited by Kiki Shuamao, then not only could they contend with Jonin, but they might even face off against Kage-level opponents. So, what is teacher Shuamao's personal perspective on the third stage? Katsuki Ueno inquired with a hint of curiosity, sensing that Shikamaru Hataki's comprehension of swordsmanship must extend beyond the second stage. As for the third stage, I must admit my understanding is somewhat vague, yet if pressed to articulate its essence, it would likely be the concept of faith, Shikamaru Hataki replied with uncertainty. Faith? Ueno murmured to himself, suddenly struck by a revelation. He had always felt a certain deficiency since surpassing his limits. Could it be akin to the notion of faith? Was this the reason he remained ensnared in his current impasse? Subsequently, Shikamaru began imparting some techniques of swordsmanship to Ueno. The latter absorbed the lessons with utmost diligence, akin to a parched sponge soaking in the knowledge of swordsmanship. He discovered that Shikamaru's sword techniques were not merely a form of physical training, but also a means of chakra manipulation. Furthermore, the application of Shikamaru's swordsmanship did not conflict with the majority of physical techniques. In fact, it harmonized seamlessly with Ueno's body liberation and the legendary Sage mode. As for the 8 gates, this forbidden technique inherently clashed with most ninjutsu. Shikamaru's swordsmanship required meticulous chakra control, and once the 8 gates were opened, could one still expect to maintain such finesse? Merely avoiding a rampage would be an achievement. After absorbing Shikamaru Hataki's insights into swordsmanship, Ueno commenced solitary practice. Shikamaru did not remain for the entirety of the session. In his view, the path of swordsmanship was akin to water eroding stone, necessitating ample time for mastery. No matter how gifted one might be, time was essential. Thus, after imparting key principles, he retreated to the town for replenishment and rest. As the saying goes, the master may lead you to the door, but the cultivation lies within the individual. Swish, swish. Ueno wielded the ninja blade, executing a series of aerial slashes. Each strike was imbued with immense power, swift and unparalleled. The weapon he held was also forged from chakra metal, an indulgence sponsored by a wealthy benefactor. With each successive slash, his form transitioned from clumsy to fluid, from unfamiliar to adept. Had he accessed his personal panel, he would have noticed the entry for martial arts enthusiast pulsating with vigor. Martial arts enthusiast, your comprehension and practice of all things martial arts will yield exponential results. To a certain extent, swordsmanship falls within the realm of martial arts. 1 hour. 2 hours. Until a moment arrived when Ueno suddenly executed a strike. Feeling the chakra coursing along the blade, harmonizing exquisitely with the direction of the cut. This was the sensation. A glimmer of realization sparked in Ueno's eyes as he ceased his strikes, standing still to contemplate the state he had just achieved. After half a minute, he swung forward once more and achieved yet another perfect cut. He continued to practice dozens of times, each time resulting in flawless execution. It was then that Ueno became convinced he had completely mastered the first stage of Shikamaru's swordsmanship. Remarkably, all within just a few hours. If the esteemed Kakashi Hatake were present, his jaw would surely drop in astonishment. Let us test the might. Genya Katsu arrived before a tree with a trunk thick enough to embrace, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Suddenly, he stepped forward, and with a swift motion of his chakra-infused blade, a brilliant white light sliced through the air. In an instant, the stout tree trunk, under the force of Genya's strike, succumbed as if it were mere parchment, cleaved effortlessly in two. The entire process unfolded without the slightest resistance, akin to slicing through tofu. Only after the blow did the upper half of the trunk seem to register the event, silently toppling to the right. The legendary prowess of the Kakashi sword technique was indeed as illustrious as its reputation suggested. I deliberately restrained my strength and chakra during this strike, employing merely standard force. I achieved such a keen attack. If I were to amplify my output, it should be a trivial task to sever both man and shuriken in one fell swoop. Genya mused, reflecting on the potency of his strike. The next phase involved the transformation of chakra, which Genya had already begun to master. However, upon attempting to integrate it with his swordsmanship, he discovered a significant increase in difficulty, unlike the more accessible first phase of the Kakashi sword technique. In a static state, he could produce effects reminiscent of externalizing fighting spirit. Indeed, with his formidable chakra reserves and exceptional control, he could manifest blade energy that extended several inches from the chakra-infused sword. Theoretically, transforming it into a lengthy blade of 40 inches should pose no challenge. Yet, when applying sword techniques, this state proved difficult to align with the cutting direction of the blade, rendering the flawless strikes of the first phase unattainable. It appears that mastery of the second phase of the Kakashi sword technique will require further practice. I have grasped the principles and techniques. But now I must hone my proficiency, Genya analyzed, resolving to dedicate several hours each day to refining his swordsmanship. An ordinary ninja who adeptly masters the second phase of the Kakashi sword technique can attain power rivaling that of a high-ranking ninja. Kakashi himself epitomizes this, capable of dispatching even a typical high-ranking ninja with ease when wielded to its fullest potential. Given Genya's superior physique and higher chakra threshold, once he fully masters the second phase of the Kakashi sword technique, combined with the technique of body liberation, it would not be unreasonable to anticipate dispatching an ordinary shadow-level ninja in a heartbeat. The true strength of ninjutsu lies in this principle. The greater the foundational capabilities of the user, the more formidable the resultant power. In essence, the limits of a ninja's abilities dictate the upper bounds of their ninjutsu. Within the confines of a town inn, Genya poured a cup of hot tea for himself and Kakashi. Seizing this rare moment of leisure, he sought the latter's counsel on matters of swordsmanship, and the conversation gradually meandered into other realms. He pondered the state of affairs on the front lines, feeling a sense of nostalgia for his old desk mate, and wondered how Hinata Sayaka's journey was faring. Kakashi, under the impression that Genya was fretting over the outcome of the war, reassured him. With Jiraiya and Orochimaru present on the front lines, they are quite reliable. After a brief pause, sipping his drink, he shifted the topic. However, their adversary is none other than the third Kazekage, hailed as the strongest wind shadow throughout the ages. It seems unlikely that the war will conclude swiftly. Should Lord Hokage appear on the front lines, he would undoubtedly serve as a decisive force, mused Xinyan Sheng with an innocent expression, a hint of yearning glimmering in his eyes. Reflecting on the original narrative, it becomes evident that while the leaders of other shinobi villages have taken to the battlefield, The third Hokage has not ventured into combat since assuming his esteemed position. The prolonged conflict between Tsunagakure and Konohagakure can largely be attributed to the absence of a formidable ninja of the 5 Kage caliber. In contrast, Kakashi Hatake held a different perspective, defending the third Hokage. The Hokage is burdened with countless responsibilities. He cannot personally journey to the battlefield unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, unlike other shinobi villages, the Land of Fire is centrally located on the continent, surrounded by 4 great nations, necessitating numerous considerations. Should we send all our forces out? We risk being exploited by other villages. Xinyan Sheng nodded in agreement, seemingly inspired to reflect. It appears that being Hokage is no easy task. Suddenly, he turned to Kakashi, inquiring unexpectedly, "Have you ever considered becoming Hokage, sensei?" In the room, only Xinyan Sheng and Kakashi were present, so there was no concern of eavesdropping. Kakashi's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, and with a wry smile, he replied, "Please spare me. I am utterly clueless about politics and am not suited for the role of Hokage. When the day comes that I can no longer fulfill my duties, retiring to be a teacher sounds quite appealing. However, the calls for you to become Hokage are even louder than those for Lord Hokage's 3 disciples," Xinyan Sheng countered. "Regardless, I have never contemplated this matter, and besides, Lord Hokage is still in his prime. It is too early to discuss succession." Xinyan Sheng nodded in understanding. Yet internally he sighed. "Sensei, you possess the qualifications to be Hokage, but lack the desire. That is indeed unfortunate." Currently, the third Hokage enjoys an unprecedentedly favorable reputation within the village, even maintaining a harmonious relationship with the Uchiha clan, as evidenced by the Uchiha police force wielding more authority than the Hokage's personal umbu. This reflects both a trust in the Uchiha and a confidence in his own strength. Although the third Hokage is at the pinnacle of his power, with his physical capabilities gradually declining, his overall strength remains undiminished. His might and reputation within the village are formidable enough that even if the Uchiha harbored ulterior motives, they would struggle to make waves. However, as he ages and his strength wanes, can this confidence endure? As one grows older, the concerns multiply, and the sense of helplessness intensifies with age. If the third Hokage were to retire before reaching 50, it is likely that many subsequent troubles could have been avoided. Meanwhile, Kakashi is in the prime of his life, poised to reach the zenith of his ninja abilities within the next decade. His esteem, strength, and charismatic personality will undoubtedly attract a following, compelling him towards the Hokage position, even if it is not his desire. When that time arrives, will the third Hokage willingly relinquish his position? Will he take action for the sake of his preferred successor? The outcome is all but inevitable. The discussion between Kajino Masaru and Hatake Kakashi regarding the Naruto saga has now come to a close. Observing the departing figure of Kakashi-sensei, Kajino Masaru sighed once more. Whether it be Hatake Kakashi or Tsunade, he could accept either as the 4th Hokage. However, should it be as depicted in the original narrative, with Namake's Minato assuming the role of the 4th Hokage, how could a defeated subordinate justify such an ascent? Is it merely because he is deemed the destined child favored by Jiraiya? Absurd. The following day, after a period of rest, Kakashi's team set forth once again, invigorated and ready for action. This time, they received a distress signal and promptly arrived at the nearest outpost. The entire camp lay in ruins, with shattered structures scattered about, and various facilities lay in a state of devastation. A dozen or so station ninjas were strewn across the debris, blood pooling beneath them. Kakashi's team arrived simultaneously with a 4-member Umbu squad. This contingent consisted of a captain, a special jonin, and 2 chunin. Had they arrived too late? Kakashi surveyed the scene, his voice grave. "There are survivors," Kajino Masaru exclaimed, having spotted a leaf ninja who was not yet beyond hope. He immediately summoned a green glow, attempting to employ medical ninjutsu for healing. Unfortunately, the injured man was gravely wounded, his chest obliterated by an explosive tag, flesh torn asunder, and the faint thrum of his heart visible to the naked eye. In this dire situation, even Kajino Masaru could not guarantee the reclamation of a life from the clutches of death. Coupled with excessive blood loss, it was likely that survival was beyond reach. Nevertheless, he persisted, sparing no chakra in his efforts. The others refrained from interrupting Kajino Masaru's ministrations, except for Fujiwara Mai, who stood anxiously by his side, a silent guardian. After a meticulous examination of the area, the leader of the Umbu squad approached Kakashi, reporting, The enemy employed large-scale earth release techniques, indicating that the ninja wielding such jutsu possesses immense chakra. They have effectively divided the battlefield, catching the Camp's ninjas off guard, leading to their complete annihilation without signs of struggle. It appears they were wiped out in a single encounter. Kakashi's expression grew serious as he murmured, 2 jonin, 5 chunin, and 6 genin. Did they truly possess no capacity for resistance? Clearly, the assailants' strength overwhelmed the Leaf ninjas stationed at this outpost, and the element of surprise had yielded devastating results. The Umbu leader's countenance also darkened as he gravely stated, "The enemy is likely the Suna puppet master unit you encountered previously. They seem to have integrated with another special task force, forming an even greater threat." A spark of realization ignited within Kakashi as he inquired, "Do we have any intelligence on those 2 puppet masters?" This time, the Umbu's intelligence did not disappoint. The Umbu leader replied, "We have confirmed that the 2 puppet masters, a man and a woman, are the son and daughter-in-law of the Suna advisor Chio, and they serve as her right and left hands. They are pivotal figures within the Suna puppet corps, elite puppet manipulators of exceptional skill. It is said that their combined strength rivals that of an entire squad of jonin." Kikaki Sakumo furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, dealing with those 2 puppet masters alone is quite challenging. If the special forces that converge with them possess comparable strength, it could prove troublesome. Deep down, Kikaki Sakumo harbored a premonition that he would eventually confront them, and once he neutralized this amalgamated special forces unit, his mission would be deemed utterly accomplished. Could another covert team be dispatched for support? It would be ideal to have experts in tracking. However, it is implausible. The current situation is tense, and the village's defenses are already precarious. At least 2 covert teams must remain stationed, and the only operatives available for deployment are from our team. With a sigh, Kikaki Sakumo was about to speak again when Uchiha Hitomi coldly interjected, "Captain Sakumo, do not underestimate the strength of your subordinates. I believe we can handle that special forces unit without any assistance. After all, during our previous encounter, despite their advantage of surprise against the 4 of us, they ultimately fled in disarray, did they not?" The emphasis on the phrase intelligence oversight conveyed a subtle disdain for the opposing party. The leader of the covert team cast a glance at Uchiha Hitomi but refrained from commenting, silently reflecting. As expected of those detestable Uchiha, they all share the same arrogance. Upon hearing this, Kikaki Sakumo felt somewhat embarrassed and touched his nose awkwardly. Had he been more effective in apprehending those 2 puppet masters, the subsequent complications would have been avoided. The crux lies in the search. Their movements are erratic, and I could distinctly sense that they were deliberately evading us. Yet, this time, they have made a grand display, leading me to feel. Are you suggesting they intentionally lured us out? Precisely. Perhaps the integration of the 2 special forces has significantly bolstered their confidence. Uchiha Hitomi crossed her arms, her delicate face slightly raised, displaying a somewhat audacious smile. Then let us utterly shatter their confidence. Faced with such unwavering confidence from his subordinate, Kikaki Sakumo found himself momentarily speechless. Has she always been this self-assured? Ultimately, the leader of the covert team agreed to report to Lord Hokage regarding the request for support, though the possibility of dispatching reinforcements remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Genya Masaru concluded his treatment, gently closing the eyes of the fallen Konoha ninja. Indeed, he had succumbed. There was no saving him. To the side, Fujiwara Myoen watched this scene with a heavy heart. Approaching Genya Masaru, she offered solace. "Masaru, you have already done your utmost." As the green light on his palm faded, Genya Masaru withdrew his hand, shaking his head gently, his gaze lowered. "Do not worry, Myoen. I am fine. I am merely contemplating what emotions this ninja harbored in his final moments." Fujiwara Myoen paused, instinctively responding. "He fought valiantly to protect the village. I believe he will be remembered by all." Is it truly so? He pondered whether his death would truly be worth it. Upon traversing into the world of Naruto and participating in the war, Hariya Masaru realized that, despite being an outsider, he had accumulated numerous memories and imprints after residing in this world for many years. What if one day, it were someone dear to him who perished? Suddenly, Hariya Masaru thought of Hinata Iane, still stationed at the front lines, and he admitted, in that moment, he felt regret. If given the chance to choose again, regardless of the Hinata clan, he would keep Hinata Iane by his side. Observing the ambiguous gaze of Hariya Masaru, Fujiwara Myoen found herself momentarily speechless, feeling an unfamiliarity towards him. Was it merely her illusion? At the Hokage building, in the conference room, the Konoha F4 gathered, though one member, Danzo, was notably absent. Regarding Shikamaru's request for additional personnel, what are your thoughts? Sarutobi Hizashi took a puff of smoke, frowning as he spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, the Konoha advisor, Nara Shikaku, reflexively countered, "Isn't the strength of Shikamaru sufficient to handle those lurking enemies within the Land of Fire? In these wartime conditions?" With personnel stretched thin, Shikamaru's plea for reinforcements seemed to Nara Shikaku a sign of cowardice and lack of determination. However, one must consider the fact that their adversaries include the elite puppet masters from Sunagakure, alongside an uncertain number of formidable jonin, possibly even other ninja villages participants. It is only prudent for Shikamaru to exercise caution. Sarutobi Hizashi shook his head slowly, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. Other ninja villages? Is this information credible? The advisor, Mito Gate-in, exclaimed in shock. Konoha cannot withstand more warfare. Calm down. Nara Shikaku glanced at Mito Gate-in and replied coolly, currently, there is no concrete evidence to support the involvement of other ninja villages. Wouldn't you agree, Hizashi? Sarutobi Hizashi raised his head, flicking ash from his cigarette, and stated, other ninja villages have only recently emerged from conflict. I do not believe they would openly instigate war again, yet we must remain vigilant to their movements. It is precisely for this reason that even with the third Kazekage present on the battlefield, I choose to defend the rear. Hizashi, your decision is sound. Danzo has led the route on secret missions, leaving the village defenseless with only 2 squads of the Umbu remaining. At this moment, our village's defenses are at their most vulnerable. We cannot afford to lose you. Our pillar of strength, Nara Shikaku affirmed, a flicker of caution in his gaze. Additionally, we cannot trust the Uchiha Guard. We must not further deplete the village's resources. Mito Gate-in nodded in agreement. Shikaku speaks truth. Within the Uchiha clan, there are many hawks who inherit the radical ideologies of Uchiha Madara. Should chaos arise during wartime, these extremists could cause significant internal strife for the village. His words were resolute, seemingly convinced of the Uchiha clan's potential for unrest. Sarutobi Hizashi felt a tinge of helplessness. He was well aware of the bias both held against the Uchiha clan. In truth, it was the arrangement of Uchiha's teacher, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, for Uchiha to oversee the Konoha Guard. This decision stemmed from 2 primary reasons. Firstly, the Uchiha clan was deemed uniquely capable of fulfilling this role. Secondly, it was a measure of caution, confining their influence within the bounds of the Guard, while Senju Tobarama genuinely wished for the Uchiha to integrate into the village. His intent to suppress them was equally palpable. As disciples of the second Hokage, the members of Konoha F4 were naturally wary of the Uchiha clan, particularly Danzo, who frequently targeted them. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored deep-seated doubts about the Uchiha ninjas who possessed the Sharingan. This skepticism was not unfounded, as those who awakened the Sharingan were often troubled souls. No matter how close one might be to a Uchiha, there loomed the risk that, should they suffer a loss of a beloved or kin, they could suddenly turn violent. For instance, Uchiha Obito, upon the death of Rin, committed heinous acts against his own masters. Were not Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki kind enough to him? Was there any grievance he had against them? In the presence of such troubled minds, who could genuinely place their trust in them? Prior to his transmigration, many had sought to absolve Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi, as if a tragic backstory and a noble justification could erase their transgressions. Perhaps from their perspective, they saw no wrongdoing. Yet how could a rational person reconcile such views? In a northern outpost within the Land of Fire, a detachment of Konoha ninjas stood guard, serving as a supply transit point. The Shikamaru squad briefly replenished their provisions, gathering food, water, and medical supplies. A piece of good news accompanied by bad news awaited them. After the resupply was complete, Shikamaru called the team together, revealing that the bad news was the absence of reinforcements, while the good news was that the leading jonin of the outpost was an expert in reconnaissance, potentially able to provide assistance. At that moment, the leading jonin approached. His name was Yamada Hikaru, a man in his 30s, renowned for his scouting prowess. It was quite commendable for one so young to undertake such perilous and challenging missions alongside Jonin Shikamaru. Observing the youthful faces of Genya and his companions, Yamada Hikaru could not help but express his admiration. At their age, he recalled himself scavenging for stray cats, wherever the formidable enemies lie. It is all thanks to Jonin Shikamaru. "We merely lend a hand," Genya humbly replied. However, Yamada Hikaru shook his head and earnestly remarked, "No, I understand Jonin Shikamaru's character. If your abilities had not earned his recognition, he would not recklessly involve you in such dangerous missions. He genuinely values the lives of his comrades." Genya raised an eyebrow, realizing that this Jonin Yamada was quite familiar with Shikamaru. "Yamada, speaking so highly of me in front of my students, how will I manage to save face later?" Shikamaru jested. Just as Yamada Hikaru was about to engage in light conversation with Shikamaru, a sudden explosion erupted from the direction of the dense forest bordering the camp. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a bloodied leaf ninja was propelled into the vicinity of the camp, clutching his wounds and frantically shouting, "Enemy attack! Be cautious!" However, he had scarcely taken a few steps before he collapsed heavily to the ground. "Are you all right? Hold on." Two lower-ranked ninjas instinctively rushed towards the wounded man, seeking to ascertain his condition. "You two newcomers, do not approach recklessly." Yamada Hikaru's expression changed, and he immediately admonished them. Alas, it was too late. The seemingly gravely injured leaf ninja suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an unbridled ferocity, his face contorted with rage and swelling veins, betraying no semblance of injury. Just as he was about to strike the unsuspecting lower ninjas, a flash of white light pierced the air. A short blade, imbued with chakra and radiating a white gleam, sliced through his chest and neck, inflicting a horrific wound that nearly cleaved his upper body in two. A lethal strike. In a critical moment, Hatake Tsukumo intervened with lightning speed, decisively slaying the enemy masquerading as a leaf ninja. The two leaf lower ninjas stood frozen in astonishment, as the events transpired with astonishing rapidity. When they heard Captain Yamada's warning, the blade's light seemed to arrive almost simultaneously, giving the impression that the words had barely left his lips when the blade caught up to the sound. Quickly, too fast, Yamada Hikaru exhaled in relief, though annoyance simmered within him. Despite his repeated cautions to the inexperienced newcomers against reckless action, they remained heedless of danger. He resolved to discipline this group of novices later, lest they find themselves oblivious to the peril that awaited them. Observing his own team under Tsukumo's command, each member remained composed. Truly, the comparison was infuriating. Fujiwara Miaoin reacted swiftly, immediately deploying a sensory ninjutsu. As she sensed the precise number of enemies, her expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. There are far too many enemies." Before she could relay specific information or their positions, the ground trembled violently. Not far away, amidst the dense thicket, a sand ninja clapped his hands together and pressed down onto the earth, visibly concentrating a vast amount of chakra. Earth-style? Ground collapse. In an instant, large sections of the ground suddenly sank. The camp's occupants were compelled to scatter to avoid falling into the chasm. This fellow must be the enemy adept at utilizing Earth-style to divide the battlefield. "Be cautious. Try not to become isolated," Yamada Hikaru shouted. However, Hatake Tsukumo's gaze was fixed intently on the depths of the forest. Was it the sand ninja they had encountered earlier? Indeed. Moreover, there were several more ninjas exhibiting potent chakra signatures. The total number exceeded 20, nearing 30. After leaping to evade the residual effects of the earth style, Fujiwara Miaoin immediately reported, her forehead slick with cold sweat, estimating that the enemy's numbers far surpassed their own. "Yamada, you are in charge of commanding the rear." Hatake Tsukumo called out to Yamada Hikaru as he boldly charged towards the enemy ranks without hesitation. According to the intelligence gathered by Fujiwara Miaoin, it is evident that the adversary has mobilized all their strength in an attempt to annihilate the camp while simultaneously eradicating the Sakusho squad. They have seized the upper hand on the battlefield, and should they succeed in their assault, at least a third of the camp's members would suffer immediate casualties. Thus, Kiki Sakusho has no choice but to take a perilous gamble, using himself as bait and deliberately plunging into the enemy's encirclement. Even with his formidable prowess, this maneuver is fraught with danger. Yamada Hikaru observed Kiki Sakusho's unwavering advance, gritting his teeth as he swiftly organized the ninjas of the camp to take their positions, equipping them with launchers filled with shuriken and kunai. Fujiwara Miaoin also approached, continuously relaying updates on the enemy's movements. 10 o'clock ahead. Fire. In an instant, countless kunai and shuriken shot forth like a torrential downpour. The foliage closest to the camp was shredded, resembling wheat being harvested. Wind release. Vacuum wave. A sand ninja inhaled deeply, forming seals, his chest swelling slightly as he unleashed dozens of razor-sharp wind blades. These lethal blades sped towards their target, severing trees in their path and dismantling the incoming kunai and shuriken into disarray. Simultaneously, over a dozen sand ninjas surged into the camp, propelled by the wind blades. A chaotic battle was on the verge of erupting. Noticing the enemy's numbers, which were double that of his own, Genya Masaru revealed a hint of a smile. Contemplating, with so many foes, it appears the remaining special sand units have gathered here. No wonder they dared to initiate an assault. Eliminating this batch of enemies would ensure the successful completion of this mission. To be honest, after months of executing tasks outside the village, Genya Masaru had grown weary, feeling it had impeded his research progress. Today, he resolved to conclude this mission definitively. Be cautious. Those two youngsters are no ordinary foes according to the intel. Avoid one-on-one confrontations. A sand ninja loudly cautioned his comrades during their advance. Clearly, the remarkable performances of Uchiha Hitomi and Genya Masaru during the months of missions had begun to garner attention. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Myoin remained overlooked. Wind Release. Scythe Technique. This was an upgraded version of the wind scythe, infusing chakra into the wind to create a tempestuous cutting attack, boasting a wide range, prolonged duration, and significant destructive power. Alongside inflicting physical damage, it could also reflect sound, rendering it even more formidable than the scythe technique. It could create a vacuum effect, nullifying fire techniques, sound, explosives, and other ninjutsu. Due to the overwhelming nature of this jutsu, even a fire technique unleashed by the Leaf Ninja failed to halt the enemy, resulting in the complete destruction of their launching devices. Even a lower-ranking ninja was caught off guard, brutally struck by the sharp winds and sent flying, bloodied. Damn it! Scatter! Fire Release! Storm Dance! Yamada Hikaru bellowed, swiftly casting a fire technique that, harnessing the enemy's wind, amplified the potency of his own fire ninjutsu. In an instant, the jungle ahead transformed into a sea of flames, momentarily hindering a portion of the enemy and granting a fleeting respite to his subordinates. However, a greater number of Sunagakure adversaries emerged unscathed from the inferno, each one exuding a fierce demeanor and attacking with relentless ferocity, clearly well prepared for the confrontation. These individuals were undoubtedly the elite of Sunagakure's special forces, far beyond the capabilities of the majority of mid- and low-ranking ninjas stationed at the camp. What a fortuitous turn of events. Uchiha Hitomi revealed a gleeful smile, licking her lips in anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated her 3-tomo Sharingan and charged forward. As she propelled herself into the fray, 3 Sunagakure ninjas, adeptly coordinating their efforts, engaged her in a series of exchanges akin to a wheel battle. Thud after thud, each strike of Hitomi's kunai repelled her opponents. Yet, whenever she sought to pursue and deliver a finishing blow, another Sunagakure ninja would swiftly intercede. It was evident that this Uchiha prodigy possessed remarkable strength and formidable taijutsu. It would be unwise to confront her head-on. Instead, they resolved to outmaneuver her until her stamina waned. One of the Sunagakure ninjas, having just endured a strike from Hitomi's physical attack, recoiled with a sneer, poised to reposition when suddenly, he stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Genjutsu? I never even made eye contact with her. When this thought crossed his mind, his vision began to blur, as if his sight were engulfed by a pair of magnified 3-tomo Sharingan, their crimson hue spinning ominously, emanating a chilling aura. Fool, get out of the way. The leader among the Sunagakure ninjas, in a moment of desperation, kicked his entranced comrade aside, narrowly saving him from the fate of having his throat slit by Uchiha Hitomi. However, Hitomi's kunai had already grazed his form, leaving a gruesome gash that traversed his chest. Blood streaming forth. TSK. Uchiha Hitomi clicked her tongue, uncertain whether her dissatisfaction stemmed from the inadequacy of her genjutsu or the absence of a decisive kill. Meanwhile, several Sunagakure ninjas, previously preying upon the Konoha Genin, redirected their focus to launch an assault against her. Observing this, Hitomi had no choice but to retreat beside her comrades, recognizing that her genjutsu was more effective in one-on-one scenarios. Upon hearing this, Fujiwara Myoin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Sister, you nearly eliminated a special jounin, yet remain unsatisfied? If you are not adept at genjutsu, how terrifying must a truly skilled Uchiha be? At 2 o'clock on the horizon, ninjas were approaching underground using earth techniques. Fujiwara Miaoan continuously reported on the enemy's movements, showcasing the full extent of her sensory ninja abilities. Yet, the adversaries seemed to possess their own sensory ninjas, as their wide-ranging ninjutsu strikes were alarmingly precise, even without revealing their presence. Boom, boom, boom. Wind release. Wind scythe technique. Accompanied by the jutsu of a Sunigakure ninja. Searing smoke engulfed the entire battlefield, plunging the scene into chaos. Amidst the low visibility of the thick haze, anguished cries echoed incessantly. Mion Fujiwara was drenched in perspiration, her anxiety palpable as she incessantly relayed the enemy's positions. However, as the battle intensified, the proximity and swift movements rendered her intelligence nearly futile. Yet, she found solace in the steadfast presence of Katsuya Genya by her side, who valiantly deflected all assaults from the Sand Shinobi. Under Katsuya Genya's protection, she had never sustained severe injuries, his silhouette exuding an unwavering sense of trustworthiness. Suddenly, the battlefield was pierced by the sharp cries of birds, their shrill calls echoing across the sky. In an instant, a ferocious bolt of lightning traversed the entire expanse, commencing its grim harvest of life. Chidori. Uchiha Hitomi was enveloped in a brilliant display of electricity, her palms charged with lightning chakra, invigorating her body and propelling her speed to unprecedented heights. Her black hair floated in the electric current, while her extraordinary three-tomo Sharingan showcased an indomitable presence. Alas, a Sand Shinobi, caught off guard, found his chest pierced by Chidori before blood could even flow from his wound, seared by the raging lightning chakra. Damn it! Retreat! Retreat! The leading Sand Shinobi roared, unaware that the blinding haze of scalding smoke had unwittingly crafted a stage for Uchiha Hitomi to reap her foes. The Sharingan could discern the trajectories of chakra, and unlike the Byakugan, it was unfazed by the smoke that enveloped the battlefield. Unless one employed techniques akin to Zabuza's mist jutsu, which suffused the fog with chakra, the Sharingan could easily track enemy movements. Several Sand Shinobi, heeding the command, hastily vacated the area of obscured vision. However, not all were swift enough to escape. Two slower Sand Shinobi fell victim to Uchiha Hitomi's wrath, as she dispatched them with a single Chidori strike. With a swift motion, she withdrew her hand from the enemy's chest, blood dripping from her fingers onto the ground, her cold, piercing gaze radiating an aura of intimidation. Breathless, Uchiha Hitomi had eliminated multiple Sand Shinobi in rapid succession, depleting her stamina and chakra reserves, leaving her feeling fatigued. Her hands and arms bore minor wounds, oozing traces of blood. Katsuya Genya, witnessing Uchiha Hitomi's formidable prowess, remained unperturbed as he shielded Mion Fujiwara, constantly attuned to Hitomi's movements, ready to provide support. Unbeknownst to him, two more lifeless bodies of Sand Shinobi lay at his feet, their faces contorted in terror, revealing the torment they had endured in life. Meanwhile, Tsukumo Hitaki found himself once again pitted against the two sand puppet masters, this time accompanied by a sand jonin tasked with guarding them. Preventing Tsukumo from executing a close-range assault on the puppet masters. Convinced of his superiority over the two puppet masters, he charged forward without hesitation. Having learned from their previous encounter, the male and female elite puppet masters displayed heightened caution, denying Tsukumo any opportunity to approach. This time, you shall meet your demise bearing the grudge of your subordinates. Konoha's White Fang. The male puppeteer gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely. Believing that the combined elite forces of two special units were more than sufficient to annihilate the Shuan Mao squad, regardless of the innate brilliance of the two young prodigies. Your time of demise has arrived. The female puppeteer echoed with a menacing tone. Enough with the idle talk. Let us settle this. Shuan Mao declared coldly, his demeanor unusually stern. Concerned for the safety of his comrades, Shuan Mao's murderous intent surged to unprecedented heights. Without uttering another word, he vanished in an instant. So swift, the sand-hidden jonin, encountering Shuan Mao for the first time, felt goosebumps rise on his skin. Alarm bells ringing in his mind as he watched the enemy disappear before his eyes. In the next moment, Shuan Mao, wielding the White Fang, reappeared beside the sand jonin. A blade of light cleaving through the void. Just as the blade was about to sever the jonin's body, two puppets seemed to have anticipated this scene, positioning themselves to shield the jonin in the nick of time. With a resounding crash, one of the puppets offered no resistance and was shattered to pieces by the unparalleled sharpness of the White Fang. The chakra-infused blade could easily slice through steel, let alone a mere puppet. The remaining puppet spread its arms wide, unleashing a barrage of azure-black iron chains from its palms and waist, not only launching an assault on Shuo Mao, but also sealing off the entire space around him. Behind Shuo Mao, 2 more puppets appeared, similarly extending numerous chains that circled around him. You brought this upon yourself. Prepare to be ensnared in my web, Konoha's white fang. The chains rattled ominously, adorned with various poisoned barbs, emitting a creaking sound as they twisted and turned. Machine maneuver. One puppet after another surged forth from the male puppeteer's rear, fearlessly charging at Shuo Mao. The strength of the puppet technique lies in its disregard for any exchange. While my puppets can be replaced when damaged, can you replace your own dismembered body parts? Moreover, the speed of the puppetry mechanism surpasses that of hand seals. For instance, the hand of the Crimson Flow can be likened to a grenade, rendering defenses nearly impossible, as ordinary ninjas cannot react swiftly enough to employ evasive jutsu. At this moment, in the eyes of the sand-hidden ninjas, Shuo Mao appeared to be a fish in a barrel. Prepare to die, Konoha's white fang. The male puppeteer's eyes gleamed with delight, eagerly anticipating the gruesome sight of Shuo Mao's body being torn apart by myriad blades. However, in the next second, the triumphant smile on his face froze, and his pupils dilated in shock. Suddenly, Shuo Mao, trapped within their grasp, vanished from everyone's sight. This is impossible. The speed was reminiscent of space-time ninjutsu. The male puppeteer glared in disbelief at the spot where Shuo Mao had been, a myriad of ominous thoughts flashing through his mind, only to be interrupted by the deafening sound of wind whistling past his ears. In an instant, he realized the gravity of the situation, but it was already too late. Sizzle! Like thunder cleaving through the sky, blood gushed forth as a blade cleaved the male puppeteer into a state of near death, his injuries more severe than before. The female puppeteer was splattered with her husband's warm blood, her expression fraught with panic as she hurriedly summoned all her puppets back. With a swift motion, another flash of blades sliced through the void. The chakra enveloping the white fang surged violently, its solidified form rendering it incredibly sharp. The blade's trajectory led to a puppet attempting to obstruct it, which was effortlessly severed in twain. Simultaneously, the female puppeteer's arm was also cleaved off, the severed limbs soaring through the air, showering droplets of blood. A scream escaped her lips, her face turning pallid as blood gushed from the stump of her arm. With the loss of a limb, her prowess in puppetry diminished significantly. Just as Kakashi Shoma prepared to deliver a finishing blow, the sand-hidden jonin responsible for protection seemed to awaken from a stupor, charging forth fearlessly, a blade of wind gathering immense destructive power in his hand, seemingly intent on perishing alongside Kakashi. Get away! I will hold him off, he bellowed, unleashing his full strength, the chakra visibly coalescing upon the wind blade. The resulting shockwave severing branches and leaves on either side. While Kakashi could indeed eliminate the 2 puppeteers with ruthless resolve, he too would suffer grave injuries. In a moment of swift contemplation, he opted to evade and counter. His gaze was sharp as lightning, his movements both rapid and agile. He slightly angled his upper body, seizing the arm wielding the wind blade, deflecting it. With his right hand, he drove the white fang viciously into the jonin's neck, then twisted, instantly dispatching him. The sand-hidden ninja scarcely had time to emit a scream, his eagerness to protect his comrades rendering him vulnerable in Kakashi's eyes. In the deadly dance of ninjas, a mere step ahead could mean annihilation. Once Kakashi withdrew the white fang and turned around, he discovered that the 2 puppeteers had vanished. The expanse of the forest lay empty, devoid of any figures. Not even a trace of blood remained. He was baffled by their escape. This time, I shall not let you slip away. Kakashi's gaze turned icy. Although his chakra and stamina were severely depleted from the recent exertion, the 2 puppeteers had firmly secured their place on his list of targets. On another battlefield, witnessing Uchiha 2's fatigue and dwindling chakra, Fujiwara Miaoin urged, "Victory, go assist too. I will protect myself." Genya Sho glanced at Fujiwara Miaoin and nodded in agreement. Just as he intended to unleash his true power to crush the sand-hidden ninjas besieging Uchiha 2, a flash of white light streaked by. The blade's gleam shot forth like lightning. A sand-hidden ninja, caught off guard, clutched his neck where a clean incision had appeared, blood pouring forth. He plunged to the ground, lifeless. "It seems my assistance is unnecessary," Genya remarked, observing Shuma's silhouette emerge, abandoning his intent to intervene. You all performed admirably. It seems my concerns were unfounded. Kakashi Hitaki glanced at the three individuals who appeared unscathed, feeling a sense of reassurance within. These exceptionally gifted children would, in due time, surpass him. The sight of Kakashi's presence sent shockwaves through the ranks of the sand ninjas, their expressions shifting dramatically. For it signified that their elite forces had encountered an unforeseen setback. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they exchanged glances, each coming to a swift resolution. Earth release. Earth flow rampart. Wind release. Wind wall. Two grand-scale ninjutsu sliced through the battleground anew. With a thunderous roar, walls of stone as formidable as castle fortifications erupted from the ground, spreading widely to obstruct the pursuing enemy. Simultaneously, fierce winds surged, whipping up sharp blades of air to disrupt those attempting to scale the stone barriers in pursuit. By the time the leaf ninjas navigated around the walls, they were greeted by the sight of an empty forest. Myoan, keep close to me and constantly sense the chakra responses of those two puppet masters. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi swiftly delineated their pursuit strategy. He and Fujihara Myoan would pursue the two puppet masters, while Genya Katsuhiko and Uchiha Hitomi would regroup with Yamada Hikari and eliminate the remaining foes. From this moment forth, the roles of hunter and prey had irrevocably shifted. During their chase, Genya Katsuhiko retrieved a special food pill from his ninja pouch and tossed it to Uchiha Hitomi. This is a specially formulated food pill that will slightly expedite your stamina and chakra recovery. Hitomi caught it and silently placed it in her mouth, chewing it twice before swallowing. She had grown accustomed to Genya's eccentric concoctions, such as his unique food pills. Leave the ensuing battle to me. It has been quite some time since I had the chance to stretch my limbs properly. Listening to Genya's confident and composed voice, Hitomi nodded in silence. She understood that, given her current physical condition, she could easily handle minor adversaries, but facing a formidable jonin would pose a significant challenge. After a brief sprint, Genya suddenly leaped from the treetops to the ground, crouching down and placing his palm on the earth. After a moment of sensing, he revealed a faint smile. It seems that Kakashi-sensei's luck has run out. He has pursued the wrong direction. Implicitly, he conveyed that he and Uchiha Hitomi had taken the correct path. Do you intend to handle this yourself? Hitomi inquired. Genya chuckled lightly as he continued forward. Since Kakashi-sensei is not here, I need not conceal my abilities. Besides, I am eager to engage in a transaction with our adversaries. With that, he abruptly quickened his pace. Watching Genya pull ahead with considerable distance, Hitomi silently trailed behind, having no intention of catching up. 10 minutes later, Genya found himself alone in a spacious grove. As if on a leisurely outing, he strolled toward a grand tree. Turning around, he spread his arms wide, a subtle smile gracing his face as he called out, I know where you are hiding. So how about a trade? His voice resonated with a magnetic allure, akin to the whisper of a devil. In the expansive woods, only the rustling leaves accompanied the gentle breeze. No one responded. However, Yano Masaru was exceedingly certain that the two puppeteers were concealed nearby. He mused aloud. I have heard that the pinnacle of the puppet technique of Sunigakure is the ultimate form that transforms a living person into a puppet, even allowing the puppet to retain the abilities it possessed in life. At this juncture, his gaze abruptly shifted towards a certain direction, and with a smile, he remarked, as esteemed core members of the Sunigakure Puppet Brigade, you must be quite familiar with this technique, am I correct? As it happens, I have a keen interest in it. If you were to impart this knowledge to me, I could not only overlook your presence, but also provide healing for your injuries. To be candid, my medical ninjutsu is rather commendable. This proposal sprang from a sudden whim on Yano Masaru's part. On one hand, he was genuinely intrigued by the ultimate realm of Sunigakure's puppet mastery. In the original narrative, Sasori of the Red Sand had turned himself into a puppet, his soul consciousness and chakra remarkably coalescing within a singular core. That is the essence of this ninjutsu. This was precisely the technique Yano Masaru aspired to master. He believed that through this knowledge, even if he could not fully unravel the intricate relationship between soul, body, and chakra, his understanding would significantly deepen, yielding immense benefits for the research he intended to undertake. Yet, no one responded. Yano Masaru remained unperturbed, for through his intangible realm of will, he discerned that his adversaries had silently deployed their puppets, concealing them behind trees, poised to launch a lethal strike at any moment. He made no move. Instead, he awaited their readiness. As anticipated, the next second, he felt the cold blade of a kunai pressed against his throat. Accompanied by a pair of wooden hands resting on his shoulders, the distinctive rounded joints of the puppets visible at the arm's articulation. "Do not move. Raise your hands." A chilling female voice commanded from behind him. Yano Masaru mentally scoffed, pondering whether he was to remain still or raise his hands, and ultimately complied. Lifting his hands in a gesture of sincerity. "Is your medical ninjutsu truly effective?" "Indeed it is. Follow me, and do not entertain any notions of deceit." As he turned, he finally beheld his captor. She was a strikingly attractive woman, approximately 30 years of age, garbed in the attire of a Sunigakure ninja, with long chestnut hair cascading down her back. Yano Masaru recognized her as the very puppeteer who had clashed with Kakashi Hitaki on 2 occasions. And she was likely the mother of Sasori from the original tale. Her left arm was severed, the wound hastily treated and bandaged, with blood staunched. Her overall appearance bore a hint of disarray. However, considering her ability to escape from Kakashi's grasp twice, her strength was indisputable. Moreover, as long as her puppets remained intact, her combat prowess would not be significantly compromised. The female puppeteer appeared to walk unguarded ahead, yet her puppets maintained a firm grip on Yano Masaru, ready to pierce his throat with the kunai at the slightest sign of resistance. After a brief interval, the pair arrived before a sturdy tree that would require a dozen individuals to encircle. The base of this towering tree has been hollowed out, revealing a dark, ominous opening. A man with fiery red hair lies feebly on the ground of the tree hollow, his breathing faint, eyes tightly shut, consciousness plunged into a deep coma. A gruesome wound marred his chest, despite being bound with bandages to staunch the bleeding. The blood-soaked fabric hinted that the efforts to halt the flow were merely a temporary reprieve. As the lifeblood continued to ebb away, death loomed inevitable. In a typical ninja team undertaking a mission, if a comrade suffered such grave injuries, the most pragmatic choice would be to abandon them. However, it was evident that these 2 puppeteers shared a bond of love, as the female puppeteer remained steadfastly by her husband's side, endeavoring to prolong his life. Otherwise, she would have decisively acknowledged the futility of his survival, sparing him from suffering and swiftly disposing of his remains to ensure her own escape. Perhaps, had the male puppeteer succumbed, she might have contemplated following him into death, potentially seeking out Kakashi Hitaki and unwittingly sacrificing her own life. The appearance of Kageyama Masaru ignited a flicker of hope within her. "Save him," she uttered succinctly, the implication unmistakable. Kageyama Masaru, undeterred by the kunai poised at his throat, responded with a smile. "My dear lady, you surely do not wish for your husband to perish in this desolate wilderness. If you divulge to me the ultimate techniques of your puppetry, I assure you I shall return him to you unharmed." His words brimmed with confidence in his medical prowess. The female puppeteer remained silent, yet the kunai in her puppet drew perilously closer to Kageyama's neck, thick with menace. Kageyama merely gazed steadily at her. Ultimately, both parties conceded a measure. The female puppeteer watched as Kageyama began his treatment while imparting the secrets of her craft. Kageyama attentively listened to her instructions while commencing the healing process. For him, multitasking posed no challenge. He carefully unwrapped the bandages from the male puppeteer's wounds, his palm infused with healing chakra, immediately initiating the process of mending and staunching the bleeding. Even in his unconscious state, the male puppeteer emitted involuntary groans of pain. Residual wind and lightning chakra lingered in his wounds, rendering even the most skilled medical ninja helpless against such injuries. "Consider yourself fortunate. I can heal him," Kageyama remarked with an air of self-assuredness. The male puppeteer's injuries were indeed severe, with his chest bones and veins suffering grave damage, a testament to the might of Kakashi's blade technique. Yet, Kageyama's profound understanding of human anatomy, coupled with the gift of body liberation, endowed him with unparalleled control over the physical form, significantly enhancing his medical ninjutsu. He began to utilize his healing chakra to continually mend the shattered bones and veins of the male puppeteer, and the persistent bleeding finally ceased. Observing the male puppeteer's complexion gradually improving, the female puppeteer breathed a silent sigh of relief, her narration becoming increasingly fluid. As time passed steadily, the pallor of the male puppeteer's face began to fade, becoming imbued with a hint of color, and his faint breaths gradually stabilized. The female puppeteer gazed at Genya with a look of evident surprise, realizing that his medical prowess was indeed as formidable as he had claimed, devoid of exaggeration. It was no wonder that at such a young age, he had managed to join the team of Konoha's White Fang. Initially, she had despaired over her husband's injuries. Harboring thoughts of resignation to death, she had not anticipated that Genya Sho, under such rudimentary conditions, could pull him back from the brink of death. In response to her praise, Genya Sho merely replied with a hint of indifference. If the injured lacks a sufficiently strong will to survive, no matter how adept my medical ninjutsu may be, it would be of no use. It seems your companion is quite determined to live. As she observed her husband's complexion returning to normal, a weight seemed to lift from her heart. Simultaneously, a thought sparked in her mind. What if she were to take this young prodigy back to Sunagakure? It was well known that most medical ninjas in Sunagakure might not possess skills as refined as those of this young boy. How old could he possibly be? It must be noted that Konoha truly is a cradle of geniuses. Her grandmother, Chiyo, had some knowledge of medical ninjutsu, albeit not professional. If she could secure this boy's allegiance, perhaps the village's medical capabilities could evolve significantly. Yet, if she failed to persuade him, he would undoubtedly become a future threat to the village as he matured. A flicker of determination danced in the female puppeteer's eyes. Despite her gratitude for the revival of her husband, they were, after all, adversaries. Very well, our transaction is complete, and I must take my leave. I advise you to flee with your husband swiftly. Otherwise, you will find it difficult to escape once my master catches up with you. Genya Sho clapped his hands and rose, only to discover that the shuriken remained poised at his throat. He looked at the female puppeteer, his expression laced with confusion. Young one, come back to Sunagakure with me, or I shall be forced to extinguish your brilliance in its infancy, she stated coldly, her voice laced with resolve and ruthlessness. Genya Sho appeared to have anticipated this moment, letting out a sigh as he said, "Why must you force my hand?" As he exhaled, his body began to swell slightly. The outer layer of his ninja attire the first to rupture, revealing a powerful, elastic bodysuit crafted from special material underneath. The female puppeteer's expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, a chilling murderous intent gleamed in her eyes. With deft movements of her remaining fingers, she commanded the shuriken in her puppet's grasp to stab fiercely at Genya Sho's neck. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Upon closer inspection, muscles around Genya Sho's neck bulged as if an extra hardened muscle had formed, successfully resisting the strike of the shuriken. As his bodily expansion concluded, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the hollow of the tree, as if invisible waves of water were rising higher and higher. He transformed from a youthful figure into a remarkably robust, adult man. What kind of ninjutsu is this? A palpable sense of panic flickered across the face of the female puppeteer as she coordinated the last three remaining puppets, each emanating a formidable aura as they charged towards Genya Sho. A series of bone-crunching sounds echoed from within Genya's body. The puppeteer's pupils constricted sharply in the next moment. Genya, whose physique swelled dramatically, calmly raised his arm, his immense form casting a profound shadow that obscured the last vestiges of light within the hollow of the tree. Merely toys. Physical liberation, triple amplification. In the next instant, a resounding fist strike, akin to a dragon's roar, shattered the air. From the puppeteer's perspective, Genya's movements were a blur, leaving her unable to discern how he unleashed his punch. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions erupted as the puppets were obliterated without warning. Wooden fragments scattered across the ground, with many reduced to mere splinters by the ferocious gust of his punches. Genya exited the physical liberation, triple amplification state, reverting to the image of a tall, handsome young man. With an expression of calmness, he approached the female puppeteer. An invisible force of oppression surged towards her from all directions, draining the color from her face and leaving her lips pallid. Her body trembled as if she had lost all will to fight. The puppeteer's combat prowess relied heavily on her puppets, and with all of them destroyed by Genya, her threat level had plummeted to an all-time low. As Genya stood before her, the once terrified and desperate expression on the puppeteer's face suddenly hardened, revealing a glimmer of ruthlessness. Her arm, concealed within her sleeve, darted out like a snake, hurling a handful of pale yellow powder towards Genya's face. However, Genya, who had long since dominated the field of will, had already anticipated her hidden ploy. His arm shot up instantaneously as she launched her attack, effortlessly sweeping aside the carefully prepared poison powder with a powerful gust. In her desperation, the puppeteer thrust her concealed kunai, but Genya merely grasped it lightly in his palm. Crack! Ah! The sound of her arm breaking echoed as she cried out in agony, feeling the overwhelming, unyielding power emanating from his fair and slender hand. The puppeteer finally relinquished all resistance. In that moment, regret flooded her heart. Why had she not simply acquiesced to the proposed transaction, as she attempted to negotiate further? Her gaze met Genya's icy, merciless eyes. Those were not the eyes of one who would show leniency or grant a second chance. Suddenly, feeling his hand tightening around her neck, the female puppeteer took a deep breath and quickly said, I have one last question. I cannot bear the thought of not knowing the answer. Genya paused briefly before nodding in agreement. Speak. If I agree to the transaction willingly, will you truly let us go? At this, Genya fell silent, his response lingering unspoken. The female puppeteer seemed to have finally come to her senses, revealing a grim smile. Moments later, within the shadowy tree hollow, a distinct cracking sound echoed, the sound of a neck being snapped. After a brief interval, Uchiha Hitomi arrived at the scene, glanced at the already processed sight, and nodded with a smile. These two heads must be quite valuable, wouldn't you agree? Congratulations on a significant achievement. If only we could exchange for a different sealing technique from the scroll. You, it seems, do not shy away from an abundance of jutsu. Uchiha Hitomi suddenly recalled something. Looking at the corpses of the male and female puppeteers, and inquired, have you extracted any information from the bodies? Rest assured, I have taken care of it beforehand. Even the Mountain Clan would be unable to glean any information from these two corpses, and their brains remain intact, leaving no traces. That is reassuring, Uchiha Hitomi nodded. The two subsequently returned to the camp with the two bodies. Upon their return, the sight of the two puppeteers' corpses immediately stirred considerable commotion. Yamada Hikaru, the camp leader, gazed at them with disbelief, exclaiming, Is it truly you who have slain these individuals? He was well aware of the formidable reputation of these puppeteers, renowned even among the elite shinobi. Coupled with their identity as the son and daughter-in-law of the Sunagekure advisor, the weight of this accomplishment was monumental. To be fair, we owe it to teacher Tsukumo for having severely injured them beforehand. It allowed Hitomi and me to seize the opportunity, Genya Katsuhiko humbly remarked. Regardless, they fell by your hand. This time, you have truly achieved something remarkable. Yamada Hikaru, a jonin, regarded Genya Katsuhiko with astonished admiration. He understood that a puppeteer's prowess largely resided within their puppets. Even if the body suffered injuries, as long as the puppets remained operational, they remained a significant threat. This meant that Genya Katsuhiko had indeed earned his merit through his own capabilities. Reflecting on his own youth, he recalled merely fooling around at the ninja academy. Soon after, the empty-handed Tsukumo Hatake and Fujiwara Miaoin returned to the camp. Upon discovering that their quarry had transformed into two lifeless bodies, even Tsukumo was taken aback. He turned to Yamada Hikaru and asked, Yamada, was this your doing? Yamada Hikaru chuckled awkwardly, gesturing towards Genya Katsuhiko with a complex expression. Tsukumo, you truly have some exceptional disciples. The envy in his words was palpable. Tsukumo blinked repeatedly, his expression mirroring that of Yamada Hikaru's disbelief. Yet he soon cast an appreciative glance at Genya Katsuhiko. He had not anticipated that this usually low-key and often lackadaisical individual would achieve such a significant feat before departing. He had sensed that Uchiha Hitomi was exhibiting signs of chakra depletion, indicating that it was likely Genya Katsuhiko who single-handedly dealt with their adversaries. The more outstanding his disciples performed, the more honor it brought to him as their captain and mentor. Well done, Sho. After a moment of astonishment, Tsukumo did not hesitate to offer his praise. In contrast to the swift acceptance of reality by Kakashi Hatake, the expression of Miaoin Fujiwara was far more captivating. What were they discussing? Victory Kuin had eliminated those two formidable puppeteers. She found herself questioning whether she had misheard or was ensnared in a dream. After all, these were adversaries that even Kakashi Hatake deemed challenging. Miaoin was aware that Masaru Jinnu was the preeminent figure at the Shinobi Academy. Yet she was astonished to see him shine so brightly upon stepping into the realm of ninjas. The news of the deaths of Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, both high-ranking advisors from Sunagekure, at the hands of Kakashi's team quickly reached Konoha, creating quite a stir among the higher-ups. It is important to note that the conflict between Sunagekure and Konoha had persisted for several years, with both sides locked in a stalemate, neither able to achieve significant victories. In comparison, the triumph of Kakashi's team was a rare and substantial accomplishment, equivalent in significance to a mid-scale war victory. Moreover, Kakashi's team had returned with the intact bodies of their foes. The remains of the son and daughter-in-law of a high-ranking advisor held considerable importance. They were not only among the elite of the puppeteer corps, but also key figures within Sunegakure's core power circle. The intelligence and secret techniques they possessed would be an invaluable asset to Konoha. On the front line, Sunegakure's puppeteer forces had caused considerable distress for Konoha's ninjas. And should they uncover secrets pertaining to puppetry through these corpses, it would greatly benefit the ongoing conflict. Consequently, when the Umbu team accompanying the mission received this news, they promptly reported it to the Hokage. Upon learning of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately instructed Kakashi's team to return to the village with the invaluable remains. This signified the successful completion of Kakashi's team's inaugural mission, with an expected rating that would likely exceed A rank, potentially ascending to S rank. After receiving the Hokage's orders relayed by the Umbu, Kakashi Hatake promptly led his 3 team members back to the long-cherished Konoha village. At the village gates, Kakashi's team gazed at the Hokage rock, smiles of satisfaction gracing their faces. The successful completion of their task, coupled with their return to the beloved village, elevated their spirits. "Ah, we are finally back in the village," my own Fujiwara exclaimed, arms outstretched, her face aglow with a radiant smile, joy evident in her demeanor. Masaru Gennu, also feeling the pangs of hunger, patted his growling stomach and said with a sense of relief, "At last, we can indulge in a proper meal." The months spent in the wilderness had truly taken a toll on his appetite. Living day to day in a state of deprivation was a torment. Observing his subordinates, who were gradually shedding their serious demeanor to reveal childlike exuberance, Kakashi couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "You may all disperse for now. I will report our mission to the Hokage." "Yes, Kakashi-sensei, Captain." Thus, the 4 parted ways at the village entrance. Kakashi made his way toward the Hokage tower, while Masaru and the others headed for the food street, eager to feast heartily. "Hokage-sama." Kakashi soon arrived at the Hokage tower, knocked on the door, and entered the Hokage's office, bowing slightly to the Hokage and the 2 advisors. "Thank you for your hard work, Shikomo. With this, the hidden threats within the Land of Fire have been thoroughly eradicated, and the frontline shinobi need no longer fear being ambushed. The concluding tasks can be entrusted to the Umbu," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a smile, clearly pleased with the completion of Shikomo's team's mission. "Indeed," replied Hatake Shikomo, feeling a sense of relief within. This also signified the end of the mission to annihilate the enemies within the Land of Fire. Henceforth, the security of the land would be managed by the Konoha shinobi stationed at various outposts, along with the Umbu. Even the most formidable shinobi cannot maintain a constant state of vigilance. A balance of work and rest is essential. Besides, he found himself longing for his son, Hatake Kakashi. "Have the bodies been handed over to the intelligence division?" he inquired. "They've already been transferred. The head of the Yamashiro clan personally received the remains. We should receive information shortly." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then turned to the 2 advisors, stating, "With the intervention of the Yamashiro clan's shinobi, I trust we will soon acquire some useful intelligence." "Let us hope so. If we could uncover the fatal weaknesses of the puppet troops, it would serve as a harsh lesson for the Sans shinobi," one advisor responded. Throughout their conversation, both advisors expressed their satisfaction with Shikomo's team, acknowledging their status as Konoha's most exceptional jonin, far surpassing Hiruzen's 3 disciples in executing tasks. The mere thought of Jiraiya's frivolous demeanor caused Hiruzen to furrow his brows. The performance of Shikomo's team is evident. The village will not shortchange you. Therefore, for the months of completed missions, I shall propose a settlement of 1 S-rank mission and 4 A-rank missions as your remuneration, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated cheerfully, to which the advisors nodded in agreement. Naturally, Hatake Shikomo had no objections. The total remuneration for these missions would amount to nearly 1 million ryo for each member, even when divided. Of course, this was merely the foundational reward. Additional bonuses, such as rare jutsu, would undoubtedly follow. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had yet to decide on the ideal rewards. "Lord Hokage, the 2 puppet masters were dealt with by my subordinates, so I kindly request that my share of the reward be directly distributed among the 3 team members. They are in their prime as shinobi and require the mission's remuneration more than I," Hatake Shikomo suddenly interjected. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shikomo with a mix of admiration and resignation, remarking, "You remain as you always were, Shikomo. Very well, let it be allocated according to your wishes." Perhaps this was the very reason so many shinobi held Hatake Shikomo in high regard, a captain who consistently leads by example, never coveting the glory for himself, and even willingly sharing accolades with his team. After concluding his report, Hatake Shikomo departed from the Hokage's office. Tintin quietly observed the scenery outside the Hokage building, reflecting, "Every time I witness the youth of the village growing and radiating brilliance, it makes me feel as though we are truly aging. We are not even 50 yet." "What do you mean by aging?" "Do not even think about retiring, Tintin," Mito Moon replied, defiantly dismissing the notion of age. He indeed spoke no falsehood. In fact, these two have remained advisors even until the era of Boruto, a testament to the transient nature of Hokages juxtaposed against the steadfastness of their counsel. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "Indeed, I feel quite vigorous. At the very least, I could serve in the position of Hokage for another decade." Turning to him with a contemplative expression, Tsunade Koharu inquired, "By the way, have you considered a successor for the Hokage position, Hiruzen?" Hiruzen fell silent. What did she mean by that? "I just stated I could serve for another 10 years, and now you inquire about the next Hokage." To be honest, he had not contemplated this issue, or rather, no particularly suitable candidate had yet emerged. In the hearts of most villagers, the title of Hokage is bestowed upon the most esteemed and formidable shinobi among the numerous elite jonin. However, the reality is that the position of Hokage cannot be claimed by just anyone. It is an unspoken rule that only those from the Hokage lineage may ascend to this role. If one were to select a Hokage based on military achievements or renown, then breaking this unwritten rule would allow clans such as Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inuzuka to leverage their familial power to accumulate accolades. Thus, the Hokage lineage must maintain a master-disciple relationship. For instance, the third Hokage was a pupil of the second Hokage. The reason why various clans send their most exceptional offspring to the Ninja Academy is that the Hokage lineage selects promising students from there, nurturing them for potential future candidacy for the Hokage position. This is also one of the significances of the Ninja Academy, providing everyone with an opportunity to participate in the selection of the Hokage. As it stands, Kakashi Hatake is undeniably the most qualified jonin closest to the Hokage position. He surpasses the legendary Sannin in strength, and his reputation and character speak for themselves. Moreover, given his age, his strength has yet to reach its zenith, and he still possesses room for growth, poised to become a nightmare for adversaries over the next 2 decades. Yet, despite these merits, because he does not belong to the Hokage lineage, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately stated, Kakashi's disposition is ill-suited for the role of Hokage. With that simple assertion, he dismissed Kakashi's aspirations for the position. Both Tsunade Koharu and Mito Kageyama agreed with Hiruzen's assessment. Indeed, he is more suited to be an executor rather than a commander. Consider other candidates, they advised. Very well, I have this matter in hand. You may return for now. Hiruzen wished to avoid prolonged discussion on the subject, believing it was still premature. Rather, he needed to contemplate how to reward Team Kakashi for their efforts. Uchiha Hitomi was indeed a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, displaying ninja qualities comparable to seasoned jonin at such a tender age. Unfortunately, she was aligned with the more radical faction of the clan. Yet, what astonished Hiruzen even more was the performance of Masaru Genya. In his debut battle, he eliminated 2 pivotal figures of Tsunagekyu's puppet brigade. These were no mere foot soldiers. They were the son and daughter-in-law of a Tsunagekyu advisor. Masaru Genya's achievements undoubtedly carried significant weight. By employing the secret techniques of the Yamenka clan, he could extract various confidential intelligence from the minds of these puppet masters, including insights into the secrets of puppet techniques. Thus, Sarutobi Hizashi would carefully consider the rewards for the Shikomo team. For the child named Fujiwara Myoan, it would be appropriate to grant her some practical sensory ninjutsu, or perhaps a few techniques of shadow manipulation would suffice. As for Genya Katsu, he should be granted another opportunity to access the Book of Seals, allowing him to select a ninjutsu of his choice. Regarding the Uchiha clan as prodigy, a handful of advanced fire release techniques would suffice to appease him. There will be a considerable period of respite ahead, during which no missions are anticipated in the near term. You may allocate your time as you see fit for personal pursuits, but do not allow yourselves to become overly lax. Always maintain a state of readiness. In a barbecue restaurant, Shikomo approached the trio who were indulging in their meal. Gazing at the establishment, he found himself recalling some rather unpleasant memories. Yes, the 3 responded in unison, their words somewhat garbled, particularly Genya, whose mouth was stuffed with tender, juicy grilled meat. After their meal, each returned to their respective homes, with Genya and Uchiha Hitomi naturally departing together. Along the way, Genya inquired, "What do you intend to do during this forthcoming period, Hitomi?" Since Shikumo had indicated that there would be no missions for a while, they had at least a fortnight to arrange their own activities. Training, Uchiha Hitomi replied coldly. "This recent mission has made me aware of my numerous shortcomings." "Are you serious? You executed several Jonin and 7 or 8 Chunin on your first mission, and you're still dissatisfied?" Yet perhaps it was this very ambition that would propel Uchiha Hitomi to ever greater heights. Genya was not surprised by her response. He nodded and shared his own thoughts. "I happen to have many new ideas that require research and validation. I have long wished to conduct experiments, but this mission has delayed me for several months. Do you need my assistance? Not for the time being, but as the research progresses. It may very well involve human experimentation." Upon hearing the term human experimentation, Uchiha Hitomi's pupils constricted sharply. By the time Genya and the others completed their first mission outside the village, Hinata Sayaka's team had already cycled through 2 new squads. Her latest commanding Jonin was a member of the Sarutobi clan. Indeed, the very Sarutobi Hizashi. Hinata Sayaka quickly came to the realization that her recent outstanding performance had attracted the attention of others, resulting in her reassignment to this team. Serving in a reconnaissance role within the Hokage's Sun-S squad implied that the upcoming missions would not be particularly easy, but they would also not be excessively perilous. Regardless of who the frontline commander was, it would be improbable to send the Hokage's heir on a mission with certain death, for he was undoubtedly the prince of Konohagakure. Such audacity was rather excessive. In the days that followed, Hinata Sayaka gradually adopted a more low-key demeanor, diligently fulfilling her responsibilities by providing intelligence to her teammates to avoid ambushes. Although she did not exhibit any particularly dazzling performances, her steady demeanor earned the trust of her fellow squad members. Sarutobi Shin Nosuke even contemplated integrating Hinata Sayaka into his regular team after the conclusion of the war. Having a teammate capable of seeing through obstacles on the battlefield was undeniably exhilarating. According to Hinata Ayane's expectations, her life on the front lines would remain tranquil until her service period concluded, allowing her to hand over duties to a new batch of ninjas and return to her village. Her current mindset was not to seek grand achievements, but rather to ensure a safe return home. The timeline of war between Sunagakure and Konohagakure had been prolonged, and it was only natural for ninjas who had been on the front lines for an extended period to return to their villages for rest and recuperation. However, Ayane's plans were abruptly disrupted by shocking news. The inexperienced young heir from the main branch, eager for accolades, had recklessly engaged in a perilous venture that jeopardized his ninja career. He was severely beaten by the enemy, reduced to a near-death state, and it was uncertain whether he could be rescued. Crucially, a Byakugan had also been seized by the Sunagakure ninjas. Upon hearing this news, Ayane was utterly bewildered. Why was this young heir, also experiencing his first time on the front lines, so audacious? Did he not fear for his life? She lamented that she should have offered him prudent counsel on the way to the battlefield. The revelation of a main branch member gravely injured and a Byakugan loss sent shockwaves through the entire Hyuga clan. Particularly, the main branch was in a frenzy. The clan leadership promptly issued orders demanding all branch family ninjas near the battlefield to rush unconditionally to provide assistance. Ayane felt overwhelmed. A sheer coincidence placed her within proximity to the event, and she too received the command. As a member of the branch family, she could not defy the orders of the main branch and had no choice but to approach Captain Sarutobi Shino for permission to temporarily leave her team. After receiving his consent, she joined a rescue squad, primarily aiming to recover the lost Byakugan as swiftly as possible. Sarutobi Shino was relatively understanding. Being an experienced and competent jonin with a cautious disposition, he was more inclined towards stability than recklessness, which suggested that the squad would likely avoid unforeseen mishaps. However, the battlefield is fraught with unpredictable variables. As the only reconnaissance-type ninja in the team, Ayane's departure inevitably diminished the squad's vigilance. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Shino's team encountered the elite puppet unit of Sunagakure and fell victim to an ambush, resulting in the demise of the entire team, including the captain. When Ayane, supporting her clansmen, received this news, she was struck dumb, feeling as though a thunderbolt had struck her. It was not that she had forged deep bonds with her temporary teammates, but rather that her captain bore the distinguished name of Sarutobi. How could the Prince of Konoha perish so simply in an ambush? It was evident that something was amiss. Although the elite puppet unit of Sunagakure was responsible for the attack, no one could deny that if Ayane had not temporarily left her team, they would likely have avoided such an ambush. This implied that Sarutobi Shino's death, in the eyes of some, was inextricably linked to Ayane. A bitter smile crept onto Ayane's face as she contemplated the complications ahead. Yet, even more troublesome matters loomed on the horizon. Soon, devastating news arrived. The esteemed Hyuga clan heir, Hinata Hikari, could not be saved and succumbed to his grave injuries at a makeshift frontline hospital. The lost Byakugan was nowhere to be found. Without any leads, even a multitude of Hyuga clan members were at a loss to recover it. Hinata Kairan immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Her current circumstances were exceedingly dire. The death of a clan member was trivial in comparison. But for the first time in centuries since the Warring States period, the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan had fallen into external hands. This was the true calamity. When the news reached the Hyuga clan, it sent shockwaves through the community, comparable to an earthquake of magnitude 8. The branch family guards who had been in the same squad as the clan heir were promptly summoned back to the village, disappearing without a trace. No one inquired about them, yet everyone was acutely aware of their grim fate. Even other branch family members, who had not performed effectively in the rescue, faced varying degrees of blame. Hinata Kairan, once regarded as a prodigious talent and the personal attendant of the clan's young leader, became an object of disregard, marginalized and forsaken. Compounding her misfortune, a patrol team composed of both the Umbu and Root was formed to investigate the circumstances of the ambush that had claimed Sarutobi's squad. Kairan found herself subjected to relentless questioning, enduring dozens of interrogations. Despite her patience, she was beginning to feel exasperated. You have repeated these questions ad nauseum. Will it never end? Kairan suppressed her anger and expressed her dissatisfaction. Yet, the interrogator, whether from the Umbu or Root, responded with a dismissive tone. Just answer the questions honestly. Ask yourself, don't you think your timing of leaving the squad was a bit too coincidental? Hearing the return to the initial line of inquiry, Kairan felt a wave of helplessness wash over her, leading her to choose silence as her only recourse. After all, explaining herself repeatedly had proven futile. What purpose would further discussion serve? If only she could unleash a partial body liberation amplification and smash the fool's brain to bits. Nevertheless, deep within her, reason continually urged her to maintain her composure. She could not afford to endure more suspicion and conflict. Kairan understood that her interrogators were well aware of her innocence. Their relentless questioning stemmed from the fact that the deceased bore the surname Sarutobi. Whether it was a third generation who could not accept the death of his eldest son seeking vengeance, or subordinates acting on their own initiative, Kairan had no choice but to endure. Before long, the higher-ups assigned Kairan to a new squad, marking her first return to duty since the interrogations began. However, her new teammates, including the captain, were all taciturn, exuding an aura of coldness. Kairan quickly discerned their identities. They were either from the Umbu or Root. Why had she been placed in a team with members of these clandestine organizations? An ominous premonition gripped her. Danger had already begun to loom. She believed that even when facing a formidable Jonin, she possessed the strength to fight. However, if the enemy lay within, the situation would become dire. In an instant, Hinata Ayam felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. She recalled the genetic serum that Hoshino Masaru had entrusted to her before leaving the village. Perhaps the time had come to utilize it. According to Hoshino Masaru, even if the genetic fusion liquid were successfully administered, it would necessitate an adaptation period. The entire process of genetic integration was fraught with peril, and the uncertainty of the outcome was precisely why Hinata Ayam had hesitated to attempt it thus far. Yet, her current predicament was dire. Although she could not ascertain the nature of the mission assigned to her newly formed team, one thing was certain: it would undoubtedly be a task from which there was no easy escape. Seizing the opportunity during a solitary patrol before the new mission was communicated, Hinata Ayam ventured to a secluded tree hollow she had previously identified. After cautiously employing her Byakugan to ascertain that no one was nearby, she swiftly formed the necessary hand seals and summoned the blue serum from the sealing scroll. As she extracted the genetic fusion liquid from the scroll, a grave expression settled on her face, accompanied by the echoes of Hoshino Masaru's various admonitions and warnings. The evolution at the genetic level bore too many uncertainties, and due to the pressing nature of time, Hoshino Masaru had not had the opportunity to conduct any live experiments, nor did he possess any relevant data. Thus, the purported success rate of 50% was merely an estimation derived from theoretical perspectives. Had it not been for Hinata Ayam's prior completion of the genetic enhancement liquid, that success rate might have been even lower. Staring blankly at the vial of genetic fusion liquid in her hand, she realized it could either be the key to altering her destiny or a poison that would lead to her demise. With no time for hesitation, she reflected on whether her fate had been predetermined from the very beginning, whether she could seize control of her own destiny, live with dignity, escape the helplessness of being summoned at the whim of the main family, and stand proudly beside Hoshino Masaru. All of it hinged upon this vial of genetic fusion liquid. Hinata Ayam's gaze suddenly became resolute beyond measure. She steeled herself and injected the genetic fusion liquid directly into her body. As the serum coursed through her veins, she let out a pained scream. The pain. It was unbearable. Nothing could compare to this agony. It was a suffering that defied description. Hinata Ayam had always prided herself on her willpower. Even during her training, when her body screamed in discomfort, she had managed to endure without flinching. Simple pain had never been able to disrupt her focus. Yet in this moment, she discovered the terrifying depths of suffering. This torment was undoubtedly a colossal test of her resolve. A mere mortal might have fainted from the intensity of it in an instant. However, Hinata Ayam persevered, striving to maintain her consciousness. Gradually, she sensed that her body was approaching its limits, and her chakra seemed to be on the verge of dissipating. This is bad. How could this happen? Hinata Ayam emitted a pained groan as her body appeared to undergo a catastrophic breakdown, an unraveling at the genetic level, as if the very flesh and blood that composed her were beginning to dissolve. I refuse to accept this. Ayam cried out to the heavens, her eyes rolling back in despair, filled with an unquenchable defiance, her once pristine pupils now marred by blood vessels. In the next instant, darkness engulfed her, and she collapsed beneath the tree hollow. Upon her fainting, a latent power hidden deep within her genes began to awaken, a force honed from her prolonged consumption of genetic enhancement serum, which had lain dormant within her DNA. Sensing the invasion of foreign genes, it finally stirred to life. Two formidable forces clashed within her, neither yielding to the other, resulting in a stalemate. Thus, Ayam's bodily disintegration halted, gradually settling into an eerie equilibrium. Time lost its meaning as she eventually regained consciousness, slowly opening her eyes to find herself in the camp. Beside her, the leader of the root unit stared intently at Ayam, his tone icy as he demanded, "What transpired? Why did you collapse in the woods? Am I not dead?" Ayam, still disoriented from her awakening, pondered whether she had crossed into the afterlife. After a prolonged moment, she managed to respond, albeit with difficulty, I do not know what transpired." The root unit leader furrowed his brow, relentlessly pressing, "Were you ambushed? By the Sand Ninjas? Which division?" Ayam shook her head, hesitatingly stating, "I did not encounter any enemies. My body seems to have malfunctioned. I am unwell. It is not uncommon for ninjas to fall ill. This phenomenon is quite prevalent. Moreover, among those possessing bloodline limits, various bizarre bloodline diseases exist, with Kimimaro being a notable example from the original narrative." Thus, despite the leader's lingering skepticism toward Ayam, the sight of her frail countenance prompted him to conclude his interrogation hastily. At least she had not fled. Once the root unit leader departed, Ayam exhaled a sigh of relief and began to meticulously assess her own body. It is important to note that during the injection of the genetic serum, she had feared she would perish from the genetic breakdown, yet here she was, miraculously alive. Did this not signify her success? How splendid, regardless of the circumstances. Surviving meant she had achieved at least half of her goal. While she breathed a sigh of relief, a wave of trepidation washed over her. It was no wonder that Genya had repeatedly cautioned her. The violent reactions her body experienced post-injection still haunted her, far exceeding her expectations. Moreover, through her personal ordeal, she sensed that Genya's estimation of a 50 success rate was overly optimistic. The activation of the genetic fusion serum necessitated the sequential activation of dormant special genes. Each time genes were activated and recombined, it was akin to enduring a genetic collapse. It was a terrifying experience, as if her body were being torn apart and then painstakingly reassembled. Shaking her head, she attempted to cast aside the harrowing memories of that nightmarish ordeal. Hinata Ayam took a moment to compose herself, her heart brimming with a sense of fortunate survival after the ordeal. Genya Masaru once mentioned that he possessed 11 sets of special genes in a state of dominant expression, while 5 sets required activation. To catalyze the activation of these 5 sets, her body underwent 5 rigorous recombination processes. Each activation of a special gene was akin to traversing the gates of the underworld, and the 5 activations symbolized 5 brushes with death. Surviving this was nothing short of a stroke of luck, an extraordinary fortuity. Among these trials, Genya Masaru had administered a gene-enhancing serum for nearly a year, undoubtedly playing a crucial role in her transformation. With all special genes now in a state of dominant expression, Hinata Ayane felt as though her body had undergone a complete metamorphosis, akin to being reborn. This sense of renewal persisted, indicating that her evolution was far from complete. It was a wondrous sensation, as every fraction of her being was in the throes of enhancement. She could sense the chakra within her burgeoning incessantly, seemingly boundless. Previously, her chakra was already comparable to that of an elite jounin, but now it surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary jounin, steadily ascending towards the caliber of a Kaguya. Furthermore, she perceived a marked enhancement in the sensitivity of her senses and an undeniable improvement in her overall physical prowess. Rising from her bed, Hinata Ayane approached a mirror in the bathroom. Upon lifting her protective goggles, she beheld her pure white pupils, which appeared somewhat translucent, glimmering with a faint blue radiance reminiscent of the stars, captivating in its brilliance. "How beautiful," she murmured, entranced by the enchanting gaze of her own eyes. In a surge of emotion, she abruptly tore away the black satin band from her forehead, revealing her pristine brow, which brought her to the brink of tears, an overwhelming urge to weep welling within her. The caged bird that had tormented her for years had finally vanished. The caged bird was a curse devised specifically for the Byakugan, yet now Hinata Ayane's eyes had transcended the confines of the Byakugan, evolving towards the realm of the Rinnegan. Consequently, as the curse could no longer detect the presence of the Byakugan, it dissipated of its own accord, much like the deceased branch members who could only escape the caged bird's confinement and death. Just as Hinata Ayane leaned closer to examine her eyes and forehead, an abrupt wave of dizziness engulfed her, a violent spinning sensation overwhelming her consciousness. Simultaneously, her pupils were assailed by a sharp, piercing pain, as if a needle were relentlessly stabbing at them. Ugh! She tightly shut her eyes, instinctively covering her eye sockets with her hands, suppressing her cries of anguish to avoid drawing the attention of others. After what felt like an eternity, the dizziness and pain gradually subsided, allowing her to breathe again, as if a drowning person had resurfaced for air, greedily inhaling the atmosphere. Moments later, propping herself against the wall, Hinata Ayane slowly regained her footing, her heart filled with uncertainty and intrigue. Is this what Shokuin referred to as the adaptation period? It seems I must strive to minimize the use of my eyes in the coming days. Hinata Ayane retied the black silk ribbon around her forehead to conceal the fact that she was a caged bird, while also securing her protective goggles. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that her Byakugan had begun to diverge from its ordinary form. Hinata Ayane anticipated that once she navigated through this adaptation phase, she would be able to revert her Byakugan to its typical state, activating the reincarnation eye as suggested by Genya Sho when necessary. At present, she was unable to switch the state of her eyes. Returning to her bed, a smile involuntarily graced her lips, her heart brimming with joy. Though the process of genetic evolution was daunting, the outcome was promising. The burdens of being a caged bird that had plagued her for years had finally been lifted. Moreover, she could use her illness as an excuse to evade the forthcoming missions, truly a serendipitous turn of events. She fondled the bird pendant resting against her chest. A parting gift from Genya Sho. The next time we meet, I will truly stand beside you, Shokuin, she thought, filled with exhilaration. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Hinata Ayane remained in the makeshift hospital at the camp, recuperating. During this period, she occasionally suffered from dizziness and sharp pains due to the movements of the reincarnation eye. Yet, amidst the adversity, she found a silver lining with each movement. Her chakra and ocular powers surged dramatically, although no instruments could precisely gauge her current chakra levels. Ayane concluded through self-assessment that her chakra was at least 10 times greater than it had been prior to her genetic evolution. Such a remarkable increase was indeed extraordinary. Among her peers, aside from the prodigy Genya Sho, she could not fathom anyone possessing more chakra than she did now. However, by today, the movements of the reincarnation eye seemed to have ceased, and Hinata Ain understood that her adaptation period had likely concluded, ushering in a phase of stability for her reincarnation eye. She was uncertain if further movements would occur or when they might manifest. After all, it was Genya Sho who had informed her of the potential for Byakugan evolution. Although he had speculated, she felt he possessed an uncanny understanding of such matters, as though he could see through everything. After a week of recuperation and adjustment, she could now utilize her eyes normally. In her current state, she embodied the reincarnation eye, and with her goggles on, others could not perceive her pupils. Should she need to remove the goggles, she was capable of reverting the reincarnation eye back to the Byakugan state. Through meticulous observation, Hinata Ain discovered that in the state of the reincarnation eye, her eyes resembled exquisite, translucent light blue gemstones, adorned with patterns akin to white snowflakes, captivatingly beautiful. The reincarnation eye not only surpassed the Byakugan in aesthetics, but also underwent a comprehensive evolution in vision. First and foremost, the reincarnation eye encompassed all the abilities of the Byakugan while excelling in microscopic-level insights. In the midst of battle, as long as Hinata Ayam wished, she could vividly perceive the flow of chakra within her opponent's body through her tensigen, along with the subtle contractions and extensions of their muscles, enabling her to anticipate their next move. This was reminiscent of the Sharingan, both relying on exceptional insight and dynamic vision to foresee an adversary's subsequent action. Furthermore, Hinata Ayam sensed that she had awakened additional abilities, which could rightly be termed ocular techniques. It was time to leave the hospital, and she could also test her newly acquired powers. Suppressing her excitement, Hinata Ayam murmured to herself. A day later, she finally discharged from the hospital. Before she could fully recuperate, she received an order from the captain of the Root Division, stating that a clandestine mission would take place the following day. A secret mission? While maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, Hinata Ayam's heart raced with caution. Was she being assigned a task so soon after her discharge? This thought heightened her urgency to test her ocular techniques. After lunch, Hinata Ayam ventured alone into a secluded grove. Once she confirmed that no one was nearby with her tensigen, she began experimenting with her newfound abilities. With a soft exclamation, she swiftly extended her hand, palm directed at the ground before her. Leaves and soil seemed to respond to an invisible pull, while large clumps of earth began to lift as if drawn by a carpet, rushing towards her outstretched hand. In the next moment, as Hinata Ayam concentrated, the oncoming foliage and soil were abruptly repelled, as if struck by a tempest, flung away by an unseen force. Observing the branches and debris that she could summon and dismiss at will, a subtle smile graced her lips. This intangible force of attraction and repulsion was indeed the gift of her tensigen. Had Genya been present, he would have immediately drawn parallels to Nagato's Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin. In fact, in the original narrative, Otsutsuki Kagaya employed a similar technique, suggesting it is a universal ability of the tensigen. After several attempts, Hinata Ayam quickly comprehended the formidable nature of this power. First, whether employing attraction or repulsion, no hand signs were required, allowing for spontaneous movement that left enemies defenseless. Reflecting on her past self, she realized that had the former Hinata Ayam faced such a formless ability, she might very well have fallen victim to its initial manifestation. Moreover, as chakra expenditure increased, the potency of both attraction and repulsion could be amplified. At present, Hinata Ayam had yet to ascertain the limits of this ability, possibly due to her insufficient chakra reserves. After a few trials, she began to feel breathless, an indication of waning strength. Besides the considerable chakra consumption, she also discovered another limitation of this ability. Its range was relatively restricted. Beyond a radius of 20 meters, effectiveness would gradually diminish, with distance correlating to reduced power. However, typical ninja techniques generally have a striking range of around 10 to 50 meters, making this limitation somewhat acceptable. With just this single ability, her combat prowess could multiply exponentially. Hinata Ain felt a surge of excitement in her heart. Imagine this, during a battle between two ninjas, the sudden influence of invisible attraction and repulsion could lead to a life-or-death crisis with even the slightest misstep. And this is merely one of the ocular techniques bestowed by the reincarnation eye. However, due to the excessive experimentation with attraction and repulsion, Hinata Ain found her chakra dwindling, insufficient for further explorations of her abilities. She dared not exhaust her chakra entirely, as she needed to retain a degree of self-preservation. Nevertheless, she believed that as she gradually familiarized herself with the various powers of the reincarnation eye, her strength would undergo a monumental transformation. Perhaps, by then, even the formidable Shunjun would not stand as her adversary. The following day, as dawn broke, the fully armed captain of the route and Hinata Ain set forth on their mission. Along the way, the captain briefly outlined their task. Their objective was to rendezvous with a Konoha spy concealed within the Sunagakure, retrieving vital intelligence regarding the village. This was also the reason for the small number of participants. Fewer individuals were deemed preferable. After absorbing the details of the mission, Hinata Ain nodded, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor while tumultuous thoughts swirled within her. She had all but confirmed that this mission was likely a trap set against her. She pondered silently. Who would ultimately strike? The route, or the Sunagakure operatives? As they journeyed, Hinata Ain's mind raced, rapidly analyzing the impending situation. Her previously displayed prowess surpassed that of a mere genin, even rivaling many chunin. And if they were to target her, it was highly probable that an elite four-man team composed of special jonin would be dispatched. Furthermore, with her Byakugan, the enemy would likely avoid ambush tactics, perhaps disguising themselves as the contact before launching a surprise attack. Would the captain merely observe as she was ensnared in a trap, or would he join the assault against her? After all, he possessed the strength of a special jonin. Despite the precarious circumstances, the activation of the reincarnation eye instilled confidence within Hinata Ain. Even when considering the worst possible outcomes, she felt little fear. After a considerable time, the captain led Hinata Ain to the meeting point. It was a desolate expanse of gravel and sand, devoid of life, with visibility stretching far and wide. Certainly not an ideal rendezvous location. It seems we arrived early. Let us wait for the contact, the captain remarked nonchalantly. Approximately half an hour later, Hinata Ain's gaze sharpened as her reincarnation eye detected a group of figures approaching from several kilometers away. Peering intently, she discerned that each individual harbored a significant amount of chakra, far exceeding that of a chunin, and each bore a puppet upon their backs, with several even wielding human figures. Could this be the special puppet unit of Sunagakure? When did the root form an alliance with such entities? The eerie sight unsettled Hinata Ain, prompting her to turn to the captain and solemnly remark, "Captain, the situation appears rather peculiar." "Ah, only now do you sense something amiss," he retorted. The squad leader of the route team silently lamented the delay, initially believing that the individuals he was waiting for were finally arriving. However, as the figures drew within a few hundred meters, obscured by swirling sands, he could vaguely discern their numbers, causing his brow to furrow in confusion. Why did the count not align with what had been previously communicated? In a moment of hesitation, the opposing team finally reached the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert. Upon spotting the route squad leader and Hinata Karen, they unceremoniously tossed several lifeless bodies at their feet, mere paces away. The squad leader's expression turned grave as he recognized the figures clad in the attire of Sunagakure. These were indeed the very individuals he had been dispatched to rendezvous with. Yet now, they lay before him as cold, unyielding corpses. "Who on earth are you?" The squad leader's inquiry seemed futile, for the puppets accompanying them made their identities all too clear.